The sky was thick with ominous clouds, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, as raindrops the size of beans fell relentlessly. To the southeast of Tianfeng City lay a desolate ruin, abandoned for several years. Severely injured, Qin Feng crawled for over an hour to reach this place. Leaning against a pillar, his expression a tempest of rage and grief. Yang Feng. Qin Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, bloodshot like a ferocious beast at this moment. His heart was consumed by hatred. Originally a child from the countryside, through relentless effort he finally gained admission to the prestigious Shunfeng Academy, the foremost power in the Tianluo realm. Even amidst a sea of talent, his capabilities shone brightly, making him the strongest in his class. Among his peers, two were from his hometown, one named Yang Feng and the other Su Yun. Upon arriving at the academy, Su Yun's extraordinary talent was quickly recognized by the instructors, marking her as the strongest among the three, and she received exceptional training. Coupled with her striking beauty, she garnered numerous admirers. However, Su Yun harbored affections for Qin Feng, disregarding the pursuits of others, inciting envy and resentment. Consequently, an admirer incited the seemingly innocuous yet treacherous Yang Feng to plot against him. Throughout their time at the academy, Yang Feng maintained a facade of propriety, and due to their shared origins, Qin Feng had never suspected him of harboring ill intentions. Thus, he was lured outside the city by Yang Feng, who had secretly poisoned him in advance. With his strength diminished, he stood no chance against Yang Feng, resulting in the destruction of his energy reservoir, obliterating years of cultivation in an instant. Yang Feng spared his life solely to torment him, for this method inflicted greater suffering than death itself. In the Xuantian realm, martial prowess dictates one's status and dignity. Without strength, one is relegated to the lowest echelons of society. With his energy reservoir shattered, he was doomed to a lifetime of being a mere mortal. Father, mother, I am sorry. Qin Feng wept, overwhelmed by the weight of his parents' hopes, his heart racked with anguish. The storm raged on, thunder deafening. In his fury, he cried out to the heavens, "Why is fate so unjust to me? I, Qin Feng, harbor kindness and never harm others, nor do I engage in conflict. Yet why have I been subjected to such calamity?" Suddenly, a bolt of violet lightning descended before him, its terrifying force tearing the ground apart and creating a gaping chasm. Qin Feng trembled in fear, yet despair clouded his spirit, and after a moment of terror, he began to laugh maniacally, exclaiming, "So, you are displeased? Ha! If you are unhappy, then I shall rejoice. If you wish for silence, I shall speak louder. You wretched heavens!" The skies seemed to grow angrier, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning struck him with blinding speed. The powerful current threatened to tear him apart, and he cried out in agony. Yet, in that moment, a surge of azure light erupted from his body. Despite the pain, Qin Feng did not lose consciousness. Instead, he was taken aback and frantically reached into his robe, retrieving a glowing stone. This Qin Feng stared in astonishment at the stone in his hand, and at that instant, the azure light surged, extracting the lightning that coursed through him, absorbing it entirely. The azure glow spread throughout his body, and he felt his pain swiftly dissipating. To think that what Yin gave me was a treasure, Qin Feng marveled. The might of the heavenly lightning was formidable, yet this artifact could aid him in resisting its wrath. Perhaps this treasure could enable him to cultivate once more. A spark of hope ignited within him. As he gazed at the glowing stone, it suddenly shot into his body with a swift motion. Oh no! Qin Feng was filled with dread. At that moment, a searing pain enveloped his head, causing him to clutch it and roll on the ground, wishing for death. Fortunately, after a minute, the torment gradually subsided, replaced by an overwhelming influx of information. Immortal techniques, slaying to save lives, undying and indestructible, beyond the bounds of heaven and earth. A voice, seemingly from the ancient firmament, echoed in his ears, instilling awe and a profound sense of pressure within Qin Feng. Immortal techniques. Qin Feng hastily examined the information, and upon reading the first line, he was struck with disbelief. For the primary condition for cultivating these immortal arts was to abandon one's energy reservoir. This technique is truly bizarre. It is unlikely that many would dare to learn it even if they encountered it. The risks of destroying one's energy reservoir were immense, leading to the loss of all cultivation, a lifetime of inability to progress, or even death. Few in the world possess the courage to undertake such a perilous path in pursuit of an unknown martial art. Chapter 2. The Undying Arcane Art. A torrential downpour accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder enveloped the surroundings. Qin Feng was deeply engrossed in the study of the arcane technique known as the Undying Arcane Art when, all of a sudden, an unusual phenomenon occurred within his body. A resonating hum echoed as the azure stone, which had entered his being, abruptly halted at the center of his dantian. To Qin Feng's astonishment, he witnessed the shattered sea of qi visibly coalescing and taking form once more. Simultaneously, the azure stone erupted with a blinding radiance that rendered Qin Feng unable to gaze upon it. However, as swiftly as the marvel appeared, it began to recede like a receding tide. Once clarity returned, Qin Feng was once again struck with amazement. What had once been a mere stone had transformed into a life-soul pearl. The life-soul pearl is an innate essence of a person, symbolizing one's innate potential. Furthermore, it bestows upon its possessor a unique talent, which could manifest as healing abilities, devouring prowess, corrosion, and a myriad of other extraordinary gifts. These exceptional talents, however, can only be unlocked by martial artists who reached the Purple Mansion realm. The life-soul pearl exists in 9 distinct ranks, descending from the divine to the spiritual: God, Saint, Emperor, Monarch, King, Celestial, Earthly, Mysterious, and Spiritual. Each rank is further categorized into 7 hues: red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet, representing varying levels of quality. Previously, Qin Feng's life-soul pearl was of the mysterious rank, 6th tier, and bore a blue hue. Regrettably, it was shattered by Yang Feng, leading to a loss of his cultivation and opportunities for advancement. Yet, he had never anticipated that the stone would aid him in reconstituting the life-soul pearl. Or perhaps, it had supplanted it entirely, albeit in its most rudimentary violet form, the precise tier of which remained indiscernible. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, laughter escaping his lips as mist gathered in his eyes. I can cultivate again. I can truly cultivate again. The life-soul pearl was the foundation for a warrior's training, and now that it had been formed, he could naturally embark on his journey of cultivation. Qin Feng had never dreamed that he would have a chance to rebuild his path. In that moment, he cast aside his previous despair, his spirit invigorated, brimming with confidence and ambition. With the Immortal Profound Art at his disposal, he believed his future achievements would be extraordinary. Suddenly, as he examined the life-soul pearl closely, he noticed an array of peculiar runes inscribed upon it. What could this be? As he gazed at the runes, a flash of insight struck him. He recognized their meaning. They indicated that in order to attain the talents associated with the life-soul pearl, one must reach a certain realm within the Purple Mansion stage, which contained an element of uncertainty. So it was like this, Qin Feng realized, and a bitter smile crept across his face. I never expected awakening my talents would prove so challenging. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. However, he did not linger on this predicament, for he understood that receiving the opportunity to cultivate anew was already a tremendous blessing from the heavens. To press too hard could lead to unintended consequences. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply, sincerely proclaiming, "Heaven above, I misjudged you earlier. Thank you for your gift. I offer my apologies." Straightening his posture, he felt an invisible aura of dominance envelop him. "Yang Feng, just you wait. This time, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts." Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid, a chilling sneer gracing his lips. After calming the tumult of his emotions, he settled into a meditative posture, preparing to cultivate the art of undying mysticism. To exact revenge, one must possess strength. The immediate priority was to restore his power. He sat cross-legged, dismissing all distractions, and devoted himself entirely to the practice of the undying mysticism. The interplay of yin and yang, the unfathomable nature of the universe. First, one refines the body, followed by the cultivation of qi, harmonizing spirit and mind, gathering the soul, and attuning with the cosmos. Following the teachings of his martial arts, he commenced his training. In the initial moments, pain surged through him, akin to being cut by a blade, compelling Qin Feng to consider abandoning his efforts. Yet, within him arose a surge of warmth, merging with the celestial energy he inhaled, forming a water-like essence of profound energy. This energy accumulated, coursing through his meridians, establishing a unique circulatory path, and as time progressed, it began to forge a sea of qi within him. Success! A smile broke upon Qin Feng's face, filled with astonishment. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he clapped his palms against the ground with fervor, causing the floor to shatter beneath him, and propelled himself into the air. Upon landing, he instinctively unleashed a flurry of punches, creating a whirlwind of force that echoed with explosive sounds. Haha, my strength has been restored, and I have regained the realm of mystical spirit. Feeling the abundant power coursing within him, he beamed with joy. At that moment, he was enveloped in a surreal sensation. From failure to resurgence, from despair to triumph, all unfolded too swiftly and unexpectedly. Yet, his character had transformed, for he was one who had clawed his way out of the abyss of despair, a being reborn from the ashes. It was time for Yang Feng to settle the score. The depths of Qin Feng's narrowed eyes radiated a fierce intent for vengeance. Chapter 3. An incident. Qin Feng's heart trembled, and he inwardly lamented. Truly, we share the same roof, yet belong to different worlds. How lowly some can perceive others. The individual before him, a guardian of the academy, possessed formidable strength at the 5th level of the profound spirit realm, surpassing him by an entire realm. Although he wielded a powerful fate soul pearl and martial arts, he had yet to harness their potential for his growth. Engaging in combat with this person would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Thus, a wise hero avoids immediate losses. It was best to feign compliance. He swiftly produced his identification token, and with no alternative, the man reluctantly permitted him entry. When did it become acceptable for vagrants to enter the academy? Ugh! Upon hearing the derisive remarks from behind, Qin Feng clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. You insolent wretch, enjoy your triumph for now. I shall make you bow an apology in the future. Upon arriving at the academy, he proceeded directly to his dormitory. Along the way, his disheveled appearance attracted many curious glances. As he reached the door of his dormitory, he noticed someone sitting there, cradling their head. It was Fat Tiger. Although the individual had their back turned and his features remained obscured, Qin Feng recognized him instantly. This was his steadfast friend, Fat Tiger, whose real name was Huang Zhe. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Fat Tiger abruptly lifted his head, and when their eyes met, his face lit up with joy. Qin Feng, he exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm to greet him. However, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Qin Feng's gaze narrowed as he took in the sight of Fat Tiger's battered face, bruised and swollen from apparent beatings. Trouble was brewing. With a tightening in his chest, Qin Feng swiftly approached, helping Fat Tiger to his feet, and inquired with genuine concern, Fat Tiger, what happened to you? Who did this? It was Yang Feng and Xin Tao. Fat Tiger gritted his teeth, indignantly responding, those bastards. I told them not to hit me in the face, yet they still had the audacity to do so. How am I supposed to go out and attract girls now? Damn it. I won't let this slide with those scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback. Despite being beaten so severely, Fat Tiger was still preoccupied with his appearance. Was he really that handsome? He looked like a pile of filth. It appeared that his concern for him was in vain. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me everything that happened, clearly and concisely, Qin Feng said with impatience. He was particularly intrigued by the matter concerning Yang Feng. The story unfolded. Fat Tiger explained that while wandering around the academy the previous day, he was spotted by Yang Feng and his gang. Fat Tiger had been close to Qin Feng, which had ruffled a few feathers, particularly among those aligned with Yang Feng. Upon learning from Yang Feng that Qin Feng was unable to cultivate, they felt emboldened and proceeded to beat Fat Tiger. After being injured and collapsing, the realization struck him that Qin Feng had been crippled, sending a wave of panic through him. He was not only worried about Qin Feng's condition, but also frightened at the prospect of losing his protector, fearing a bleak future filled with daily bullying and humiliation. In his state of alarm, he hurried to seek out Qin Feng, but found his door firmly shut. Without his student token, he could not enter, leaving him no choice but to wait outside. These wretched scoundrels. Had I known earlier, I should have shown no mercy and taught them a proper lesson. Qin Feng exclaimed in anger. He felt a profound sense of distress. In their entire class, Qin Feng was the leader, excelling in both academics and strength, earning everyone's respect. Yet now, upon hearing of his misfortune, they cast him aside as if he were worthless. This stark contrast was difficult for him to accept. They are all mere fair-weather friends, swaying with the winds. Now that they see you in decline, naturally, they ignore you. Peng Hu snorted irritably. And after a moment of contemplation, he anxiously inquired, by the way, is it true that they said your cultivation has been ruined? Indeed. Qin Feng replied calmly with a nod. Ah. Peng Hu's eyes widened, and he fell onto the ground, crying out to the heavens. Oh, how unfortunate I am. What happened? Peng Hu asked in shock. To kill a dog. Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid. Peng Hu felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of fear enveloping him. How had this fellow become so cold-blooded? He pondered, and ultimately concluded that cold-blooded aptly described Qin Feng at that moment. The martial arts arena. The Divine Wind Academy is divided into 3 tiers: the Celestial Academy, the Earth Academy, and the Spiritual Academy, with the Celestial Academy being the highest level, followed by the Earth Academy, and lastly, the Spiritual Academy. Typically, students begin their cultivation in the Spiritual Academy, and those who excel may progress to the Earth Academy or even the Celestial Academy. Of course, those with exceptional talent or strong backgrounds may leap directly into the Earth or Celestial Academies. The Spiritual Academy is a gathering place for numerous talents and serves as the lifeblood of the institution. In the Spirit Academy, classes were divided into groups denoted by letters A, B, C, and so forth, culminating in a total of 15 classes. The martial arena served as a dedicated venue for students from various classes to engage in friendly sparring matches. Qin Feng and Fat Tiger found themselves outside the arena, yet they could distinctly hear the cacophony of voices emanating from within. Qin Feng, you possess no cultivation skills at the moment. What purpose do you have in entering? Should you encounter Yang Feng and his associates, would that not be akin to courting death? Fat Tiger implored, concerned not only for Qin Feng's safety, but also for his own, fearing another brutal beating at the hands of Yang Feng's group. Qin Feng scoffed, court death? Just watch as I skin him alive today. With no further ado, he charged straight into the martial arena. The structure was vast, devoid of any rooms, presenting instead a sprawling expanse with 15 neatly arranged fighting platforms. Upon entering, an overwhelming atmosphere surged towards him like a ferocious gale. Scanning his surroundings, he observed that each of the 15 platforms was encircled by a throng of spectators, with intense battles unfolding atop the platforms. Suddenly, his keen eyes, sharp as those of an eagle, honed in on a particular individual within the crowd. This person had a refined visage, a tall and slender frame, adorned in a blue silk robe, exuding an aura of confidence as he sat comfortably in a chair, surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting the moon. Yang Feng. The name sent a chill through Qin Feng. In that moment, it felt as though an icy tempest swept across the realm. Clenching his fists tightly, a murderous glint ignited in his gaze. The very figure before him was the one he had long desired to eliminate. Turning his head slightly, he noticed a person to his right, who bore a sword upon his back. Without hesitation, he drew the sword and hurled it forth with a swift motion. Whoosh! The long sword darted through the crowd like an arrow released from a bow, moving with a speed akin to lightning. It emanated a faint white glow, surrounded by an aura of sharpness so fierce that it could sever a throat with a single stroke, leaving no blood in its wake. The blade surged towards Yang Feng, who was seated in a chair. Sensing the imminent danger, Yang Feng quickly pressed down on the armrests, propelling himself into the air just as the sword passed beneath him. With a resounding crash, the sword pierced the wall with tremendous force, creating a deafening explosion. Who the hell is plotting against me? Yang Feng roared, causing the battle on the stage to come to an abrupt halt. The cheers and jeers of the crowd fell silent, enveloping the arena in an eerie stillness. It is I, Qin Feng called out loudly, calmly striding through the throng. Isn't that Qin Feng? What brings him here? Murmured the onlookers. Whispers circulated about how he had been rendered powerless, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Rendered powerless? Who did that? Are they not afraid of the Academy's wrath? Wrath? Huh, scoffed a voice from the crowd. There are those backing him. He has nothing to fear. Who backs him? That cannot be disclosed, cannot be disclosed. Has Qin Feng lost his mind? A mere cripple dares to provoke Yang Feng? It is sheer folly. Weren't they friends? Friends? Someone couldn't help but sneer, their eyes filled with disdain. Often, those who stab you in the back are the ones you call friends. I haven't had the chance to settle the score with Qin Feng from our last encounter. Now that he is a cripple, I must seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Someone thought to themselves. The arrival of Qin Feng caused quite a stir in the martial arts arena. Yet he remained remarkably composed and indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding discussions that failed to sway him. Under the gaze of the crowd, he approached Yang Feng. Yang Feng. Qin Feng halted his steps, speaking in a detached manner. Although his words bore no significant weight, a chill crept into the hearts of those nearby. Yang Feng met his gaze for a brief moment, and was suddenly struck by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Qin Feng, stirring an inexplicable sense of panic within him. After all, he was merely a useless individual now. Why should he feel fear? It was truly laughable. Nevertheless, in the next instant, he cast aside his trepidation. How could his injuries have healed so swiftly? He wondered, astonished. Just yesterday, he had been thoroughly beaten. Logically, it seemed implausible that he could recover overnight. Could it be that he had received assistance from a skilled practitioner or obtained miraculous medicine? Yang Feng scoffed. I never expected you'd still dare to show up. It appears the lesson from that night was insufficient. Qin Feng chuckled derisively and replied, I have a penchant for being taught lessons, yet I also take pleasure in teaching others. Yang Feng retorted with a smirk, Is that so? Then I must sincerely thank myself for fulfilling your desire. Qin Feng shook his head, stating, No, I would never express gratitude to something less than a beast. A shift in the crowd's expressions ensued, as they regarded Qin Feng as deranged for provoking Yang Feng, seemingly courting death. In their eyes, the once formidable Qin Feng had now become a mere shadow, incapable of standing against Yang Feng, the newly crowned prodigy. Yang Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he growled, Qin Feng, you dare to insult me as lesser than a beast? Qin Feng let out a hearty laugh, mocking. I would say you are even inferior to a pig or a dog, which is already a favor. A person like you deserves to be likened to the filth of cattle and sheep. Yang Feng, consumed by rage, retorted, You seek death. With a resounding crash, he stepped forward, unleashing the dense mystical energy from within him, causing an immediate wave of pressure to envelop the crowd. Unfazed, Qin Feng maintained his calm demeanor. Smiling as he said, What is this? Unable to restrain yourself from making a move? Very well, let us settle our scores today. At that moment, a man stepped forward and said to Yang Feng with a grin, Brother Yang, such a worthless individual does not warrant your effort. Another joined in, scoffing, Indeed, let us handle this pest ourselves. Upon hearing their words, Yang Feng's fury dissipated significantly. He thought to himself, I am no longer the Yang Feng of the past. He is merely a waste. Engaging with him would be beneath my dignity. Let Zhao Zhong and Lin Bao deal with him. A smile then spread across his face as he remarked, You are right. Such trash is not worthy to contend with me. Do ensure you take good care of our class's prodigy. His eyes glinted with malice, pride, and arrogance. Observing Yang Feng's lack of intent to strike, his gaze turned cold. These two flies were indeed bothersome. Zhao Zhong and Lin Bao were truly courting disaster. He recognized both of them, as they had previously lingered behind him, striving to curry favor. However, Qin Feng had always dismissed them, leading to their deep-seated resentment. Now, witnessing his fall from grace and loss of cultivation, they naturally aligned themselves with Yang Feng. Consequently, in a bid to ingratiate themselves with Yang Feng and to exact revenge for their past grievances suffered at Qin Feng's hands, they eagerly volunteered to teach Qin Feng a lesson. They recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity that must not be overlooked. Chapter 5. Overreaching. Upon hearing Qin Feng's irritable remarks, Zhao Zhonglin's expression darkened ominously. Did this fool still believe he was the genius who topped the class? Zhao Zhong sneered, What audacity! Qin Feng, do you still think you are that prodigy of the past? Lin Bao mocked. It seems this fellow has been struck senseless. His wits are clearly lacking. Unperturbed, Qin Feng chuckled coldly. A dog is but a dog, forever destined to serve others, merely barking empty words. How dare you insult us? Zhao Zhong's eyes blazed with fury. Qin Feng sighed, shrugging his shoulders. Alas, if one admits to being a dog, what can I do? At this moment, Zhao Zhong, emboldened by Qin Feng's arrogance, lunged forward to strike. He threw a punch aimed squarely at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng remained motionless. Zhao Zhong, inwardly smirking, thought, How bold of you, Qin Feng. Soon you shall be weeping and begging for mercy. Lin Bao and Yang Feng exchanged mocking glances. As the force of the punch approached, stirring Qin Feng's inky black hair, the impact of the fist was imminent. Just as the blow was about to land, a smile flickered across Qin Feng's face. With a sudden sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the attack. In the same motion, his gaze turned sharp as a blade, and with his shoulder as the weapon, he collided fiercely with Zhao Zhong's chest. Bang! The impact was tremendous, catching Zhao Zhong completely off guard, and he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, far too swiftly. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence for 3 or 4 seconds before the anguished wail of Zhao Zhong jolted everyone back to reality. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as they were taken aback by Qin Feng's unexpected prowess, unable to suppress their astonishment. Was it not said that Qin Feng had been rendered powerless, reduced to a mere shell of his former self? How could he still exhibit such extraordinary strength? Indeed, it seemed his abilities had surpassed their previous heights. Whence came this outrageous rumor? Damn it, I nearly provoked this formidable individual. A cacophony of astonishment filled the air as the realization dawned upon them that the rumors of Qin Feng's impotence were utterly unfounded. Instead of diminishing, his prowess had only grown stronger. Many who had sought to trouble him upon learning of his supposed weakness now found themselves drenched in cold sweat, cursing the messengers of such falsehoods. How could this be possible? I distinctly remember crippling his abilities. How could he possess such remarkable combat prowess? Yang Feng stood nearby, his expression one of incredulity. He had been the one to incapacitate Qin Feng, yet how could he now appear even more formidable? Had someone aided in restoring his powers? Damn it, why was this fellow always so fortunate? Yang Feng's eyes brimmed with deep-seated jealousy and animosity. In their village, he had been unable to surpass Qin Feng, and now, even in this place, he found himself outmatched. The girl he admired had also been taken from him by Qin Feng, after painstakingly crippling his abilities, ensuring he would never hold his head high again. How could it be that he had now been healed? Why does fate always seem to favor him? His heart brimmed with rage, which, in turn, gave rise to a fierce desire for vengeance. Zhao Zhong rose from the ground and addressed Lin Bao, saying, "Lin Bao, let us strike together." However, Lin Bao hesitated, trembling all over. The sight of Qin Feng instilled a sense of dread within him, rendering him reluctant to engage. Qin Feng's earlier display had left a profound shadow over him, making it unthinkable to provoke him. "Useless fool," Zhao Zhong scolded, "do not forget. Even if you refrain from acting now, he will not spare you. Besides, we have brother Yang Feng backing us. What is there to fear? Do not forget. His cultivation now matches that of Qin Feng." Qin Feng chuckled. "I did not anticipate that you, a mere dog, possessed such cunning, able to perceive this truth. Quite impressive." He fixed his gaze upon Lin Bao and continued, "He speaks the truth. Your prior insolence towards me has sealed your fate for today." With a shift in tone, he smiled coldly. "However, I can grant you a chance. Should you dare to lay a hand on that wretched creature, I shall let you off the hook. Do you dare?" Yang Feng's eyes glinted like blades, sending shivers down their spines as he coldly threatened, "I command you to eliminate this wretched little beast at once. Should you fail to act, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." The two exchanged a glance and ultimately made their decision to attack Qin Feng. With malevolent expressions, they roared in unison and launched a flanking assault on him. "Ha!" Yang Feng laughed triumphantly. "Qin Feng, you are still too green to contend with me." Chapter 6. A resounding victory in the face of the dual onslaught. Qin Feng remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness and composure. As his opponents drew near, he swiftly mobilized his profound energy, channeling it through his meridians and gathering it into his fists. In an instant, a hazy luminescence reminiscent of ice and snow enveloped his knuckles, releasing successive waves of profound energy that rippled like water. His aura surged dramatically. With a commanding shout, Qin Feng thrust his palms forward, unleashing 2 torrents of transparent energy that surged forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain, a ravenous predator pouncing upon its prey. With a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, the force struck his adversaries. The sound of impact echoed as they, mere cultivators of the body refinement stage, were utterly unprepared for the might of the mind distraction palm unleashed by a practitioner of the profound energy stage. They coughed up blood and were sent flying, landing amidst the crowd. What formidable mastery of profound energy! The spectators were taken aback, gazing at Qin Feng with expressions of awe. They could hardly fathom that this detestable individual had actually cultivated the mind distraction palm to its 2nd tier. Yang Feng's countenance darkened significantly. In the martial world of the Xuantian Continent, the hierarchy of skills ranged from weakest to strongest: spirit, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, saint, and god. Each level was further divided into 10 ranks. The mind distraction palm belonged to the 6th rank of spirit-level martial arts and comprised 3 tiers. The first tier, transforming profound energy into force, could penetrate iron and shatter stone. The second tier, with a palm strike like the wind, could inflict harm from a distance of 10 feet. The third tier, with palm strikes like thunder, exerted force over 10 feet, damaging internal organs. The mind distraction palm that Qin Feng had just demonstrated had indeed reached the second tier. The mind distraction palm is a technique awarded by the homeroom teacher to outstanding students. Both Qin Feng and Yang Feng have practiced this art, yet on the same day. Qin Feng advanced to the second level, while Yang Feng remained at the first. With a composed demeanor, Qin Feng fixed his icy gaze upon Yang Feng and declared, "Yang Feng, it is time to settle our scores. Humph, I shall cast you into despair once more." Yang Feng retorted coldly. Qin Feng then leaped onto the stage, challenging, "Come up here." With a disdainful snort, Yang Feng followed suit, and thus the age-old adage rang true. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Each stood at their respective ends, their gazes sharp as blades, as if they had already engaged in battle, albeit unseen. In that moment, the entire martial arena fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, both adversaries surged forward, launching simultaneous attacks. As they drew closer, each delivered a punch, their fists emanating a kaleidoscope of vibrant energy. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing a wave of transparent energy that swept across the arena, fracturing the ground beneath them into a web of cracks. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, channeling a surge of hidden power through his punch, which sent Yang Feng staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng pressed forward relentlessly, his fists flying in a relentless barrage. Perhaps fueled by resentment, his strikes were fierce and domineering, sweeping through the air with unbridled ferocity. From the very beginning, Yang Feng found himself under relentless pressure, unable to mount even a single counterattack. The prowess of Qin Feng is truly formidable. Despite Yang Feng having advanced to the realm of, he stands no chance against Qin Feng. It appears this fellow is in for a dire fate. This is merely an internal conflict within their class. We are outsiders here to witness the spectacle, someone remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. Qin Feng, I will never concede to you. Yang Feng roared within, drawing a soft sword from his waist. The blade moved like a serpent, engaging in a flurry of thrusts and slashes, swift and fierce, creating a whirlwind of sword shadows. Qin Feng was compelled to evade and defend himself. "Qin Feng, receive my sword," shouted Fat Tiger, just as Qin Feng heard the sharp sound of slicing air. He tilted his head slightly and saw a long sword flying toward him. In that moment, Yang Feng executed a horizontal slash. Qin Feng quickly leaned back and rolled, propelling his body into the air to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he caught the long sword, and as his body leveled out, the blade pierced his abdomen and sliced upward. "Ah!" Yang Feng cried out in pain, retreating step by step. A straight, 2-finger-wide gash stretched from his chest to his lower abdomen, revealing flesh down to the bone, with blood gushing forth. After landing steadily, Qin Feng drove the sword into the ground and unleashed his technique. His aura surged dramatically, coalescing in his palms. With both hands thrust forward, 2 waves of palm energy surged forth, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air. Yang Feng, alarmed, hastily attempted to invoke his own. However, his strength was already inferior to Qin Feng's, and now compounded by his injury, he stood no chance against him. As the 4 waves of palm energy collided, Yang Feng's force was immediately shattered by Qin Feng's, with the residual energy striking his chest. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Yang Feng's coat was ripped apart, leaving his upper body exposed. On his chest, aside from the previous sword wound, 2 distinct palm prints were clearly visible. With a gasp, Yang Feng was struck hard, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground, devoid of any combat capability. Had Yang Feng truly been defeated? The onlookers were astonished. Chapter 7. The truth unveiled. Yang Feng lay sprawled on the ground, his complexion pale, blood gushing from his wounds, utterly bereft of strength. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were filled with dread. They realized that, as of this moment, Qin Feng's prowess had exceeded that of before. It was crucial to note that both Yang Feng and Qin Feng were of the same realm. However, the former had been completely overpowered by the latter, who had dispatched him with overwhelming force. "No, this is impossible." Yang Feng, in a frenzy, struggled to accept the reality before him. He had believed that even if Qin Feng had regained his abilities, the severe injuries he sustained yesterday would have a significant impact, and that he should be able to surpass him, at the very least achieving a stalemate. Who would have thought that Qin Feng's strength was now so formidable that he stood no chance of victory whatsoever? Qin Feng approached, his gaze as cold as ice, causing those around him to feel as though the very air had turned frigid, sending chills throughout their bodies. What do you intend to do? This is the academy. You cannot kill me. Yang Feng stammered, fear gripping him as he attempted to crawl forward, his movements painfully slow, akin to that of a snail. At long last, Qin Feng caught up with him, delivering a forceful stomp to his lower back. With a resounding crack, Yang Feng's spine shattered, and he cried out in agony. Qin Feng scoffed, Yang Feng, did you truly believe you would meet such a fate today? Did you not label me as worthless? How is it that you find yourself defeated by one you deemed a mere waste? Are you not even beneath that? Qin Feng, I was mistaken. I was wrong to heed Meng Qingyu's counsel to harm you. However, the entire scheme was orchestrated by Meng Qingyu. Do not hold it against me. Please, have mercy and spare me, he pleaded, hastily bowing his head until his forehead bled. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback, astonished by the transformation of the once arrogant Yang Feng into a pitiful figure, reduced to begging like a stray dog. Meng Qingyu? A shiver ran down Qin Feng's spine. Meng Qingyu was the top genius from the neighboring class, possessing exceptional strength. They had clashed 6 months prior, yet he had proven no match for Qin Feng. Could it be that, fueled by resentment from his earlier defeat, he resorted to such treachery? This thought flickered in Qin Feng's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. After all, Yang Feng had boasted of their intention to drive Qin Feng away from Su Yun after their earlier scheming. Meng Qingyu was not a lecherous character, and Yang Feng hardly seemed the type to fabricate stories. Was there a deeper motive at play? It seemed likely. One must understand that a ruined Dantian could never be restored. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation, the once tranquil martial arena now buzzing with chatter. Though the majority regarded Yang Feng with expressions filled with disdain. They are still young, their hearts brimming with a sense of justice, and they find Yang Feng's despicable actions utterly disgraceful. However, some also consider that this matter involves Meng Qingyu, which complicates things significantly, for Meng Qingyu possesses a formidable background. One cannot help but wonder how Qin Feng intends to respond to this predicament. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Feng, with a cold and composed demeanor, stated, "Tell me, why does Meng Qingyu wish to harm me? Do not suggest that this scoundrel is doing it for a woman." I do not know," came the stammered reply. "How dare you claim ignorance?" Qin Feng intensified his grip, prompting Yang Feng to grimace in pain and cry out in distress. "I do not know. I truly do not know. Please, let me go," Yang Feng pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "Last night, I mentioned that debts must eventually be repaid, and I assure you, you will pay with your life. It is time for you to settle your account." As he spoke, Qin Feng slowly raised his right hand, revealing a surge of profound energy emanating from it. Could this audacious individual truly intend to kill Yang Feng? The onlookers were taken aback, initially believing that Qin Feng's threats were mere intimidation, only to realize he was dead serious. It is crucial to note that the Academy has strict regulations against the unlawful killing of students, which are met with severe consequences. At this moment, Yang Feng was rendered speechless, paralyzed by the chilling gaze of Qin Feng. Chapter 8. Spare you this time. Challenge Meng Qingyu. Stop, Qin Feng. Have you lost your mind? If you kill him, you, too, will be expelled from the Academy. Fat Tiger rushed forward, grasping Qin Feng in a desperate attempt to halt his reckless course, his face glistening with sweat. At that moment, Yang Feng regained his composure and hurriedly exclaimed, "Qin Feng, you cannot kill me. Have you forgotten how my father treated you? He was so kind to you, and now you wish to take the life of his son. Can you truly justify such an act?" With that, his body fell from the wall. Seeing this, Fat Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Had Qin Feng indeed killed Yang Feng, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qin Feng exited the martial arts arena. "Hey, wait for me," Fat Tiger called out as he hurriedly pursued him, leaving behind the raucous atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. Fat Tiger caught up with Qin Feng and remarked with a grin, "Brother, I didn't realize you had become so formidable. To be honest, I was genuinely afraid you would kill him." Qin Feng smiled and replied, "I had no intention of killing him. Do you really think I am foolish? I have only just entered this academy. It would be utterly foolish to be expelled for slaying a mere beast. Fat Tiger was taken aback and questioned. Then why did you adopt such a murderous demeanor? It seemed quite genuine to me. Qin Feng laughed heartily. That was simply because I knew you would come to intervene. I wanted to put on a show in front of everyone, to assert my presence. Hey, you included me in that? Fat Tiger gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of indignation. This is unacceptable. I was mentally affected by your theatrics. You owe me compensation for my emotional distress. Alas, my fists are itching again. How about we spar a bit, Fat Tiger? Qin Feng, with a mischievous grin, rubbed his hands together as he approached Fat Tiger. You've got to be kidding me. You're really something. I no longer seek compensation for emotional distress, Fat Tiger remarked dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly. Earlier in the martial arena, I neglected to mention that Meng Qingyu has ascended to the status of an Earth Sect student. The academy comprises 3 tiers, the Celestial Academy at the pinnacle, followed by the Earth Academy, and finally the Spirit Academy. To transition from the Spirit Academy to the Earth Academy, one must achieve the 2nd level of the Profound Energy realm. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etching his features as he exclaimed, "How can that be? I recall our talents being quite comparable. I feel as though I still require a month to advance to the 2nd level of the Profound Spirit realm. How could he possibly surpass me so swiftly?" Fat Tiger let out a resigned sigh, explaining, "Logically, it should be as you say, yet you overlook the remarkable background that fellow possesses. He is the eldest son of the city lord of Tianhu City, hailing from a wealthy lineage. I have heard that his father gifted him a medicinal pill, enabling him to break through to the 2nd level of the Profound Spirit realm, which is why he entered the Earth Academy 2 days ago." "Ah, I see." Qin Feng sighed. "Indeed, a good foundation makes all the difference." Chapter 9. Never surrender. Meng Qingyu and Yang Feng nearly cast him into an abyss of despair from which there would be no return. This formidable enmity would not be forsaken, regardless of their identities or the might they wielded. "You." Fat Tiger hesitated, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. "I should have anticipated that with your obstinate nature, you would never relent." Qin Feng smiled softly, stating, "I appreciate your concern, but you must trust me. I will inevitably defeat that individual." Fat Tiger let out a sigh, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. At that moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Qin Feng was taken aback and quickly followed his line of sight. Soon, within his view, there appeared a tall, graceful young lady clad in a samurai outfit, revealing her flawless, snow-white legs. With a mischievous grin, Fat Tiger remarked, "You know I have a penchant for this kind of beauty. Are you coming along?" "I think not. I have no interest in that. I still need to focus on my training," Qin Feng declined. His girlfriend was quite vigilant, and even a casual glance at other girls could lead to trouble. Fat Tiger sneered, "And she's not even your wife yet, and you're already like this. Just wait until you two are married. It will be a different story. Are you looking for a fight?" Qin Feng clenched his fist, assuming a posture as if ready to strike. Fat Tiger, feeling intimidated, quickly took a step back and huffed, "I still have to pursue beautiful girls. I won't waste any more time with you. Farewell. Beautiful lady, wait for your brother." With a cheerful shout, he merrily dashed off. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, gazing up at the azure sky, his expression grave. Fat Tiger's words held some truth. Now that Meng Qingyu had entered the Earth Academy, the resources at his disposal far surpassed what Qin Feng could access. His growth and strength would inevitably be rapid, while Qin Feng, lacking resources, would naturally lag behind. Over time, this disparity would only widen. This harsh reality felt like a heavy stone pressing against his chest, an unbearable weight. Yet, Qin Feng did not succumb to despair or self-deprecation. He believed wholeheartedly that, regardless of whether the gap was as vast as the heavens or as deep as the earth, he would undoubtedly overcome it. "Meng Qingyu, no matter how formidable you become, I, Qin Feng, shall never be defeated by you. I vow to make you pay in blood for your transgressions." Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his blood surging with fervor, akin to a lone wolf defying fate and challenging destiny. Chapter 10. Fiery Prison. Profound Energy. At the Godwind Academy, in a spacious chamber. A youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, with thick brows and large eyes, stood with an exceptionally sullen expression. Beside him was a young scholar, adorned in a feather fan and silk cap, exuding an air of nonchalance. Before them knelt a battered and bruised boy, his face swollen and covered in injuries. If Qin Feng were present, he would be utterly astonished, for this individual was none other than Yang Feng, whom he had recently disciplined. The youth with the prominent features was Meng Qingyu, while the one at his side was the strategist, Meng Jia. It turned out that after being injured by Qin Feng, Yang Feng had approached Meng Qingyu to report the incident, not only to heed Qin Feng's warning, but also to harbor resentment, seeking vengeance through Meng Qingyu. How vile! This Qin Feng must pay dearly for his audacity to utter such words. Upon hearing Yang Feng's account, Meng Qingyu's fury ignited, his eyes brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Yang Feng hastily fanned the flames of animosity, exclaiming, "Indeed, that Qin Feng is utterly arrogant. Before so many students, he dares to declare that if you accept his challenge, he will leave you searching for your teeth on the ground, and if you hesitate, he accuses you of inciting discord." Silence. Meng Qingyu's chest heaved with rage as he bellowed, "You worthless fool! You cannot even contend with a powerless wretch poisoned and stripped of his abilities." Yang Feng hastily defended himself, saying, "Meng Xiao, this has nothing to do with me. I did indeed cripple Qin Feng's Dantian, but who could have foreseen his extraordinary fortune in encountering a formidable being who aided him in restoring his cultivation? Curse it!" Meng Qingyu kicked him to the ground, exclaiming, "What do you know? To restore a person's Dantian, one must at least possess the cultivation of the divine soul realm. There is not a single such powerful being throughout the northern realm. How could Qin Feng be so fortunate as to encounter a warrior of that caliber?" Yang Feng felt an overwhelming embarrassment and quickly scrambled to his feet, stating, "But the truth remains, I did cripple his cultivation, and he has indeed regained it. I am not lying." Meng Qingyu scoffed, aware that Yang Feng spoke the truth and dared not deceive him. "Qin Feng, if you dare to provoke me, then I shall entertain you. Let us see if you possess such good fortune again, to be able to cultivate after being crippled. Worthless fool." Disdain was evident in Meng Qingyu's eyes. Meng Jia, fanning himself with a light laugh, remarked, "Young master, let us set the time for half a month from now. I presume second master has already delivered the Qing Huadan to you. Clever indeed, for I require this Qing Huadan to elevate my strength to the 5th level of the Xuanqi realm this month. Congratulations, young master, on your imminent advancement in power. Qin Feng could never have imagined how swiftly you would grow in strength. His audacity to challenge you is truly a case of hubris and folly." Meng Qingyu sneered, "A country bumpkin dares to oppose me? It is nothing short of seeking death." Soon after, Yang Feng conveyed Meng Qingyu's words to Qin Feng. Upon learning that the decisive battle would not take place for another 2 months, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. To be frank, after realizing that his opponent had ascended to the status of an Earthrealm student, Qin Feng was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and did not consider himself a match for the opponent. Thus, the prospect of combat left him feeling rather hopeless. Fortunately, he had a fortnight to prepare. Relying on his undying profound art, Qin Feng was confident that he could achieve a breakthrough to the second heaven within this period. In his chamber, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, his pores resembling whirlpools as they unleashed a devouring force, drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, which he then transformed into pure profound energy, flooding into his sea of qi. After half an hour, the soul orb within him suddenly radiated a surge of azure light, seemingly possessing consciousness as it surged directly towards his sea of qi. What was this? The sudden change caused Qin Feng's expression to shift dramatically. Yet he refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to observe intently. Under his watchful gaze, the azure light, upon entering his sea of qi, caused the originally watercolored profound energy to gradually morph into a pale crimson hue. This was the infernal prison profound energy. After the initial shock, Qin Feng was engulfed in ecstasy. He had not anticipated that in just one night, he would cultivate the infernal prison profound energy. The undying profound art consists of 9 tiers, each characterized by distinct properties of profound energy, each stronger than the last. The first tier is the infernal prison profound energy, known for its formidable burning attributes. With 9 transformations, each breakthrough deepens the color of the profound energy, intensifying its burning effects. When cultivated to the highest realm, it possesses the ability to melt gold and silver, and at its peak, it can incinerate mountains and boil seas. Its power is boundless. Though Qin Feng has merely cultivated the infernal abyssal qi to its first transformation, its potency and quality surpass those of his peers by a factor of 1 or 2. Chapter 11. The heavens do not favor the following day. Under the blazing sun, the waterfall cascaded down the mountainside like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens. a magnificent display akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. Upon crashing into the pool below, it erupted with a deafening roar. Beside the pool, a young man wielded a spear, diligently practicing his techniques. The spear, striking like a dragon, exhibited extraordinary might, its energy sweeping through the air, creating tremors in the void, as numerous echoes of air bursts resonated. At that moment, a faint crimson aura swiftly enveloped Qin Feng's spear, and a formidable wave of energy radiated outward. Suddenly, he thrust forward, the spearhead embedding itself into a massive rock ahead. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the stone, quickly fracturing into countless lines. In an instant, a resounding explosion erupted, shattering the entire rock into debris. Qin Feng withdrew his spear and stood, gazing at the fragments strewn across the ground, a smile gracing his face. The immortal essence technique indeed proved formidable. The energy cultivated was exceedingly dominant, surpassing that of his contemporaries by a considerable margin. If I could cultivate the infernal abyssal qi to its third transformation, coupled with a breakthrough to the second level of the mystic realm, Meng Qingyu would undoubtedly be no match for me. Having honed the immortal essence technique, Qin Feng's senses heightened significantly, and he detected an approaching presence. He looked up to see the rotund figure of Huangze, known as Fat Tiger, making his way toward him. Qin Feng approached him with a smile, inquiring, "So, have you obtained the Peiyuan pill?" At the beginning and end of each month, the Spirit Academy distributes 3 rejuvenation pills to its students. Due to Qin Feng's exceptional performance, he received an additional 2 pills. Today marks the day for the monthly distribution, and Qin Feng instructed Fat Tiger to collect them. Fat Tiger nodded in acknowledgement and handed Qin Feng the jade vial containing the pills. Elated, Qin Feng took the vial, feeling confident that these pills would enable him to break through to the second layer of the mystic spirit realm and achieve the third transformation of the fiery prison's mystic energy. Upon uncorking the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng's expression shifted as he looked at Fat Tiger in astonishment. "Fat Tiger, why are there only 3 pills?" Fat Tiger sighed and explained, "I've heard that there were some complications at the alchemy peak, resulting in a shortage of rejuvenation pills. Consequently, this distribution is smaller than usual, but it will return to normal in the future." In the future? Qin Feng mused, realizing that would be at least half a month away. By then, he would have already faced Meng Qingyu in battle. Frustration welled up within him. He had been counting on those 5 rejuvenation pills to achieve his breakthrough. Yet now he found himself thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. It was as if misfortune had compounded upon him, with even the heavens seemingly against him. Fat Tiger shared his sense of helplessness, acknowledging that the Academy's higher-ups made decisions beyond their influence. To attempt a breakthrough to the second layer of the mystic spirit realm with merely 3 pills was indeed a futile dream, which infuriated Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, the Academy had only intended to distribute 2 pills, and one of the 3 he held rightfully belonged to Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger was well aware that Qin Feng was on the verge of a decisive battle with Meng Qingyu and was in dire need of elixirs. Thus, he made the painful decision to part with his own precious pills for the sake of his brother. He chose not to disclose this sacrifice, fearing it might burden Qin Feng psychologically and hinder his cultivation. Moreover, such gestures of camaraderie are unnecessary among brothers. Chapter 12. The Breakthrough of Xuanqi. At this moment, within the sea of energy, it was as if a dragon frolicked in the waters, waves surging tumultuously. Amidst the turbulence of Xuanqi, both its quality and quantity underwent a remarkable transformation. The pale red energy began to multiply, deepening in hue, with a resonant hum echoing within. Qin Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, both in his Xuanqi and muscles. The second transformation of the fiery prison Xuanqi. Qin Feng was filled with exhilaration. However, after attaining the second transformation, his rate of progression noticeably slowed. Indeed, without the cultivation fruit, it proved to be quite a challenge. He sighed, recognizing that while the fiery prison Xuanqi was formidable, it had considerably impeded his advancement speed. At the normal pace, it would likely take at least half a month to break through to the second layer of the celestial spirit realm. Currently, all the Xuanqi within Qin Feng's body was the second transformation of the fiery prison Xuanqi. Any energy drawn from the outside world would be partially converted into the second transformation Xuanqi for the purpose of advancing to the third transformation, while the remainder would be retained within the sea of energy. This was akin to one person fetching water while another irrigated the fields. The former would inevitably fill up over time, yet it was evident that the effort required was significantly less than when no one was drawing water at all. The breakthrough to the second layer of the celestial spirit realm was of paramount importance to Qin Feng, for he realized that while he was diligently cultivating, Meng Qingyu was also making progress, and he could not afford to remain stagnant. Upon arriving at the Earth Institute, Meng Qingyu found that the cultivation resources at his disposal were incomparable to those of the Spirit Institute. With the formidable support of his father, the Lord of White Tiger City, his progress in cultivation was destined to soar. In just half a month, he would undoubtedly transcend the second level of the profound spirit realm, reaching a significantly higher realm. The disparity in their realms posed a challenge that was difficult to overcome. Qin Feng, possessing self-awareness, recognized that although he wielded the undying profound art, it was not infallible. If he were to confront Meng Qingyu, who was at the first level of the profound spirit realm against the third or even fourth level, Qin Feng had no doubt he would be thoroughly defeated. However, should he break through to the second level of the profound spirit realm, coupled with the explosive power of the infernal profound qi, he believed victory would be within his grasp. It seemed that a journey to the Mangdang mountain range was in order. A resolute glimmer flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The Mangdang mountain range is a vast expanse, fraught with peril due to the multitude of ferocious beasts that inhabit it. Nevertheless, within its treacherous confines lie numerous rare treasures, and even legacies left behind by formidable beings. Thus, despite the inherent dangers, many venture forth in search of opportunities. Some form teams to hunt down these beasts, gather medicinal herbs, and sell them for substantial profit, while others seek to hone their skills and gain rich combat experience. Currently, Qin Feng found himself penniless and lacking in resources to compensate for his deficiency in cultivation materials. He had no choice but to venture into the mountains to slay beasts for profit. While he could consider other forms of employment, he felt that the earnings from hunting beasts in the mountains were unparalleled in both speed and freedom from external constraints. Additionally, this endeavor would enrich his combat techniques and potentially expedite his breakthrough. He had heard from his mentor that warriors often find themselves on the brink of life and death, and it is the pressure of mortality that compels them to transcend their limits. Chapter 13. The Mangdang Mountain Range. The Mangdang Mountain Range sprawls like a colossal dragon, coiled and slumbering upon the continent, exuding an air of grandeur and majesty. A young man, bearing a long spear and riding a swift steed, gallops along the official road, trailing dust like a rolling dragon. This individual is none other than Qin Feng. Upon reaching the mountain's entrance, Qin Feng pulled the reins, and the horse let out a sharp neigh, its front legs lifted. Is this truly the Mangdang Mountain Range? It is indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng gazed in awe at the imposing sight before him. He then dismounted, patted the horse's head, and said with a smile, "O steed, you were rented for 5 taels of silver, which constitutes my entire savings. If you have a heart, wait for me here. In the future, I shall regard you as a friend." With that, he released the horse and ventured up the mountain alone. Within the mountain range, numerous peaks and dense trees abound. Once inside, Qin Feng dared not let his guard down for a moment, for even the slightest misstep could lead to peril. Half an hour later, he encountered his first independent challenge, a mountain bear, a formidable beast. Beasts are categorized into 4 major ranks: heaven, earth, xian, and huang, each further divided into 10 levels. However, according to what Qin Feng had learned from his mentor, there exist even more powerful beasts beyond these 4 ranks, though their nature remains unknown. The mountain bear before him was an adult, a 3rd-tier huang beast, its strength akin to that of an 8th-layer body refinement realm warrior, posing no threat to Qin Feng, who was of the profound spirit realm. Roar. The mountain bear, filled with a fierce rage, let out a thunderous roar and began to pound its chest with its forelegs, exuding an aura of intimidation. "Stop trying to frighten me," Qin Feng exclaimed, as he swiftly unsheathed the spear strapped to his back. Grasping the weapon firmly, he twirled it gracefully before charging at the mountain bear. With a low intellect and Qin Feng deliberately concealing his presence, the bear mistakenly perceived him as an easy target and launched its attack. With a mighty roar, it leaped towards Qin Feng, a whirlwind of force enveloping it as its shadow loomed over him. However, undeterred by the impending assault, Qin Feng maintained a stoic expression, thrusting his spear forward with precision. The sharp tip of the spear spun violently, piercing directly through the bear's thick, barrel-like neck, silencing its ferocity in an instant. Throughout the encounter, Qin Feng did not employ even a trace of his inner energy. He relied solely on his own strength. With a commanding shout, he exerted force through his arms, sending the mountain bear, a creature weighing over 20 pounds, hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater upon impact. It was a pity, he mused, for it was merely a yellow-grade 3 demonic beast. Qin Feng felt a tinge of regret as he sought to encounter a beast of similar rank for self-cultivation, knowing that vanquishing such foes would yield valuable beast cores. These cores were the essence of a beast's power, akin to the energy reservoir of a martial artist. Securing a beast core would not only provide substantial monetary gain upon sale, but also allow for the extraction of energy for personal cultivation. Nevertheless, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on this matter. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. For now, he needed to promptly attend to the mountain bear. Although the value of the mountain bear is not high, even the smallest sparrow possesses all its vital organs. Currently, in a state of dire poverty, he lacks the privilege to be choosy. Approaching the corpse, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a black mist emerging from within, rushing directly toward him. Chapter 14. The essence of soul energy. Qin Feng's heart was filled with astonishment. He was utterly convinced that this sensation was genuine and intimately linked to the black mist. However, the subsequent spectacle left him even more bewildered. Before his eyes, the soul pearl transformed into a brilliant shade of blue. How could such a phenomenon occur? He found it utterly incomprehensible. To his knowledge, the grade of the soul pearl was determined from the moment of birth and could not be upgraded or altered. A faint piece of information surfaced in his mind. Essence of soul energy. Qin Feng was taken aback. Could that black mist be the essence of soul energy? He hastily perused the subsequent text, quickly realizing that the essence of soul energy was, in fact, utilized to strengthen the soul and enhance both mental and spiritual powers. It is well known that humans possess both a physical body and a soul. For martial artists, as their cultivation continuously improves, their souls also grow stronger. Upon reaching a certain threshold, they can consolidate their mental energy, and with further enhancement, they can even generate spiritual power. Both spiritual and soul power are forms of energy, existing in an intangible state. For martial artists of limited strength, these powers can only be felt but not seen, whereas those of greater prowess can both sense and visualize them. Generally speaking, the strength of the soul is intricately linked to one's enlightenment. The stronger the soul, the higher the level of enlightenment. This enlightenment, in turn, influences the ability to transcend realms and the pace of martial cultivation, determining both success and failure. Qin Feng, at present, possesses the ability to extract primordial soul energy from the deceased, thereby fortifying his own soul's essence. It is evident how immensely beneficial this is for his training. I have come to understand that primordial soul energy not only enhances my spiritual essence, but also fortifies the life soul pearl. This implies that as long as I continuously draw primordial soul energy from the bodies of the dead, I can perpetually amplify my strength. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. The life soul pearl signifies an individual's level of achievement, and the fact that Qin Feng's pearl can be infinitely strengthened indicates that his innate talent is of a growth-oriented nature, brimming with potential. Never in his wildest dreams did Qin Feng anticipate encountering such fortuitous circumstances. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of ambition and confidence, believing that he would eventually become a sovereign of this realm, reigning supreme. However, he was acutely aware that the enhancement of the life soul pearl was a matter of great notoriety across the continent. Should others become aware, it could attract insurmountable troubles. Furthermore, the prerequisite for gaining strength was to remain alive. Thus, it was imperative to navigate his affairs with utmost caution. Lacking strength, one must not boast. Meng Qingyu, even without the support of elixirs, your defeat is inevitable. Qin Feng scoffed. The transformation of the life soul pearl further solidified his conviction that within a fortnight, his power would surge, enabling him to vanquish Meng Qingyu thereafter. Suppressing the excitement within, Qin Feng hastily dealt with the corpse of the mountain bear. Extracting the more valuable pelt, paws, and eyes, which he carefully stored in a cloth bag. The bear's flesh was too substantial, so he cut it into strips and placed them in another bag before continuing on his journey. Chapter 15. Fire Python. After vanquishing the mountain bear, Qin Feng pressed deeper into the mountains, soon encountering several beasts of the 9th level of body refinement, all of which he dispatched with ease. Before he knew it, dusk had fallen. He sought a location near water and excavated a cave using his mystical energy, settling in for the night. Qin Feng meticulously cleaned the blood and flesh of the beasts and began to roast them over a fire. After more than half an hour, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and he could scarcely contain his anticipation as he indulged in the feast. Surprisingly, he noticed that his appetite had dramatically increased. He devoured a quantity of food that was nearly 3 times his usual intake, yet still felt unsatisfied. Goodness, when did I become such a glutton? Qin Feng mused, smacking his lips. Nevertheless, he did not restrain himself, continuing to roast and consume the meat. When he finally reached a state of fullness, he realized that the supply of beast flesh he had brought along was nearly depleted. Upon a rough calculation, he discovered he had consumed almost 50 pounds of food. The thought astonished him. He speculated that his transformation was likely linked to the soul pearl or perhaps the primordial soul energy. It appeared that he would need more sustenance. Qin Feng chuckled wryly, recognizing that even the act of eating had become a challenge. Fortunately, the flesh of the beast was not particularly valuable, sparing him the anguish of regret. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, deep in contemplation. The soul gem seemed to have absorbed a certain quantity of primordial soul energy extracted from equally ranked demon beasts, yet its efficacy was diminishing. Today, he had slain 3 level 4 yellow-tier demon beasts. Although the primordial soul energy from these creatures was identical, the soul gem exhibited a slight change upon absorbing the first beast's essence, displaying a hint of azure at approximately 1/20th of its capacity. However, by the time he absorbed the second and third beasts, there was scarcely any noticeable alteration. This led Qin Feng to realize that the effectiveness of the primordial soul energy absorbed from demon beasts of a certain rank was waning, necessitating the essence of more advanced creatures. In simpler terms, the soul gem prioritized the quality of its essence's origin. Tomorrow, he would specifically hunt those level 5 yellow-tier demon beasts. A flicker of determination shone in Qin Feng's eyes. He then cast aside all distractions and began cultivating the undying profound technique. Before long, the dawn arrived. After a night of rigorous training, he found himself increasingly close to the 3rd transformation of his infernal profound energy. In truth, he understood that his accelerated cultivation speed was due to the strengthening of his soul gem, which filled him with excitement at the prospect of slaying even more formidable demon beasts to elevate the gem's rank. Exiting the cave, Qin Feng pressed onward and soon encountered a level 5 yellow-tier fire python, equivalent to a warrior in the profound spirit realm. The fire python measured 6 meters in length. Thick as a barrel, its entire body of vivid crimson that blazed like flames. Its forked tongue flicked unpredictably, and its eyes burned with an entrancing fire. At last, I have stumbled upon a worthy adversary deserving of my utmost seriousness. However, in the face of such a fearsome beast, Qin Feng felt no trepidation. Instead, his eyes blazed with a fiery resolve. Grasping his spear, he unleashed a torrent of fierce energy that rippled through the air, exuding an imposing aura. With a powerful stomp of his foot, he launched himself into the air, slicing through the void with his spear, which unleashed a crimson arc of energy, brimming with vitality, hurtling towards the fiery python below. Chapter 16. Slaying the Fire Python. Whoosh. The scarlet energy surged towards the fire python, which retaliated with a wild strike of its long tail, akin to a whip, accompanied by a gust of wind and a resounding crack. Thud. The serpent's tail shattered the energy arc into fragments. Seemingly pleased with its success, a glimmer of cunning flickered in the python's eyes. Qin Feng landed on the ground, exhilarated, exclaiming, "Indeed, a 5th-level yellow-tier beast is unlike any other. Haha, today, I shall relish this battle." As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Feng charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, his spirit unyielding as he rushed towards the fire python. Seeing this diminutive human daring to strike first, a chilling murderous intent surged within the python's gaze. It raised its head high, then suddenly lunged downward like a massive boulder, aiming to collide with Qin Feng. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly evaded the impending blow. Thud! As the serpent's head struck the ground, a resounding shockwave reverberated, creating a pit approximately 5 to 6 centimeters deep. A fierce glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and like a surging tide, The profound energy flowed through his meridians and infused into the spear. Instantly, a fiery aura enveloped the weapon, radiating an overwhelming wave of power. With a commanding shout, Qin Feng wielded the spear like a club, unleashing its torrent of strength as it violently struck the left side of the serpent's head. A mournful cry erupted from the fire python, for that blow carried a force of 200 pounds, enough to shatter steel. Such might was beyond its endurance. The serpent's head, upon impact with the ground, caused a tremor, and the spot where Qin Feng's spear had struck was indented, resembling the size of a basin. It appeared as though its head had been flattened, an almost comical sight. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as the profound energy surged once more into the spear, igniting it in flames that danced like ripples on water. In the next instant, he hurled the spear forward. Whoosh! The spear surged with a ferocious force akin to a tempest, darting forth with incredible speed. The fire python sensed the impending danger. After emitting a low growl, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a stream of fiery liquid that resembled molten lava, its temperature immensely high. With a piercing sound, the power within the spear proved formidable, piercing through the fiery liquid as if it were nothing, and then traversing straight through the creature's mouth. The spear penetrated the back of the fire python's head and ultimately drove forcefully into the trunk of a large tree, causing the entire tree to shudder and its leaves to scatter. After letting out a mournful cry, the fire python collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide open. Seemingly unable to comprehend the extent of Qin Feng's formidable strength, ultimately succumbing to his prowess. With the fire python vanquished, Qin Feng smiled, only to witness dark energy emanating from the creature's body, ultimately merging with his own. Boom! The life soul pearl absorbed the primordial soul energy, causing the azure portion of the pearl to visibly expand, nearing 1/10 of its total. Concurrently, Qin Feng felt a significant enhancement in his comprehension, and the fatigue that had settled upon him after battling the fire python dissipated entirely. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart brimmed with delight. He then fixed his intense gaze upon the head of the fire python. According to Qin Feng's knowledge, once a beast reached the 5th level of the yellow stage, a beast core would manifest within it, and for a serpentine creature like the fire python, this core should be located in its head. Chapter 17. The second layer of the Xianling realm. After a long day, Qin Feng sought refuge in a cave, utterly exhausted and bearing several wounds. Yet, upon glimpsing the bulging package beside him, a smile crept across his fatigued visage. Within that package lay the spoils of his day, valuable components harvested from 3 5th-level yellow stage beasts. Indeed, the routine sparring among peers could not compare to the life-and-death battles he had just faced. A realization dawned upon Qin Feng. Sparring among peers, while informative, lacked the urgency of true combat, akin to flowers in a greenhouse that, shielded from the harshness of the elements, fail to develop the resilience required for growth and strength. However, the reality of life and death is strikingly different, for here, one's survival hinges entirely on individual prowess. If one wishes to evade death, it is imperative to enhance one's strength. Under the immense pressure of life and death, not only mental fortitude but also combat skills and cultivation experience undergo substantial augmentation. Within just a couple of days, Qin Feng sensed a transformative change within himself. Soon, a fierce hunger surged within his abdomen, compelling him to drag his weary body in search of sustenance. This time, he gathered an ample supply, intended to serve as provisions. After spending half an hour, he managed to procure over 100 pounds of food, devouring it ravenously. Once satiated, the debilitating weakness that had plagued him noticeably diminished. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, clutching 3 beast cores of varying colors in his right hand, which belonged to 3 5th-level yellow-grade demonic beasts. Surely, this time he would be able to break through to the second tier. Qin Feng smiled faintly, then began to channel his immortal, undying art, drawing energy from the beast cores. The power within these cores was typically exceedingly violent. Thus, most individuals would first refine and purify the energy before transforming it into profound energy to infuse into their qi. As the profound energy accumulated, Qin Feng's aura grew increasingly robust, causing the qi to boil, his meridians to expand, and his capacity to augment. His bones felt as though they had been honed to an extraordinary toughness, and his vitality surged with vigor. At last, at a certain moment, a resounding crack echoed within Qin Feng, akin to the shattering of an egg, while simultaneously, a formidable energy erupted from within him, causing the cave to tremble and resonate with a thunderous roar. He had reached the second tier of the profound spirit realm. With a sigh, Qin Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, subsequently opening his eyes. In an instant, a sharp glimmer flickered within his gaze, profoundly striking the heart. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. A smile graced Qin Feng's face as he felt the surging power within him. His eyes burned with fervor as he grasped his spear and leaped outside the cave. Engaging in practice, the shadows of the spear danced vigorously, each thrust resembling a keen blade, infused with an intense aura. Whoosh! Qin Feng bellowed, stepping forward as he thrust the spear violently ahead. Instantly, the air erupted, and a torrent of fierce energy surged from the spear's tip, crashing into the nearby pool with a resounding bang. The explosion sent waves soaring several meters high, and the deafening sound startled the surrounding beasts, provoking a cacophony of roars. Indeed, the disparity between the first and second heavens was immense. No wonder the Academy mandated the second heaven as a prerequisite for entering the Earth Institute. Qin Feng marveled at this realization. Upon truly stepping into the realm of the second heaven, he comprehended the vast chasm that existed between the two realms. In his estimation, 3 practitioners of the first heaven would scarcely rival a single practitioner of the second. With 10 days remaining, Meng Qingyu, just wait for me. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. He had now attained the second heaven of the Xianling realm and was capable of continuous, rapid advancement. Thus, Qin Feng brimmed with confidence in his ability to defeat Meng Qingyu. Chapter 18. The mischief caused by the celestial fox ferret. As dawn broke, Qin Feng felt no fatigue. After tidying up briefly, he began to wander through the mountains. Encountering valuable and manageable demon beasts, he engaged them. By midday, he had slain 10 demon beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks, resulting in a gratifying bounty. At this moment, burdened with a large sack of demon beast materials, he arrived breathlessly beneath a towering tree to take a respite. Hardly had he settled when he noticed a celestial fox ferret appearing before him. Its fiery red fur and fluffy demeanor rendered it exceedingly adorable. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. If he were to present this creature to Yuner, it would surely bring her immense joy. The celestial fox ferret was merely a 5th-rank yellow-class demon beast, making it a trivial task for Qin Feng to capture it given his prowess. He tossed his sack onto the tree's branches and, with eager anticipation, stealthily approached. To his surprise, the ferret's vigilance was remarkably acute. It detected his presence when he was merely 3 meters away and promptly bolted. Not a chance to escape, Qin Feng exclaimed, slightly taken aback, before launching into a vigorous pursuit. After approximately 5 minutes of relentless chasing, he successfully captured the little creature. You think fleeing would be so easy? He chuckled, holding it aloft and gently tapping its head. A celestial fox ferret? At that moment, an astonished voice echoed nearby. Qin Feng paused, quickly turning to see 7 or 8 individuals emerging into view. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were affluent young masters accompanied by a few servants and bodyguards, out for an excursion. The leader appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, adorned in exquisite garments, with strikingly handsome features accentuated by his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. In his embrace rested a captivatingly beautiful and alluring woman. Following closely behind were numerous servants and henchmen. The boy's cultivation level was at the 5th layer of the profound spirit realm, which caused Qin Feng's expression to grow considerably grave. The fact that this elegantly dressed youth possessed such formidable prowess was alarming. The attendants trailing behind him were also of notable strength, including 2 at the 2nd layer, 3 at the 3rd layer, and 1 at the 4th layer of the profound spirit realm, while the rest were at the 1st layer. With such a formidable entourage, it was evident that this individual held a distinguished status. Thus, it would be wise to make a hasty exit. The strength of these individuals was substantial, and their evident backing was formidable. Should they harbor ill intentions, Qin Feng's situation could become perilous. With this thought in mind, he resolved to depart. Young Master Wu, I find that celestial fox mink quite appealing. Do procure it for me, the enchanting woman cooed softly. Wu Qi, with a playful grin, squeezed her shapely form and replied, No problem at all. If it's a treasure you desire, I would fetch the moon from the heavens for you, let alone a mere creature. He then turned his gaze towards the 2 second-layer profound spirit realm warriors behind him and coldly commanded, Eliminate him and bring me that celestial fox mink. Understood, they responded, quickening their pace to pursue. Although their voices were low, Qin Feng heard every word, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Yet, he recognized the futility of provoking such individuals, prompting him to hasten his steps to evade them. The two servants, noticing his intent to flee, also quickened their pace. Calling out, "You there, halt! Run!" Qin Feng hastily took flight, and the two individuals behind him swiftly pursued. Humph! Wu Qi let out a cold chuckle, pushed the woman aside, and then drew his bow, the string taut as a crescent moon. Once he had gathered enough power, he released his fingers, and the arrow shot forth with a whoosh. As Qin Feng was dashing forward, an intense sense of peril suddenly enveloped him, causing his expression to turn pale with horror. Chapter 19, Counterattack. In an instant, the arrow was but a hair's breadth away from Qin Feng. At this critical moment, he deftly sidestepped. The arrow grazed his arm, its sharpness slicing through flesh, blood staining his sleeve crimson. Cursed! The fiery pain in his arm ignited a fierce determination within him, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. These individuals were utterly unreasonable. Having resorted to plunder was one thing, but to deliberately seek his life was beyond comprehension. Though anger coursed through him, Qin Feng knew he could not linger. If he did, he would surely perish here. He gritted his teeth and pressed onward with all his might. What? Did it miss? Wu Qi was taken aback. He had assumed that the arrow would undoubtedly find its mark, leaving Qin Feng either dead or gravely wounded. Very well, let us depart. Wu Qi spoke indifferently. Young master, shall we not wait for Chun Liang and Zhao Hu? Inquired a man in his 30s. Both of them are at the second level of the heavenly realm. If they cannot handle that boy, then they might as well take their families and leave. We, the Blood Wolf Gang, cannot afford to support such useless individuals. Wu Qi scoffed. Indeed. Fear not, my dear. Today, the Celestial Marten will surely be yours. Wu Qi laughed heartily, embracing the woman as they departed from the scene. Did no one else pursue? As Qin Feng ran, he remained vigilant, observing the situation behind him. Upon noticing that only Qin Liang and Zhao Hu were following, he felt an immediate sense of relief. He feared the combined forces of Wu Qi and others, as their collective strength was beyond his capabilities to contend with. Should he be ensnared by them, escape would be nearly impossible. However, facing merely these two, Qin Feng felt no trepidation. In fact, he harbored thoughts of retaliating against them. It was time to collect some interest from them today. To be cautious, he did not halt his pace but continued onward, albeit at a reduced speed. Once he confirmed that only Zhao Hu and Qin Liang were behind him, he came to a stop. Standing with his firearm in hand, Qin Feng regarded the approaching duo. Soon, they halted before him. Qin Liang sneered, "Why have you stopped running?" "Kid," Zhao Hu remarked with amusement, "have you resigned yourself to your fate, preparing to accept death?" Death. A fierce glint ignited in Qin Feng's eyes as he retorted coldly, "Today, it is you who shall perish." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, his long spear darting forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an imposing ferocity aimed directly at Zhao Hu. "You seek death," Zhao Hu exclaimed, producing a large blade and striking down with ferocity. The clash of metal echoed sharply, and Zhao Hu's expression shifted abruptly as the force emanating from the spear jarred his palms painfully. At that moment, Qin Liang lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly at Qin Feng's chest. Upon witnessing this, the long spear was swiftly drawn back, and, like a flash of lightning, it swept across, the shaft blocking the sword strike. Distracted, Qin Feng unleashed a powerful palm strike, his internal energy surging forth like a blazing inferno, releasing an astonishing force that was nothing short of formidable. Qin Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his sword to parry. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng's palm struck the sword's blade with tremendous force, causing a fierce shockwave that sent Qin Liang flying through the air. Chapter 20. The changing heart of man crashing to the ground. Qin Liang felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, leaving him profoundly shaken. In that moment, he finally realized that the youth before him was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Clang! At that instant, the long spear collided once again with the broadsword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that cracked the earth and sent dust and debris flying. Realizing that continued combat would lead to certain doom, both men reached a tacit agreement and quickly rose to flee. "Umph, you think you can escape?" Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he pursued them relentlessly. Zhao Hu, severely injured, found himself unable to match Qin Liang's speed. As Qin Feng closed the distance, Zhao Hu, gripped by sheer terror, cried out, "Qin Liang, save me." "Very well, I shall save you," Qin Liang retorted with a cold smirk. He then unleashed a palm strike, the fierce energy impacting Zhao Hu's chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward rapidly. "Qin Liang, you fiend!" Zhao Hu exclaimed, enraged. He had not anticipated that in a moment of crisis, Chen Liang would resort to sacrificing him for his own survival. "Better you die alone than both of us perish," Chen Liang sneered, quickening his pace to distance himself from the chaos. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng was taken aback. Zhao Hu descended like a projectile, and as Qin Feng thrust his spear, it pierced through the opponent's back, emerging from his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Qin Feng understood that his animosity was directed not at him, but rather at the one who had wronged him. How detestable, he had escaped. Although he had slain Zhao Hu, his speed had significantly diminished, allowing Chen Liang to make his escape. Compared to Zhao Hu, Qin Feng harbored a deeper loathing for Chen Liang, for ever since the treachery of Zhao Feng had been revealed. He had nurtured an intense hatred for those who struck from the shadows. Realizing he could not pursue further, Qin Feng relinquished the chase and instead stripped the opponent of his belt. This was no ordinary belt, it was a storage belt. Previously, Qin Feng had clearly observed that both men had drawn their weapons from their waists, leading him to deduce that their belts were indeed storage belts. A storage belt is essentially a belt with a certain volume of space within it, capable of holding various items. Qin Feng had long desired one, yet their exorbitant prices, even for the most basic model, exceeded 500 taels, far beyond his means. Now, fortune smiled upon him, for he had been gifted one. To preempt any further intrusion by skilled adversaries, Qin Feng swiftly dealt with Zhao Hu's corpse and departed the scene. Chapter 21. A bounty of gains. As Qin Feng rummaged through Zhao Hu's storage belt, he discovered several valuable items, including 2 fire elixirs, a stash of 20,000 taels in silver notes, and a martial arts manual. Fire palm? Qin Feng held a small, earthy yellow booklet in his hands, which was, in fact, a manual of an 8th-grade martial art, even more formidable than his own split-mind palm. Today had proven to be quite fruitful, and Qin Feng was filled with elation. The individual who had brought so many companions to this place surely did not come for leisure or training. There must be ulterior motives at play. If it were merely for recreation or practice, bringing 2 or 3 skilled fighters would suffice. There was no necessity for such a large entourage. Clearly, they harbored another objective. Moreover, Qin Feng speculated that they might have discovered some treasure guarded by powerful beasts. Their intention, it seemed, was to unite their forces to vanquish these creatures, thereby eliminating the threat and claiming the treasure for themselves. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unprincipled. Regardless of what you seek, I shall not allow you to achieve your desires, he thought, his eyes brimming with a fierce intent. Wu Qi had audaciously demanded his celestial fox Martin and even his life. This grievance was etched in his memory. If his assumptions were correct, and they had indeed uncovered some treasure, Qin Feng would not stand idly by. He would certainly intervene. Of course, he recognized that his adversaries possessed formidable strength, necessitating the use of cunning rather than brute force. But for the moment, he resolved to focus on enhancing his own power. Any plan is predicated on possessing substantial strength. Aware that his current abilities were insufficient to confront those individuals, he understood that the immediate priority was to bolster his own prowess. Fortunately, he possessed a flame pill and other cultivation materials, all of which could significantly augment his strength. He settled into a meditative posture, arranged various spiritual materials before him, and ingested the flame pill. The medicinal effects of the flame essence are indeed as fierce as its name suggests. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a tremendous heat coursing through his body, igniting a fiery ache in his meridians. Soon, he was drenched in sweat, his skin flushed crimson. Yet, Qin Feng remained silent, fully aware that this was a necessary ordeal. He gritted his teeth and channeled the energy into his Dantian's Qi Si. Simultaneously, the surrounding cultivation materials released strands of energy akin to fine hairs, which mingled with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth before entering his body. A buzzing sound echoed as Qin Feng's Qi Si surged tumultuously, unleashing waves of pure power. With his profound energy gradually growing more robust, it began to transition into the 3rd transformation of the flame prison profound Qi, and during this metamorphosis, the heat emanating from the profound energy intensified. 1 hour, 2 hours as time passed, the aura surrounding Qin Feng grew increasingly potent. However, after another half hour, this aura ceased to amplify, seemingly reaching its zenith. Breakthrough. Qin Feng silently urged himself. With a thunderous roar, the profound energy within him surged violently, releasing energy fluctuations exponentially stronger than before. Finally, he had broken through. Qin Feng's heart swelled with exhilaration. He had successfully advanced his flame prison profound qi to the third transformation. He raised his palm, witnessing the profound energy coalesce into a fist-sized sphere of energy. A vibrant crimson, radiating formidable energy fluctuations and astonishing heat. Such overwhelming power. Qin Feng marveled inwardly. The strength of the third transformation of the flame prison profound qi exceeded his expectations. He could not resist the temptation to test its formidable power. Under the control of his intent, the energy sphere enveloped his palm, resembling a blazing inferno. He then slowly directed it towards a stone, and to his astonishment, the stone was penetrated effortlessly, akin to tofu, with its volume reduced by half. Indeed, Qin Feng retracted his hand and exclaimed joyfully, "Once the fire prison profound energy reaches the third stage, its burning effect is significantly enhanced." The attainment of the third stage of the fire prison profound energy signified the incorporation of a potent flame incineration effect, capable of inflicting additional damage. Qin Feng speculated that he could potentially slay a triple heavens warrior. Next, he devoted himself to mastering the fire palm. Although his cultivation had advanced, his martial arts remained rather simplistic and rudimentary. He possessed only one viable technique, the distracting palm, which had become inadequate for his current level. Thus, he required a more advanced martial art, the fire palm. Despite being merely an 8th grade spiritual technique, 2 minor levels above the distracting palm would unleash a force in his hands that transcended the usual disparity of levels. As a fire attribute technique, combined with his potent fire prison profound energy, its effectiveness would far surpass that of warriors of the same tier. He opened the tome of the fire palm. Perhaps due to the essence of his primordial soul energy, his comprehension had significantly heightened. Previously, it would have taken him at least a month to grasp this martial art, but now he comprehended its essence in just a quarter of an hour, effortlessly committing the 200 characters and illustrations to memory. Such efficiency was indeed astonishing. The fiery palm consists of 3 formidable techniques. First, the roiling waves palm. With its force akin to surging tides, strikes thrice in succession, each layer concealing a subtle, yet potent energy that manifests unexpectedly, delivering devastating blows to adversaries. Second, the picking chestnuts from the fire technique focuses on exploiting the enemy's vulnerabilities, executing a swift strike with a speed so rapid it leaves no time for defense, inflicting severe damage. Third, the wrathful inferno unleashes the most terrifying palm energy, obliterating the opponent with sheer ferocity. Each of these techniques embodies raw power. The more intense the momentum, the more tyrannical the force becomes, particularly with the final strike. Anger amplifies its potency. In the heart of the forest, Qin Feng diligently practiced these martial arts techniques, his palm winds swirling like a ferocious tiger descending the mountains, sweeping through the surroundings. Roiling waves, picking chestnuts from the fire. Wrathful inferno. The series of strikes erupted with a cacophony of sound, unleashing a violent energy that reverberated in all directions, creating a crater over a meter deep in the ground, from which acrid smoke billowed. A massive stone, weighing 1,000 pounds and measuring approximately 10 meters in thickness, was pierced through, its surface marred by cracks. The river surged tumultuously. The final technique, Wrathful Inferno, when unleashed upon the water, generated towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters, the water steaming like a hot spring, bubbling and churning. The might of the fiery palm was indeed unparalleled compared to the distraction palm. Observing his achievements, Qin Feng felt a tinge of surprise, clearly underestimating the true power of the fiery palm himself. Suppressing his excitement, he glanced up at the azure sky, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "The madness stalks the cicada, unaware of the lurking serpent behind." Chapter 22. The azure immortal fruit. Qin Feng traversed the mountain range, seeking the whereabouts of Wu Qi and his companions. He was not particularly concerned that they had acquired the treasure, for it was evident to him that the gathering of such formidable experts indicated a substantial obstacle to be overcome. Qin Feng surmised that should Wu Qi and the others secure the treasure, they would undoubtedly be gravely weakened, presenting him with an opportune moment for revenge. Conversely, if they had not obtained the treasure, it would be even more advantageous for him, allowing him to sow discord between the opposing factions, thereby reaping the benefits for himself, and perhaps even eliminating both sides entirely. In either scenario, Qin Feng stood to gain, and thus he felt no urgency. At that moment, he found himself amidst a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees and flourishing undergrowth. He remained unconvinced that Wu Qi and his group had departed the mountains. Suddenly, voices drifted from the western direction. Straining to listen, a playful smile crept across his face as he recognized one of the voices belonged to Qin Liang, the very individual who had escaped from him the previous day. Fortune smiled upon him, thrilled at the prospect. Qin Feng knew that capturing Qin Liang would inevitably lead him to the whereabouts of Wu Qi and the others. He concealed himself, refraining from any rash actions. "Damn it! I can't believe I have to go fetch water," Qin Liang exclaimed in frustration. "Brother Liang, there's no need to be angry. After all, he is the young master. We are merely working for him, so we must endure both his commands and his rebukes," a companion consoled. Sighing, Qin Liang replied, "I can only blame my misfortune for encountering such a freak. How is it possible that a warrior of the same rank possesses such overwhelming power? Zhao Hu and I can barely contend with a three heavens warrior together, yet we were effortlessly defeated. Is he really that formidable? Of course. Do you think I could be lying?" Qin Liang's words abruptly halted as he gazed in horror towards the dense woods on his right. "Who is it?" The sudden voice made Hong Tao tense with apprehension. "Run!" Qin Liang shouted, abandoning all caution as he recognized the voice's owner, his heart pounding with dread. Hong Tao hesitated for a moment before joining the flight, but before they could escape, a figure leapt down from the trees, blocking their path. "Why are you running? Our reunion should be more cordial," Qin Feng said with a smile. However, his grin only deepened Qin Liang's sense of panic. With his sword drawn, Qin Liang charged toward the incoming attack, but Qin Feng countered with a single palm strike, sending Qin Liang's sword flying with terrifying force. Upon closer inspection, the blade bore signs of melting. "How could this be?" Qin Liang exclaimed in disbelief, utterly shocked that merely a night had passed, and Qin Feng's strength had escalated to such a terrifying level. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Beside him, Hong Tao was utterly horrified, hastily kneeling in supplication, exclaiming, "Esteemed elder, I bear no grievance against you. Please spare my life, I implore you." He could not afford the gamble. Thus, to safeguard himself, he had to perish. A surge of primordial black energy erupted from his being, coursing into Qin Feng, enveloping 80% of the azure orb, augmenting it with a hint more of green. His power was woefully insufficient. Hong Tao was merely at the pinnacle of the first level of the, possessing a meager amount of primordial energy. "What is it that you desire? Wealth, elixirs, or something else? As long as you spare my life, I can provide anything." The prospect of Hong Tao's demise only heightened his terror, leaving him trembling as he pleaded for mercy. "I may spare your life, but I have a condition. You must divulge who you are and the purpose of your presence in these mountains. Where are your companions?" Qin Feng stood with his weapon drawn, while Hong Tao's lifeless form lay on the ground, eyes wide open in death. "This." Qin Liang's expression shifted. Nevertheless, Qin Feng thrust his spear, piercing Qin's left shoulder, eliciting a scream of excruciating pain. "I will speak, I will speak," Qin cried, drenched in sweat. Qin Feng extracted the spear, calmly stating, "If you dare to utter any falsehoods, I assure you that you will suffer unbearably, yearning for death." "Yes, yes." Qin Liang nodded, saying, "They are not far ahead. We belong to the Blood Wolf gang. The young man at the forefront is named Wu Qi, the vice leader of our gang. Our purpose in entering the mountains is to slay the Thunder Bull and acquire the Qingxian fruit." Indeed. A tremor coursed through Qin Feng's heart. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. However, he had not expected the adversaries to be members of the Blood Wolf gang, nor could he have foreseen the emergence of the Qingxian fruit. Spiritual materials are categorized into 10 ranks, each with 10 grades. The Qingxian fruit is classified as a second rank, 9th grade spiritual material, which holds immense value even for experts at the Purple Mansion realm, worth no less than 100,000 taels of silver. Who would not feel envious upon gazing at such a treasure? A flicker of fervor ignited in Qin Feng's eyes if he were to acquire the Qingxian fruit. He held unwavering confidence in his ability to break through to the 4th celestial layer. At that juncture, defeating or even slaying Meng Qingyu would become exceedingly simple. The Qingxian fruit should still be unripe, correct? Indeed, the Qingxian fruit is set to ripen by noon tomorrow. However, the young master has decided to seize it while the Thunder Bull ventures out to forage for food tomorrow. Qin Liang spoke candidly. "My lord, I have divulged all that you need to know. I implore you to spare me. The previous pursuit was ordered by the young master, and I had no choice but to comply." Chapter 23. Disturbance. After dispatching Qin Liang and Hong Tao, Qin Feng swiftly disposed of their remains and proceeded onward. Before long, he spotted Wu Qi and the others, who were perched on a hillside, gazing downwards at a cave that measured over 2 meters in diameter. With a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng deduced that the cave was undoubtedly the dwelling of the Thunderbolt. His knowledge of the Thunderbolt was not extensive, but he understood it to be a formidable beast. A juvenile Thunderbolt would be no less than a 7th-tier yellow grade, and upon maturity, it ascends to a 1st-tier profound grade beast. The 1st-tier demon beast of the Xian level is comparable to a human warrior at the 6th level of the Xianling realm, possessing immense strength and the formidable power of thunder. Its combat prowess surpasses that of the 6th level, rendering it an exceedingly challenging adversary. According to Qin Feng's conjecture, the Thunderbolt residing in the cave must be an adult demon beast. Otherwise, with Wu Qi's capabilities, he could easily slay it. It seems that fate is indeed favoring me, Qin Feng thought joyously. The greater the strength of the Thunderbolt, the more significant the threat it posed to Wu Qi and his companions, which would likely lead to a mutual destruction during their confrontation. Or at least one would be gravely injured. At that juncture, he could emerge to tidy up the aftermath, eliminate all foes, and seize their treasures along with the Xuantian fruit. As twilight descended, Wu Qi and his companions set up camp, kindled a fire, and prepared food for grilling. Observing this, Qin Feng found a suitable spot to rest. Determined to successfully execute his plan of snatching food from the tiger's mouth the following day by breaking through to the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. Fortunately, he had acquired a considerable amount of cultivation materials from Qin Liang and others, coupled with the fact that his internal Xuanqi was on the verge of saturation. Thus, by utilizing these materials, he was certain to achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. He sat cross-legged, consumed a fire elixir, and began to cultivate the undying Xian technique to refine the cultivation materials. As the Xuanqi within him surged, his sea of energy began to tremble violently under the strain. With a thunderous crack, akin to an egg shattering, a powerful aura erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion, rapidly increasing and undergoing a qualitative transformation. He had reached the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. By the time he completed his cultivation, dawn had already broken. Qin Feng promptly and stealthily surveyed the surrounding area within a 50-mile radius, preparing his strategy. Approximately an hour later, he heard thunderous footsteps echoing from the cave, indicating that the Thunderbolt was about to emerge in search of sustenance. With a resounding thud, the Thunderbolt stepped out of the cave. It was an imposing creature, measuring 5 meters in length and towering 2 meters high, resembling a bull with its entire body covered in silvery fur, its eyes a menacing crimson. Its tail, resembling a serpent, extended 2 meters long, dragging along the ground like a massive iron chain, producing a rustling sound. The fully grown Thunderbolt exuded an aura of terror that sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine, leaving him acutely aware that engaging in combat with such a beast would result in his instant annihilation. Yet, amidst his trepidation, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Such a formidable Thunderbolt would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for Wu Qi and his companions. The Thunderbolt ambled leisurely, but at that moment, a large piece of meat suddenly soared through the air. The tantalizing aroma of the meat instantly captivated the Thunderbolt, which seized it and devoured it eagerly. Soon followed by another piece. "Go ahead, indulge yourself. Fill your belly so you can assist me," Qin Feng chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased. Simultaneously, he produced more meat from his storage belt and tossed it outward. Initially, he had merely intended to test his luck, but to his astonishment, it succeeded. The Thunderbolt, entranced by the meat, showed no inclination to depart. Who was this foolhardy creature attempting to thwart my endeavors? Witnessing the Thunderbolt's reluctance to leave the cave, Wu Qi was beside himself with rage. For him, if the Thunderbolt does not depart, then their pursuit of the Xuantian fruit necessitates a direct confrontation with the former, which would inevitably result in devastating losses. You two quickly and quietly approach and eliminate that individual. The 2 warriors of the 3rd heaven behind him nodded in agreement. You two divert the Thunderbolt's attention. Wu Qi instructed the 2 warriors of the 4th heaven. The expressions of the 2 darkened. They were acutely aware of the Thunderbolt's formidable prowess, and to lure it away was akin to courting death. However, Wu Qi's countenance turned icy as he kicked both of them off the hillside, sending them tumbling directly before the Thunderbolt. Upon sighting the 2 humans, the Thunderbolt's eyes blazed with fury, akin to raging flames. Its nostrils, as thick as 3 fingers, flared as it exhaled dense mist. With a thunderous roar, the Thunderbolt charged forth with the ferocity of a war chariot. The 2 men, upon witnessing this, were struck with terror and fled in haste. Yet, The speed of the thunderbolt was unparalleled. The slower of the two was swiftly overtaken. Its tail, wielding immense lightning, lashed out like a whip, and in an instant, the unfortunate man was struck, uttering a horrific scream as his body was reduced to a mangled, charred mass, a scene too gruesome to behold. Wuqi had just arrived at the cave entrance when he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from behind, his expression shifting dramatically. Damn it, who was sabotaging my plans? His schemes had repeatedly been thwarted, and now, targeted by the thunderbolt, his fury knew no bounds. Those two useless fools. He redirected his fury towards the two pursuers of Qin Feng, for had they obstructed or eliminated each other, all would have been well. And he could have smoothly acquired the Qingxian fruit. No, I absolutely cannot allow this beast to seize the Qingxian fruit. Its significance to him is immense. Now that it has ripened, should it fall into the hands of the thunderbolt, it would undoubtedly be devoured, rendering all his efforts futile. No, this shall not be permitted. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gathered his profound energy in both palms. Then, thrusting one forward with a resounding bang, he shattered the falling stones at the cave's entrance. A glimmer of joy appeared on his face as he hurriedly rushed inside. However, it wasn't long before another astonishing roar echoed, causing the cave to tremble. Shortly thereafter, Wuqi, who had ventured into the cave, hastily retreated, his face a mask of panic, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Another beast? Hearing the beast roar, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing how fortunate he was not to have seized the opportunity to sneak in, otherwise, he would surely have met a grim fate. Moo. Indeed. A thunderbolt charged out from within, appearing exceedingly agitated, with currents of electricity crackling around it. Yet, its belly was particularly large, clearly indicating that it was pregnant. Two thunderbolts, Wuqi, I wonder if you shall survive this time. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Although the plan had shifted somewhat, the outcome proved even more favorable. Chapter 24, The Man stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits at this very moment, Wuqi found himself ensnared between two thunder cattle. His face was ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. One thunder cattle he could manage, but with the addition of the second, he was utterly overwhelmed. Flee. His life was at stake. At this juncture, he had no choice but to abandon the Qingxian fruit and escape. Yet, as he attempted to withdraw, the thunder cattle couple were resolute in their pursuit, launching themselves at him with ferocity. Witnessing this, Qin Feng was filled with glee. However, amidst his self-satisfaction, he was soon confronted by two of Wuqi's subordinates who had followed closely behind. You rascal, it was you all along. Tao Qian said coldly. Indeed. It is your grandfather, Qin Feng boasted. You are far too slow. It took you this long to discover your grandfather's whereabouts. Seeking death, are we? The two charged forward. But Qin Feng remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he summoned a spear into his hand, his profound energy surging forth, unleashing a formidable and searing aura that elevated the temperature of the surroundings significantly. With a powerful stomp, Qin Feng launched himself into the air, sweeping his spear through the void. In an instant, a torrent of profound energy cascaded down from the heavens, crashing towards the two assailants. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily brandished their weapons to defend themselves. However, Qin Feng's assault was overwhelmingly fierce, forcing them to stagger back several paces. What an astonishing level of profound energy, they thought, astonished, as the weapons in their hands radiated with incredible heat. I have no time to toy with you. Let us resolve this swiftly. Time was of the essence for him. Wuqi was uncertain how long he could endure, and for Qin Feng, the duration of his endurance signified whether he possessed sufficient time to retrieve the Qingxian fruit from the cave. Thus, he had to act swiftly. With his spear retracted, Qin Feng immediately unleashed the flame palm technique in three forms: surging waves, harvesting fire amidst flames, and furious fire consuming the heavens. Bang, bang. Bang. Qin Feng's palm strikes were fierce and domineering. His opponents found themselves utterly incapable of defending against them. Ultimately, the final technique, furious fire consuming the heavens, struck each of them squarely in the chest, rending their garments and instantaneously extinguishing their lives. Although they were of the same level, with the power of the infernal profound qi, Qin Feng could effortlessly vanquish or slay them. With a crash, upon their demise, Qin Feng's soul pearl transformed entirely into a vibrant azure hue. After dispatching them, he collected their storage belts and proceeded to the vicinity of the cave, where the dense underbrush and trees provided concealment from prying eyes. A glance at Wuqi revealed him skillfully evading the onslaught of two thunder cattle, managing to survive despite being at a distinct disadvantage. Such remarkable agility! Qin Feng felt a tinge of envy. Gulp. Which he was sent flying by the public thunder cattle. And at that moment, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage belt. After uncorking it, he promptly swallowed its contents. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from within him, and the fluctuations of strength emanating from his body were astonishingly several times stronger than before, allowing him to engage the two thunder cattle head-on. A potion to enhance his prowess, Qin Feng mused, feeling a slight chill. No wonder he was the heir of the Blood Wolf gang. His resources were indeed substantial. However, this was fortuitous, as it afforded him more time to act. The outcome now rested upon him. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. However, an overwhelming surge of infernal abyssal chi erupted from his feet, igniting them in flames that blazed fiercely. With a sudden leap, he soared into the sky, only to plummet violently to the ground. Boom. The earth fractured, revealing a gaping pit, as he descended 15 meters below the surface, then proceeded westward. Flames roared from his palms as he employed the flame palm technique to carve through the earth, creating a passageway. This was, in fact, Qin Feng's ingenious plan. If he were to enter through the mouth of the cave, remaining undetected by Wu Qi and the two thunder cattle, it would be manageable. However, if discovered, he would be subjected to a dual assault, posing an immense risk. Thus, he resolved to harness the searing effects of the infernal abyssal chi to tunnel underground and access the cave from below. His efforts bore fruit. Boom. The tunnel connected with the cave, and Qin Feng stepped inside. Qin Feng, am truly a genius, he exclaimed with unbridled joy. The cave was dimly lit. Yet peculiar crystals adorned the surroundings, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. Utilizing their glow, Qin Feng discerned the layout of the cavern. It was vast, spanning at least 300 square meters, populated with stone pillars and beds, and at its center lay a pool. Within the pool bloomed several extraordinary flowers, among which one bore a fruit the size of a peach, enveloped in ethereal radiance and exuding a captivating fragrance. The celestial green fruit. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly approached to pluck the celestial green fruit, then hastily exited the cavern. Following the underground tunnel, he soon reached another exit and sealed it behind him. The celestial green fruit is mine. Qin Feng gazed at the Xuantian fruit in his hand, filled with joy. However, at that moment, a colorful ribbon soared toward the fruit. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned icy. The fierce infernal energy surged within him as he struck out with his palm, sending forth a powerful force that shattered the ribbon in an instant. Who goes there? Qin Feng exclaimed coldly, swiftly stowing the Xuantian fruit into his storage belt. As his voice faded, a captivating woman emerged from a thicket. It's you. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes upon recognizing her. This woman was none other than Wu Qi's beloved. So the young master still remembers me, Liu Yan said, casting him a flirtatious glance, her voice soft and enchanting. Could you show me what you were holding just now? Leave, Qin Feng replied icily. A glint of malice flashed in Liu Yan's eyes, yet she maintained a charming smile, her demeanor as gentle as flowing water. She swayed her slender waist and approached him enticingly. Why are you being so harsh, young master? I simply wish to admire you up close. Qin Feng scoffed. You truly are shameless. Even when I tell you to leave, you persist. Rest assured, I never engage with promiscuous women, especially one as venomous as you. As soon as the words left his lips, he unleashed a distraction attack aimed at Liu Yan. She quickly countered, neutralizing his assault. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Liu Yan's demeanor shifted as she realized Qin Feng was not swayed by her charms. Her expression hardened into one of cold indifference. If you wish to live, hand over the Xuantian fruit immediately. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate worse than death. At last, your true colors are revealed. Qin Feng smiled and remarked, it seems you, too, are after the Xuantian fruit. However, if you wish to obtain it from me, you must demonstrate a skill akin to seducing a man. Frankly speaking, your talents in that regard are rather lacking. Chapter 25, The Scheme to Escape regarding Liu Yan's words. Qin Feng harbored no belief. Surrendering the Xuantian fruit would undoubtedly lead to his demise, for she would not allow this secret to escape. Nor could the Blood Wolf gang be permitted to learn of it. In this world, only the dead tell no lies. You will pay a tremendous price for what you have just said. Liu Yan's voice grew even colder. Is that so? What price? Is it merely listening to your incessant prattle, you shameless woman? Qin Feng retorted with a playful smirk. Seeking death. Liu Yan's aura suddenly surged, a tempest swirling around her. As she swiftly struck towards Qin Feng with a palm, a weight settled in Qin Feng's heart. Though his words were clear, he had remained on guard since her appearance. feeling an inexplicable threat looming. Fiery palm. Qin Feng channeled his profound energy into both palms and unleashed a powerful counterattack. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as their attacks collided, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding trees. Stumbling back several steps, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Fifth layer of the Xianling realm. He noted her formidable prowess. But it was too late. Liu Yin brandished a cerulean longsword, its azure light radiating a deadly sharpness as she lunged forward with a piercing strike. With a spear in hand, Qin Feng infused it with profound energy, causing it to blaze a fiery red as it swept through the air. In a flash, he thrust the spear forward. The tip of the spear collided with that of a sword, unleashing a fierce explosion of energy that sent Qin Feng reeling, his internal vitality surging tumultuously. So this is the prowess of a martial artist at the 5th level of the Xianling realm? Truly formidable. At this moment, he gained a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by a 5th level martial artist. It appears that your verbal prowess surpasses your practical skills. Seeing Qin Feng at a disadvantage, Liu Yan's expression turned scornful, and she chuckled coldly. My skills in bed are far superior. Why don't you give it a try? Oh, wait, I almost forgot. I previously mentioned that I don't play with men who are promiscuous. Qin Feng replied with a cheeky grin. You seek death, Liu Yan exclaimed in fury. For she was a woman of virtue, and being repeatedly labeled as promiscuous was intolerable. With a swift motion, she flipped her palm, and the sword emitted a sharp, resonant cry. The blade gleamed ominously under the sunlight. Young Master Wu, Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Wu Qi. Liu Yan's expression shifted slightly as she turned quickly, yet there was no sign of anyone. The two chased each other, covering a distance of approximately 2 miles. At this moment, they were a mere 10 meters apart. Nowhere to run. Liu Yan's longsword surged with a brilliant green light before it shot forward, relentlessly pursuing Qin Feng. Damn it, they're ambushing me. Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped, but the sword's speed was too swift, and it grazed his arm, inflicting a deep wound from which blood flowed freely. That should suffice. He glanced ahead, his heart leaping with joy. Before him stood a pair of trees that could be embraced by 2 people, with vines twisted into a rope hanging from their tops. Beneath the tree, Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Liu Yan, a sly grin spreading across his face as he remarked, Indulge yourself in the feast I have prepared for you. With a swift motion of his spear, the ropes snapped, unleashing a torrent of colossal logs and boulders that came hurtling from all directions. What? Liu Yan's expression shifted, disbelief washing over her as she realized that Qin Feng had set a trap. In truth, this ingenious snare had been devised during his reconnaissance of the terrain the previous night, intended as a means of escape should he find himself surrounded. It served as his contingency plan for unforeseen circumstances. Such mere logs and stones cannot ensnare me, Liu Yan scoffed, her palm glowing with emerald light as she relentlessly struck at the wooden and stone obstacles, demolishing them while advancing forward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng hastily made his escape. Upon noticing this, Liu Yan's countenance changed, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, she was unprepared for the ground to give way beneath her feet, plunging her into a pit over 10 meters deep. At that very moment, heavy stones cascaded from above, plummeting directly into the chasm. You wretched woman. Chase me if you dare. Qin Feng, witnessing this scene while fleeing, couldn't suppress his laughter. Yet, he was acutely aware of Liu Yan's formidable prowess. These traps would not incapacitate her. Thus, he maintained his speed, even accelerating further. After 10 seconds in the pit, Liu Yan unleashed her formidable strength, shattering the heavy boulders. Yet, at that instant, a deluge of blood splattered onto her, staining her dark attire a vivid crimson, reeking of iron. You scoundrel. I will not rest until I have avenged myself. Liu Yan seethed with rage, swiftly pursuing him. However, after pursuing for merely 20 meters, she unexpectedly encountered the formidable yellow spirit rhinoceros of the 9th rank. It was blood. Liu Yan's pupils constricted as she finally comprehended why Qin Feng had concealed blood within the boulder. He had foreseen the presence of a powerful demon beast nearby and intended to lure the yellow spirit rhinoceros out to confront her. What astonished her even more was Qin Feng's overwhelming combat prowess, even with her cultivation at the 5th level. She found herself unable to inflict significant damage or deliver a fatal blow, not to mention the cunning tactics employed by her adversary. As the yellow spirit rhinoceros fixed its gaze upon her, Liu Yan felt a surge of anger, cursing Qin Feng countless times in her heart. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had evaded pursuit and sought refuge by a flowing stream, utterly exhausted. He reclined against a massive stone, feeling the searing pain in his arm, and glanced over. Cursing, "That vile woman, her strikes are truly ruthless. Humph, just wait until my strength increases. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." After a while, his anger subsided, and he retrieved the Qingxian fruit. Inhaling its ethereal fragrance, a smile blossomed on his face as he contentedly remarked, "Regardless of everything, I have finally obtained the Qingxian fruit. With this, I am utterly confident that my cultivation will ascend to the 4th level, perhaps even the 5th. Mingqingyu. Oh, Mingqingyu, you never imagined my strength could grow so swiftly, did you?" Qin Feng chuckled, feeling no trace of worry as he anticipated his duel with Mingqingyu, fully aware that victory was assured. Chapter 26. The 4th layer of the mystic spirit realm. Qin Feng lay upon the stone, perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion, and succumbed to slumber unbeknownst to him. Fortunately, during his deep repose, no untoward events transpired. As dusk descended, Qin Feng busied himself with preparing food, washing and skewering it over the crackling campfire. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting him to devour his meal with unrestrained eagerness. Upon finishing, he gazed into the flickering flames, musing to himself, "I must hasten to eliminate that woman, otherwise I shall find myself entangled in significant troubles." He was certain that Liu Yin was a clandestine agent lurking within Wu Qi's ranks, her aim being to leverage his power to obtain the Qingxian fruit. For the sake of the Qingxian fruit, she would undoubtedly refrain from divulging her intentions to Wu Qi or the Bloodwolf gang, for such revelations would arouse suspicion regarding her identity. If she were to secure the Qingxian fruit, her subterfuge would be rendered futile. However, as time wore on, the situation could become precarious, for she might assume that Qin Feng had consumed the Qingxian fruit. Should she lose the fruit, her inhibitions would vanish, and it was highly probable that she would enlist the Bloodwolf gang's assistance to confront him. They might well ambush him at the mountain's descent or be actively searching for him. It seemed imperative that he enhance his strength. Both Wu Qi and Liu Yin possessed capabilities beyond his current reach. Only by ascending to the 4th layer of the mystic realm and harnessing the power of the infernal profound energy could he hope to contend with them. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the Qingxian fruit, preparing to refine it. He held his palms in an upward motion, cradling the Qingxian fruit between them. As the Immortal Profound Art circulated, the Qingxian fruit transformed into a stream of pure energy that flowed through his nostrils and into his body. Instantly, a tremendous force surged through the meridians, nourishing his vital organs, bones, and flesh. Qin Feng's aura rose once more, his entire being suffused with a vibrant crimson energy. The temperature within the cave escalated as this energy, transmuting into profound essence, continuously infused his energy sea. The fierce infernal energy within the sea increased as well, gradually shifting into a deep red hue. As time ticked by, at a certain moment, Qin Feng's aura erupted like a volcano, unleashing a force exponentially greater than before, marked by a profound transformation. A crack resounded as his energy sea ruptured, reforming into a larger reservoir of energy. Exhaling a breath of scorching, turbid air, he drew the swirling aura back into his being. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a pair of deep, captivating pupils that emanated a mesmerizing brilliance, though it flickered out almost instantly. At last, he had broken through to the 4th heaven. Qin Feng beamed with joy. Within less than half a month, he had advanced from the 1st heaven to the 4th, surmounting 3 realms in such a terrifyingly swift manner that he felt as though he were in a dream. With a mere thought, torrents of fierce infernal energy surged through his meridians like a tidal wave, ultimately coalescing in his right palm. With a mighty strike, his fiery hand smashed against the cavern wall, creating a 2-meter deep cavity from which wisps of scorched smoke began to rise. The enhancement of my vitality has surged nearly 5-fold, and my reservoir of mysterious energy has increased 10-fold compared to before. The prowess bestowed upon me by the 4th tier of cultivation is indeed overwhelming. Qin Feng was filled with exhilaration. He now possessed the confidence to contend with Wu Qi and Liu Yin, convinced that they would be utterly incapable of vanquishing him. He hastily stored the yellow spirit rhinoceros within his dimensional belt, for it was evident that this woman bore a significant background. Otherwise, she would not have discarded both the carcass of the yellow spirit rhinoceros and its demon core. A beast of such caliber, having attained the mysterious rank, holds substantial market value, estimated at no less than 30,000 taels. Yet, Liu Yin chose to forsake it, highlighting her profound connections and indifference to mere monetary gain. The fate of Wu Qi was of little concern to him. His primary worry rested with Liu Yan. Should she survive, Qin Feng would remain uneasy. For if she divulged his attempt to seize the Qingxian fruit, he would find himself embroiled in dire straits, incurring the wrath of the entire Blood Wolf gang. The Blood Wolf gang is a formidable faction, powerful beyond his capacity to confront, at least for the time being. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng began his search. But as dawn broke, he had yet to locate Liu Yan. It struck him as odd. Where could this woman possibly be? He had scoured the surrounding mountains almost in their entirety, yet she remained elusive. Perhaps it was best to dismiss the matter. Should any misfortune have befallen her, he would simply deny any involvement. As a disciple of the Earth sect, he was under the Academy's protection, rendering him untouchable. The Blood Wolf gang, formidable as they may be, pales in comparison to the Divine Wind Academy, lacking any substantial leverage against it. With the Academy's safeguard, the Blood Wolf gang would think twice before acting recklessly. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that his restraint did not imply immunity from the Blood Wolf gang's vendetta. He understood that secluding himself within the Academy was not a viable option. He would inevitably emerge, and at that juncture, it was highly probable that his adversaries would strike from the shadows. Nonetheless, such was the inevitability of his situation. Just as Qin Feng was engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety, a sudden commotion erupted from the southwest, accompanied by a faint scent of blood in the air. There was indeed a conflict underway. Hastening towards the source of the ruckus, he was taken aback with delight upon encountering Liu Yan. Yet, Liu Yan was in a precarious state, her body marred by injuries, hair disheveled, and her breath ragged. Trailing closely behind her were two individuals whom he recognized as subordinates of Wu Qi. It appeared they had turned against their leader. Wu Qi's absence suggested he had sustained injuries. This presented a fortuitous opportunity to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Qin Feng harbored murderous intent towards both Wu Qi and this woman, as they had previously conspired to take his life. In this mountainous terrain, it was not uncommon for warriors to perish at the hands of demonic beasts. Thus, even if he were to kill them, suspicion would not fall upon him. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng charged forward. Chapter 27. Confrontation with Wu Qi. After dispatching the two men, Qin Feng turned with a smile to Liu Yan. "It's you," she exclaimed, her expression transforming into one of surprise and fear. "Your reaction is rather unexpected. You didn't foresee my appearance at your most vulnerable moment, did you?" Qin Feng remarked with a grin. Liu Yan, now on high alert, replied, "I certainly did not anticipate this. Nor did I foresee such a significant enhancement in your abilities. You must have consumed that Qingxian fruit." "Indeed," he affirmed. Qin Feng remarked with an air of inevitability. "Your relentless desire to kill me poses an insurmountable threat. If I do not enhance my strength, shall I merely await my demise at your hands?" However, upon reflection, he realized he had been overly concerned. Even without elevating his realm, he was capable of vanquishing her. With this thought, the spear in Qin Feng's grasp pointed unwaveringly at Liu Yan as he inquired, "Do you have any final words?" "You cannot kill me." Liu Yan swallowed hard, forcing herself to regain composure. "Oh, and what is your reasoning?" Qin Feng observed her with a semblance of amusement. "Your intention to kill me is solely driven by the fear that I might disclose the matter of the Qingxian fruit. Rest assured, if you release me, I will certainly remain silent." Yet, as soon as her words escaped her lips, the spear in Qin Feng's hand struck with the swiftness of lightning, piercing her heart. He promptly confiscated their storage belts, then utilized the infernal dark qi to incinerate their bodies, leaving no trace behind. After ensuring everything was in order, he departed. Advancing forward with conviction, confident that Wu Qi was presently in a weakened state, an opportune moment for vengeance. Whether it was one life or two, killing Wu Qi, who had nearly taken his own, was a necessity Qin Feng could not overlook. As he pressed onward, he soon spotted a figure seated cross-legged upon a large boulder. It was none other than Wu Qi. Sensing an approach, Wu Qi swiftly opened his eyes, just in time to witness a surge of palm energy hurtling towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he leapt into the air. Boom! The fiery palm strike collided with the stone, causing it to shatter explosively, sending fragments soaring into the atmosphere. As Wu Qi fell to the ground, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes upon seeing Qin Feng. "How could it be you?" he exclaimed. Qin Feng responded with a cold laugh. "Of course it is I, for I seek vengeance upon you. I held no grudge against you. Yet you sought to bring about my demise over a mere celestial foxmake. The cycle of justice is relentless. The heavens are watching. and today marks the day of my retribution." No sooner had he spoken than his spear lunged forward with deadly intent. "You think you are worthy to kill me?" Wu Qi scoffed. Though he was gravely injured, he believed that slaying Qin Feng was within his grasp. A longsword manifested in his hand as he slashed through the air. The sharp hiss of the blade echoing through the mountains, its force surging towards Qin Feng. With a resounding bang, Qin Feng was forced back several steps. However, he quickly planted the butt of his spear into the ground, halting his retreat instantaneously. A grave expression settled upon Qin Feng's face, the sixth layer of the Xianling realm. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. He had not anticipated Wu Qi's cultivation to reach such heights. Wu Qi laughed heartily. "Surprised, aren't you?" "Indeed. I have achieved the sixth layer of the Xianling realm. To be honest, I owe this to you. Had you not drawn the thunderbolt to confront me, subjecting me to immense pressure, I may not have achieved this breakthrough. So in a way, I must thank you." With a boisterous laugh, he infused golden Xuanqi into his sword, causing its energy to surge and radiate with brilliant light. In the next moment, he swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Qin Feng, with his spear descending from above, struck against the oncoming force, shattering the sword energy into fragments. He leaped into the air, his spear spinning as it thrust forward. Wu Qi hastily raised his sword to parry the impending strike. However, he underestimated Qin Feng's shot. The power of this strike was astonishing, coupled with a searing effect that even a warrior at the 5th tier would struggle to withstand, let alone him, who was currently injured and only at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. With a resounding explosion, Wu Qi was propelled backwards several steps, his sword glowing a fierce red, and his hand burned to a fiery hue. Boom! Qin Feng unleashed the fiery palm, sending forth a powerful wave of energy. Wu Qi, with a swift motion of his sword, managed to sever the force, yet he too was injured by the shockwave, staggering back 4 or 5 meters. That wretched man! Wu Qi felt a surge of frustration within him. At this moment, his internal energy was in turmoil, and his body began to burn with pain. It turned out that Liu Yan had poisoned him, and now, as Qin Feng attacked, the toxin spread more rapidly, becoming increasingly unbearable. Initially, he had believed he could swiftly eliminate Qin Feng, but he did not anticipate such formidable strength, rivaling that of the 5th tier. The longer this battle dragged on, the more the poison coursed through his body, rendering him an even weaker opponent. It was only a matter of time before he would be captured and killed. Snowflakes danced through the air. Wu Qi resolved to hold nothing back, directly invoking the profound level martial art, the snowflake sword technique, aiming to take Qin Feng's life with a single strike. The howling wind surged, a chilling aura emanated from Wu Qi, enveloping the surroundings in frost, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. What an impressive sword technique! This must be a profound level skill. Qin Feng was filled with astonishment. Chapter 28. A Bountiful Harvest. He could sense the terrifying cold radiating from the sword, as if his own blood was frozen, flowing sluggishly through his veins. Perish! With a swift stroke, Wu Qi unleashed his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a howling wind. The icy sword aura, imbued with the chill of snow and frost, tore through the void, charging directly towards Qin Feng. Wherever it passed, the air froze, descending like hail from the heavens. Witnessing such a fierce assault, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. With a flicker of thought, the overwhelming infernal qi surged through his meridians, bursting forth from his body. Upon contact with the frigid air, a thick mist of white fog enveloped the space as water and fire clashed violently. Flame palm! Qin Feng shouted fiercely, both palms thrusting forward. Instantly, 2 fiery columns of profound energy erupted like serpents, racing outwards. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 attacks collided with a terrifying shockwave that swept across the battlefield, sending Qin Feng hurtling backwards, his blood surging and his internal organs aching painfully. Is this what profound-level martial arts truly entails? Qin Feng's face bore astonishment. It was only today that he comprehended the sheer terror of profound-level martial arts, a realm far beyond the spiritual level, a chasm of difference. What? This cannot kill him. Wu Qi's countenance darkened. He had initially believed that with profound-level martial arts, even if he could not slay Qin Feng, he would at least severely wound him, incapacitating him. However, he did not anticipate Qin Feng's formidable strength, which allowed him to withstand the assault. Retreat. Feeling the toxins within him growing increasingly rampant and his internal organs racked with excruciating pain, Wu Qi's expression soured drastically. His earlier use of the snowflake sword technique had undoubtedly accelerated the spread of the poison. Now, he was too deeply afflicted, his combat capability severely diminished, rendering him no match for Qin Feng. Thus, he made a swift decision to flee. However, Qin Feng had anticipated this all along. With a swift motion, he deftly retrieved his bow and arrow from his belt. Drawing the bowstring to its full arc, he released the arrow, which soared forth like a bolt of lightning, relentlessly pursuing Wu Qi. With a piercing sound, although Wu Qi narrowly evaded a fatal blow, he was nonetheless struck in the arm, the tremendous force propelling him forward until he was ultimately impaled against a tree. A pained groan escaped Wu Qi's lips as Qin Feng arrived on the scene. It was indeed a poignant sight to witness the once mighty heir of the Blood Wolf gang reduced to such a fate. A sharp crack echoed as Qin Feng's left cheek swelled. He casually blew on his hand and scoffed. "What is wrong with hitting you? I still intend to render you utterly incapacitated." His fists ignited with a fierce blaze, radiating an astonishing surge of energy. Then, amidst Wu Qi's horrified gaze, he struck at his Dantian. The sound of a catastrophic explosion resonated as Wu Qi's cultivation was obliterated. A wretched scream erupted. "You have destroyed my cultivation." Wu Qi glared furiously at Qin Feng, his eyes bulging with rage. "You have ruined my cultivation. I will kill you. I will have my father annihilate your entire family. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death." Upon uttering these words, his body convulsed twice before lifelessness overcame him, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Previously, he had used his profound energy to suppress the toxins within him, but now, having lost his cultivation, that energy dissipated, allowing the poison to ravage his body and claim his life in an instant. "We bore no enmity toward each other. Had it not been for your ruthless pursuit of the celestial fox mink over that woman and your intent to kill me, you would not have met such a grim fate. This is your own doing. Do not blame me." With that, Qin Feng confiscated Wu Qi's storage belt and set his body ablaze. After Qin Feng had committed his grim deed, he sought out a tranquil refuge to pause for a moment. At this juncture, he was busily examining several storage belts belonging to his victims. A hearty laugh escaped him as he reveled in his newfound fortune. The aggregate of their wealth amounted to nearly 300,000 taels in silver notes. This was the first time he had possessed such a considerable sum. In addition, he discovered various martial arts manuals and medicinal pills. Upon noticing the inscription Feng Shui Min on a bronze token, Qin Feng's expression shifted subtly. This token belonged to Liu Yan, indicating her affiliation with the Feng Shui sect. Though he was unaware of the sect's specifics, its name suggested a formidable power. A wry smile crossed his lips as he realized he had unwittingly offended 2 major factions in such a short span of time. Yet, he bore no regrets. Moreover, no one could trace these actions back to him. He then picked up the long sword previously wielded by Wu Qi. The blade measured 3 feet and 3 inches. Its surface gleaming silver, exuding a palpable chill, clearly a remarkable weapon. A fine sword indeed, but alas, it is of no use to me, he mused. Primarily, he was accustomed to wielding a spear and had little experience with swords. Furthermore, this weapon belonged to Wu Qi, and using it would likely draw unwanted attention, leading the Blood Wolf gang to suspect him. On the following morning, Qin Feng arrived at Tianfeng City, first investing in the care of horses at a stable. Subsequently, he made his way directly to a shop specializing in the procurement of beast carcasses. The prices were as follows: a green serpent, a 5th-tier yellow-grade beast, valued at 150 taels, a 2-headed silver wolf, also a 5th-tier yellow-grade beast, priced at 180 taels, and a saber-toothed tiger, a 7th-tier yellow-grade beast, worth 500 taels. At that moment, the proprietor examined the corpse of the beast and set a price, while an attendant beside him diligently calculated the total. A yellow spirit rhinoceros? A flicker of intrigue danced in the proprietor's eyes as he inquired of Qin Feng, "Young brother, did you slay this creature?" Qin Feng shook his head, responding, "No, I merely found it." "What of it?" "Oh, nothing of consequence. My curiosity was piqued," he chuckled, continuing. "I thought it implausible that one of your cultivation could have vanquished such a beast." He discerned that Qin Feng, being merely at the 4th level, could not possibly contend with a yellow spirit rhinoceros at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Unable to slay it, Qin Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in argument. Chapter 29. An unfortunate encounter within the materials shop. The sale of the beasts remains netted Qin Feng over 1,000 taels of silver, a trivial sum for him, considering his wealth exceeded several 100,000 taels. Nevertheless, he understood that even the smallest gains were worthwhile, and he would not turn his nose up at them. After departing the shop, Qin Feng made his way directly to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, for he required a superior spear. The long spear he was currently wielding could no longer withstand his strength. During his confrontation with Wu Qi, it had developed cracks due to the overwhelming force of his energy. Upon entering the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Qin Feng was awestruck by the opulence that surrounded him. In his eyes, the decor rivaled that of a royal palace. To think that a penniless youth like himself could step foot in such a place. Just then, a derisive laugh echoed from behind him. Furrowing his brow, he wondered who might be inclined to antagonize him this time. Turning to face the source of the sound, he was taken aback upon recognizing the individual. It's you. The individual before him was none other than the gatekeeper who had once caused him distress. And to his surprise, he found himself in this very place. Beside him stood another person. Humph, it seems your memory is quite commendable, Wang Hua remarked with a cold smirk. Walking through the main entrance every day, how could I not recognize you? You mere watchdog? Qin Feng retorted with a sneer. You. Wang Hua's face flushed with anger. You insolent brat, dare to say that again. Who do you call a watchdog? Qin Feng grinned widely and replied. What are you even worth? You think you have the authority to command me? You ought to take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Your face is as red as a baboon's behind, and your backside is sullied. Even from 10 miles away, not a blade of grass would dare to grow. Oh. The stench is simply unbearable. He waved his left hand in front of his face, expressing his disgust. The onlookers could not suppress their laughter, and some even praised his wit, exclaiming, what a clever retort. You country bumpkin, I will kill you, Wang Hua shouted, preparing to strike. He launched a powerful palm strike towards Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng met his attack with equal force. Upon collision, a resounding thud echoed, and while Qin Feng remained steadfast, Wang Hua was forced to retreat 3 or 4 steps. When had this boy become so formidable? Wang Hua was utterly astonished. Since their last encounter, during which Qin Feng's duel with Meng Qingyu had garnered much attention, he had kept a close watch on him. Yet, according to his knowledge, merely half a month ago, Qin Feng's strength was but that of the first layer of the Xianling realm. How had he transformed into such a powerhouse, capable of contending with him? Could it be that he had encountered some extraordinary fortune during this short span? Unable to best others, and now seeking to resort to violence, TSK. Truly a loyal dog, mad enough to bite, Qin Feng mocked. I will kill you, Wang Hua exclaimed in a fit of rage, swiftly launching an attack towards Qin Feng. However, at that moment, a terrifying wave of power swept over them, causing Wang Hua's advancing foot to halt abruptly. A master of the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Feng's heart tightened. He had felt such overwhelming pressure before, emanating from his mentor, indeed signifying a formidable presence. At that instant, the hall fell into complete silence. Then, the sound of light footsteps echoed through the air as a woman gracefully descended the staircase between the 2nd and 1st floors. In that moment, all gazes converged upon her. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Feng's heart stirred with tumultuous emotion. The woman in the red dress was stunning to the point of taking one's breath away. She embodied the elegance and tranquility of a lotus flower, the proud and refined spirit of an autumn chrysanthemum, and the passionate allure of a rose, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. We, at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, prohibit any acts of violence. I kindly ask both of you to spare Linger and refrain from further hostilities, Linger said with a gentle smile. Her voice was melodious and enchanting. Since Miss Linger has spoken, do you dare continue causing trouble? I will eliminate you, a warrior at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm declared with extreme arrogance. Those present could see that this individual was merely attempting to showcase his prowess before the enchanting lady, hoping to win her affection. Given that Miss Hua has intervened, let this matter be settled, Wang Hua stated decisively. And what of this young man? Lingo inquired, her gaze turning towards Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng felt his heart race, and even his breath quickened unconsciously. If you dare to fancy another woman, I shall no longer acknowledge you. A playful yet threatening voice suddenly echoed in his mind as he found himself entranced. Subsequently, Linger departed, yet this woman left a profound impression on Qin Feng's heart. Wang Hua spoke sternly, young man, this time I shall spare your life for Miss Hua's sake, but next time, you may not be so fortunate. With that, he huffed and strode away. Spare my life. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. It seemed this fellow truly believed he was still the old Qin Feng. Yinner. Instantly, Qin Feng recalled the discordant voice that had suddenly appeared in his mind, and a delicate visage reformed within his thoughts. Lin Yun, the one he swore to protect for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the overwhelming surge of longing and smiled gently, saying, Yunner, do not worry. I will soon catch up to you and dedicate my life to safeguarding you. Previously, he had aspired to keep pace with Lin Yun, but during that time, he felt an equal measure of insecurity, for she was advancing at an astonishing rate, seemingly ready to leave him far behind. This reality weighed heavily on his heart. Under such circumstances, it appeared he could not protect her, but rather, she would be the one safeguarding him. While others might consider this a good arrangement, Qin Feng held a different view. He was fiercely traditional and did not wish to live perpetually in a woman's shadow. He yearned to grow stronger, to surpass Lin Yun. Fortunately, the heavens had shown him mercy, granting him the indomitable skill of immortality and the mystical blue stone, which allowed him to replace his insecurity with confidence. He believed that in the near future, he could serve as the shield for the girl, ensuring she would suffer not even the slightest harm. Yunner, await me. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Chapter 30. 1 against 2. Qin Feng approached the counter and articulated his intentions. Young master, we have a superb spear here. Allow me to show it to you. Wen Yuan, the steward, replied. Very well, Qin Feng nodded. The two entered a room, and shortly after, a person approached, carrying a large brocade box. Wen Yuan stepped forward and personally opened the box. Inside lay a short spear, measuring 1.5 meters in length, its body a dark bronze hue adorned with a golden dragon whose head extended to the tip of the spear, while the dragon's tail reached 5 centimeters from the spear's end. The spearhead was silver white and flat, flanked by 2 straight 15-centimeter blades. The entire spear exuded an imposing and fierce aura. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel regret. It is indeed a fine spear, but alas, the shaft is too short. He then turned to Wen Yuan and remarked, Steward Hu, I requested a long spear. What is the purpose of this short one? Wen Yuan chuckled. Do not be anxious, young master. Take the spear and infuse it with your profound energy to test it. Though perplexed, Qin Feng complied, grasping the spear. Instantly, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The spear was heavy, weighing at least 300 pounds. As he channeled his energy into it, a series of clicks resonated, and the short spear transformed, extending by 2 meters, with the spearhead and side blades lengthening by 3 centimeters each. Qin Feng's heart surged with joy, and he couldn't resist the urge to wield the spear. In an instant, the air was filled with the shadows of the spear, a tempest swirling around him, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms. A magnificent weapon, he proclaimed, lowering the spear and gazing at it with unparalleled satisfaction. The firearm, both in design and power, perfectly aligns with her desires. How do you find my Fire Gold Overlord spear? Wen Yuan chuckled while stroking his beard. Fire Gold Overlord spear, splendid name, quite imposing. Qin Feng laughed heartily, addressing Wen Yuan, a fine weapon, absolutely marvelous. I shall take it. Very well, straightforward indeed, Wen Yuan replied with a slight smile. This spear weighs 374 jin and 32 liang, categorizing it as a heavy weapon, graded at the 6th tier of the mysterious rank. As for the price, I shall offer you a discount, so it will be 280,000 taels. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Feng could not help but click his tongue. However, considering that treasures in the world are divided into 4 categories with 40 grades, and this spear ranks within the mysterious tier, such a price is indeed reasonable. Fortunately, Qin Feng had acquired a substantial amount of wealth after dispatching Wu Qi and others, making the payment feasible. Very well, I shall purchase it. Qin Feng presented 280,000 taels in banknotes to Wen Yuan. Young Master Qin, from this moment forth, this Fire Gold Overlord spear is yours, Wen Yuan said with a smile. Thank you, Qin Feng replied as he stored the Fire Gold Overlord spear in his spatial belt and proceeded to exit the Lingbao Pavilion. At a distance, 2 individuals observed Qin Feng leaving the Lingbao Pavilion. These 2 were Wang Hua and Xue Hong, who had recently encountered a conflict within the pavilion. Wang Hua harbored a deep-seated resentment regarding the public humiliation he suffered at Qin Feng's hands. Thus, he was determined to exact revenge. However, due to the prohibition on violence within the Lingbao Pavilion, he remained vigilant of Qin Feng's movements, preparing to strike outside. I have gathered information that this fellow spent 280,000 taels on the Fire Gold Overlord spear, Xue Hong remarked. 28 taels? Wang Hua was taken aback, exclaiming, this fellow comes from humble beginnings. Where could he possibly acquire 280,000 taels? It appears he harbors many secrets. Regardless of the secrets he possesses, the fiery golden overlord spear worth 280,000 taels, this weapon shall be mine. Su Hong's eyes glinted with avarice. Just eliminate that brat, and the spear will be yours. Once again, these two guard dogs, who had previously been granted an opportunity to spare their lives, failed to appreciate their fortune. Thus, I bear no responsibility for their fate, Qin Feng scoffed coldly. He then deliberately led the two to a secluded area, and at a bend, concealed by dense underbrush. He vanished without a trace. Where has he gone? Wang Hua looked around frantically, unable to spot Qin Feng, his frustration mounting. I don't understand. He was just here. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Su Hong was equally perplexed. Are you searching for me? A teasing voice suddenly emanated from behind them. The two hastily turned around, revealing Qin Feng, who wore a malevolent grin. Country bumpkin, I didn't expect you to show your face. Wang Hua sneered coldly. You brought this upon yourself. Hand over the fiery golden overlord spear at once, and I might consider granting you a less painful demise. Su Hong's eyes burned with desire. Do you two guard dogs truly believe you can kill me? Will you accomplish that with the stench emanating from your bodies? Qin Feng laughed heartily. Seeking death, Wang Hua and Su Hong roared in fury, then launched a joint assault on Qin Feng. With a firm grasp, Qin Feng summoned the fiery golden overlord spear, which then swept horizontally, unleashing a blazing crimson arc. The expressions of the two individuals suddenly changed drastically. They hastily unleashed a palm strike, their energies clashing with an audible thud, causing both to be pushed back several steps. The two guard dogs, prepare to meet your demise. Qin Feng let out a wild laugh and charged forward, wielding the fire gold overlord spear, which emanated an astonishing wave of power, thrusting violently towards the two adversaries. The spear's shadows multiplied, each one appearing almost tangible, striking with ferocity and forcing the two to adopt a defensive stance. The fierce winds swept across the terrain. As the atmosphere pulsed with chaotic energy, both adversaries were at the 5th level of the Xianling realm, yet Qin Feng, relying on the overwhelming nature of his own Xuanqi and the superior rank of the fire gold overlord spear, faced them 2 against 1, utterly dominating them. At that moment, Qin Feng executed a swift 180-degree turn, his spear surging with an incredibly violent and domineering energy, resembling an iron rod wielding a terrifying momentum, sweeping across with great force. Thud! Wang Hua was struck in the chest, instantly suffering a shattered ribcage, his heart caving in as he spewed forth blood. His body resembling a kite severed from its string, tracing a slight arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Just then, Xuehong swung his blade in a horizontal arc. Qin Feng's gaze grew cold. With a sudden thrust of his fire gold overlord spear, he retaliated with blinding speed. The spear pierced through the abdomen of the unsuspecting attacker, with the tip protruding a full 5 centimeters from his back. The silvery blade glistened with blood, rendering it all the more gruesome and ferocious. Chapter 31. Returning to the academy, the spear pierced through Xuehong's body, crimson blood dripping slowly from the blade. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Wang Hua, who had just managed to rise from the ground with great difficulty, was struck with utter terror. He could hardly fathom that, in merely half a month, Qin Feng, once regarded by him as insignificant, had transformed into a formidable force. Faced with the combined might of 2 practitioners at the 5th level of the Xianling realm, he not only emerged unscathed, but had also managed to slay and injure both opponents. It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Wang Hua was overwhelmed with dread and, in a panic, fled the scene. Qin Feng merely scoffed, swinging his spear so that Xuehong's body flew like a boulder, crashing violently into Wang Hua. The tremendous force sent him rolling on the ground for 2 revolutions. When he finally raised his head, he discovered that Qin Feng had somehow appeared right before him. There was nowhere left to escape. Wang Hua hastily pleaded for mercy. Young Master Qin, please spare me. I promise I shall never offend you again. Qin Feng's cold laughter echoed in response. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why do you cower now? Wang Hua stammered. It was my folly, failing to recognize a true deity, which led to my offense. Please, consider my insignificance and let me go. He then bowed repeatedly, his forehead becoming red and swollen from the force of his apologies. He continued, in truth, this entire affair was orchestrated by Xuehong. It was he who, driven by greed, incited me to trouble you, revered elder. I had no part in this. Please, spare me. Nonsense. With a swift kick, Qin Feng sent him crashing to the ground, his voice cold and resolute. At this juncture, you still dare to lie? He harbors no enmity towards me. How could he have taken a deliberate interest in my affairs, or even be aware that I possess the fire gold overlord spear? This entire matter has been orchestrated solely by you. You are the one who incited him. Wang Hua's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, rendered speechless. His silence was an implicit admission. Qin Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "Tell me, how could I possibly spare the life of one who seeks to take mine?" Realizing that Qin Feng would not relent, Wang Hua's expression shifted dramatically, and he hissed venomously, "Indeed, you speak the truth. But what of it? I am a guardian of the academy. Should you slay me, the sect will certainly ensure you pay dearly. Moreover, my uncle is an elder in a prestigious academy. Should you take my life, he will undoubtedly hunt you down." "Your uncle?" Qin Feng's face displayed a flicker of surprise. Sensing Qin Feng's momentary hesitation, Wang Hua's confidence surged, and he retorted with renewed bravado, "My uncle wields significant power and influence. If you possess any sense, you will release me. Otherwise, he will surely avenge me." However, before he could finish his threat, Qin Feng's spear pierced through his throat with lethal precision. Wang Hua's fate was sealed. Ignoring the threat posed by Wang Hua, Qin Feng realized that with both of them deceased and no witnesses in sight, no one would ever know of his involvement. He removed their storage belts and incinerated their remains to erase all traces. As Qin Feng departed, he remained oblivious to the fact that someone lurking in the shadows had witnessed the entire confrontation and followed him after he left. The young girl sighed, lamenting, "What a pity to waste such youthful talent. I am your boyfriend. You must understand that." The young man retorted angrily, "You cannot show concern for another man in my presence." The girl smiled sweetly, indifferent to his outburst, and gracefully walked away. Zhao Feng flattered, while Meng Qingyu burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Well said. Have Qin Feng deliver a challenge to him. If he refuses, just give him a good beating. I will handle the rest, as long as he isn't killed." "Understood," Zhao Feng replied before departing. The following day, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber, his head heavy and clouded. He quickly harnessed his internal energy to expel the alcohol from his system. After cleansing himself, he felt revitalized. "If you're not dead, get out here, you damn fool." A booming voice rang out. Qin Feng's expression shifted as he recognized the voice all too well. It seemed another fool was seeking trouble. He chuckled coldly and stepped outside his room, only to find a young man in red and another in blue, accompanied by several others, standing before him. Behind them, a crowd had gathered to observe. "I wonder whose dog is barking so early in the morning, disturbing my peaceful dreams, like a fly, utterly vexatious." Qin Feng stretched lazily, then feigned astonishment, quickly adopting a conciliatory tone. "Oh, isn't this Qin Xiong, the esteemed young master? What brings you here? My apologies. I wasn't referring to you. You're far superior to them." Qin Xiong's expression darkened, flames of fury igniting in his eyes as he declared, "Qin Feng, facing your demise. You still dare to be so arrogant. Have you lost your senses?" "I am arrogant. I am weary of life. So what? What can you do to me? As death approaches, I suggest you keep that remark to yourself. Otherwise, I could prepare a coffin for you." Qin Feng said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Seeking death, Qin Xiong channeled his energy, condensing it into his fist, which erupted with brilliance, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. He then hurled a punch towards Qin Feng. Chapter 32. Confrontation with Qin Feng with a swift motion. Qin Feng leapt to evade Qin Xiong's assault. The force of the punch detonated in mid-air, creating a magnificent explosion. It turned out he had broken through to the second level of the Xianling realm. No wonder he was so audacious. Qin Feng remarked with a light chuckle. "Humph. Qin Feng, I am now a student of the Earth Academy, a position of great prestige. It would be wise for you to kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Understand that as a student of the Earth Academy, I would not be held accountable for crippling you." Qin Xiong declared with pride and arrogance. "A defeated foe dares to utter such words. It is truly shameless, and I am in awe of your audacity." Qin Feng retorted with a cold sneer. "You bastard, I will kill you." Qin Xiong's face flushed with rage as he struck again. This time, Qin Feng made no attempt to evade. Slap! A hush fell over the crowd. Qin Feng had, without anyone noticing, firmly grasped Qin Xiong's fist, rendering him immobile. "What?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Qin Feng's formidable prowess as he effortlessly neutralized Qin Xiong's attack. The youth in red watched with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, intrigued by the unfolding scene, a slight smile curving his lips. How is this possible? In Qin Xiong's heart, a tempest of terror surged, surpassing the astonishment of anyone else. With such meager strength, he dares to teach me a lesson? Qin Feng chuckled derisively. With a sudden exertion of force, a sharp crack echoed as his arm broke. Ah! Qin Xiong's face turned ashen, agony overwhelming him. At that moment, Qin Feng executed a swift kick, striking his right kneecap with a bone-crushing sound that mingled with Qin Xiong's anguished scream. Subsequently, Qin Xiong soared through the air, flipping before crashing to the ground, while Qin Feng settled heavily upon his back, leaving the latter in excruciating pain. Hey, Qin Xiong, weren't you just boasting a moment ago? Now you lie there like a turtle, Qin Feng mocked. Qin Xiong's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed at the man in red. Qin Feng, for God's sake, come and save me. Qin Feng glanced up at the man in red, who returned his gaze with an intensity that rendered the surroundings eerily silent. Not a soul dared to breathe. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Release him, the man in red stated coolly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, akin to a master issuing commands to a servant. Ah, so you are Qin Xiong's elder brother, Qin Feng. How amusing. Yet, if you wish for me to release him, you lack the requisite authority. Qin Feng replied with a sardonic smile. Lack authority? A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Qin Feng's audacity seemed unfathomable. Although Qin Xiong and Qin Feng were brothers, their strengths were worlds apart. Qin Feng had already attained the 4th level of the Xianling realm, a power formidable enough to dominate all students of the Spirit Academy. How could Qin Feng dare to declare he was unworthy? Where did he derive such audacity? Did he not realize that uttering such words would provoke the other and invite disaster? Is this Qin Feng a fool? Amidst the shock, many displayed disdain, and even those who felt a modicum of sympathy for Qin Feng now wore cold smirks. In their eyes, those who brought ruin upon themselves were unworthy of compassion. Clearly, despite effortlessly defeating Qin Xiong, the crowd did not believe that Qin Feng possessed the strength to overcome Qin Feng. After all, for a country bumpkin, advancing even a minor level in half a month's time was no small feat, and achieving 2 levels was the absolute limit. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then began to laugh coldly, saying, No qualifications? Ha! You certainly have guts. No one in this entire spirit-level academy has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are the first, and as a reward, I shall ensure you receive an unforgettable lesson. Feel free to show your abilities. If all you have is bravado, I suggest you leave. Leave? The crowd gasped once more. This kid, Qin Feng, was truly insane. Very well, I shall make it my mission to shatter your insolent mouth. Qin Feng grinned ominously, and then shot towards Qin Feng like a bolt of lightning. Such incredible speed. The onlookers were astounded. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. He could match that speed and even surpass it. Here you go. Qin Feng clamped his legs around Qin Xiong, and, with a powerful thrust from his waist, propelled himself into the air, twisting as he sent Qin Xiong flying like a projectile towards Qin Feng. Get away. Qin Feng bellowed in fury, swinging his right arm to send Qin Xiong crashing into the crowd, where he landed heavily on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. What a ruthless heart Qin Feng possesses. A chill of astonishment swept through the crowd. This was none other than his own brother, yet he disregarded him entirely, even resorting to violence. May the rustic fool perish. Qin Feng sneered as the azure energy surged around his right fist, emanating an astonishing wave of power. In response, Qin Feng swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash reverberated with a thunderous boom. The moment their fists collided, an incredible shockwave erupted, sweeping across the vicinity. The onlookers, whose prowess was merely at the body refinement stage or the 1st level of the profound spirit realm, were utterly unprepared for such a force. They were instantly knocked aside, cries of dismay filling the air. Staggering back several steps, Qin Feng found himself at a disadvantage, while Qin Feng remained steadfast and unmoving. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They never anticipated that Qin Feng could withstand an assault from a 4th-level martial artist. Could it be that he too was a 4th-level martial artist, or perhaps even stronger? As this thought crossed their minds, their expressions turned pale with astonishment. In just half a month's time, rising from the 1st level to the 4th level, such a velocity was utterly terrifying, especially considering his humble origins. Good heavens! Could he even be human? Qin Feng halted his steps, his gaze towards Qin Feng now laden with gravity, equally astonished within. After their earlier confrontation, he was certain that Qin Feng was indeed a 4th-level martial artist, with an intense and fiery energy that could not be underestimated. To think that a mere rural bumpkin could achieve such remarkable heights in such a brief span of time, it appeared they had all underestimated him. You truly have exceeded our expectations, Qin Feng conceded. Qin Feng replied with a smile, thus, It would be wise for you and your companions to depart from this place without delay. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, saying, thinking you've gained an advantage. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? I shall be frank. Your earlier success was merely due to my momentary carelessness. You shall not be so fortunate henceforth. With that, he adopted a stance reminiscent of a tiger pouncing on its prey. A deep, resonant roar emanated from within him, evoking the ferocity of a hunting beast. The atmosphere was charged with intensity as he lunged towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, "White tiger devours the corpse." It is said that the Chun family possesses a formidable technique known as the tiger-killing fist, comprising 13 forms, each of significant power. Ranking around the first tier of the mystic level, Qin Feng was uncertain whether he could withstand such an onslaught. The onlookers were filled with tension, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle of this fierce duel. In midair, Qin Feng arced gracefully, then brought his palms down forcefully, unleashing a powerful gust that swept through the air, tousling Qin Feng's hair. Qin Feng crossed his arms and thrust upward with all his might. A thunderous explosion reverberated, as if struck by a heavy object. His legs trembled, and his knees buckled involuntarily, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. "Bring it on," Qin Feng smirked, a mocking curve gracing his lips. "Daring to show off before me on my own turf. How utterly foolish." Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "Do not revel too soon." The 10th form of the tiger-killing fist, heavy hammer spark. As Qin Feng's aura surged, the very air around him began to swirl violently, creating a tempest that cracked the ground beneath his feet. Such a fearsome attack. Those surrounding could feel their hearts race, their breaths becoming labored. Qin Feng's countenance darkened. He had long been aware of the formidable power of the Xian-level martial arts, which indeed posed a significant threat to him. Die. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, and an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from his fists, rippling like the surface of water, instilling a sense of dread. A thunderous roar of a tiger echoed once more as Qin Feng propelled himself into the air, performing a rotation before his fists came crashing down towards the ground. With a resounding boom, a powerful shockwave accompanied by a ferocious wind tore through the earth, advancing towards Qin Feng at a visible pace. Qin Feng crossed his palms, unleashing his Xuanqi as his entire being seemed to envelop in flames, radiating an awe-inspiring heat. The temperature in the atmosphere surged dramatically, causing the surrounding flora to wilt and wither. Blazing palm. Once Qin Feng had gathered his strength, he suddenly struck toward the approaching shockwave. With a thunderous impact, an explosion erupted, creating a massive pit several meters deep in the ground. How could Qin Feng have become so formidable? This is impossible. He is merely a country bumpkin. How could his power have grown so swiftly? This must be an illusion. Chen Xiong watched in disbelief, having previously inquired with the elder before arriving. Qin Feng had not applied to become a disciple of the academy, which suggested he likely had not reached the second heaven, or at most, possessed only second heaven cultivation. Meanwhile, he had already attained the second heaven with the aid of elixirs, leading him to believe he could easily teach Qin Feng a lesson. At worst, it would end in a draw, and with the support of his elder brother Qin Feng, they could still overpower Qin Feng. However, he never anticipated that. Merely half a month later, Qin Feng's strength would become so formidable. His attempt to outsmart others had backfired. Not only had he been effortlessly defeated, but even his ruthless elder brother was unable to contend with Qin Feng. This blow was overwhelmingly harsh for him. Observing the battle between the two, Chen Xiong finally realized that the chasm separating him from Qin Feng was insurmountably vast. Damn it, he couldn't even handle Qin Feng, let alone this fellow. What had this guy been up to these past few days to achieve such terrifying power? In a secluded corner, Zhao Feng silently watched the unfolding combat. Initially, Qin Feng had intended for him to guide him to confront Qin Feng, but he had deliberately feigned other commitments to evade the task. In reality, he had stealthily followed, secretly observing. Should Qin Feng falter, he would exploit Qin Feng's authority to mercilessly teach Qin Feng a lesson. Conversely, if Qin Feng emerged victorious, he would remain unscathed. And more importantly, Qin Feng would not seek retribution against him. Having known Qin Feng since childhood, he was acutely aware of his character. The previous mercy Qin Feng had shown him was solely due to his consideration for Zhao Feng's father. If he allowed Qin Feng to find leverage against him again, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. It must be said that he had grown wiser. Witnessing Qin Feng's overwhelming prowess stirred a deep unease within Zhao Feng. The astonishing strength displayed by Qin Feng instilled fear in him, as he worried that Qin Feng would continue to distance himself, becoming forever unreachable. It seemed that relying on Qin Feng was futile. He understood that the current Qin Feng was beyond Qin Feng's capacity to handle. Now, they could only await the personal intervention of Meng Qingyu. It was imperative, just in case, that I inform Meng Qingyu of this matter to prevent him from becoming overly arrogant and suffering a significant setback. This cautionary note, which he had initially hesitated to voice, was necessary as it pertained to his ability to avenge the grievance he bore from the martial arts chamber. Meng Qingyu departed. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Feng and Qin Feng engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the air crackling with a series of explosive sounds. Qin Feng unleashed all 13 techniques of his tiger-killing fist, yet he found himself unable to subdue Qin Feng, leaving him both astonished and anxious. Failing to conquer Qin Feng would result in his humiliation, rendering him unable to hold his head high before the crowd. Boom. At that moment, Qin Feng delivered a fierce fire palm strike upon Qin Feng's crossed arms, shattering his defense with overwhelming force, causing his arms to fall apart. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he executed a powerful kick, landing squarely on his opponent's chest. It struck like a boulder, resulting in a spout of blood from Qin Feng, who, akin to a kite severed from its string, arced through the air before crashing down with a resounding thud. The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld Qin Feng sprawled on the ground. How could Qin Feng, a practitioner of the fourth layer of the Xianling realm, be bested by Qin Feng? A tumultuous wave of shock surged through the crowd. They had anticipated an overwhelming display of dominance, envisioning Qin Feng as the eventual victor who would be severely beaten, yet the outcome was astonishingly contrary. With remarkable prowess, Qin Feng had triumphed over the Qin brothers, emerging as the ultimate champion. Contemplating this unexpected turn of events, they felt as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream, as if the entirety of this spectacle was profoundly illogical and unreal. In their eyes, Qin Feng was merely a country bumpkin, devoid of connections and resources, and it was inconceivable that he could, within a mere fortnight, acquire the strength to rival a fourth-tier martial artist. Yet, Qin Feng had indeed achieved this feat. Chapter 34. Meng Qingyu. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They could hardly fathom the remarkable prowess Qin Feng displayed at that moment. Not only did he effortlessly defeat Qin Xiong, but he also triumphed over Qin Feng, who possessed the formidable strength of a fourth-tier Xianling realm practitioner. At that instant, they were compelled to acknowledge that Qin Feng's abilities must certainly lie within the fourth tier, if not even beyond. The sheer shock of this realization resonated within them. To ascend from the first tier to the fourth in less than half a month was an unparalleled achievement within the entire Spirit Academy. What? Even my elder brother has fallen to him. Qin Xiong was utterly taken aback. He could never have anticipated such an outcome today. Qin Feng gazed calmly as Qin Feng struggled to rise from the ground, mocking him with words. It seems your skills are not as formidable as your boasting. I hardly exerted myself, and yet you have already succumbed. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he retorted. I never imagined you could advance so significantly in such a short span. However, let me assure you, you are no match for young Master Meng. Your demise will be most humiliating. Qin Feng chuckled coldly and replied, Is that so? Did you not claim I was no match for you? Why then? Are you now on the ground? Qin Feng's face contorted in anger, alternating between shades of green and white as he gritted his teeth. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. Today, I concede defeat at your hands, but I warn you, in the battle to come, your fate will be far more tragic than mine. Meng Xiao will assist me in recovering this debt. I never anticipated that Meng Qingyu would keep such a devoted dog as you. Qin Feng sneered and remarked, However, your previous words have truly irked me, and the price of my displeasure can be exceedingly severe. As soon as he spoke, an unsettling sensation surged within Qin Feng. In the next moment, Qin Feng lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. With a sickening crunch, shattered teeth mingled with blood and saliva erupted from his mouth, leaving the right side of his face swollen and crimson. Why you dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can have you killed. Qin Feng raged, appearing almost deranged. Yet, before his words could settle, Qin Feng executed a swift kick to his right knee, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Immediately, Qin Feng stomped forcefully on his back, resulting in a shattering of his spine. Blood spewed forth as Qin Feng lay on the ground, wailing in agony, a sight that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Qin Feng taunted, If I were you, I would refrain from uttering threats, for they not only bear no consequence but also invite far graver retribution. Qin Feng glared at him fiercely. Yet whether due to his grievous injuries or the weight of Qin Feng's words, he remained silent. Observing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Country bumpkin, release him." At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. It was Meng Qingyu. Someone called out loudly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning to see Meng Qingyu striding towards them with an intimidating presence. "Meng Qingyu, you have finally made your appearance." Qin Feng also lifted his gaze. Though his eyes were filled with a chilling intent to kill, this man nearly caused him to lose all his cultivation and become a mere shell of his former self. As he approached, the crowd parted, creating a pathway. Meng Qingyu traversed through the throng until he stood before Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, we meet again," he stated. "Qin Feng, you possess an audacity unparalleled, daring to injure my people." Meng Qingyu's countenance darkened. He was not genuinely concerned for Qin Feng, but rather incensed by the embarrassment Qin Feng's actions had inflicted upon him, especially with so many witnesses present. "I do not provoke others unless I am provoked. Since you have unleashed your hounds to disturb me, if I do not administer a lesson, would that not betray your goodwill? However, Meng Qingyu, it seems you have truly lost your wits by summoning two utterly useless fools." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "How dare you lecture me?" Meng Qingyu retorted, fire igniting within his eyes. The onlookers were stirred, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. In the past, had Qin Feng spoken thus, they would have deemed him reckless and arrogant. Yet, following recent events, they had come to recognize Qin Feng's formidable prowess. From the tone of his voice, it was evident that he genuinely possessed the strength to contend with Meng Qingyu. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. As if a fierce clash between dragon and tiger was imminent, they could only speculate whether it would culminate in a soaring dragon or a roaring tiger. Qin Feng scoffed. "A defeated foe, who would deny you the right to be taught a lesson?" Upon hearing these words, Meng Qingyu's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sea. This matter had long cast an indelible shadow upon his heart, embodying a profound shame. At this moment, as Qin Feng resurrected old grievances, it was akin to tearing open his wounds. It is easy to imagine the intensity of the fury raging within him. It appeared that the decisive confrontation between them could be resolved here. Meng Qingyu's tone suddenly shifted to an uncanny calmness. Yet, anyone could perceive the intense murderous intent and wrath lurking beneath that veneer of tranquility. At this juncture, the onlookers dared not utter a word. The atmosphere was charged with tension, suffocating them. Qin Feng's expression gradually turned icy as he declared, "I, Qin Feng, am ever ready for a challenge." The two locked eyes, as if two bolts of lightning collided in the void, sending sparks flying. In an instant, they both surged toward each other, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a palm met a fist in a fierce clash. Boom! A sonic explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a wave of energy sweeping forth, fracturing the ground beneath them. Those surrounding were engulfed by the force, falling to the ground in agony, with some even spitting blood and being hurled backward, immediately sustaining grave injuries. The prowess of both individuals far surpassed that of the onlookers. The magnitude of their clash was terrifying. How could mere mortals, even those at the first level of the profound spirit realm or merely in the body refinement realm, withstand such ferocity? After their fists and palms met, Qin Feng staggered back 4 or 5 steps, while Meng Qingyu retreated but a single step, clearly indicating that in this exchange, Meng Qingyu held the upper hand. It seemed their levels of profound energy were relatively comparable. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed by the situation. Moments ago, he had not exerted his full strength, first to feign weakness and dull the enemy's senses, thereby creating an opportunity for victory, and second, to gauge the depth of his opponent's capabilities. In Qin Feng's perspective, had he unleashed his full power, he would not have retreated even a single step. In truth, after reaching the third transformation of his infernal energy, coupled with his substantial reservoir of energy, he was more than capable of contending with a 5th-tier practitioner of the profound spirit realm. At this moment, Meng Qingyu was utterly astonished. He had believed that even a peak practitioner of the 4th tier would be forced back by his punch. Yet Qin Feng had merely taken a few steps back. The disparity was simply too immense. It was then that he realized it was not that Qin Feng was inept. Rather, Qin Feng was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 35. Mentor Lin Tian in the courtyard before Qin Feng's residence, anguish cries filled the air as individuals clutched their wounds, moaning in pain. "I never anticipated that a rustic fellow like you could possess such strength. I truly underestimated you," Meng Qingyu remarked. Qin Feng replied with a cold smile. "Prepare to be even more astonished. Just because you possess some strength, do you presume yourself to be remarkable? Truly a provincial, lacking in insight, Meng Qingyu scoffed. If I, this provincial, were to defeat you, would that not render you even more inferior than I? A veritable piece of trash? How dare you call me trash? Meng Qingyu's face contorted with rage. Very well, you are not trash, Qin Feng chuckled, prompting some of the onlookers to stifle their laughter as well. Meng Qingyu finally realized he had misspoken, and his face turned a mottled shade of blue and white, seething with rage as he exclaimed, "You country bumpkin! I shall kill you." With that, he lunged towards Qin Feng, who was also secretly channeling his inner energy, prepared to strike at any moment. However, just as Meng Qingyu took his third step, an overwhelming force suddenly surged forth, rendering both of them immobile. A powerful figure from the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Feng's heart tightened. He had sensed this aura before on Hualinger. Sure enough, at that moment, a figure materialized like a specter between Qin Feng and Meng Qingyu. The person appeared to be around 40 years old, strikingly handsome with a benevolent expression, clad in white garments, exuding a refined and amiable demeanor. The crowd gasped in surprise and bowed in unison. Instructor Lin Tian. It turned out that Lin Tian was Qin Feng's class instructor, holding a position of great authority as the head of the enforcement hall in the academy. Even the most rebellious students feared him. Hearing that Meng Qingyu was causing trouble for Qin Feng, he had come to offer assistance, fully aware that the turmoil was instigated by him. He understood that if the situation escalated, the truth would inevitably come to light, and he would face repercussions, ultimately suffering great humiliation. It was not worth it for someone like Qin Feng. Meng Qingyu coldly scoffed. This is something you must ask Qin Feng about. He relies on his profound cultivation to assault my friends. How can I tolerate such an affront? This fellow was quite clever, deftly shifting all the blame away. A cold smile crept across Qin Feng's face. Meng Qingyu was indeed cunning. By uttering those words, he effectively indicated that he was merely acting on behalf of a friend, allowing himself to remain detached from the situation. However, Qin Feng felt helpless in this matter and could only acquiesce, saying, "Instructor Lin Tian, the situation is as follows. Early this morning, Qin Xiong and Qin Feng led a group to cause trouble at my place. Fortunately, my strength has recently improved, which is why I emerged unscathed. This incident is witnessed by all, and the truth can be easily discerned." Instructor Lin Tian turned to the students and inquired, "Is what Qin Feng said true?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Qin Feng and Qin Xiong's expressions darkened. They had initially intended to argue and reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, but upon catching Meng Qingyu's warning gaze, they dared not speak further. Instructor Lin Tian pressed Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, asking, "Do you have anything to say?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Qin Feng finally stammered, "Instructor Lin Tian, the truth is that my younger brother Qin Xiong harbors a deep resentment towards Qin Feng and urged me to help him teach Qin Feng a lesson." "Qin Feng, you wretched creature." Qin Xiong cursed his brother internally, aghast that he would throw him under the bus. Did he not realize they were siblings? Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, Instructor Lin Tian," Qin Xiong and Qin Feng said as they supported each other and departed. Meng Qingyu, with a mocking tone, addressed Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, do not forget that the life and death duel in the arena is set for noon the day after tomorrow. If you are afraid, you may choose not to attend." The crowd's gaze fixated on Qin Feng, their minds racing with speculation. Would he accept or decline this impending challenge? In response to Meng Qingyu's provocation, Qin Feng naturally would not remain passive. He replied with a cold smile, "If I cannot even accept the challenge from a defeated foe, then I truly am incompetent." Upon hearing the term defeated foe, Meng Qingyu was instantly incensed. However, due to the presence of Mentor Lin Tian, he could only suppress his fury and retorted icily, "That's well, but let me warn you, I am only responsible for breaking you. I will not be cleaning up the mess. It is merely a matter of having encountered some opportunities," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Tian, understanding that he was not being entirely truthful, refrained from pressing further, recognizing it was a matter of personal privacy. "Qin Feng, I know you are not an impulsive person. Since you dare to accept Meng Qingyu's challenge, you must be adequately prepared. Nonetheless, I must remind you that Meng Qingyu comes from a prestigious lineage, and his martial arts training is of the highest caliber. Defeating him will not be an easy task." Lin Tian added earnestly, "Thank you for your concern, Minner. Rest assured, I will not lose this battle." Qin Feng responded with a smile. "That is good to hear," Lin Tian chuckled. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Tian took his leave. At that moment, Fat Tiger, disheveled, stumbled to the threshold. Upon seeing the chaotic scene before him, his still-dazed eyes suddenly cleared. and he exclaimed in shock, "What the hell, am I dreaming? Yes, I must not be awake," he muttered before collapsing onto the ground to sleep. Witnessing this, Qin Feng was left utterly astounded. Nighttime. Inside the room, Meng Jie wore a slightly sullen expression as he addressed Meng Qingyu, remarking, "I never anticipated that this rustic fellow, Qin Feng, could ascend to the 4th level of the Xianling realm in such a brief span. It appears that he has indeed encountered some fortuitous opportunity." "Young master, you must exercise utmost caution," Meng Qingyu retorted. "You are perhaps overthinking this. My cultivation surpasses that of Qin Feng, and with the multitude of martial arts bestowed upon me by my father, how could that country bumpkin possibly be my rival? Nevertheless, I advise you to remain vigilant." Impatiently, Meng Qingyu continued, "Enough. I am well aware. In any case, I am determined to thoroughly defeat Qin Feng before everyone, redeeming my honor. By the way, the second young master will personally attend tomorrow's battle." "What did you say? Second brother is coming too?" Meng Qingyu exclaimed with delight. "Then I must strive even harder to demonstrate that I, Meng Qingyu, am not in the least inferior to him." Chapter 36. Insights on this day. Qin Feng was practicing his spear technique in a mountain ravine adorned with a waterfall when suddenly the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds stirred, sending dust and stones flying. Before long, a torrential downpour commenced. Seeking refuge, Qin Feng retreated into a nearby cave. With the decisive battle against Meng Qingyu looming on the morrow, he was unwilling to squander a single moment. Thus, he settled into a meditative posture within the cave, channeling his energy for cultivation. As the undying Xian skill activated, the acupoints and pores of Qin Feng's skin opened, resembling numerous tiny whirlpools that drew in the essence of heaven and earth. Ultimately, this vital energy surged into his body, increasing the quantity of Xuanqi within his sea of energy. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng had not noticed that the soul pearl within him began to emanate a verdant glow. Simultaneously, his auditory senses sharpened significantly. The sound of thunder roared, and raindrops cascaded to the ground. Strikingly, the tempestuous imagery that unfolded in his mind mirrored precisely that of the storm outside the cave. His thoughts raced: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The wind signified speed. What, then, did the rain represent? Qin Feng strained to grasp the elusive connection. It seemed tantalizingly close, yet frustratingly distant. Time slipped away until suddenly, a plop echoed as a droplet fell from the cave's edge, igniting a revelation within Qin Feng. Rain, indeed, symbolized water, and as the ancients professed, water can erode stone. Thus, rain implied penetration. A smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he continued to ponder. Thunder, then, represented momentum and presence. Seizing the initiative in battle is of paramount importance. Next came lightning, renowned as the most lethal force in existence, fierce and domineering, signifying explosive power. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning embodied speed, penetration, momentum, and explosive force. I comprehend it now. I finally grasped the truth. Qin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with captivating brilliance. With a swift clap of his palms against the ground, he soared into the air, executing 2 somersaults before landing outside the cave. With a mere thought, the fire gold overlord spear materialized in his grasp. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spear danced in his hands, thrusting, piercing, slashing, sweeping, and carving through the air, creating an array of spear shadows that exuded formidable presence. The rain continued to fall, yet the aura surrounding Qin Feng intensified, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea or a tiger roaring in the mountains. Penetration, velocity, momentum, and explosive power are not merely independent elements. Rather, they are intricately interwoven. Penetration necessitates rapid speed and explosive force, while explosive power equally demands velocity and momentum. Explosive power serves as the essence of these 4 aspects, with speed forming the very foundation of it all. Qin Feng seemed to have unlocked a gateway to martial mastery. His mind illuminated with clarity. In a moment of enlightenment, he grasped the interconnectedness of all things. Ultimately, Qin Feng merely continued to thrust his spear, and the force of his penetration gradually intensified. Swish, swish, swish. As time progressed, Qin Feng's rate of fire quickened. Initially, he could manage 2 strikes per second, but now he reached an astonishing 3. This feat was already remarkable among his contemporaries in the realm of spear martial artists. Yet, Qin Feng remained dissatisfied with his speed. "No, this is too slow. I can achieve greater velocity," he roared internally. Suddenly, with a crackle, the meridians in his arms surged with power. and the fire gold tyrant spear began to move with an uncanny swiftness, achieving a staggering 10 strikes per second. His speed had doubled. If 2 strikes per second marked a talent, then 10 strikes per second signified a genius. Indeed, a genius among geniuses. Triumphant, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy and pride. To his knowledge, no one in the entire Qin Feng Academy had ever accomplished 10 strikes per second at his level of mastery. Such an achievement warranted a sense of pride. Swish! Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon a massive boulder weighing 500 to 600 jin, and with a sudden thrust of his fire gold overlord spear, he pierced forward with the swiftness of a tempest. The 2-meter-long spear shaft was enveloped in a hazy white mist, particularly at the tip, where the vapor coalesced into a 10-centimeter spiral point. With a decisive thrust, the entire spear penetrated the boulder, the spiral tip continuing its relentless advance until it traversed the stone completely. Witnessing this, a flicker of pride crossed Qin Feng's face as he deftly shook the fire gold overlord spear from side to side. With a resounding boom, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. To his astonishment, Qin Feng realized he had manifested spear energy. A glimmer of surprise danced in his eyes. Every weapon possesses both Qi and intent. For instance, the Qi and intent of a blade, the Qi and intent of a sword, and the same holds true for spears. While Qi and intent are interconnected, they remain distinct concepts. Qi can be categorized into 10 colors, ranging from weak to strong: white, red, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, orange, white-red, and purple-gold. Those capable of manifesting spear energy are certainly extraordinary individuals, and Qin Feng could not help but feel a swell of pride, coupled with a burgeoning confidence for his impending battle against Meng Qingyu. He believed that the techniques he had comprehended, once formed into a distinct style, could rival the power of profound martial arts. Consequently, the disparity in martial prowess between the two adversaries had significantly diminished. The next step was to devise a technique. Although he had grasped the concepts of penetration and explosive force, he had yet to perfectly refine them into a formidable offensive maneuver, a regrettable oversight indeed. Having comprehended the 4 essential principles of crafting techniques, the creation of such skills becomes significantly simpler. It is akin to a laborer equipped with both a vehicle and cargo. All that remains is to load the items onto the transport. Qin Feng closed his eyes, immersing himself in the shifting dynamics of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that permeated the world around him. At that moment, the soul pearl surged once more, conjuring a vivid image within his mind, a spectral figure wielding a long spear, engaging in a practice of strikes. In this state, he perceived himself as a mere observer, quietly watching while his mind tirelessly churned. Boom! The specter erupted with formidable energy, the long spear transforming into a blade, unleashing a fierce spear aura that cleaved downward with ferocious intent. Instantly, a wave of power surged from the spear tip, penetrating the ground and racing forth at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the earth shattered, and soil was sent flying, resembling a dragon of earth traversing the surface. Subsequently, the spear swept horizontally, unleashing a torrent of energy across a fan-shaped area ahead. As a tempest stirred, causing the ground to fissure instantaneously, the phantom's movements appeared to follow a certain rhythm, akin to a unique martial art. It flowed like a swift gale, harmonizing with the spear's offensive display to manifest an awe-inspiring might. Time slipped away unnoticed until the mental simulation reached its conclusion, and a smile once again graced Qin Feng's face. This iteration of the simulation encompassed 3 offensive techniques and 1 form of movement. The first technique, force that dominates the universe, amalgamated profound energy, physical strength, and imposing momentum into a singularly powerful blade strike attack. The second technique, sweeping across the world, involved the spear sweeping broadly, harboring concealed force that would erupt upon contact with an adversary. The third technique, the stunning strike, thrusts forward with astonishing speed and formidable strength, generating an immense penetrating power. Once the attack connects, it unleashes a ferocious explosive force that rends the enemy asunder. The movement resembles walking like the wind, agile and swift like a leopard, exhibiting remarkable flexibility. Filled with exhilaration, Qin Feng swiftly practiced with his spear. Chapter 37, The Life and Death Platform. A resounding boom echoed as a colossal tree splintered. A fierce wind swept through, raising clouds of dust. Truly, heaven is on my side. Qin Feng sheathed his fire gold overlord spear amidst the torrential downpour and thunderous roars. Though drenched and resembling a soaked chicken, his heart brimmed with joy. He never imagined he could create a martial art, one whose power surely reached the mystical level, surpassing even the snowflake sword technique. However, without having encountered martial arts beyond the first rank of the mystical level, he could not ascertain its precise grade. The ability to forge a mystical martial art at my age is likely unparalleled in the entire northern domain. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration and pride. Since this technique was derived from comprehending natural phenomena such as wind, rain, and thunder, I shall name it the Celestial Phenomenon Spear Technique and the Spirit Wind Step. With the Celestial Phenomenon Spear Technique and the Spirit Wind Step at my disposal, Qin Feng felt an unwavering confidence that victory in tomorrow's battle was assured. He hastily immersed himself in his training. The following day marked the fateful confrontation between Meng Qingyu and Qin Feng. Following his overwhelming victory over the Qin brothers, Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, and withstanding a powerful palm strike from Meng Qingyu, the atmosphere in the Spirit Academy had become electrified. Such remarkable achievements have made them acutely aware of Qin Feng's formidable prowess, which surpasses their expectations. Particularly at this moment, no one has yet witnessed the full extent of his power, undoubtedly enhancing his aura of mystery. Consequently, they are filled with anticipation for today's battle, eagerly speculating on who among them will emerge victorious. At this very moment, both the students and mentors of the Spirit Academy have risen earlier than usual, hastily gathering at the arena known as the Life and Death Platform. This platform is essentially a stage, approximately 500 square meters, crafted from a unique material, standing 3 meters tall and entirely cloaked in deep black. At each corner, four azure pillars soar over 5 meters high. In one corner, there is a stone platform featuring 2 stone apertures. As the morning bell chimed punctually, its melodious tones resonated throughout the Spirit Academy. Meng Qingyu has arrived. A voice rang out from the crowd, instantly redirecting numerous gazes towards Meng Qingyu, who was striding forward, flanked by several individuals. Meng Qingyu reveled in their attention, his eyes gleaming with unabashed pride. The crowd parted to grant him passage as he navigated through, eventually leaping onto the Life and Death platform. Approaching the stone platform beside the arena, he extended his hand towards the stone aperture. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the index finger of his right hand, and a drop of crimson blood fell into the aperture. With that, the Life and Death platform activated, and at that moment, a water blue barrier manifested on one half of the left side of the arena. Once both parties reach an agreement, a barrier envelopes the entire arena of life and death. In doing so, the aftermath of the battle will not spill out to harm the onlookers, and it also prevents either side from fleeing. Life and death. One must either live or perish. This is the rule of the arena, unless both individuals simultaneously drop their blood into the stone crevice on the platform. The barrier shall not dissipate, and neither combatant may exit until one meets their demise. As time swiftly elapsed, an hour passed, yet Qin Feng remained absent, igniting speculation among the crowd regarding his fear of engaging in battle. Surely, Qin Feng cannot be coming, one remarked. I believe it is quite possible. After all, Meng Qingyu possesses a higher level of mastery and numerous familial martial arts, while Qin Feng lacks any background. If a confrontation were to ensue, the odds of his defeat are considerable. Perhaps he has been delayed by some pressing matter, another suggested. What could possibly be more significant than today's event? Came the retort. I believe he is merely afraid, a cowardly turtle. Another half-hour slipped by, yet still, Qin Feng did not appear, further swaying the crowd's sentiment towards the notion of his cowardice. Even Meng Qingyu furrowed his brow at this delay. Humph, I did not expect you to be such a cowardly turtle. Meng Qingyu's gaze turned icy. He had intended to humiliate Qin Feng publicly, but it now seemed that opportunity had slipped away. He addressed the crowd. As you can all see, Qin Feng has proven himself a coward, unwilling to engage in battle. I urge everyone, should you encounter Qin Feng in the future, to relay this message. It would be wise for him to avoid me, Meng Qingyu, or I shall ensure his demise. As the words fell, a thunderous voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, akin to the booming of a great bell. If you wish to slay me, I fear you lack the capability. It was Qin Feng. He had arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers, their hearts brimming with excitement. From elation to disappointment, and back to hope, such fluctuating emotions were truly tormenting. They turned towards the source of the sound and beheld Qin Feng showcasing astonishing agility as he swiftly approached. What remarkable skill! Those with keen insight could not help but be astounded. In their eyes, Qin Feng at that moment was as swift and graceful as the wind. After approximately a minute, Qin Feng leaped before them, spanning over 10 meters to land on the arena. Qin Feng, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would remain a timid turtle, Meng Qingyu sneered. The appearance of Qin Feng delighted him immensely, for it meant he could fulfill his desire to trample Qin Feng before all eyes. In response to Meng Qingyu's derision, Qin Feng merely smiled and replied, in truth, I had no intention of coming, for the sight of you, dog, is repugnant to me. However, your voice was too loud, vexing my heart. Thus, to prevent such disturbances, I have resolved to eliminate you. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Feng suddenly launched an assault on Meng Qingyu. You seek death. Observing Qin Feng's audacity to strike first, Meng Qingyu sneered, clenching his fist and unleashing a powerful aura as he retaliated. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, sending a gust of wind sweeping through the air, causing both Qin Feng and Meng Qingyu to slide backward, evenly matched. The crowd was taken aback. It seemed that this individual's strength had indeed surged. Meng Qingyu's heart tightened. At that moment, he still felt a burning sensation in his fists, a result of the searing effect of the infernal abyssal energy. Qin Feng approached the stone platform and let his blood drip into the stone crevice, instantly manifesting the other half of the azure barrier, enveloping the entire life and death platform within the protective shield. The life and death platform was fully activated. Chapter 38. Fierce Collision. The entire life and death platform was shrouded in a cerulean barrier, ripples constantly undulating across its surface. Qin Feng, this time I will surely kill you, Meng Qingyu declared coldly, devoid of any warmth. Boasting is easy. Whether you possess the ability is the real question, Qin Feng replied with a slight smile. Arrogant, Meng Qingyu roared, unleashing a torrent of energy from within, a formidable aura sweeping forth as he lunged forward in a powerful stride. Qin Feng snorted disdainfully, meeting him head-on. The two exchanged punches, and in the next instant, their fists collided with ferocity. This time, neither Qin Feng nor Meng Qingyu took a step back. Their fists seemed to meld together as if glued, with crimson and golden energies clashing and compressing between them, reminiscent of two fierce tigers locked in combat. No one anticipated that Qin Feng's strength had reached such an extraordinary level. The spectators were astonished. Meng Qingyu felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The earlier clash had made it clear to him that during their previous encounter, Qin Feng had held back. This young man must have cultivated some formidable technique. The might of Qin Feng's profound energy was formidable and domineering, surpassing his own significantly. It was evident that the opponent's martial arts were of a much higher caliber. More importantly, the profound energy possessed a fierce burning effect, which sufficiently compensated for the disparity in both quality and quantity of their energies. Had it not been for the suppression of his own realm over Qin Feng, the prospect of victory would have been nearly impossible. Yet, he was determined not to face defeat. At this moment, he could not overlook the astonishing transformation that Qin Feng had undergone. Nevertheless, he resolved to win this battle. Victory was imperative. His gaze hardened, and as the profound energy surged within him, Meng Qingyu's strength augmented dramatically, forcing Qin Feng to retreat. Without pausing, Meng Qingyu seized the opportunity to unleash the first-tier technique of the profound realm, the meteor fist. His fist soared like a celestial meteor, exuding a fierce momentum. Swift as a shooting star, the opponent's assault was relentless and ferocious, leaving Qin Feng with no choice but to defend. Qin Feng, you are merely on the defensive. How can you hope to triumph over me? Meng Qingyu taunted while advancing. With a powerful leap, Meng Qingyu ascended into the air, his body radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of profound energy. His fist glimmered with a golden aura, harboring an exceptionally fierce fist energy. The strike descended like a hammer, ferocious and unyielding. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted as he channeled his profound energy, summoning the fiery palm. After gathering his strength, he swiftly raised both palms. A resounding explosion echoed as the ground beneath Qin Feng shattered, his knees buckling slightly with a crack sound. Get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng unleashed a torrent of blazing profound energy, an overwhelming force surging skyward, sending Meng Qingyu hurtling through the air. Whoosh! In an instant, Qin Feng vanished from sight, only to reappear a mere 3 meters away from his opponent. Such astonishing speed. Meng Qingyu's heart raced as he quickly launched a powerful punch, the force of his strike soaring toward Qin Feng like a battering ram. In response, Qin Feng countered with a palm strike, and their attacks collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that unleashed a tempestuous wind. Qin Feng's momentum was momentarily halted. Meng Qingyu, with a hint of amusement, taunted, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Qin Feng retorted coldly, "Indeed, I am angry. It is utterly disrespectful for a grandson to retaliate against his grandfather. You are courting death. Fury flashed across Meng Qingyu's face as he charged toward Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng skillfully employed his wind step technique to evade the assault. On the arena, the two figures danced around each other. Despite Meng Qingyu's ferocious and forceful techniques, his agility paled in comparison to Qin Feng's, who effortlessly sidestepped each attempt. Frustration mounted within him as he repeatedly failed to make contact. What an extraordinary display of agility! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Young Master Meng, it appears your brother faces a formidable challenge in besting his opponent, remarked one observer. Atop a distant peak, two figures stood watching. One was Meng Qingyu's elder brother. Meng ran, clad in a blue warrior's garb, while beside him stood Shin Tao. Meng Ran remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce battle unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, a beautiful girl clad in red was also observing the fierce battle on the life and death stage. It was unexpected that this individual had managed to acquire martial arts techniques of the 5th rank in the Xian class. He appeared to be more competent than I had initially presumed. However, if all he could do was evade, he would still be held in disdain. The girl curled her crimson lips into a cold smile. Qin Feng, is evasion all you know? Meng Qingyu, seething with rage, exclaimed, if you're a man, then stand and fight me honorably, rather than behaving like a coward. In an instant, Qin Feng's figure materialized behind Meng Qingyu, a long spear, measuring 1.5 meters, suddenly appearing in his grasp, thrusting violently towards his opponent. The strike was executed with incredible speed, akin to a flash of lightnings, leaving the onlookers unable to discern its trajectory. With a resounding thud, the spear struck its target, piercing through clothing but failing to penetrate further. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the blow propelled Meng Qingyu away, crashing him against the azure barrier. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena, as the spectators were left in awe of Qin Feng's attack. This Qin Feng had actually mastered the art of spear energy. Meng Ran narrowed his eyes, having previously believed Qin Feng was destined to lose. However, witnessing that spear strike led him to reconsider his judgment. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. The ability to harness spear energy signified formidable combat prowess. The girl in red also displayed a flicker of astonishment in her beautiful eyes before breaking into an intrigued smile. He has not succeeded after all. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's eyes. The recent attack was the most formidable move from the celestial gun technique. A stunning shot that possessed unparalleled explosive and striking power. He had initially believed it would be sufficient to slay his opponent with a single strike. Yet, to his surprise, it had failed. Nevertheless, he soon realized that Meng Qingyu must have possessed some form of protective armor, for had it not been so, that shot would undoubtedly have claimed his life. Meng Qingyu rose from the ground, his gaze towards Qin Feng filled with shock and a fierce ferocity. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng's marksmanship would be so formidable. Had it not been for the golden silk vest he wore, which had absorbed the impact of that shot, he feared he would now be a cold corpse. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for having heeded his brother Meng Ran's advice to don this treasure today. In an instant, a 1-meter-long, reddish-brown saber appeared in Meng Qingyu's hand, its blade glistening with an icy sheen, unmistakably a precious artifact. You little bastard. I never expected you could force me to draw my weapon. Even in death, you should consider yourself fortunate, Meng Qingyu declared coldly. Chapter 39. Decapitation. With a series of clicks, Qin Feng infused his profound energy into the long spear. Instantly, the mechanism activated, and the fire gold overlord's spear began to transform. It extended to 2 meters in length, and the spearhead sprouted blade-like extensions reminiscent of bull horns, elongating by 5 centimeters. What an imposing weapon! It was at least of the Xian level. Who would have thought that Qin Feng possessed such a formidable treasure? Wasn't he supposed to be from the countryside? Where did he acquire the wealth to procure such an artifact? Who knows? However, it is undeniable that Qin Feng has undergone a remarkable transformation. Those present were taken aback upon seeing the fire gold overlord spear in his hand, and murmurs of astonishment filled the air. Who would have thought that this country bumpkin could acquire such a treasure? Nevertheless, even so, your demise is inevitable today. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward, swinging his battle axe with ferocity aimed at Qin Feng's head. A fierce wind whipped through, lifting Qin Feng's hair as he deftly maneuvered his right arm, raising the fire gold overlord's spear to meet the attack. With a resounding clang, he successfully deflected the onslaught. Meng Qingyu's eyes narrowed with cold intensity as he swung his blade once more. Yet at that moment, Qin Feng's spear was already within striking distance. What astonishing speed! Meng Qingyu's heart raced with shock, and he hastily raised his weapon to block the impending assault. The spear tip struck the blade with a powerful force, sending shockwaves through Meng Qingyu's arms, leaving them numb. With a sweeping motion, Qin Feng did not relent after landing his strike. Instead, he channeled the fierce energy of the fiery abyss through the spear, its crimson hue blazing fiercely. The air was thick with a scorching heat, and a violent gust of hot wind surged forth. Once the fire gold overlord spear was fully charged, Qin Feng unleashed a sweeping motion, sending forth a fan-shaped wave of fiery energy. Just as Meng Qingyu regained his footing, he realized the attack was upon him in an instant. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly slashed downward with his blade, hoping to shatter the advancing energy with a decisive blow. However, at that moment, Qin Feng executed the spirit wind steps and swiftly approached within 5 meters of him. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he leaped into the air, grasping the gun barrel with both hands, raising it high above his head. A tremendous surge of power radiated outward. Instantly, the long spear in his hands descended like a blade, striking down fiercely. The force dominated the realm. The onlookers were taken aback. Meng Qingyu, his expression one of astonishment, hastily raised his sword above his head with both hands. Simultaneously, his inner energy surged forth, forming a spherical shield of light. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng's fiery golden overlord spear collided violently against the shield. Seeing that his protective barrier remained intact, Meng Qingyu could not suppress a mocking laugh, declaring, "Qin Feng, your attack cannot even breach a mere protective shield of mine. With such meager abilities, do you dare to threaten my life? How utterly ridiculous! Is that so?" Qin Feng replied, a smirk gracing his lips. At this, a sudden wave of unease washed over Meng Qingyu. Soon after, his protective shield began to tremble violently. And amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless cracks appeared, culminating in a resounding explosion. The shockwave struck Meng Qingyu's chest. Despite the protection of his golden silk vest, he still felt his internal energy roil in turmoil. He staggered back, retreating several steps. Qin Feng coldly remarked, "Do you still believe you are worthy to boast before me?" Meng Qingyu's gaze darkened as he replied, "I will never concede defeat to you." He charged at Qin Feng, wielding his broadsword in a fierce onslaught. A multitude of blade shadows emerging. Yet, none of the strikes posed a threat to Qin Feng, for his spirit wind steps granted him unparalleled agility. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization as he discerned his opponent's flaw. The fire gold overlord spear in his hand darted forth like lightning, striking the opponent's chest. However, the spear failed to penetrate flesh, merely pushing him back a short distance. "I possess a golden silk vest. Your attacks cannot harm me," Meng Qingyu steadied himself, a sinister smile curling his lips. "You cannot defeat me." As he spoke, he swung his horse-slaying blade towards Qin Feng's neck. Reacting swiftly, Qin Feng leaned back, feeling the blade brush against his chest and face, severing a lock of his hair. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the spear forward with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from the sea, the spearhead spinning violently as it aimed for his adversary's throat. With a sickening sound, the unguarded throat of Meng Qingyu, vulnerable and exposed, was pierced effortlessly by the spear. Silence enveloped the arena, a heavy stillness pervading the air. The spectators were struck dumb, incredulous at the sight of Meng Qingyu's throat impaled. A martial artist at the 5th level of the Xianling realm had perished so abruptly. You. Meng Qingyu gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would meet his end at Qin Feng's hands, a fate he had never anticipated. He was supposed to be the victor. Just then, a voice filled with wrath reverberated through the air like thunder, echoing across the heavens and the earth. "You wretched brat, surrender your life." Suddenly, everyone felt a terrifying force surging towards them, instilling fear and trepidation in their hearts. In an instant, they witnessed an individual leap toward them. A palm aimed fiercely at Qin Feng. The sudden turn of events left Qin Feng utterly astonished. Upon witnessing that terrifying strike, he hastily summoned all his strength to conjure a fiery red barrier before him. However, the force was overwhelmingly formidable. The luminous wall, forged from his utmost power, was effortlessly shattered, disintegrating into countless shards of light that vanished into the ether. With a sickening thud, Qin Feng was struck hard, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, ultimately crashing against a stone pillar, where he expelled more blood before slowly collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, it was Meng Ran, the younger brother of Meng Qingyu. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Upon hearing this, others were immediately filled with dread, their hearts heavy with sorrow and sympathy for Qin Feng. They realized that having killed his elder brother, Meng Qingyu would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. Qin Feng, will you escape death this time? In the throng, Zhao Feng, upon hearing Meng Ran's arrival, was filled with unbridled joy. When he witnessed Meng Qingyu's demise at Qin Feng's hands, he understood that he had fallen far behind and that any hope of avenging his humiliation was forever lost. This realization filled him with rage and frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. Just as despair began to consume him, the appearance of Meng Ran ignited a flicker of hope. For Meng Ran was a formidable presence within the Purple Mansion realm, and eliminating Qin Feng would be as effortless as a mere gesture. Chapter 40. The Flying Dagger Woman. You wretched little brat. You dare to slay my brother. Today, I shall make you wish for life that you cannot attain and for death that you cannot escape. Meng Ran's visage twisted in fury, his eyes ablaze with vengeance, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. With his formidable cultivation, he could have effortlessly struck down Qin Feng with a single blow. However, he refrained from doing so, intending instead to torment him thoroughly, believing that such suffering would appease the spirit of his fallen brother. As his words faded, he approached Qin Feng. At that moment, a maiden clad in crimson swept through the sky like a celestial being, instantly captivating the attention of countless onlookers before gracefully alighting upon a stone pillar. It was Guan Xiaoyan. Upon seeing the maiden, Meng Ran's face betrayed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Guan Xiaoyan, who held a prominent position within the academy, would appear here, especially to rescue Qin Feng. What was their relationship? 3 flying daggers shot forth like lightning, and due to the low cultivation levels of those present, almost no one could perceive the trajectory of the blades. Even Qin Feng was no exception. At that moment, the soul pearl within Qin Feng's body emitted a vibrant azure glow, suffused with an abundance of life force, significantly alleviating his grievous injuries within mere seconds. The 3 daggers, stealthily targeting Meng Ran, caused his expression to shift dramatically. He hurriedly summoned his strength to deflect 2 of the daggers, yet the third severed a lock of hair before his face. Instantly, Meng Ran was struck with terror, his body rendered immobile as he fell to the ground, a chill running down his spine. Although he was aware of Guan Xiaoyan's prowess, he had never engaged her in combat and thus held a degree of skepticism towards the rumors. However, today he had witnessed her formidable capabilities firsthand. Had the third dagger been aimed at his throat, he would have already met his demise. At this moment, Qin Feng was pulled by the colorful ribbons to the side of Guan Xiaoyan, who forcefully placed a pill into his mouth, saying, "If you wish to avoid death, then consume this." Without hesitation, Qin Feng swallowed it, fully aware that if his adversary truly intended to harm him, it would be effortlessly executed without such elaborate measures. Guan Xiaoyan smiled and remarked, "You are quite obedient." She then turned her gaze towards Meng Ran, lying on the ground, and admonished, "Meng Ran, as a student of the Earth Institute and a senior to these individuals, how can you resort to bullying the weak and flaunting your strength? Do you not feel ashamed?" Meng Ran retorted, "Miss Guan, this individual has slain my brother, creating a deep-seated vendetta. Why do you interfere in this matter?" Guan Xiaoyan replied, "There are laws of the nation and regulations of the Institute. Anyone who perishes on the life and death platform does so willingly, and outsiders are not permitted to pursue the matter further. As a senior, you should be well aware of this. Are you suggesting that I report this incident to the enforcement hall?" Meng Ran's expression changed slightly, for the enforcement hall was notorious for its severity and ruthlessness. Although he possessed certain connections, he understood that if this matter escalated to the enforcement hall, he would not emerge unscathed. Furthermore, with Guan Xiaoyan protecting Qin Feng, he found it impossible to inflict harm, and he himself had sustained injuries, given that Guan Xiaoyan's strength far surpassed his own. With his thoughts racing, he ultimately chose to concede, yet he coldly declared, "Miss Guan, I will accept today's outcome, but I must inform you that once this brat enters the Earth Institute, he will participate in the martial arts competition 3 months hence. At that time, I shall see how you continue to protect him." With that, he reluctantly turned to carry the lifeless body of Meng Qingyu, whose eyes remained unclosed, and departed. The martial arts competition in 3 months? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, for it seemed that Meng Ran intended to resolve matters with him during the grand competition. "Come with me," Guo Xiaoyan declared, seizing the colorful ribbon and leading Qin Feng away as if he were a criminal. How infuriating! Zhao Feng's face turned ashen, his fury palpable. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng's fortune would align with such a formidable ally as Guo Xiaoyan, leaving even Ming Ren powerless. Guo Xiaoyan brought Qin Feng to the summit of a hill, where she flung him to the ground with the force of a stone, leaving him to crash heavily upon the earth. I must ask, miss, could you not be a tad gentler? You are well aware of my injuries. Yet you strike with such severity. Qin Feng lamented, wincing from the pain. With a chuckle, Guo Xiaoyan replied, You are quite the peculiar individual. Just moments ago, I saved your life, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to accuse me of being too harsh. Had I known, I might have let you perish at Meng Ran's hands. Qin Feng chuckled softly. I must confess, I spoke out of turn earlier. I hope Miss Guo will forgive my indiscretion. He then bowed deeply, clasping his fists in earnest gratitude. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Miss Guo. Had it not been for this woman before him, he would surely be battered and broken, facing certain death, regardless of her motivations for intervening. He vowed to remember her kindness. Seeing Qin Feng's sincere expression of gratitude, Guo Xiaoyan felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. With a satisfied nod, she smiled and remarked, Now that is more like it. However, a mere thank you is far from sufficient. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and promptly replied, Miss, whatever you wish for me to do, as long as it is within my capabilities, I, Qin Feng, shall never decline. Guan Xiaoyan gazed at him with a gentle smile and said, It is quite simple. I want you to take the initiative to leave Lin Yun. Yun? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the reason the other party had rescued him was to compel him to part ways with Yun. But that was utterly impossible. He possessed the undying profound skill and the immensely powerful soul pearl, and now Qin Feng had undergone a transformative change, brimming with limitless potential to ascend the continent. He, the master of the heavens and the earth, was destined to be Qin Feng. He held the absolute qualifications to be worthy of Yun. I am sorry, but I cannot accept that condition. Qin Feng firmly rejected her, his resolve unwavering. A flicker of an unusual glint passed through the depths of Guan Xiaoyan's eyes. Chapter 41. Rejection despite having anticipated Qin Feng's refusal. Guan Xiaoyan was still astonished by his resolute demeanor. Qin Feng earnestly stated, Miss, you have saved my life, and I shall forever remember this grace, repaying it in due time. However, it is absolutely impossible for me to voluntarily leave Yun. Guan Xiaoyan replied, Do not speak too definitively. The world is full of uncertainties, and nothing is truly impossible. With a slight smile, she continued, If you agree to my terms, I can offer you vast fertile lands, untold riches and gold, and an array of unimaginable cultivation resources. I can even assist you with Meng Ran. How does that sound? Are such conditions not remarkably advantageous? With a cold smile, Qin Feng remarked, The conditions are indeed generous, yet I must decline. A young lady of your stature can hardly comprehend the invaluable nature of true affection. Do not waste your efforts. I shall not abandon her, and I am confident that Yun'er will not acquiesce either. Although he hailed from humble beginnings, his aspirations had always soared high. The proposal from Guan Xiaoyan was a tremendous temptation, yet in his eyes, Yun'er surpassed all. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the Immortal Profound Art, boundless achievements awaited him in the future. At that time, wealth and status would be effortlessly within his grasp. Her trivial terms held little significance. Guan Xiaoyan was taken aback, unprepared for the depth of feeling shared between Qin Feng and Yun'er, both unwilling to part from one another. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Qin Feng said, bidding farewell. The mere suggestion from Guan Xiaoyan for him to leave Lin Yun had already tarnished any fondness he might have held for her. Your words are your own. If you wish to speak, you shall, and if not, who could compel you? He stated, gazing at her with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Guan Xiaoyan's expression stiffened, discomfort brewing within her at being disregarded. Do you wish to hear it? No. Why not? A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. That matter is of little consequence. As long as I remember your act of saving me, I shall repay that kindness, Qin Feng declared as he took his leave. Once more feeling overlooked, Guan Xiaoyan's irritation flared, and unwilling to yield, she obstructed his path. Halt! A cold reprimand echoed as a shadowy figure materialized before Qin Feng, leaving him paralyzed. You may wish to remain silent, but I shall divulge the truth. Guan Xiaoyan's expression was as frigid as ice. Throughout her life, every young prodigy had treated her with utmost respect and fervent admiration, yet this rustic youth dared to disregard her presence, an act utterly intolerable. It is your little paramour, Yun'er, who urged me to look after you. Otherwise, with your current disposition, you truly believe I would extend my assistance? Xuantian scoffed. You have finally revealed your hand. It appears my suspicions were spot on. Yuner is indeed behind this support, Qin Feng replied with a sly smile. In the academy, Yuner was his sole ally and confidant. And yet, it was Xuantian who intervened on his behalf. This correlation was undeniable, naturally leading to the conclusion that it was Lin Yun who had solicited her aid. The confirmation of his hypothesis was gratifying. However, upon witnessing the cunning smile of her adversary, Xuantian felt a moment of bewilderment. She suddenly realized she had fallen into his trap. You actually manipulated my words, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. All along, she had considered herself astute, but who could have anticipated that today she would be ensnared by the clever machinations of an unassuming individual? In truth, she had encountered someone of greater intellect. Qin Feng had foreseen that Xuantian, hailing from a prestigious lineage and surrounded by influential figures, would inevitably harbor a sense of superiority. This arrogance rendered her unable to tolerate being overlooked, ultimately leading her to become ensnared in his ploy. Qin Feng smiled ambiguously. Although he genuinely appreciated Xuantian's assistance, it did not negate his disdain for the condescending, self-righteous gaze she often wore. Thus, employing a subtle tactic to put her at a disadvantage was merely his way of illustrating that, despite his humble origins, he was not someone to be underestimated. Miss Guan, if you have no further matters to discuss, then I shall take my leave, he said, turning to depart. How dare he disregard me? Xuantian fumed as she watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, her teeth grinding in irritation. Throughout her life, no man had ever looked down upon her in such a manner, particularly one of such modest beginnings. If it weren't for that little girl, Yuner, I wouldn't have bothered to save you, Xuantian exclaimed angrily. It baffled her how that fool had managed to captivate Yuner so completely. She resolved that next time, even if she had to speak until her lips were chapped, she would never assist that scoundrel again. With that, she stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Feng swiftly concluded his business at the Spirit Academy and proceeded to the Earth Academy. Located 100 miles behind the Spirit Academy, the Earth Academy boasted a far superior cultivation environment, abundant in spiritual energy and adorned with breathtaking scenery. Upon his arrival, Qin Feng was profoundly astonished by the grandeur and vibrancy of the Earth Academy. As he wandered through the campus, he quickly realized that the cultivation levels of its inhabitants were generally higher than his own. This revelation stripped away any remnants of his previous sense of superiority, reminding him of a saying, "There is always someone stronger. The mountain peaks higher than the mountain. It seems that I must strive even harder." Qin Feng smiled faintly. Despite the multitude of experts present, the level of competition here far surpasses that of the Spirit Academy. Yet, he harbored immense confidence in his ability to surpass them, to emerge as one of the elite, and ultimately ascend to the status of a student at the Celestial Academy, basking in glory and bringing honor to his family. Yuner, we can finally meet every day? The thought of that beautiful person made Qin Feng break into a silly grin. Chapter 42. Arrival at the Earth Academy. After completing his enrollment application, he was escorted by a designated student to the residence arranged for him by the Academy. However, upon arrival, he was met with disappointment and even shock. The accommodation provided was an old, dust-laden dwelling, significantly inferior to his previous quarters at the Spirit Academy. Long ago, Qin Feng had learned that students at the Earth Academy enjoyed individual courtyards, with exceptional students even possessing their own secluded caves. This was a stark contrast to his expectations for his living situation. There must be something amiss. Qin Feng was acutely aware that someone was likely scheming against him. Could it be Ming Ran or Xuantian? Both were formidable and well-connected, capable of orchestrating such a situation with ease. Quickly, Qin Feng took out his meager savings of 1,000 taels of silver, cheerfully handing it to the senior student, Zhou Xiong. Senior Zhou, as a newcomer in this unfamiliar place, I hope you will lend me your support in the future. This small token is but a humble gesture of gratitude. I kindly ask you to accept it. Upon glancing at the silver note, which amounted to 1,000 taels, Zhou Xiong felt a surge of satisfaction, and a smile illuminated his face. You, my friend, are quite adept at handling affairs. Rest assured, I shall take good care of you henceforth. Then I am truly grateful, Qin Feng replied. However, senior, there is one matter that perplexes me, and I would be grateful for your guidance. Speak freely, Zhou Xiong said. His spirits lifted by the silver he had received and his willingness to accommodate Qin Feng's inquiry evident. Qin Feng continued. I have inquired previously and learned that every student in the academy is granted a splendid residence. Why then, am I confined to this rather antiquated abode? This seems to diverge from the legends I have heard. Zhou Xiong's expression shifted slightly. He stepped outside to survey the surroundings before addressing Qin Feng. The rumors hold truth. Yet, Junior, the reason you find yourself assigned to such a dilapidated dwelling must be due to having offended someone. It is that individual who has influenced Elder Wang to act in this manner. Elder Wang. Who might he be? Qin Feng inquired, bewildered. Zhou Xiong explained, Elder Wang, whose full name is Wang Zhong, serves as the overseer of student affairs within the academy, managing all aspects of their daily lives, including the distribution of medicinal pills. Most crucially, he is also the task elder. As you are new here, you may not be aware, but every month, each student is assigned a task, and failure to complete it results in corresponding penalties. Consider this. If he assigns you a particularly perilous task, your very life could be at stake. Hence, you must resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing a dire fate. A chill ran through Qin Feng as he realized the gravity of the situation. Having expressed my thoughts, I must say that heeding the advice of one's seniors is wise. It is imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, one cannot foresee the multitude of troubles that may arise. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhou Xiong departed, for the environment was too filthy for his liking. Thank you, senior. In a fit of anger, Qin Feng struck the table beside him, only to be taken aback as it shattered with a resounding crack. What on earth? Qin Feng was astounded. He had exerted minimal force. A common table should have easily withstood it. Yet, to his dismay, it disintegrated so effortlessly. This was clearly a result of age and neglect, rendering it utterly unusable. Upon inspecting the room, Qin Feng discovered that nearly all the furniture was in a similar state of disrepair, which infuriated him further. Very well, I shall procure a new set myself. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that no amount of anger would rectify the situation, and such emotions would only delight his adversaries. Humph, if they wish to witness my downfall, I shall not grant them the satisfaction. Rest assured, there will come a day when they will regret their actions. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. He would inevitably settle this score. He resided in a rather secluded area, nearly a mile away from the student accommodations, surrounded by towering mountains and dense bamboo groves. As a child of the countryside, he was accustomed to crafting furniture from bamboo and timber sourced from the mountains, a skill nurtured during his upbringing in the village. He ascended the mountain to harvest some bamboo and timber, skillfully shaping them with a dagger into exquisite tables and stools, evoking a sense of seclusion amidst nature and a pastoral lifestyle. Gazing upon the furniture he had crafted with his own hands, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he proceeded to dine at the academy's well-appointed cafeteria, where the meals were quite delightful, prepared with ingredients sourced from magical beasts and spiritual herbs. Upon his arrival, he indulged in a hearty feast, leaving his belly pleasantly distended. It was the finest meal he had ever experienced. As Qin Feng approached, he intended to seize the shoulders of a man, to confront him and discern the identity of one so audacious. However, he was taken aback when, just as his hand was about to make contact, the other individual swiftly grasped his wrist, forcefully throwing him to the ground. The stranger then pivoted, turning his back to Qin Feng, obscuring his visage. The rice vinegar slipped from Qin Feng's grasp, cascading to the ground, only to be caught by the white-haired man. He poured the vinegar into a pot, instantly intensifying the aroma, and could not resist taking a sip from the ladle, exclaiming in excitement, "What a delectable delight!" He proceeded to savor several more sips. At that moment, Qin Feng's heart was tumultuous with astonishment. Chapter 43, The Fierce Elder, a Powerhouse. Qin Feng was deeply shocked. When he had attempted to confront the elder, it felt as though he had been frozen in place, utterly immobilized just before his hand could touch the elder. This individual must undoubtedly be a formidable force. Qin Feng was resolute in his conviction. This individual possesses profound cultivation. If he could offer me some guidance, my strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement within him. The distinction between having a powerful mentor and pursuing self-cultivation is vast. The former possesses a wealth of martial experience, and with their assistance, one can circumvent many obstacles. In contrast, self-cultivation, driven by ignorance of the path ahead, necessitates arduous exploration and is thus fraught with greater difficulties. As for the aspiration to become his disciple, Qin Feng did not harbor such lofty hopes. for he currently remained an inconspicuous figure within the academy, akin to an ordinary cabbage found by the roadside. However, should this esteemed individual be willing, Qin Feng would undoubtedly be elated. He recognized this as a rare opportunity and was determined to seize it. I am Qin Feng, honored to meet you, esteemed elder. May I inquire about your illustrious name? The white-haired man ignored him. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and called out, Elder? He cautiously approached, but after taking only 2 steps, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to speak. A profound shock coursed through Qin Feng's mind, further affirming that this person was anything but ordinary. At last, his ears were blessedly free from distraction. The white-haired man chuckled heartily before resuming his meal, swiftly finishing the contents of the pot. Once he had eaten, the white-haired man turned to face Qin Feng, allowing him to finally glimpse the true visage of this remarkable individual. The man bore a commanding presence, with a high nose and clear eyes that radiated an awe-inspiring authority. You little rascal, I never expected your cooking to be so exquisite. It is indeed a rare delight, the white-haired man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. As Qin Feng was reveling in the praise he received and was about to speak, the other party's unexpected remark left him utterly bewildered. You are truly bothersome. I detest having someone chatter incessantly in my ear while I eat. It's infuriating. Damn it, consuming my food and then blaming me for meddling. Qin Feng seethed inwardly, though his face remained composed. He forced a smile and replied, Your words resonate deeply, esteemed elder. Do not call me esteemed elder. I abhor being addressed as such. The old man retorted with a huff. Then what should I call you? Qin Feng inquired. Just call me Old Lai, came the response. So it was Old Lai. Qin Feng quickly bowed and said, I am Qin Feng. It is an honor to meet you, Old Lai. Old Lai continued, I, Old Lai, do not favor owing anyone a favor. After partaking in your food, speak. What is it that you desire? Qin Feng, filled with excitement, responded, I hope that you could offer me some guidance, so that I may enhance my abilities. You wish for my guidance? Old Lai stroked his beard with a cold smirk. Desiring my counsel also requires you to possess the necessary qualifications. With that, he took a bamboo pole, severing it in half, leaving a length of about 1 meter. I will only use the same strength as you. If you can strike and maneuver behind me, I will agree to teach you. Very well. Qin Feng brandished his fire gold overlord spear and launched an assault, the spear darting forward with a dazzling brilliance, executing a remarkably swift attack against Old Lai. What incredible speed! A flicker of astonishment flashed in Old Lai's eyes. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng could unleash such a fierce assault. How intriguing, he mused, watching Qin Feng's advance with keen interest. Whoosh! The tip of the spear pressed ominously against the throat. Yet, with a swift sidestep, Master Lai evaded the onslaught. The failure to land a blow did not surprise Qin Feng. He harmonized his waist and legs, wielding the long spear as if it were a mere staff, sweeping it aside with great force. However, Master Lai merely flicked his bamboo staff, deftly redirecting the spearhead to the side and then thrusting the staff forward with lightning speed. To him, it appeared as though a fleeting shadow had dashed past, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, as if struck by a tremendous force, sending him sprawling to the ground. You impudent brat, if this is all you can muster, do not expect to teach me anything. You are woefully inadequate. Master Lai remarked with a hand on his hip, the other gripping the bamboo staff, a smile playing on his lips. Humph, it is far from over. Do not be too arrogant. Qin Feng retorted, rising from the ground with a cold snort. A misty aura enveloped his spear, amplifying his presence. Master Lai was taken aback, exclaiming, I did not expect this young lad to have cultivated such spear energy. You will be surprised by much more. Qin Feng bellowed, channeling his profound energy into the spear, unleashing strength overwhelms the universe. With a fierce stomp, he propelled himself into the air, his aura reaching its zenith, releasing waves of formidable energy. Boom! Qin Feng descended with tremendous force, yet Master Lai effortlessly countered with his bamboo staff, completely dissipating the attack. What? Qin Feng was astonished. Your technique is impressive, but your strength is lacking. Master Lai replied with a slight smile. Sweep across the battlefield. A stunning strike, a distracted palm, and a blazing fist. Qin Feng unveiled his ultimate techniques, yet they proved utterly futile. With a resounding smack, the old man's bamboo staff struck Qin Feng's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. You wretched boy, it seems we are simply not destined for each other. Farewell, the old man declared as he turned to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, Qin Feng erupted into laughter. The old man, taken aback, inquired, Why do you laugh, boy? Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, Qin Feng replied, because I have won. The old man retorted, are you out of your mind? You clearly have not met my conditions. How can this be considered a victory? With a glint of mischief, Qin Feng countered, who said I did not meet the criteria. Just moments ago, when you turned around, I was right behind you. The old man was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. You crafty little rascal. How dare you attempt to outsmart me? Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, if you wish to go back on your word, that is of no concern to me. For I am no match for you. Do not try to provoke me, boy. Rest assured, although you managed to exploit a loophole this time, I will never renege on my promises. Very well, I shall teach you 3 techniques, the old man announced. Qin Feng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, thank you, old man. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. The 3 techniques I will impart to you are sword forms, while your weapon of choice is a gun. If you choose to wield a firearm, then I can offer you no assistance, the old man cautioned, leaving Qin Feng momentarily astonished. Chapter 44. Infuriated upon hearing the words of the crowd, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. He never anticipated that Elder Lai would make such a demand. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, Elder Lai suddenly struck, directing a finger at his right temple. Instantly, visions of Elder Lai performing sword techniques flooded his mind. Moments later, the image of Elder Lai faded, yet Qin Feng remained immersed in the essence of those sword moves. Concealed in the shadows, Elder Lai observed Qin Feng's practice. Noting the increasing finesse and mastery of his swordplay, he nodded frequently, filled with immense satisfaction. This young man is indeed a prodigy in swordsmanship, demonstrating remarkable comprehension. I never expected him to grasp the essence of these 3 moves in less than half an hour. Such an achievement far surpasses what I accomplished in my youth. Elder Lai chuckled heartily, exclaiming, for years, I have sought a successor, and I never imagined I would encounter the unparalleled Gun Emperor today. This time, my disciple will surely defeat you for me, haha. With a contented gaze fixed on Qin Feng, he stroked his beard and added, you impudent boy. Having mastered these 3 moves, do you still intend to pursue the path of the spear? With a smile, he departed. In the courtyard, Qin Feng wielded a bamboo stick as if it were a sword. With a flash of brilliance, the colossal stone before him shattered effortlessly, revealing a smooth and even surface. Standing with his sword at the ready, he gazed at the bisected stone with profound astonishment. These 3 sword techniques are indeed formidable, just as Elder Lai had anticipated. Having witnessed the power of these moves, Qin Feng now harbored an immense interest in the art of swordsmanship. Let it be, as long as it enhances my strength. That is sufficient. The reason Qin Feng chose the art of marksmanship was due to a tale he had heard in his youth, one that recounted the legendary Gun Emperor's triumph over the Sword Saint. This instilled in him a belief that marksmanship surpassed swordsmanship in prowess. From that moment on, Qin Feng dedicated himself to mastering the gun. Although he later came to understand that both gunplay and swordplay were ultimately reflections of individual capability, and were not inherently superior to one another, the long-standing habit of practicing marksmanship proved difficult to alter, and he resolved to remain on this path. Now, having encountered a highly skilled swordsman who imparted to him 3 formidable sword techniques, he found no reason to cling stubbornly to his previous convictions. The only requirement was to enhance his strength. At this moment, he resolved to abandon the gun and embrace the sword. Tomorrow marked the day to collect the elixir. The potions in the Earth Academy were far superior to those in the Spiritual Academy, and perhaps this would enable him to break through his cultivation. An elder with a prominent mustache remarked. You, Qin Feng retorted in exasperation, I will report this to the higher-ups. Who would report to me? Came a languid voice. Instantly, everyone in the grand hall saluted a figure, Elder Wang. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto the individual, who was a man in his 40s, with long black hair, a flowing beard, and a tall frame, clad in a dark purple robe. This man must be Wang Zhong, who colluded with Ming Ran, Qin Feng surmised. Wang Zhong approached Qin Feng and inquired, do you wish to report something to me? Qin Feng bowed respectfully and stated, the elder has allocated to me only half of what others received. Clearly, he is abusing his authority and withholding my elixirs. Elder Su, is this true? Wang Zhong directed his question toward the stout elder. I indeed withheld his elixir, Elder Su admitted with an air of nonchalance. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a candid confession. Yet, instead of relief, an ominous premonition crept into his heart. The acknowledgement implied severe repercussions for the elder. Yet Su's demeanor suggested an unfathomable confidence, as if he had everything under control. You speak nonsense. Qin Feng exclaimed, his anger boiling over. This is clearly a frame-up. Humph. I find this evidence irrefutable, Wang Zhong retorted with a derisive snort, his expression stern. Elder Su is a respected elder of high standing. What motive would he have to falsely accuse a mere novice like you? Indeed, it must be you who is at fault, shamefully slandering Elder Su, the assembly echoed, their voices brimming with indignation. In that moment, Qin Feng realized he had fallen into a trap meticulously laid out for him. Faced with such accusations from the crowd, he felt utterly humiliated. Remaining in that place was no longer tenable, prompting him to swiftly turn and depart. Humph, such a shameless scoundrel. Go on and scurry away. Chapter 45, Protection Fee? At last, he had made a breakthrough. Qin Feng brushed aside his earlier displeasure, his heart swelling with joy. Having ascended to the 5th level of the Xianling realm, his aura was deeper and more profound than before, and the potency of his Xuanqi had significantly increased, elevating his overall strength by several folds. Someone is approaching. Qin Feng's strength has reached a remarkable breakthrough, and his perceptive abilities have significantly heightened. At this moment, he sensed someone approaching from 100 meters outside the courtyard. As expected, shortly thereafter, 2 students, one tall and robust, the other short and slender, strolled over. Of course we have business with you. It is time for you to pay your monthly tribute, Yu Jing, said the stout and tall Gao Yi. Yu Jing? Qin Feng inquired with a hint of skepticism. Pray enlighten me on what this entails. Considering you are new here, I shall explain. The term Yu Jing refers to a monthly fee that ensures your safety within this academy, replied the Lin Yanghua. You may as well say you have come to collect protection money, Qin Feng chuckled. That is indeed the case. Thus, it would be wise for you to hand over the fee, Gao Yi insisted. And what if I refuse to pay? Qin Feng retorted. Refuse. Gao Yi scoffed, placing his long knife on the stone table, hinting at the potential for bloodshed. Yanghua warned, listen well, lad. I advise you to comply and hand over the money, or you shall not escape unscathed. How much do you demand? Qin Feng queried. You are quite astute. It is not much, 10,000 taels each. Totaling 20,000 taels for us both, Yanghua replied with crossed arms and a grin. 20,000 taels? Qin Feng laughed heartily. That amount is rather paltry. How about I offer you 50,000 taels instead? 50,000 taels? The two were taken aback, utterly astonished that Qin Feng would propose such an extravagant sum. At that moment, a glimmer of silver flashed, and blood began to flow from Takano's neck. You actually killed Takano. Yanghua gazed at Qin Feng in utter shock. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's swift action, nor his formidable strength, and he was even more astonished by his audacity to take Takano's life. It is well understood that killing a student within the academy incurs severe repercussions. In truth, the technique Qin Feng employed to slay was one of the 3 moves taught by Master Lai, known as sword-like flowing light, which emphasizes unparalleled speed. Like a streak of light, it swiftly struck the throat. Takano was merely at the 6th layer of the profound spirit realm, and with the superiority of Liu's profound energy, Qin Feng was more than capable of matching him. Coupled with the astonishing swiftness of sword-like flowing light and the element of surprise, he successfully dispatched his opponent. Qin Feng, unfazed, remarked, what of it? Those who dare to target me shall meet a dire fate, and you are no exception. I will kill you. Yanghua's profound energy surged as he brandished a long knife, launching an assault on Qin Feng. However, the latter effortlessly evaded the attack with spirit wind steps. The blade struck nothing but air, yet it stirred up a fierce wind. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed, sword like thunder, with a swift thrust. Qin Feng pierced Yanghua's right thigh, blood gushing forth as Yanghua collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Who sent you to provoke me? Qin Feng demanded coldly. And no one sent me, Yanghua stammered, enduring the pain, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. With a swift kick, Qin Feng sent him crashing to the ground, his foot pressing forcefully against the man's face. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? With your meager abilities, you dare demand 20,000 taels of silver? Are you not afraid that such insatiable greed might lead to your own demise? The last time, he had merely given Zhou Xiong 1,000 taels, and the latter had been all smiles, exhibiting utmost cordiality. Zhou Xiong, a warrior of the 8th level of the Xianling realm, possessed strength far surpassing theirs. If he was satisfied with such a sum, what audacity did they possess, being mere 6th-level cultivators, to demand 20,000? Clearly, they were backed by someone powerful. Yet here he was, alone in this dilapidated and shabby abode, clad in simple attire devoid of any adornments, appearing far from someone who could afford such a sum. Yet they insisted on extorting him for that exorbitant amount. Were they truly deranged? Seeking money from a penniless individual while simultaneously creating a potential adversary they might not be able to confront in the future? The answer was evidently no. Their words and actions had already confirmed their soundness of mind. Thus, Qin Feng concluded that they were acting on behalf of someone else, using the pretext of collecting protection fees as an opportunity to instigate trouble. I do not comprehend your words. Be sensible and release me at once. Otherwise, I shall report you to the elders. Yang Hua persisted in his defiance. Stubbornly obstinate. A cold glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he drew his sword and plunged it into Yang Hua's left shoulder, a surge of excruciating pain coursing through him. You must understand one thing. You are now my captive. If you continue to withhold the truth, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece with this sword. With a sword, Qin Feng sliced through Yang Hua's arm as effortlessly as one would cut meat, leaving the latter drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, and engulfed in excruciating pain. The time had come for the second slice. Overwhelmed by terror, Yang Hua could no longer conceal the truth. He hastily confessed, I will speak. It was Elder Wang Zhong who instructed me to do this, directing Gao Yi and me to teach you a stern lesson. Indeed, it was he. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Speak. What is his motive for targeting me so ruthlessly? It became clear to Qin Feng that Wang Hua was Wang Zhong's nephew, elucidating the elder's animosity toward him. I have revealed the entire truth to you. Now, please release me, Yang Hua pleaded in desperation. Release you, merely to allow you to report back to the elder? Qin Feng scoffed coldly. Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, his sword severed Yang Hua's throat. Blood gushed forth, and Yang Hua's body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. After stripping both men of their storage belts, Qin Feng channeled his profound energy into their corpses, igniting them in a blazing inferno that swiftly reduced them to ashes. This matter was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Once he had dealt with the two, Qin Feng seated himself upon a stone bench, contemplating the situation. Who could have betrayed him regarding the slaying of Wang Hua? He had never disclosed this event to anyone. There must have been a witness present during the act. Man proposes, but heaven disposes, he mused, acknowledging that the revelation of this incident was indeed fated. At this juncture, the identity of the informant became irrelevant. The pressing concern was how to respond to Elder Wang Zhong's impending retaliation. He always harbored a sense that Wang Zhong's animosity towards him was not solely due to Wang Hua, for their relationship was far from amicable. This disparity was evident in Wang Zhong's esteemed position as a task elder and life steward in the Earth Institute, while Wang Hua merely served as a gatekeeper at the Spirit Institute. If the bond between these two relatives were truly strong, would Wang Hua, a mere fifth-layer practitioner of the Xianling realm, remain in such an undistinguished role? Even if their kinship was mediocre, it stands to reason that if Wang Hua sought assistance, Wang Zhong, considering their familial ties, would extend a helping hand, preventing Wang Hua from falling into such dire straits. Thus, it could be inferred that their relationship was not only poor but had deteriorated to an extreme degree. Would Wang Zhong be fervently motivated to aid him in seeking revenge under such circumstances? Qin Feng found this hard to believe. He suspected that Meng Ran was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Chapter 46. Perilous Situations. Fortunately, he had recently achieved a breakthrough and learned the three-sword techniques from the Venerable Lai. Otherwise, he would have encountered considerable trouble today. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. Had he not ascended to the fifth layer of the Xianling realm, today's predicament would have been quite troublesome, especially given that his opponents were two sixth-layer martial artists. He pondered what valuable items these two individuals might possess. Meanwhile, in a courtyard beneath a sprawling willow tree, an elder and a youth engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. If Qin Feng were present, he would recognize them as Meng Ran and Wang Zhong. How did Elder Wang fare in his endeavors? Meng Ran inquired. Rest assured, young Meng, I have made all necessary arrangements. Today, I sent two sixth-layer practitioners of the Xianling realm to teach him a proper lesson. At this moment, he is likely recuperating in bed. Meng Ran chuckled. Elder Wang is indeed formidable. To first tarnish that lad's reputation and then send someone to injure and humiliate him, thereby diminishing his combat prowess, makes it all the more effortless to eliminate him under the cover of night, without a soul being aware. Such a meticulous scheme is truly commendable. Meng Xiao praised, believing that serving Meng Xiao and the Holy Sun required unwavering dedication, with no room for negligence. With a satisfied smile, Meng Ran continued, well said. He then produced a sandalwood box and placed it before his companion. This is half of your reward for the task at hand. The remainder shall be bestowed upon you upon its completion. Wang Zhong opened the box to reveal a vibrant red object resembling ginseng. It was the Crimson Fire Ginseng. Wang Zhong felt a surge of joy. The Crimson Fire Ginseng, a 5th grade, 3rd tier spiritual material, was worth its weight in gold and would greatly benefit his cultivation. Thank you, Meng Xiao. Thank you, Holy Son. I assure you, I will leave no trace of him by the stroke of midnight. Wang Zhong promptly expressed his commitment. No. Wang Zhong gasped in surprise. What do you mean, Meng Xiao? Suddenly, the wine cup in his hand shattered into dust. As time slipped away, it was now deep into the night. At this moment, several masked figures silently approached Qin Feng's courtyard. Qin Feng remained seated at the stone table, cross-legged, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Just then, one of the masked individuals drew a bow, aimed for Qin Feng's left shoulder, and released the arrow with precision. Whoosh! The arrows soared through the air like a magnificent rainbow piercing the sun, their fierce momentum aimed directly at Qin Feng. As he was engrossed in his cultivation, the soul pearl within him quivered violently, abruptly rousing him from his trance. Confusion flooded his mind, but in the next instant, he sensed an overwhelming feeling of peril. Hastily, he slammed his palm against the stone table and propelled himself into the sky. Thud! The arrow struck the pillar of the room, embedding itself halfway and quivering in place. Qin Feng was taken aback by the shock of the moment. Just then, 3 martial artists leaped from the shadows. Who are you? Qin Feng inquired coldly. Your executioners. Attack! Commanded the leader, prompting the 2 masked warriors to advance on Qin Feng. Boom! The 3 struck simultaneously, sending Qin Feng hurtling backward. 8th level of the Xianling realm. Qin Feng's heart raced in terror. How is this fellow unharmed? The warrior on the left remarked. Strange, yet he shall still perish at our hands today. The warrior on the right asserted. The 2 prepared to strike again. Instead of confronting them head-on, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered with the spirit wind steps, narrowly evading their attacks. Such remarkable agility. The leader exclaimed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Too bad you encountered me. With that, he launched his assault with astonishing speed. Just as Qin Feng evaded the initial strike, the leader's palm came crashing down unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Splat! Blood spewed from Qin Feng's mouth as he was sent sprawling, his complexion ashen. At that moment, he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, engulfed in excruciating pain. Take him away. With a mere wave of his hand, the other 2 masked figures advanced to apprehend Qin Feng. However, at that very moment, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared in the crisp, luminous night, captivating in its brilliance. The actions of the 3 froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Qin Feng was astounded to discover that delicate crimson marks, akin to strands of hair, had materialized upon the necks of the 3 assailants. Subsequently, their bodies either slumped forward, tilted sideways, or fell back, all meeting their demise, their eyes forever closed in eternal slumber. Were they all dead? Qin Feng's heart raced in trepidation. He had never witnessed such swiftness in murder before. You little brat, are you stunned? Came a mocking voice. It was him. A jolt of recognition surged through Qin Feng as he immediately identified the speaker, eagerly turning towards the sound. There, hanging upside down from a tree branch like a monkey, was a disheveled old man, his arms wrapped around himself, eyes closed in meditation. Senior, is it truly you? Qin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, hastening towards the elder despite his injuries. Suddenly, a fist came crashing down upon Qin Feng's head. The pain was intense, causing him to erupt in anger. Why did you hit my head? Who told you to be so forgetful? I have already told you not to call me senior. Should you dare utter that title again, I shall impart a lesson you will not soon forget. The elder replied with a smile. Chapter 47. The swordsmanship of the elder. I have never encountered such an eccentric old man as you. Qin Feng muttered softly. Eccentric, indeed. I am quite peculiar. But little brat, do you comprehend that were it not for this eccentric old man, you would not be alive today? The elder scoffed. As he spoke, he had already descended from the tree and approached Qin Feng. The speed of Elder Lai was astonishing, akin to a specter, silently startling him. Thank you, Elder Lai, for your rescue. But may I inquire why you are here? Mind your own business. Qin Feng was taken aback. In this vast world, I am the most significant. I can go wherever I please. Who are you to question me? Elder Lai stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, imperious and disdainful. Heavens! What sort of person have I encountered? Qin Feng thought, caught between laughter and tears. He managed a dry chuckle. You're right. I spoke out of turn. It's good to know. That's all I needed to hear. Elder Lai replied nonchalantly. Qin Feng then sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the flow of his internal energy as his injuries gradually eased. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his condition temporarily stabilized. He approached the corpses, tearing away their masks to reveal their faces. "You little rascal, who have you offended?" They dispatched 2 8th-level Xianling realm cultivators and one from the Purple Mansion realm to deal with you, Elder Lai inquired. Qin Feng responded with cold fury. "If I am not mistaken, it must be Wang Zhong and Meng ran behind this. I never expected them to act against me even within the academy. They are the reason I reside here, seeking to eliminate me without alarming others." Clearly, from the moment he set foot in the academy, he had already been targeted and ensnared in their meticulously laid trap. However, they are indeed clever, having enlisted the help of outsiders to confront me. In doing so, even if something goes awry or a student loses their life, causing an uproar among the higher-ups, they can distance themselves from the situation. Truly, they are nothing but cunning old foxes. "It seems, my dear boy, that your situation is rather dire," remarked the old man, relishing in my misfortune. Qin Feng furrowed his brows and replied, "For the time being, I can only remain within the Spirit Refinement Tower at night." "The Spirit Refinement Tower?" the old man queried, momentarily taken aback. The Spirit Refinement Tower is a cultivation site within the Earth Academy, where the concentration of spiritual energy surpasses that of the outside world by 10 to 20 times, and it also has the effect of enhancing one's physique through gravity. Indeed, this is a feasible course of action. Should they decide to return, they might even dispatch someone at the Purple Mansion realm. The next encounter will undoubtedly feature such formidable opponents who could effortlessly slay me, Qin Feng sighed. A strong opponent? A mere Purple Mansion realm cultivator can be deemed strong? How amusing, the old man scoffed. To you, he may be insignificant, easily dispatched with a mere flick of your wrist. However, I do not possess your extraordinary prowess. Qin Feng retorted irritably. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Rest assured, you are overthinking this. They would not dare to act against you so recklessly again. What do you mean? Qin Feng inquired. You are as foolish as a pig. How can there be someone as dim-witted as you in this world? The old man expressed his disdain. Qin Feng, well aware of the old man's penchant for sarcasm, chose to ignore his jibes and smiled apologetically. I am indeed foolish. So I humbly seek your guidance. Allow me to ask you, who was responsible for the deaths of these individuals? Why, it was you, of course, the old man replied. Do you possess the capability to eliminate them? This inquiry seems rather superfluous. If I had such prowess, I would not be in this grievously wounded state. Internally, Qin Feng scoffed, yet outwardly he replied, no. Then it stands to reason that, since you lack the ability to kill them, yet they are now deceased. What do you suppose their thoughts would be? A sudden realization dawned upon Qin Feng, and he exclaimed with excitement, Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? These individuals are dead, and their orchestrators will undoubtedly not believe I am the one responsible for their demise. Instead, they will suspect that a powerful ally stands behind me, fostering a sense of trepidation that would deter them from acting against me. For the time being, I might enjoy a semblance of safety. An idea struck him, and he turned to Elder Lai, saying, Elder Lai, I wish to request your assistance with something. What is it? Elder Lai inquired with curiosity. Quite simply, I would like to ask you to display the bodies of these individuals at the entrance of the academy. At the entrance of the academy? Elder Lai paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a grin. Your cunning is truly remarkable. Placing them at the entrance will undoubtedly cause a stir among the academy's higher-ups, prompting an investigation. Moreover, this act will solidify the notion that a formidable force supports you from behind. Consequently, they would be too fearful to act against you, all while contending with the peril of being scrutinized by the Academy's elite. A masterstroke indeed. I underestimated you. Qin Feng smiled faintly. However, what makes you think I should enlist your help? Old Lai laughed with great interest, reminding, do not forget, placing the corpse at the main gate is akin to slapping the Academy in the face. They certainly will not let this go easily. Those fellows possess considerable strength. And this is no trivial matter. This affair has nothing to do with me. Why should I invite trouble? Old Lai, this is an exceedingly thrilling endeavor. Consider, what is life without a bit of excitement? Moreover, should you assist me, once I become a sovereign, I shall gift you the entire Tianluo domain. You, so young, dare to make such grandiose claims. Qin Feng remarked with a cold smile. This is not mere boasting. It is a declaration of fact. One day, I shall reign supreme, and all shall bow before me. The entire continent will prostrate at my feet. Old Lai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He studied Qin Feng intently, and as the latter spoke, he perceived a confidence, disdain, and a sense of invincibility within him. At that moment, instead of finding it absurd, he sensed the earnestness in Qin Feng's words. He believed the young man could indeed achieve it. You have quite the audacity. However, I find your spirit rather appealing. Very well, I shall assist you. But you must master this sword technique before dawn. If so, I may discern that you possess some potential worthy of my support. Yet, should you fail, do not expect my aid. Old Lai chuckled. Sword technique? Old Lai tossed him a tome, saying, Now, young rascal, apply yourself diligently. There are less than 3 hours until dawn. Qin Feng picked up the tome and immediately began to read. Wind among fire, thunder amid lightning. The text contained merely these 6 characters, followed by vivid illustrations depicting the wind stirring up colossal waves, flames engulfing forests, and lightning rending mountains asunder. What could this signify? Why did Elder Lai provide no sword techniques, sword forms, or mental disciplines? Qin Feng inquired of Elder Lai, yet the latter was fast asleep, utterly indifferent to his question. Chapter 48. Elder Lai's conditions. Qin Feng recognized that Elder Lai was feigning slumber. It was evident that he would not offer any assistance. Thus, it fell upon him to rely solely on himself. He refused to believe he could not master this. With a decisive leap, Qin Feng landed upon the stone table, settling into a meditative posture. Wind among fire, thunder amid lightning. He scrutinized the illustrations, pondering deeply. Based on his previous understanding of the heavenly phenomena spear technique derived from wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, he deduced that wind represented speed, thunder signified momentum, and lightning denoted explosive power. But what did fire represent? Flame, fury. Could it possibly be related to his own wrath? Qin Feng ruminated, yet the meaning of wind among fire, thunder amid lightning eluded him. Frustratingly, he questioned its significance. He remained acutely aware of the changing sky, noting that dawn was approaching, which only intensified his agitation. No, now was not the time for panic. He needed to maintain his composure, for anxiety would yield nothing. Resolutely, he endeavored to calm himself, once more lifting the tome to examine it with utmost diligence, leaving no detail overlooked. Wind among fire, thunder amid lightning, he murmured softly to himself. As he pondered, his gaze swept around the vicinity, abruptly settling upon Elder Lai, who was presently dozing, intermittently picking his nose, scratching his feet, and drooling. Qin Feng's eyes followed the saliva as it trickled from his mouth onto the ground. After a few moments, a look of elation suddenly illuminated Qin Feng's previously vacant expression. I comprehend. I finally comprehend. I have been overcomplicating matters. This is merely an ordinary natural phenomenon, not a swordplay technique at all. At that moment, he ultimately realized that the fire in the wind and the lightning and the thunder held no profound meaning. They were simply natural occurrences. He had been the one to delve too deeply into these elements, transforming them into something else entirely. It was akin to perceiving mere saliva as a torrential downpour, a glacier, or even an ocean. In actuality, this sword manual was not a swordplay treatise at all, but rather a book depicting natural phenomena. The reason he had failed to discern this earlier was because Elder Lai was a formidable expert. His words held truth. And if he claimed it to be a sword manual containing swordplay techniques, then it must be so. Consequently, a subconscious belief had taken root in his mind. This was a genuine sword manual, and his own dullness was preventing him from comprehending it. In the end, he had become increasingly misled, unable to extricate himself. Elder Lai, I understand now. What you bestowed upon me was not a swordplay technique, but simply a collection of illustrations. Qin Feng exclaimed to Elder Lai with a hearty laugh. Elder Lai abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing within, yet feigning ignorance. He approached Qin Feng and stated, Young man, what I gave you is clearly a sword manual. It is manifestly your lack of comprehension that is to blame. And yet you dare to distort the truth here. Qin Feng remained unconcerned, chuckling, Old Lai, you merely wish to ensnare me with this art album, hoping to trap me within its confines. Yet, you surely did not anticipate that the droplet of saliva you unwittingly shed in slumber would inadvertently assist me. If you still believe I am mistaken, then by all means, swear an oath, declare that I am lying, that I am but a foolish pig, the most inept person in the world. If you take such an oath, we shall consider the matter of hanging the corpse at the entrance settled. You little rascal. Are you attempting to insult me in such a roundabout way? Old Lai could hardly contain his amusement. Qin Feng responded with a smile, It seems you have conceded. I must admit, I underestimated you, young lad. Old Lai stroked his beard and laughed. A wager is a wager. I shall assist you with your affairs. Thank you. Qin Feng replied. Having broken through to the 5th level of the Xinling realm today, if I am not mistaken. You intend to visit the martial arts pavilion at dawn to select your martial arts, correct? Indeed, Qin Feng replied, his eyes glinting. Old lie, as a newcomer. I find the plethora of martial arts at the pavilion bewildering. I truly do not know which would suit me best, so I humbly seek your guidance. You crafty little devil, you certainly know how to play your cards right. Qin Feng rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. In truth, I find most martial arts to be rather mediocre, far inferior to yours. If you would be willing to teach me, I would undoubtedly choose your methods. What a jest! To be mentored by a formidable elder is akin to carrying a mobile martial arts library, complete with explanations, making the path of cultivation far smoother. Stop showering me with flattery. If you desire my teachings, there are 2 conditions you must agree to. Elated by the unexpected willingness of the elder to impart his knowledge, Qin Feng eagerly responded, please, enlighten me. First, you must pledge not to reveal my whereabouts. Secondly, upon achieving mastery in swordsmanship, you shall vanquish a certain adversary on my behalf. Who is this person? Qin Feng inquired, a sense of trepidation washing over him. For he knew that the individual the elder spoke of was no ordinary figure. I shall disclose their identity once you reach the Violet Palace realm. For now, your cultivation is far too rudimentary for such knowledge to be of any use. If you consent to these 2 conditions, I shall willingly instruct you. I accept. Disciple greets master, Qin Feng declared, prostrating himself with 3 resounding kowtows. Hold, I am not your master, the elder interjected. While I am willing to teach you, I have not committed to accepting you as a disciple. Should your performance fall short of my expectations, I shall not hesitate to obliterate all that you have learned. Surely such drastic measures are unnecessary? Qin Feng gasped, recoiling at the prospect of losing his hard-earned skills. You are free to decline, the elder retorted nonchalantly. I shall learn. Of course, Qin Feng affirmed. What talk is there of reigning supreme and commanding the world's submission if I cannot even endure this? Very well, the elder said. But do not rejoice prematurely. I have decided to add another condition. I shall grant you 7 days. If you can master all the martial arts I instructed you to select from the martial arts pavilion within this time frame, I shall commence your training. You. Qin Feng sputtered, incensed. You are pushing your advantage too far. Suddenly, the elder struck, his right foot connecting forcefully with Qin Feng's knee, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! Qin Feng groaned, writhing in pain. He looked up, only to discover that the old man had vanished. Where could he be? At that moment, a small piece of cloth fell from above. What is this? Qin Feng caught it and examined it with curiosity, noticing that it bore the names of 3 martial arts: Liang sword technique, drawing sword technique, and Great Sun refining body technique. Excellent. I shall investigate the prowess of these 3 martial arts tomorrow, considering they have caught the attention of such an eccentric old man. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Chapter 49, Martial Arts Pavilion. The next day, at the academy, 3 corpses were gruesomely hung at the entrance, bound with ropes, causing an uproar throughout the institution, akin to a pot boiling over with rampant rumors. At Wang Zhong's residence, Meng Ran furiously berated him. Wang Zhong, how could you let this happen? Did you not assure me of absolute certainty? How is it that Qin Feng remains alive while your 3 have perished, and worse yet, are displayed like trophies? Originally, he had been enjoying fine wine and beautiful company in his quarters, eagerly awaiting good news from Wang Zhong, only to be met with this grim tidings. Wang Zhong hurriedly forced a smile. Meng Xiao, I had no inkling that events would unfold in such a manner. I suspect this matter is closely tied to Qin Feng. That is obvious. They have displayed the corpses at our doorstep to flaunt their power before us. Meng Ran retorted, seething with indignation. Though Wang Zhong felt a surge of displeasure at being chastised by a younger man, he recognized Meng Ran's elevated status and knew he must hold his tongue, enduring the rebuke in silence. Wang Zhong remarked, Meng Xiao, do not be enraged. I have examined the corpses of the 3 individuals, and it is evident that they were slain by a highly skilled swordsman with a single lethal strike. Based on my deductions, Qin Feng lacks such prowess. He must have someone backing him, someone who likely serves as his protector. Meng Ran, skeptical, responded, I have indeed considered this, yet I have already investigated Qin Feng's background. He is merely a country bumpkin, utterly alone here. How could such a formidable expert possibly safeguard him? Wang Zhong replied, what you say holds merit, however. Have you considered that Qin Feng's cultivation advanced from the 1st to the 4th level in a mere fortnight? Your brother, despite obtaining substantial resources, has only managed to break through to the 5th level. This impoverished lad must possess no resources. How could he possibly progress so swiftly? You imply that someone is assisting him? The very swordsman who killed those three? Meng Ran exclaimed in surprise. I cannot state it with certainty, yet the likelihood is substantial. If this is indeed the case, the situation becomes precarious. Eliminating him will not be an easy task. Meng Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. With a master as a guardian lurking in the shadows, the prospect of assassinating Qin Feng becomes exceedingly difficult. Meng Xiao, your intelligence is commendable, rest assured. I will orchestrate this matter with great care. As Qin Feng made his way to the martial arts pavilion, he noticed many students discussing the incident involving the three masked men. This pleased him greatly. The more tumultuous the situation became, the safer he felt. The academy's higher-ups would undoubtedly exert all efforts to apprehend the culprits, and individuals like Wang Zhong would refrain from acting at such a critical time. Thus, he felt considerably more secure. In a short while, Qin Feng arrived at the martial arts pavilion, where many individuals were entering and exiting. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng noticed a considerable number of people queuing before a chamber entrance, which was guarded by an aqueous barrier. Adjacent to this barrier stood a peculiar stele. Those who infused it with Xian Qi and possessed a cultivation of the fifth heaven realm or higher were permitted entry. Qin Feng joined the queue, and soon it was his turn. He placed a palm on the stele, which promptly displayed his attainment of the Xianling fifth heaven realm. Upon entering, Qin Feng found himself in a library filled with numerous books and scrolls, each clearly labeled. He was astonished by the sheer volume of martial arts knowledge housed within the Divine Wind Academy. The library contained hundreds, if not thousands, of texts, including records of famous figures and encyclopedias of beasts, flora, and fauna. Qin Feng randomly selected a book titled Withered Wood Palm Technique. To his utter astonishment, he instantaneously memorized the entire book upon merely glancing at it. How can this be? Qin Feng exclaimed, taken aback. He was certain he did not possess photographic memory. Could it be the Soul Pearl? Qin Feng's mind raced. The sudden enhancement of his memory was beyond his control, at least for the present. It was clearly the work of the Soul Pearl. Naturally, this was a fortunate development. Qin Feng began to peruse the martial arts techniques. And like the Withered Wood Palm technique, he memorized them with a single glance. However, upon acquiring the 10th book, he realized that he could no longer retain the information. And a heavy fog enveloped his mind. It was at this moment that Qin Feng came to understand that his remarkable ability to remember at a glance was not an infinite gift, but rather bound by certain limitations. Content with this revelation, he promptly sought out the sword drawing technique, fiery sun sword technique, and great sun body refinement technique. As instructed by Elder Lai, the sword drawing technique was merely a 5th-tier martial art, while the fiery sun sword technique reached the esteemed 8th tier of the profound class. Holding the 2 sword manuals in his hands, Qin Feng was genuinely astonished. He could not fathom why Elder Lai would have him select the inferior sword drawing technique, knowing that it no longer sufficed for his capabilities. Just as Qin Feng was engulfed in confusion, an individual suddenly approached and snatched the fiery sun sword manual from his grasp. Qin Feng's eyes turned icy, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. At last, I have found you, fiery sun sword manual, he chuckled. Nearby, a voice of triumph echoed. Turning to look, Qin Feng beheld a tall young man clad in black robes, with a long scar running down the right side of his face. Good sir, I acquired this martial art first. I kindly ask you to return it to me. Qin Feng stated coldly. The opponent was merely at the 7th level of the profound spirit realm, and Qin Feng felt no fear should a confrontation ensue. Oh, quite arrogant, aren't we? Today, let me see just how formidable you truly are, the young man taunted, launching a punch. Qin Feng did not flinch or evade. He retaliated with a punch of his own, and as a result, both were sent staggering backward. I did not expect you to possess such strength, remarked Sun Qing, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Qin Feng replied coldly, there is much you could not anticipate. With a swift motion of the lengthening step, Qin Feng appeared before Sun Qing like a tempest, launching a ferocious strike with the fire palm. Taken aback by Qin Feng's astonishing speed, Sun Qing could only hastily defend himself as the attack descended upon him. He crossed his arms defensively, resembling a shield against Qin Feng's onslaught. However, the ferocity and dominance of Qin Feng's attack swiftly shattered his defenses, and the powerful force struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward. The fiery sword technique in his hand spiraled away, ultimately landing back in Qin Feng's grasp. Chapter 50, Elder Long. You little rascal, How dare you plot against me? Sun Qing's eyes blazed with fury. Plot? Qin Feng chuckled coldly. If I truly wished to kill you, you would already be a lifeless corpse. His words were not mere bravado. Had he drawn his sword just moments ago, he could have easily taken Sun Qing's life. Sun Qing felt a sense of humiliation creeping over him. You audacious brat. Today I shall teach you a lesson, he declared, preparing to strike. Just then, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings, instilling a deep-seated fear within both Qin Feng and Sun Qing. The martial arts pavilion forbids violence. Do you not understand? If anyone wishes to meet their demise, speak up now, and I shall send them to the heavens. A voice, arrogant yet authoritative, echoed, demanding, You two, come forth. You little rascals, you shall not escape the consequences of this matter. Gazing at Qin Feng with eyes brimming with resentment, Sun Qing uttered coldly. Qin Feng merely scoffed and departed. Witnessing Qin Feng's disregard, Sun Qing gnashed his teeth in fury, his fists clenching audibly. Insolent whelp, just you wait. I shall not let this matter rest. It is Elder Long heavens, those two are in dire straits. I have heard that Elder Long is quite irascible. Yesterday, Wang Hu was thrashed for causing a ruckus in the library and is still bedridden. Alas, their prospects appear bleak. The crowd murmured, lamenting the duo's misfortune. As soon as the two emerged from the library, they were escorted by two youths to a chamber. Greetings, Elder Long. Sun Qing bowed, his legs visibly trembling. A detail not lost on Qin Feng. Is he truly that formidable? Qin Feng mused inwardly, mimicking the gesture while surreptitiously observing the elder. The man was of a robust build, clad in a white robe. His countenance was stern, his eyes like those of a tiger, and his thick eyebrows arched sharply, lending him a rather menacing air. You possess audaciousness, daring to engage in fisticuffs within the hallowed halls of the library? Your temerity knows no bounds. Treating the Academy's regulations as mere trifles. Elder Long slammed his hand upon the table, causing the two to recoil in trepidation, Sun Qing's face paling noticeably. Damn it all. Was it not said that Elder Long was not on duty today? At that moment, Sun Qing wished to tear the messenger's tongue out. He had previously suffered at Elder Long's hands, an ordeal that left him scarred. Had he not been led to believe that Elder Long was off duty, he would not have sought to provoke Qin Feng. As is customary, regardless of who initiated the altercation, anyone involved in the commotion shall receive a strike with a club. As these words were spoken, a thick iron rod, as hefty as a fist, was brandished. This was indeed startling. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind Sun Qing's profound fear of him. Not only Sun Qing, but even he felt a twinge of trepidation. Upon seeing such a formidable iron club, Sun Qing broke into a cold sweat and hastily exclaimed, Elder Long, you might be mistaken. This brother Qin Feng and I are actually friends. We were merely selecting martial arts techniques earlier, and in a moment of enthusiasm, we inadvertently exchanged a few moves. It was not a brawl, I assure you. Really? Elder Long questioned skeptically. Indeed, most sincerely. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with him. Right, brother Qin? Sun Qing's smile was more ghastly than that of a corpse, as he persistently gestured towards Qin Feng, understanding the unspoken message and wishing to avoid conflict. Qin Feng awkwardly chuckled. Yes, we are friends, just having a bit of fun. Indeed, I too was merely jesting. Elder Long chuckled, though his grin was as unsettling as Sun Qing's. However, both Sun Qing and Qin Feng felt a flicker of relief, thinking they had escaped this predicament. Yet, Elder Long's next utterance rendered them speechless. Those who joke shall face a graver consequence. 2 strikes each. As the words hung in the air, Sun Qing emitted 2 anguished cries and collapsed to the ground, convulsing in despair. It's your turn now, Elder Long said, weighing the club with a smile as he approached. Qin Feng instinctively stepped back 2 paces, glancing at the pitiful figure of Sun Qing on the ground, and swallowed hard. Chuckling nervously, Elder, must it come to this? Why must men make things difficult for one another, especially when this matter is not my fault? Why not simply take it out on him? Aren't you 2 friends? Apparently not. It appears you have resorted to deceit, for liars deserve their just punishment. You shall receive 3 strikes. Elder Long said with a smile. Panic surged within Qin Feng as he found himself unable to move. At that moment, his adversary swung the staff towards him. The air swirled, lifting Qin Feng's hair as he broke into a cold sweat at the impending impact. Oh dear. Just as he braced himself for this harsh reality, the situation took a sudden turn. The staff halted just short of his chest. The voice was. Elder Long's heart trembled, his expression one of shock. If you dare strike him, I shall twist your head off and toss it into the latrine. A commanding voice had just echoed in his ear, compelling him to cease his actions. Release him at once. The voice rang out again, prompting Elder Long to swiftly retract the staff and free Qin Feng from his bindings, courteously stating, "So, you are Qin Feng. You are free to go. Now, be off with you." Elder Long shot him a glare. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face lit up with joy, and he mustered all his strength to rise. Yet, after taking only 2 shaky steps, Elder Long kicked him away. "Watching you walk is utterly infuriating." Elder Long's voice resounded from within the room, leaving Sun Qing nearly fainting with rage. "Damn it, this is all your fault. Alas, I am in excruciating pain," that old man struck with such ferocity. "At this moment, every part of my body aches unbearably." Sun Qing clutched his injuries, growing increasingly incensed, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Qin Feng. "It is all that rascal's fault." "Humph, Qin Feng, this matter is far from over." Hatred brimmed in Sun Qing's eyes. Chapter 51. The Spirit Refinement Tower. Please select your desired gravity level. "I want triple gravity," Qin Feng declared. Instantly, the gravity in the room intensified to 3 times its normal force, and Qin Feng felt as though he had been burdened by a massive stone weighing 500 or 600 pounds. Yet, it was still insufficient. Shaking his head, he proclaimed, "I desire 5 times the gravity." In an instant, the weight of 1,000 pounds bore down upon him with great force. Undoubtedly, the initial moments were quite torturous. His entire body ached, and soon he was drenched in sweat. However, Qin Feng's indomitable spirit refused to yield, and he gritted his teeth, persevering through the ordeal. Before long, he sensed a surge of warmth radiating within him. "I have succeeded." Qin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, the gravity dissipated. Opening his eyes, he straightened his fingers, executing a roll to regain his upright stance. To think that merely 3 days were enough to exhaust my essence crystal value. Qin Feng felt an immense sense of helplessness. In the academy, essence crystal value equates to currency. It is required for meals, exchanging for elixirs and martial arts, and even for utilizing the gravity chamber, all of which necessitate payment through essence crystal cards. Through the completion of tasks or contributions, one earns Xianjing points. Purchasing them with money is an impossibility. New students are granted a complimentary Xianjing card containing 300 points. Prior to entering the gravity chamber, Qin Feng possessed 260 points, yet to his surprise, he had not made any purchases there, merely engaging in training, and could only endure for 3 days within that chamber. It appeared he needed to acquire some Xianjing points. Qin Feng contemplated this matter privately. I still have the Xianjing cards from those 2 deceased individuals. Perhaps I should put them to use." He retrieved their cards and, upon swiping them on the stone platform, discovered they collectively amounted to over 3,000 points. Now I need not worry. This is a truth well known among martial artists. Yet the opposing party acted with full knowledge of their wrongdoing. If sufficient justification existed, Qin Feng would overlook it. However, if none were to be found, he would not easily relent. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a cold smile. "I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you. I thought you might remain bedridden for a few more days, yet here you are, able to walk so soon. How does it feel to have endured that beating?" It was none other than Sun Qing. "Humph, today I shall allow you to experience that sensation." Sun Qing let out a few chilling laughs. "If you wish to feel it, just be cautious. One misstep, and that experience may come rushing back upon you." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Even if you were to tear the heavens apart with your words, today I shall ensure you have a taste of suffering." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, delivering a palm strike towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng swiftly activated his Ling Feng step, propelling his body into the air and maneuvering behind his opponent. Sun Qing, with a gaze as piercing as that of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Qin Feng before launching another attack. "Since you wish to engage, I shall indulge you," Qin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Instantly, the two were embroiled in combat, their commotion drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "Heart of the Black Tiger." A deep roar echoed as Sun Qing's tiger claw aimed directly at Qin Feng's chest. "You dare to challenge me? You truly lack discernment." Sun Qing mocked with a sense of pride. Qin Feng feigned ignorance, deliberately gasping in feigned pain while clutching the hand that clashed against Sun Qing's. "How dare you employ such despicable tactics against me? What kind of hero do you think you are? A small-minded person is no gentleman, and a man without poison is no true man. You can only blame your own foolishness." Sun Qing laughed derisively. Chapter 52. a shameful display. What are they discussing? The crowd, listening to their exchange, found themselves utterly perplexed, bewildered by the nature of their conversation. However, some astute and observant individuals, noticing Qin Feng holding his palm, began to piece together the truth. Sun Qing raised his hand, revealing a silver needle, roughly the length of a pinky, nestled between his index and middle fingers. At this revelation, the crowd quickly grasped the reality of the situation. It became apparent that during their earlier confrontation, Sun Qing had concealed a poison needle within his palm, which had inevitably pierced Qin Feng's skin upon impact. "You foolish boy. You have now fallen victim to my poison needle. You are no match for me. Today, I shall settle the score with you." Sun Qing cackled sinisterly. He then summoned his innate energy, surging towards Qin Feng, who paled in fear. Upon witnessing this, Sun Qing's heart swelled with joy. "Die," he exclaimed coldly, thrusting his right palm forward, seemingly poised to strike Qin Feng's chest. However, at that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist, channeling the fierce prison profound energy within, and retaliated with a sudden blow. A thunderous collision echoed as Sun Qing let out a cry, subsequently spewing blood and hurtling backward, crashing violently onto the ground. As he raised his hand, it was evident that his palm bore no wounds, remaining unscathed, save for a shallow indentation resembling a pinprick. Seeing this, Sun Qing was engulfed in fury, his eyes brimming with resentment. "I never expected you to feign weakness and lure me into your trap. This truly is a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the fox," he blustered before demanding. "Do you think you can swagger about before me and escape?" Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle, swiftly employing the spirit wind steps, akin to a whirlwind, intercepting him in an instant. What incredible speed! The onlookers marveled, astonished. At that moment, Qin Feng's fist struck Sun Qing's chest with a resounding thud. Sun Qing coughed up blood once more, flung backward, and crashed to the ground again. Qin Feng then pressed his foot forcefully upon Sun Qing's chest, sneering, "Did you ever consider that this is the fate that awaited you for seeking trouble with me today?" "What do you intend to do, Qin Feng?" Sun Qing asked, his voice trembling with trepidation as he gazed at Qin Feng. With a jovial grin, Qin Feng replied, "Oh, nothing much, just thought you could use a little cooling off." At this utterance, a wave of intense unease surged within Sun Qing's heart. As expected, with a swift kick, Qin Feng sent Sun Qing soaring into the air, then seized his belt with a firm grasp, swiftly stripping him of his garments and revealing his bare form. As Sun Qing tumbled through the air, he crashed harshly onto the ground, prompting the onlookers to observe his exposed body and erupt into uproarious laughter. Such is the nature of a coward. Even his lackey proves equally incompetent, Qin Feng scoffed. "Oh, mother!" Sun Qing exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, clutching himself as if fleeing a predator, desperately dashing through the crowd amidst the cacophony of laughter. What a disgraceful rogue! Who possesses such audacity to behave so shamelessly? Feeling the piercing gazes of the crowd and hearing their mocking remarks, Sun Qing was engulfed in humiliation, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. This was a truly mortifying moment. In a panic, he yanked down a yellow curtain from a pillar within the grand hall and wrapped it around his waist. Who is this, running about in the nude? His sudden appearance captured the attention of all, leaving them in a state of disbelief and amusement. "Qin Feng, I vow to avenge this humiliation." Sun Qing seethed through clenched teeth, harboring a profound hatred for Qin Feng. With renewed determination, he summoned every ounce of strength and sprinted forward. "Someone, quickly, apprehend that scoundrel." In broad daylight, before the eyes of all, he dares to run about bare. This is a disgrace to the dignity of our Shunfeng Academy, and I shall ensure he faces the consequences. As Elderly, engrossed in recording student information, noticed Sun Qing dashing past him in the nude, an intense fury ignited within his eyes, causing his two wisps of gray beard to appear as though they were ready to take flight. His grip on the brush trembled with agitation. Throughout his years overseeing the Spirit Cultivation Tower, such an incident had never occurred. If word of this spread, it would tarnish his reputation and bring about profound humiliation. With only one day remaining, he felt compelled to access the intermediate training room. Qin Feng let out a soft sigh. Initially, Elder Lai had tasked him with selecting 3 martial arts disciplines to be mastered within 7 days. The Great Sun Body Refinement Technique was merely one of them. There were still 2 others, and with only a day left, Qin Feng harbored little confidence in mastering them. Thus, he sought to buy himself more time in order to secure a different training room. The training rooms within the Spirit Cultivation Tower are broadly categorized into 3 tiers: low, intermediate, and advanced. Each tier contains rooms numbered from 1 to several dozens. The smaller the number, the higher the tier and the more effective the results. Both intermediate and advanced training rooms possess a time acceleration effect, with the lowest allowing for 1 day inside to equate to merely 2 hours outside. The most exceptional rooms enable 10 days of training within to correspond to just half a day in the external world. It is said that the Spirit Cultivation Tower at the Heavenly Academy achieves a staggering 1 month inside for only a single day outside, truly terrifying. Naturally, the higher the tier of the training room, the more expensive the consumption of Xuantian crystals. Consequently, Qin Feng opted for the intermediate gravity room, specifically number 15, which was further down the queue. Chapter 53. Breakthrough in a Dream. Qin Feng initially intended to select the advanced gravity chamber, as such a facility would afford him additional training time. However, upon arriving at the registration desk to make his request, he was met with immediate rejection. It turned out that the advanced gravity chamber was fundamentally different from the other 2 levels. To train there, one needed at least 8,000 Xuantian points. Currently, Qin Feng possessed only 2,000 to 3,000 at most. This setback further solidified his resolve to earn Xuantian points, having already tasted the benefits of the Spirit Cultivation Tower. Upon arriving at gravity chamber number 15, Qin Feng adjusted the gravity to 10 times its normal weight, gripping a long sword in his hand. Its silver-white blade emanated a chilling aura, a trophy he had acquired after slaying Wu Qi. In Qin Feng's estimation, this sword was on par with the fire gold overlord spear he had purchased. The sword drawing technique comprised a singular maneuver. The blade strikes swiftly like lightning, delivering a thunderous blow that could sever an adversary's throat and spill blood. With a steely resolve, Qin Feng focused intently, absorbing the essence of the technique. He discerned that the effectiveness of the sword-drawing technique lay in its instantaneous execution, defeating or slaying an opponent in the very moment of drawing the sword. Failure rendered the technique utterly futile. Elder Lai likely recommended the sword-drawing technique to hone his speed in drawing the blade. After comprehending the technique, Qin Feng surmised Elder Lai's intention and recognized that this sword-drawing technique complemented the 3 sword maneuvers previously imparted to him, forming a harmonious synergy. Under tenfold gravity, Qin Feng's swordsmanship was not executed with the swiftness of lightning. Nevertheless, he persevered with unwavering determination. Within the span of half an hour, each of his strikes took a full 10 seconds to draw and thrust, leaving merely a single mark upon the sturdy wall. In the following hour, he managed to reduce the time to 9 seconds. By this point, his palms were blistered, and his hands were red, swollen, and sore, a testament to the rigorous training of the Great Sun Body Refinement technique. It is evident that without this technique, he would have likely rendered his arms incapacitated. This illustrates that despite the low level of this sword-drawing technique, mastering it is no trivial endeavor. Naturally, in the absence of gravity, the speed of his strikes would increase, albeit still falling short of achieving 1 strike per second. Regardless of the arduousness of his efforts, Qin Feng, who had swung his sword countless times, remained undaunted, continuing his practice until he could no longer lift his weapon. Time passed swiftly as he spent half a day in the gravity chamber. Sweat poured from him as he drew his sword once more. The blade glimmered, and with a sharp thrust, the tip pierced the wall, leaving yet another mark. The wall was now adorned with a profusion of sword points. From the moment he unsheathed the sword to the instant it struck the wall, merely 5 seconds had elapsed, clearly indicating significant progress in his sword-drawing technique. After delivering this strike, Qin Feng finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. This marked the 3rd occasion on which he had expended all his energy. However, this approach had yielded certain benefits. Not only had his sword's speed increased, but his physical strength had also significantly augmented. Furthermore, the duration for which he could exert himself had extended, and on one occasion, even after exhausting himself, he shattered his physical limits and astonishingly regained newfound vigor. At this moment, Qin Feng lifted his water pouch and gulped down the refreshing liquid, subsequently drenching himself in it. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of bliss, Old Lai seemed to have carefully selected martial arts for me that were intricately connected. Mastering the sword-drawing technique necessitated a formidable physique, while the Great Sun Body Refinement technique was designed to strengthen the body. Had I not previously practiced the Great Sun Body Refinement technique, there would have been no possibility of mastering it within just 1 day. It was simply unattainable. After a brief respite, Qin Feng consumed some provisions and resumed his sword practice. The sound of his blade striking the wall reverberated through the gravity chamber, akin to the patter of raindrops. With unwavering focus, Qin Feng exerted himself to think deeply and wield his sword with precision. One wall became festooned with sword marks, prompting him to shift to another. After an hour, that wall too bore the marks of his relentless effort, and with each passing moment, his speed of execution increased. Before long, evening descended, and Qin Feng had spent nearly a full day and night within the gravity chamber. In that instant, he unleashed another strike. Resembling a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air, the speed was so remarkable that it was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to follow. Boom! The sword struck the wall, causing the entire gravity chamber to tremble, and a fist-sized crater was blasted into the surface. At last, success had been achieved. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's pale and weary face finally broke into a smile, for he had mastered the sword-drawing technique to the point of executing one strike per second. However, this very sword strike had drained his last vestige of strength, leading to his eventual collapse from exhaustion, and he fell into a deep slumber. The gravity chamber was enveloped in silence, while the energy within the Xuantian card continued to diminish. As the night deepened, the soul pearl within Qin Feng suddenly emitted a cerulean glow, spinning rapidly. In its vigorous rotation, it forcibly siphoned the surrounding spiritual energy from outside the gravity chamber, concentrating it within Qin Feng's domain. In an instant, the gravity chamber was suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, resembling a dense fog. The undying mystic art began to operate autonomously, unleashing an extraordinary devouring force from Qin Feng's body, as if he had transformed into a black hole, drawing in all the surrounding spiritual energy into his core. The reservoir of energy within him swelled, and the transformation rate of the fierce infernal energy accelerated. Simultaneously, Qin Feng felt as though he were dreaming, as his consciousness transported him to a mysterious realm, nestled within a picturesque mountain landscape. Where was this place? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, only to find that, apart from the breathtaking scenery, he was utterly alone. Yet, in the very next moment, an explosion resonated, shattering the lake's surface and conjuring towering waves that rose to 10 meters. Astonishingly, this phenomenon transformed into a water figure, gracefully executing sword techniques in midair. Chapter 54. A cry for justice. The sudden upheaval left Qin Feng utterly astounded, as both his cultivation realm and the level of his spiritual energy had evidently surged. He had never anticipated such a considerable enhancement during his unconscious state. Naturally, he found solace in this unexpected boon, believing it to be connected to the Fate's Soul Pearl. This enigmatic gem, forged from mysterious azure stone, possessed the formidable power to alter destiny. With no external presence around him, it was clear that this transformation could not be attributed to outside assistance, especially considering the extraordinary experience of learning the solar sword technique within a dream. In Qin Feng's perspective, all of this could only be orchestrated by the Fate's Soul Pearl. He hastily turned his focus inward to the Fate's Soul Pearl, only to discover that its verdant glow had dimmed significantly, almost to the point of losing all luster. This revelation further solidified his conviction that the pearl was indeed the source of these occurrences. Taking a deep breath to steady his exhilarated heart, he shifted his gaze to the Xuantian card, where he observed that merely 200 points of Xuantian value remained suspended. This realization left him astounded, for it underscored the principle that one gets what one pays for. Though the gravity chamber offered time acceleration, the expenditure of Xuantian value was undeniably substantial. In just one night, the thousands of Xuantian points he had possessed had dwindled to this meager amount, causing him considerable dismay. Nevertheless, with only 200 points left, he resolved to utilize them, allowing for half an hour of sword practice. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and began practicing the Liu sword technique. Having previously cultivated this swordsmanship in his dreams, he found it remarkably effortless, mastering the art within half an hour. After all, hanging a corpse at the entrance of the academy would be tantamount to provoking the entire Shinkong Academy, the most formidable force in the Tianluo realm, which had stood resilient for a millennium, teeming with experts and profound strength. Although Old Lie's capabilities were unfathomable, Qin Feng felt his chances against the elite of Shinkong Academy were slim. Perhaps he had overthought it. After all, Old Lie was an astute individual, and his willingness to engage must have stemmed from a firm confidence. Moreover, his presence within the academy suggested he was a person of considerable stature, capable of managing the situation himself. Fortunately, he had a support system. As a child raised in the mountains, he understood the nuances of survival. Ascending the mountain, he gathered an abundance of bamboo shoots and prepared to procure some edible meat. With a swift motion, Qin Feng hurled his bamboo sword, striking a fire rabbit that was pinned against a tree. A grin spread across his face. He anticipated a delightful feast. However, as he retrieved the fire rabbit, he inadvertently caught sight of a man standing protectively in front of a woman, his hands moving incessantly. What the hell? How much does it cost to find a room? Why must they engage in such activities here? Qin Feng muttered with disdain, turning to leave. Yet, a nagging feeling struck him as he realized something was amiss. When a couple engages in such acts, shouldn't the woman be expressing herself audibly? Though unversed in the act itself, Qin Feng possessed a certain knowledge of such matters, owing to his acquaintance with Pang Hu, the veritable monarch of bedsheets. Ahem, Qin Feng exclaimed with deliberate boisterousness. Startled, the man promptly turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, who, in that instant, beheld the woman's unconscious form, her countenance pallid, her garments disarrayed, revealing the binding cloth beneath. Without knowing the full story, Qin Feng surmised that a rape attempt had transpired, igniting a fierce indignation within him. Lecherous fiend, Qin Feng bellowed, a longsword materializing in his grasp. Employing the spirit windstep, he traversed the distance to the man in what seemed but a breath, and without preamble, unleashed a sword strike. The swiftness of the blow took the man by surprise, and he hastily evaded it, but not before the blade grazed his right arm, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. You cur! You dare wound me! The youth roared, incensed. Throughout the academy, he was accustomed to being treated with deference. Yet this fellow had dared to draw a sword against him. It was, indeed, an outrage that could not be borne. You lecherous villain! To the brink of death. You still spew arrogance. Prepare to face my wrath. Qin Feng retorted, launching another attack. The youth, equally enraged, summoned a golden mace with a mere thought, meeting Qin Feng's assault head-on. Clang, clang, clang. After dozens of exchanges, the youth faltered, succumbing to Qin Feng's superior skill as the latter's blade pierced his left flank. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and a searing pain coursed through him, eliciting a cry of agony. Damn you! Had I not been injured, you would never have stood a chance. The youth exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. Never before in his life had he suffered such a defeat. Qin Feng scoffed, you speak truthfully. Had you not been injured, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Alas, fortune favors me rather than you, and thus, karma prevails. Today marks the moment when you, this lecher, shall face justice. No sooner had he uttered these words than he lunged at the youth. However, just as he made his move, a faint voice interjected from nearby. Gentlemen, please hold. Qin Feng paused abruptly and turned to see that the unconscious maiden had regained consciousness. You're awake, my lady. Fear not. I shall ensure this scoundrel receives his due punishment, Qin Feng declared earnestly, his gaze filled with disdain as it bore down on the young man. Chapter 55. A grave misunderstanding. Are you out of your mind? Which of your eyes witnessed this man mistreating the lady? The youth retorted, clutching his bleeding wound in fury. Qin Feng mocked, on the brink of death, yet you still dare to boast. Watch how I deal with you. As he prepared to strike, the youth, sensing the danger, took an involuntary step back, gripping his golden mace tighter. At that moment, the maiden spoke hastily, my lord. Qin Feng turned to her, inquiring, what is it you wish to convey? My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. Had it not been for this gentleman's assistance, I fear I would have already. She faltered, her eyes brimming with tears, stifling a sob. At her words, Qin Feng felt a jolt of realization. It dawned on him that he had wrongfully accused an innocent. Are you implying that this gentleman saved you? Qin Feng hastily sought confirmation. Indeed, it was this young gentleman who came to the rescue, and what you have here is fundamentally a misunderstanding. Qin Feng's expression was one of profound dismay. His initial intention was to eliminate a threat to the people, yet now, he found himself in a predicament where he had inadvertently harmed an innocent. This misunderstanding had escalated beyond measure. Stealing a furtive glance at the youth, Qin Feng noticed that the young man had caught on, letting out a disdainful snort and lifting his chin proudly, reminiscent of an arrogant rooster. Witnessing this, Qin Feng felt a wave of shame wash over him. Blast it! Qin Feng, you foolish creature. Could you not pause to reflect? He lamented inwardly. Heavens, what jest is this? I, Qin Feng, have never been made a fool of in such a manner. A sense of woeful resignation enveloped him. Nevertheless, the incident had transpired, and one must bear the consequences of their actions. Summoning his courage, Qin Feng took a couple of steps forward, facing the youth. feeling exceedingly awkward as he forced a smile. My dear brother, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. I was in the wrong earlier, and I sincerely apologize. I ask that you, in your generosity, do not hold this against me. As if uttering an apology would suffice. There is no such thing as an easy resolution in this world. Let me be frank. I shall remember this debt, and you will soon find me reclaiming it. The youth, seething with indignation, stormed off. Hey, brother. Qin Feng called after him, but the young man paid him no heed, leaping away without a trace. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Qin Feng could only manage a bitter smile. It seemed that in his attempt to save someone, he had unwittingly invited trouble, an endeavor that only a fool like himself could undertake. My lord, the young girl called out weakly, struggling to rise but finding it utterly impossible. Allow me to assist you. Qin Feng approached and helped her up, saying, My home is located at the foot of the nearby mountain. Let us proceed there. Thank you so much, the girl replied with deep gratitude. Not at all, Qin Feng smiled. Can you walk? No, I currently lack any strength. The girl shook her head. Allow me to carry you, he offered, and without hesitation, he lifted her onto his back and made his way down the mountain. Along the journey, they exchanged names, and Qin Feng learned that the girl's name was Xiao Mingyao. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Due to the girl's disheveled appearance and her own inability to dress herself, Qin Feng, being a man, found it awkward to assist her. Thus, he procured a blanket and draped it over her shoulders. Immediately, Qin Feng channeled his profound energy into her body. What a powerful essence! Xiao Mingyao thought in astonishment as she sensed the intense energy flowing into her from Qin Feng's hands. As a practitioner of the eighth heaven of the Xianling realm, she was astounded. She perceived that Qin Feng's energy surpassed her own in quality, particularly due to its burning effect, which was exceptionally domineering. No wonder he was able to defeat that young master who was 2 realms above her. Xiao Mingyao mused. The young man had a cultivation level even higher than Qin Feng's, also reaching the 8th heaven. Although he was injured, his combat prowess could still reach the 6th heaven. Yet, he was easily vanquished by Qin Feng, which evidently related greatly to this profound energy. Swiftly dismissing her thoughts, she focused on receiving Qin Feng's healing energy, and soon, the remaining toxins hidden within her body were finally eradicated. Xiao Mingyao finally regained her strength and hurried into the room to tidy her clothes. Just then, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and soon a torrential downpour began, with raindrops cascading down like shattered pearls, creating a cacophony on the ground. Momentarily, the door swung open, and the elegantly attired Xiao Mingyao expressed her sincere apologies. I am truly sorry for occupying your space. Qin Feng smiled calmly and replied, It seems we have both inadvertently created a grand misunderstanding, causing others to harbor ill feelings. What is a mere room compared to that? Overwhelmed with remorse, Xiao Mingyao responded, I deeply regret this situation. Had I awakened sooner, this misunderstanding could have been avoided, sparing you from that gentleman's resentment. Rest assured, I will certainly clarify matters for you. There is no need for further apologies. No one wishes for such occurrences. However, I do hope you can help me plead my case, for it was truly an unintentional error, Qin Feng said with a bittersweet smile. I will, he assured. Looking up at the darkening sky, he continued, It is pouring rain, and night is swiftly approaching. You should stay here for the night. Rest assured, I will remain outside, and I harbor no inappropriate intentions. What are you saying, sir? You have saved me, yet now you must spend the night outside. Xiao Mingyao felt a deep sense of guilt and quickly replied, What significance does this hold? Merely a single night has passed. For us practitioners, even 3 days and nights without sleep is of little consequence. Moreover, it is the early summer, with a pleasant climate that is neither too hot nor too cold, making it quite acceptable to spend the night outdoors. There is no need for concern. You may rest easy here. Besides, I have no one to converse with, and I find it rather tedious. Your arrival today brings the welcome opportunity for companionship. Since you have expressed it thus, I, Xiao Mingyao, extend my gratitude. With a smile, she spoke. Qin Feng replied, I think it best if you refrain from calling me young master. Let us address each other by our names. Very well, Qin Feng, she replied. Their eyes met in mutual understanding, accompanied by a smile. Subsequently, Qin Feng prepared a hot pot, and they sat across from each other, drinking and reveling in their shared sentiments, lamenting only that their acquaintance had not occurred sooner. Each revealed the perplexities that weighed upon their hearts. Upon hearing of Qin Feng's troubles, Xiao Mingyao sighed in silence. Expressing her desire to assist, though lamenting her limited capabilities. In response, Qin Feng assured her that he would confront whatever challenges arose. Every issue could be resolved. Now, it is my turn to inquire, Qin Feng said with a smile. How did you become poisoned, and what kind of poison was it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyao, under the influence of intoxication, was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 56. Trouble approaches. Although Qin Feng lacked knowledge of pharmacology, he discerned that the effects of the poison, while channeling his spiritual energy to aid Xiao Mingyao, were akin to those of a base aphrodisiac, inducing arousal, hypnosis, and confusion. This situation is self-evident. It is undoubtedly the result of someone coveting Xiao Mingyao's beauty, yet unable to possess it, leading to the despicable act of administering an aphrodisiac, intending to take advantage of her. Fortunately, that young man intervened and provided Xiao Mingyao with an antidote. It is truly my fault for being blind to the nature of Liu Qian, that scoundrel. Xiao Mingyao's eyes brimmed with hatred as she spoke through clenched teeth. Liu Qian? Qin Feng murmured softly, and soon after, Xiao Mingyao recounted the entire saga. It turns out that the instigator of today's events was indeed Liu Qian. This individual had been Xiao Mingyao's childhood companion and was bound by a marriage contract. However, Liu Qian had repeatedly sought to consummate their relationship, yet Xiao Mingyao, being a woman of great modesty, was unwilling to compromise her virtue before marriage and thus refused him. Frustrated by his inability to have her, Liu Qian resorted to administering a drug, only to be thwarted by that young man. Truly, what a lecherous fool, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. You can still laugh after experiencing such a thing? Xiao Mingyao retorted, exasperated. Qin Feng replied, I am merely rejoicing for you. Rejoicing for me? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Mingyao gazed at him in disbelief. Qin Feng took a sip of wine and chuckled softly, saying, while today's events may sound dreadful, they are indeed a blessing in disguise, for you have finally discerned the true nature of this man. Henceforth, you shall steer clear of him. Is it not fortuitous to distance oneself from one who poses a potential threat? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Mingyao experienced a moment of enlightenment, her charming visage breaking into a smile as she remarked, Indeed, you are right. Recognizing such a scoundrel should bring me joy. Come, let me toast to you. The two began to drink, and perhaps due to Xiao Mingyao's troubled heart, they imbibed excessively, eventually succumbing to inebriation. Qin Feng, too, felt the effects of intoxication. Yet he utilized his profound energy to expel the alcohol from his system, regaining clarity of mind. He then gently laid Xiao Mingyao upon the bed, but as he turned, he was startled by the disheveled visage of an old acquaintance. You little rascal, it's only been a few days, and you've changed so much. How ungrateful. Especially after I taught you martial arts, the old man scolded, exasperated. He then approached the table, disregarding the used utensils, and began to feast with evident delight. A wave of relief washed over Qin Feng. With such a formidable ally by his side, what need had he to fear Wang Zhong and his ilk? Naturally, Qin Feng yearned to rely on his own strength to confront opposing forces, but he understood the necessity of leveraging support when the time called for it. Have you accomplished the tasks I assigned you? The old man inquired. All is complete, Qin Feng replied. A fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, though he maintained a stoic facade. Step outside and demonstrate your skills. Should I find them lacking, do not expect me to impart further teachings. Very well, just watch. Qin Feng responded, brimming with enthusiasm as he opened the door, oblivious to the torrential downpour and the accompanying thunder and lightning. In the midst of the deluge, he began to showcase his 3 schools of martial arts. This young man is indeed exceptionally gifted, a rare find for martial arts training. I consider myself fortunate to have discovered such a treasure. It seems I must contemplate imparting my unique techniques to him. The elderly master, stroking his beard, gazed with satisfaction at Qin Feng, who was practicing his swordplay in the ring. Originally, the 3 martial arts styles he had offered Qin Feng were intended to challenge the young man's determination and assess the extent of his character and innate talent. In the master's view, failing to meet his expectations was a foregone conclusion. The martial art he provided was one he himself could scarcely have mastered at such a young age, even within a time-accelerated training chamber. Yet, Qin Feng had achieved it, delivering a profound shock to the master's spirit. He had finally discovered a martial arts prodigy of a century, if not a millennium. Or perhaps even one who only appears once in 10,000 years. After finishing his sword practice, Qin Feng joyfully glanced towards the room, only to find that the elderly master had vanished without a trace. Where is the master? His smile faded, and he hastily entered the room, scanning the surroundings. Aside from the peacefully sleeping Xiao Mingyao, there was no one else in sight. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a single character weight inscribed upon the table. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng lamented, "I had hoped you would teach me some techniques, but it seems you have left yet again. Alas, another false hope." He tidied the table and commenced his training. Before long, the night passed. On the following morning, the air was damp from the previous night's rain. Yet Qin Feng continued his sword practice with unwavering dedication. However, after merely half an hour of practicing swordplay, a chilling and clamorous voice suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. "Qin Feng, come out here." It truly seemed that the specter of trouble would not depart. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. He recognized the voice immediately. Before long, two figures stormed into the courtyard with an imposing aura. One of them was Sun Qing, whom Qin Feng had previously defeated and humiliated, and beside him stood a tall, handsome youth clad in white. The youth's eyes glinted with malice, evidently harboring a great deal of resentment. Notably, he was a formidable opponent, having attained the 8th level of the Xianling realm. Yet, even in the face of someone 2 realms above him, Qin Feng remained unfazed, for with his current strength, while he might not triumph over such a warrior, he certainly would not suffer defeat. The disparity in realms was offset by Qin Feng's fierce and potent Xuanqi. "Boss, it was he who schemed to harm my junior brother, causing him to lose face and suffer punishment." Sun Qing glared at Qin Feng, eager to lodge his complaint. Upon hearing this, the white-clad youth coldly declared, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, submit and allow me to teach you a lesson to relieve my anger. Otherwise, you will deeply regret your decision." Qin Feng drove his sword into the ground and sighed heavenward. "Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Each day, I am beset by these nuisances at my doorstep. Just the other day, 2 ducks came by, and today, it's 2 dogs. Alas, what misfortune." Chapter 57. The defeat by a single sword. Though his strength may be lacking, his arrogance is undeniable. Lu Qian let out a cold sneer, then menacingly remarked, "I wonder if you will still be so boisterous when you find yourself on the ground, trampled underfoot by others." Qin Feng chuckled heartily, replying, "Sure. Being stepped on by a pig would be an experience I am quite curious about." Seeking death, enraged, Lu Qian clenched his fist, and a brilliant azure longsword materialized in his grasp. He covered 3 meters in a single stride, reaching Qin Feng in a breath, the sword darting forth like a spear. However, despite the seemingly ferocious assault, Qin Feng merely tilted his head at the right moment, evading the strike effortlessly. "What?" Lu Qian was taken aback, astonished by the opponent's astonishing reflexes. With a swiftness born of fury, he transformed his left palm into a fist, unleashing a torrent of water-blue energy akin to raging flames, aimed directly at Qin Feng's chest. In response, Qin Feng also threw a punch. The 2 fists collided with a resounding boom, sending both combatants reeling backward. "What?" He cannot even contend with Lu Qian. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Qing gasped in disbelief. He had assumed that Lu Qian would easily overpower Qin Feng, given the latter's 2 realms of difference in cultivation. However, the current scenario seemed far from optimistic. "Who would have thought you were hiding your true capabilities so well?" Lu Qian's expression grew grave. Through their recent encounter, he had begun to grasp that Qin Feng's strength could not merely be measured by his cultivation level. His power far surpassed what his rank would suggest. Qin Feng chuckled softly and remarked, "You never anticipated that shortly you would be rolling out of here in the nude." "Arrogant." Lu Qian responded with a cold laugh. "You truly believe that I cannot deal with you just because you have puffed yourself up? I merely wish to gauge your capabilities earlier. Your luck is about to run out. Beware of speaking too boldly. The wind may catch your tongue." Qin Feng retorted with a sneer. Taking the initiative, he unleashed a radiant arc of sword light, which swiftly surged towards Lu Qian. Alarmed, Lu Qian's heart raced as he sprang into action, propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick against the ground. Raindrops of sword shadows fell like meteorites, dense and relentless, cascading towards Qin Feng with a fierce velocity. Impressive skills indeed. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes, soon replaced by a smirk that suggested disdain. Such an assault could hardly threaten him. He summoned the profound energy within him, transforming his entire being into a blazing ember, radiating an astonishing heat. What potent energy! A serious expression flickered across Lu Qian's face. Just as the sword shadows were about to collide with Qin Feng, his longsword emanated a fiery crimson aura, akin to a raging inferno. With a swift motion, Qin Feng raised his sword high and brought it crashing down, releasing a torrent of sword pressure that rippled through the air. In that moment, a shockwave erupted. forcefully tearing through Liu Qian's sword shadows and advancing directly towards him. Liu Qian was taken aback, immediately employing his agility to evade. However, he was a fraction too slow, resulting in the shockwave striking his right arm, akin to a blade's incision, revealing a wound that bled profusely. Curse be it! The searing pain radiating from his right arm left Liu Qian's countenance pale and his gaze shadowed. How could this fellow possess such formidable strength? Witnessing this scene, Sun Qing felt an unbearable dryness in his throat and could not help but swallow hard. The immense power exhibited by Qin Feng made it abundantly clear to him that even if he were not ambushed by Qin Feng at the Spirit Cultivation Tower, he would have been easily vanquished. He profoundly recognized that Qin Feng's prowess far surpassed his own, rendering him utterly incapable of competing. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. He lamented provoking Qin Feng and regretted returning today to seek vengeance, realizing it was akin to courting disaster. Your skills are vastly inferior to your words, Qin Feng scoffed. You. Liu Qian's fury ignited, his rage boiling over as he clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open broke the tension. The unexpected scene caused everyone to freeze, involuntarily directing their gazes towards it. A woman clad in a pale yellow dress, her hair disheveled, emerged while yawning. Xiao Mengyao. Both Sun Qing and Liu Qian were astounded. Still grappling with remnants of sleep, Xiao Mengyao's senses sharpened as she glanced over, her eyes widening in disbelief upon recognizing the two. Liu Qian? Qin Feng suddenly realized that this individual was Liu Qian, his disdain for him deepening. At that moment, Liu Qian, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared at Xiao Mengyao, branding her a despicable woman for engaging in such a scandalous affair with the young man. He was convinced that Xiao Mengyao and Qin Feng had indeed slept together. His assumption was not entirely unfounded. A woman with disheveled hair, slightly disarranged clothing, and having spent the night away from home, emerging from a man's room, would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Xiao Mengyao, realizing the implications of her appearance, blushed crimson. However, recalling Liu Qian's beastly actions, she was overcome with indignation and retorted, "What I do is none of your concern." Xiao Mengyao's defiant stance only served to deepen the misunderstanding, especially considering that Liu Qian was her fiancé. This undoubtedly fueled his belief that the two had engaged in illicit acts, and no man could tolerate being cuckolded. He was instantly consumed by rage. "Very well," Liu Qian exclaimed, his body trembling with anger. "Today, I shall slay this adulterous couple. Prepare to meet your demise." He lunged at Qin Feng first, attacking with unrestrained force. In his eyes, it was the latter who had seduced Xiao Mengyao, leading to her betrayal. Therefore, his hatred for Qin Feng far surpassed that for Xiao Mengyao. Qin Feng, harboring no goodwill towards Liu Qian, showed no mercy in his response. However, Xiao Mengyao, unaware of Qin Feng's true strength, believed that his 6th-level cultivation would be no match for Liu Qian's 8th-level prowess. In her anxiety, she cried out, "Qin Feng, be careful." Upon hearing these words, Liu Qian's rage intensified. "That vile slut," he exclaimed, his desire to kill Qin Feng reaching a fever pitch. He thrust his sword fiercely forward. However, Qin Feng remained utterly still. The long sword, shimmering with a watery blue luster, loomed larger in his eyes. Finally, when the tip of the opponent's sword was merely a finger's breadth away, Qin Feng's sword suddenly struck. This blow was swifter than lightning, so rapid that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 58. Qin Feng's assault with a resounding clang. A flying sword traced an arc in midair before embedding itself into the ground, causing a tremor. Almost simultaneously, Liu Qian emitted a chilling cry. Witnessing Liu Qian kneeling on the ground, hands clutching each other with crimson blood oozing between his fingers, Xiao Mengyao and Sun Qing could not help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. They had never anticipated that Qin Feng possessed such formidable strength, capable of defeating Liu Qian with a single stroke. Inflicting severe injury upon him, Qin Feng turned to face Liu Qian, who knelt before him, his expression contorted with agony, and spoke with chilling indifference. "Scram." Liu Qian, enduring excruciating pain, sweat pouring down his face, struggled to rise and retorted angrily, "You brat. I, Liu Qian, will not rest until I avenge today's grievance. Just wait for me. If I hear you utter another word, I shall sever your head." Xiao Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained silent. Qin Feng approached him, arms crossed, and with a playful smile remarked, "Why the rush to leave? Weren't you here to settle the score with me? We haven't even begun to reckon the accounts." Sun Qing, drenched in cold sweat and feigning a smile, found that his expression was far more grotesque than tears could convey. Brother Qin, what debts could there possibly be between us? The truth is, I came here today entirely because Liu Qian forced my hand. He asks, seething with anger, and seeks someone to vent it upon. So, you've brought him here, haven't you? Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile. His demeanor appeared perfectly benign, yet to Sun Qing it seemed malevolent beyond measure. Unable to argue against the undeniable truth, Sun Qing ultimately succumbed to the psychological pressure exerted by Qin Feng and turned to flee. However, Qin Feng had anticipated this move and swiftly apprehended him, delivering a brutal beating. The courtyard echoed with Sun Qing's wretched cries, and he was left battered and sprawled on the ground. Get lost. Qin Feng kicked Sun Qing aside as one might a pebble, sending him soaring, ultimately crashing into the treetops, where he lost consciousness. After dispatching Sun Qing, Qin Feng felt his own energy wane significantly. Although he had little understanding of that sword technique, he sensed a tremendous threat emanating from it. Her cultivation was slightly inferior to Liu Qian's, and if Liu Qian could not withstand it, how could she? Qin Feng smiled noncommittally. Although I have not practiced the Sunfire sword technique, I have observed it before, yet I did not witness such formidable power. The martial arts Qin Feng employed far surpassed what she had gleaned from her studies. That's because I wasn't solely employing the Fiery Sun swordplay, Qin Feng chuckled, but also integrating the quick-draw technique. Furthermore, Liu Qian's own rage and emotional turmoil played a part, allowing me to seize the opportunity and defeat him. The quick-draw technique. A glint of astonishment flickered in Xiao Mingyao's eyes. The quick-draw technique is a fundamental spirit-grade martial art, not particularly potent and rather time-consuming, which deters many from choosing it. Yet, Qin Feng had actually utilized it in conjunction with the Fiery Sun swordplay to achieve victory. Xiao Mingyao found it somewhat incredible. In actuality, Qin Feng's earlier strike harnessed the quick-draw technique's velocity and explosiveness, combined with the Fiery Sun swordplay's formidable power to generate a burst of immense force. In a head-on clash, he forcefully shattered the opponent's attack and severely injured his palm. Nevertheless, the adversary was, after all, a martial artist at the 8th level of the profound spirit realm, and his all-out attack, fueled by anger, possessed considerable might. To counter such an assault, Qin Feng naturally had to exert his full strength, expending a significant amount of energy and profound qi, leaving him somewhat weakened and enervated. Time elapsed, moment by moment. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, circulating his energy to recuperate. After an hour, he had finally fully recovered. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air and then opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance momentarily illuminated his gaze. It seems you've reaped some rewards from this battle. Xiao Mingyao's laughter echoed from the side. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, your cultivation has indeed improved, which can be considered a modest achievement. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. In gratitude for Qin Feng's timely rescue, Xiao Mingyao invited him to dine together. They occupied a window-side table on the 2nd floor of a bustling tavern. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Xiao Mingyao said, Qin Feng, aside from treating you to this meal, I wish to offer you an extraordinary opportunity. An extraordinary opportunity? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Pray do tell. What is this opportunity? Xiao Mingyao continued. About half a month ago, I discovered a cave in the Tiandeng mountain range outside the city, and within this cave, there exists the Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. The Heavenly Fragrance Fruit, a 3rd-tier, 2nd-grade spiritual material? Qin Feng's expression was one of astonishment. During his previous visit to the martial arts pavilion, his exceptional memory allowed him to memorize a compendium of rare flora, thus he was familiar with the Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. This fruit possesses remarkable effects in enhancing one's comprehension of realms and vital energy, commanding a market price of at least 7 to 800,000 taels of silver. Should the quality be superior, the cost would be even more exorbitant. If I could obtain this Heavenly Fragrance Fruit, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to the 7th heaven. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Currently, he faced formidable opponents like Meng Ran and Wang Zhong, both adept cultivators with awakened fateful soul beads. The pressure was immense, and he was perennially at risk of their stealthy attacks. His situation was fraught with peril, thus he must expedite the enhancement of his strength. Only with increased power could his life be safeguarded. Most importantly, there remain approximately 2.5 months until the martial arts tournament. Should Qin Feng encounter Meng Ran or his accomplices during the competition, it is certain they would resort to lethal measures. Therefore, It is imperative that he elevates his strength to a level capable of contending with and even vanquishing them. For Qin Feng at this moment, he is willing to relinquish any opportunity that could enhance his power. Thus, the Tianxiang fruit is an absolute necessity for him. Indeed, it is a third-grade, second-tier Tianxiang fruit. How does that strike you? Xiao Mingyao teased. Qin Feng, unabashed, responded with a smile. Surely, among all the martial artists beneath the Purple Mansion realm, there is none who would not be tempted. After a brief pause, he continued, however, is there only one Tianxiang fruit? If there is but a single fruit, how shall it be divided? Are we to split it in half? It is prudent to clarify such matters beforehand. Otherwise, should disputes arise over unequal distribution, it could lead to discord or even a violent confrontation, which would be quite unfortunate. With a smile, Xiao Mingyao remarked, you truly are something else. You haven't even secured the item yet, and you're already contemplating its division. Qin Feng shrugged and chuckled. What can I say? I would rather not find myself bickering with you later. That would surely dampen the mood. If I were to claim that there is only one fruit, how would you respond? In that case, consider today's meal as my treat, with the Tianxiang fruit serving as my payment for the feast. What do you think? Qin Feng spoke with great generosity, exuding an air of extravagance. Xiao Mingyao curled her lips in disdain and remarked, you only speak sweetly. Just take a look at your reaction upon hearing about the Tianxiang fruit. You nearly leaped with excitement. With your demeanor, do you truly think you could generously bestow upon me a Tianxiang fruit? Moreover, your meal expenses seem rather exorbitant, having been seen through. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his nose and chuckled. You are well aware of my circumstances. I must hasten to strengthen my abilities. However, to be honest, if we indeed discover a Tianxiang fruit, I am willing to split it with you. Yet, without your guidance, I would be oblivious to its whereabouts. Xiao Mingyao scrutinized Qin Feng and detected sincerity in his eyes, which stirred her heart, prompting a flicker of emotion. She chided, well, at least you possess some conscience. However, matters are not as dire as you envision. There are actually 3 Tianxiang fruits within. You may take 2, and I shall take 1. After all, you have saved my life and provided me shelter. This is but a token of gratitude. Qin Feng laughed heartily and replied, then I shall readily comply. Xiao Mingyao smiled. When shall we set off? Qin Feng responded with excitement. The journey to that cave will take at least half a day. I propose we depart the day after tomorrow afternoon, guard the cave overnight, and harvest the fruit the following day once it ripens. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly as he cautioned, from what I know, treasures of the earth are often fiercely protected by formidable beasts. Is there truly no guardian beast at that cave? Xiao Mingyao shook her head and said, what you mentioned, I am well aware of. There was a time when I believed that the cave might be guarded by a beast, so I observed it discreetly. However, after waiting for a considerable time without seeing any sign of such a creature, I concluded that there were certainly no beasts residing within the cave. Furthermore, my intention in bringing you there is to prevent any disturbances from these beasts. I am confident that with our combined abilities, we should be more than capable of driving any beast away. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and said, that makes sense. Very well. I shall accompany you the day after tomorrow. However, I wish to clarify one matter. What matter? Xiao Mingyao asked, her expression momentarily startled. Qin Feng looked intently at her and replied earnestly, is it possible that Liu Qian is aware of this situation? From what he had learned from Xiao Mingyao, Liu Qian was said to have some influence, and after their brief encounter earlier that day, he was convinced that this individual harbored a narrow-minded disposition, one who would seek revenge, especially since he could enlist allies. Given that Xiao Mingyao was once his girlfriend, and considering the depth of her feelings for Liu Qian, it was highly probable that she might inadvertently reveal such information. Consequently, it was imperative to discern the truth behind this matter to avert any potential schemes against him. Xiao Mingyao's delicate face changed slightly as she nodded, letting out a sigh. Understood. Your early departure must be to prevent Liu Qian from orchestrating any trouble for us. Qin Feng chuckled softly and replied, it appears I underestimated you. I did not expect you to perceive this as well. With a non-committal smile, Qin Feng remarked, what you can conceive, the adversary is likely capable of as well. As a precaution, I believe we must deliberate meticulously. Chapter 60. Qin Feng's idea. Have you devised a solution? Queried Xiao Mingyao. Qin Feng responded, as it stands, I have conceived a rather ingenious method. What method? Xiao Mingyao's eyes sparkled as she eagerly inquired. Transplantation. Transplantation? Xiao Mingyao appeared momentarily bewildered, then promptly shook her head, saying, no, that won't do. Spiritual objects such as the heavenly fragrance fruit will lose their spiritual essence upon transplantation, severely diminishing their efficacy. Qin Feng chuckled. That merely reveals your limited knowledge. While what you say holds true in many instances, it is not universally applicable. The heavenly fragrance fruit, for example, is such a case. This item will remain unharmed if transplanted using a specific method. Really? Xiao Mingyao was dubious. Qin Feng said helplessly, I desire the heavenly fragrance fruit even more than you do. Would I just about such a matter? Indeed. Xiao Mingyao nodded silently, then lightly laughed. I presume you already know the transplantation method? Naturally. Very well, I shall trust you this once. When do you intend to act? Tonight. So soon? The sooner, the better in such matters. Xiao Mingyao pondered for a moment, then stated, Very well, I shall accompany you. That very night, Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao stealthily departed from the academy and journeyed towards the Mangdang Mountains. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived. It was now late at night. The moon obscured, and the atmosphere was exceedingly bleak and chilling. It's just ahead. Xiao Mingyao pointed ahead. Qin Feng hastily turned to look. But due to the darkness and the dense foliage, he could discern nothing particularly noteworthy. They quickened their pace and soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. How could this be? Xiao Mingyao's expression shifted dramatically. What happened? Qin Feng inquired, bewildered. I had previously blocked this cave with stones, yet now it stands wide open. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's countenance also grew grim. This implied that someone had indeed been here. If what Xiao Mingyao asserted was true, then the Tianxiang fruit must have been discovered and perhaps even transplanted away. Would that not obliterate all his plans? Could it be the doing of Liu Qian? Xiao Mingyao asked. Perhaps, but let us investigate further. There may be other possibilities. Though Qin Feng spoke thus, his heart was already inclined towards the belief that Liu Qian was responsible. Xiao Mingyao shared this sentiment but refrained from elaborating, as she too was reluctant to confront the reality that loomed in her mind. Despite the anxiety regarding the fate of the Tianxiang fruit, Qin Feng remained composed as they approached with utmost caution. Before long, they reached the cave's entrance, exchanged a glance, and cautiously ventured inside. It is the Blood Sea Lion. Qin Feng's spirit jolted. The Blood Sea Lion was a sixth-tier demonic beast capable of rivaling experts of the Purple Mansion realm. Faced with such a foe, Qin Feng felt no assurance of victory. So it was this creature that had taken residence in the cave, Xiao Mingyao exclaimed in shock. The blood-red sea lion advanced with a heavy, intangible presence, causing both Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao to shudder and swiftly evade to the side. With a thunderous crash, as they moved away, the sea lion's strike landed, echoing like a firework explosion. The ground fractured, soil erupted, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in every direction. This creature is far too formidable. We are simply no match for it. We must vacate this place immediately, Qin Feng declared decisively. The sea lion's strength was overwhelming, and with their current capabilities, they could not hope to subdue it. Prolonging the encounter would only lead to their misfortune, potentially costing them their lives. Qin Feng produced a water pouch, offering a few sips to Xiao Mingyao before taking a few for himself. However, as he drank, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he burst into hearty laughter. Xiao Mingyao, exasperated, remarked, You fool, you nearly lost your life, and yet you can still laugh at a time like this. Your audacity is astounding. Ceasing his laughter, Qin Feng responded, Why shouldn't I laugh? The appearance of the blood-red sea lion is fortuitous for us. What possible good could come of this? Xiao Mingyao scoffed. It will assist us in dealing with Liu Qian and his cohorts, Qin Feng replied with a knowing smile. Realization dawned on Xiao Mingyao, her eyes widening with excitement as she exclaimed, Of course. Liu Qian will inevitably confront the blood-red sea lion in his quest for the heavenly fragrance fruit. Even if he cannot defeat it, he will surely seek out powerful allies to combat the sea lion. At that moment, we can take advantage of their conflict, allowing us to slip into the cave and seize the heavenly fragrance fruit. Indeed, this may imply that transplantation is no longer necessary. We could obtain what we need readily. Would you not agree that this is a fortuitous development? Xiao Mingyao replied with a smile. Indeed, it is a fortunate occurrence. It seems that revealing this matter to you today was my wisest decision. Qin Feng merely smiled, noncommittally. Now, all we need to do is guard the cave entrance and await their confrontation. As Qin Feng had anticipated, around afternoon, Liu Qian arrived with two young men, Yang Hong and Yi Hong. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Mingyao's eyes. Do you know them? Qin Feng inquired, bewildered. Xiao Mingyao nodded. They are both members of the Holy Sun faction, and their prowess has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Spirit realm. mere steps away from the Purple Mansion realm. How infuriating. I did not expect Liu Qian to enlist their aid against us, Xiao Mingyao remarked, her countenance growing cold, clearly disapproving of their actions. Qin Feng, however, smiled and said, "Isn't this advantageous? The stronger they are, the fiercer their battle with the Blood Sea Lion, thereby granting us more time." "You make a valid point. Perhaps we ought to express our gratitude to them," she replied. Indeed. Chapter 61. The mysterious realm under the watchful gaze of Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao. Liu Qian and his companions approached the cave entrance. Upon discovering that the massive stone blocking the entrance had vanished, their expression shifted dramatically, and Liu Qian exclaimed, "Oh no, could that wretched person have already come?" Yang Hong queried, "What troubles you?" The cavern, once sealed by a massive boulder, now lay exposed. Yi Hong's expression turned frosty as he addressed Liu Qian, stating, "Our willingness to assist you is contingent upon the information you provided regarding the Tianxiang fruit. Should we fail to encounter it, do not expect my courtesy to endure." Liu Qian's countenance shifted, and he chuckled awkwardly. "The Tianxiang fruit has yet to ripen. Even if it were discovered, it is unlikely anyone could harvest it." "Foolish ignorance," Yi Hong scoffed. "According to the record of rare flora and fauna from the martial arts pavilion, one can transplant the Tianxiang fruit by combining cold ice with the essence of the Tianji flower." "What? Such a thing exists?" A jolt of realization coursed through Liu Qian, intensifying his apprehension that the Tianxiang fruit may indeed have been taken. "Regardless, we should first venture inside," suggested Yang Hong. Yi Hong let out a dismissive snort and was the first to plunge into the cave. Liu Qian and Yang Hong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, but suddenly, an explosive sound erupted, followed by Yi Hong's terrified visage emerging from the cave, akin to a rat fleeing from a cat. "What has happened?" Liu Qian and Yang Hong exchanged bewildered glances. However, their confusion evaporated upon sighting the Blood Sea Lion, replaced by sheer terror. Clearly, they were well aware of the creature's formidable prowess. The trio instinctively retreated a few paces. "Liu Qian, did you not assert that there were no beasts within?" Yi Hong exclaimed with ire. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have suffered dire consequences by now. Liu Qian forced a smile and remarked, "Indeed. There were no demon beasts when I first discovered this place. It seems the creature has only just arrived." Yang Hong inquired, "Have you spotted the Tianxiang fruit?" Yi Hong replied, "There are indeed some fruits on the verge of ripening within." Yi Hong expressed his delight, saying, "Our journey here has not been in vain. Let us unite our efforts to confront this Blood Sea Lion. Even if we cannot slay it, overcoming it should pose no difficulty." Yi Hong, eager to acquire the Tianxiang fruit, naturally did not decline, and Liu Qian felt similarly. With their opinions aligned, they launched an assault on the Blood Sea Lion, and a fierce battle ensued. "An opportunity has arisen. Let us enter the cave," Qin Feng suggested. Xiao Mingyao nodded in agreement. The two then commenced digging a passage, burrowing into the mountain's depths. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Upon reaching the cave, they discovered an opening through which sunlight streamed, providing ample visibility within. "Tianxiang fruit," Xiao Mingyao exclaimed in excitement, pointing to a particular spot. Qin Feng followed her gaze and indeed found 3 unripe Tianxiang fruits in that location. The Tianxiang fruit resembled a peach, its surface a deep crimson hue, adorned with a faint rosy glow that exuded an enchanting spiritual aura. It appeared that the fruit would require another day to fully ripen. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng declared, "We must transplant them." He was unaware of the ongoing battle outside, but he understood that regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would spell trouble for him, as they would inevitably regard him as an adversary, leading to either death or disgrace. As the fragrant fruit reached maturity, it signified their restoration of vitality, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Acquiring the fruit seemed nearly impossible. Thus, immediate transplantation was their sole recourse. Xiao Mingyao was aware of this and did not voice any opposition. Qin Feng promptly produced the pre-prepared frost and Tianji flower essence, pouring it over the fragrant fruit, which began to freeze at an astonishingly visible rate. "It won't die from the cold, will it?" Xiao Mingyao exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Feng shook his head, smiling as he reassured her, "Rest assured, even if left for 7 or 8 days, it will be perfectly fine." He then proceeded to gather the fragrant fruit. But as he extracted it from the earth along with its roots and soil, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A powerful suction emanated from the very spot where the fruit had been, instantly drawing both Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao underground, while the surface above remained undisturbed. With a thud, they both fell to the ground. Qin Feng felt the softness beneath him and instinctively reached out, overwhelmed by a sensation that was both tender and full. Yet, in the next moment, an intense aura of menace surged forth. Realizing something was amiss, Qin Feng swiftly turned his gaze, only to be met by eyes that seemed to hunger for flesh. "Is it comfortable?" Xiao Mingyao asked coldly. Qin Feng quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushed with embarrassment, and awkwardly laughed. "Not comfortable at all, not in the slightest. Could you please get off me? Do you wish to crush me?" Xiao Mingyao retorted with irritation. How long will this fellow continue to take advantage of himself? It was at this moment that Qin Feng realized he had inadvertently pressed down on Xiao Mingyao and quickly rose to his feet. In an effort to dispel the awkward atmosphere, he hastily diverted the conversation while scanning the surroundings, asking, "Where is this place?" Xiao Mingyao shot a venomous glance at Qin Feng, swiftly adjusted her attire, and turned her gaze around, only to discover they had entered a grand hall illuminated by extraordinary crystal stones emitting a sunlight-like radiance. "Who is this person?" Xiao Mingyao exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed some dusty words etched into the ground before him and hurriedly approached to clear away the dust. Xiao Mingyao read aloud, "I am Chao Xuan, who succumbed to the venom of the giant king snake. Unable to receive timely treatment, I ultimately perished from the poison, meeting an untimely demise. I leave behind the heavenly fragrance fruit, awaiting discovery. Whoever finds it and can defeat the giant elephant puppet I have left behind shall inherit all that I have amassed in my lifetime. Otherwise, they shall be forever trapped here." Upon finishing the reading, Xiao Mingyao expressed her sentiments. "So it turns out to be the puppet master Chao Xuan. I never expected he would die here." Qin Feng, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "This old fossil actually demands that we defeat some giant elephant puppet to leave this place, or else we will be trapped here forever." Chapter 62. The giant elephant puppet. Xiao Mingyao's expression grew grave as she recalled that Chao Xuan had reached the pinnacle of the seventh realm of the spirit connection in his lifetime. The heavenly elephant puppet he left behind was surely not an ordinary creation. Their realms were far too low. Should that heavenly elephant puppet also be at the spirit connection level, it was likely that both of them would indeed meet their end in this place. In their current existence, they possessed no means of resistance. Qin Feng glanced around in bewilderment, exclaiming, "But where exactly is the celestial puppet that Chao Xuan mentioned? I have yet to see it." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a circular beam of light suddenly erupted from the expansive ground behind them. In an instant, the earth trembled, and before the astonished gazes of Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao, the ground split open into a circular pit. Following this, a figure gradually ascended from the depths below. The individual bore an expressionless face, with eyes that were cold and piercing, reminiscent of eons of frigid ice, evoking a sense of dread in those who dared to approach. "Is this the giant elephant puppet?" Xiao Mingyao gasped in shock. Suddenly, a vivid crimson light surged forth from the eyes of the giant elephant puppet, and Qin Feng immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from it. "Be careful," Qin Feng warned loudly. At that moment, the giant elephant puppet launched its attack, moving with the swiftness of a gale, arriving before them in but a breath's time. Qin Feng was taken aback and swiftly drew his sword to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the giant elephant puppet unleashed its formidable strength, striking the sword with a powerful punch. The sheer might of the blow reverberated through the blade, crashing into Qin Feng's chest. He gasped in agony as pain surged through him, and he was forcefully knocked out of the circular light. After repelling Qin Feng, the giant elephant puppet turned its attention to Xiao Mingyao. She exerted all her strength, yet the outcome was no different. She too was struck out of the boundary. Lacking the fortitude of Qin Feng, who had practiced the great sun body refinement technique, her physical resilience could not compare, resulting in severe injuries that temporarily incapacitated her. The circular light? Xiao Mingyao was taken aback, gazing down at the luminous circle on the ground. "Are you suggesting that as long as we remain outside this circle, the adversary will cease its attacks?" Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Can you think of any other explanation?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mingyao silently nodded in agreement, stating, "However, we must also devise a method to defeat this giant elephant puppet, otherwise we shall perish from thirst and hunger." A look of deep concern clouded Xiao Mingyao's face. "Do not panic. Anxiety will only lead to chaos in our ranks and will not aid us in resolving the situation," Qin Feng remarked. Xiao Mingyao let out a bitter smile and said, "I truly find you to be quite different from others. If anyone else were in this predicament, they would already be frantic, yet you remain so composed. I am genuinely impressed." Qin Feng paused for a moment and chuckled. I am merely stating a fact. And we certainly have not exhausted our options. Oh? Xiao Mingyao's eyes brightened, filled with excitement as she asked, what do you have in mind? I believe the only way to conquer the giant elephant puppet is to identify its weaknesses. Xiao Mingyao retorted somewhat irritably. The giant elephant puppet possesses immense strength. Even if you were to discover its weakness, you would likely be unable to approach its form. Furthermore, this weakness may not inflict significant harm upon it. When faced with an opponent of overwhelming power, even if one reveals their own vulnerabilities, they often cannot inflict any real damage. Qin Feng shook his head and clarified, I am not referring to techniques, but rather to the structural composition of the giant elephant puppet. What do you mean? Xiao Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly. As far as I know, puppets are crafted by adept practitioners utilizing special techniques, with each puppet containing an energy core that sustains its movements. If we can destroy this energy core, this colossal elephant puppet will be rendered immobile. However, given the opponent's formidable prowess, approaching him is nearly impossible. Acquiring the energy core is no simple feat. Xiao Mingyao wore a sorrowful expression. Qin Feng managed a wry smile, saying, am I not already contemplating this? With a sense of resignation, Xiao Mingyao settled onto a stone step and sighed. Then take your time to think. Qin Feng sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to recuperate from the injuries inflicted by the giant elephant puppet. His wounds were not severe, and moments later, he had regained his former vitality. Then, much to Xiao Mingyao's astonishment, he stepped back into the luminous circle. Instantly, the seemingly dormant giant elephant puppet awakened, its eyes glowing red as it fixed its gaze on Qin Feng before launching an attack. Qin Feng remained vigilant, sword in hand, employing the spirit wind steps to evade the onslaught. Boom! A powerful punch from the giant elephant puppet came crashing toward him, causing Qin Feng's expression to shift dramatically. He quickly leaned back, feeling the rush of air as the fist brushed past his face. The oppressive wind felt like a biting chill, stinging his skin as if pierced by needles. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng swiftly braced himself with his arms, bending his body in an arc before launching a powerful kick that struck the opponent's chin. The giant elephant puppet staggered back several steps. What? Shock coursed through Xiao Mingyao as she realized that Qin Feng had managed to repel the colossal puppet. How had he accomplished such a feat? After executing a series of somersaults, Qin Feng distanced himself from the giant puppet and, regaining his footing, fixed his gaze upon it, astonished. It seemed that the strength of the colossal puppet had diminished. Could this phenomenon be linked to the number of individuals within the luminous circle? During their previous confrontation, the puppet's power was evidently less formidable than before. However, it was unlikely that the entity would arbitrarily reduce its abilities, for it lacked human emotions and merely followed the commands issued by Qiao Shuang. Thus, Qin Feng speculated that perhaps the puppet's strength was contingent upon the number of people within the circle. More individuals equated to greater power for the puppet. The force of the colossal puppet indeed fluctuated according to the number of souls present in the light. At that moment, the blood-red ferocity flickered once more in the eyes of the giant puppet that had been repelled by Qin Feng. It charged forward like a war chariot. Discarding his earlier conjectures, Qin Feng focused entirely on preparing for battle against the colossal puppet. With a thunderous sound, the giant puppet lunged towards him, raising its massive iron fist, propelled by an overwhelming momentum and fierce wind, aiming to strike Qin Feng with tremendous force. Fiery palm! Qin Feng exclaimed, as a blazing aura enveloped his body, and he unleashed a powerful strike. Within the luminous circle, Qin Feng exerted every ounce of his strength in combat against the colossal puppet. Yet, the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering him incapable of matching its prowess. The inevitable outcome saw him struck squarely in the chest, causing him to spew blood and be propelled backward. Qin Feng! Xiao Mingyao rushed forward, catching him midair. Is everything all right? Xiao Mingyao inquired with concern. Don't worry, I'm not going to die just yet, Qin Feng replied with a bitter smile. At that moment, they noticed the colossal elephant automaton standing still, no longer moving, and had once again succumbed to slumber. It seems you were right. It truly cannot leave this circle, Xiao Mingyao remarked. Thus, we shall not perish at its hands. Xiao Mingyao added with a wry smile, even if we are not killed by it, we will still die of thirst or hunger, for I have no provisions or water with me. Their cultivation was still insufficient to achieve the state of fasting, meaning that if they were to run out of food and water without defeating the elephant automaton or attaining the requisite level of cultivation, they would inevitably perish from starvation or dehydration. However, under the current circumstances, both options appeared exceedingly difficult to realize. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Fear not. I have stored a considerable amount of food. Though our water supply is somewhat limited, it should suffice for more than half a month. Xiao Mengyao responded with a bitter smile. That is indeed a stroke of luck amidst our misfortunes. Qin Feng sighed and said, I will now begin to cultivate and recuperate. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on his practice. Meanwhile, outside, a howl echoed as the azure blood sea lion was wounded by Yang Hong's sword, a deep gash measuring 5 inches penetrating its leg, with copious amounts of purplish-brown blood gushing forth. At this moment, the azure blood sea lion, besieged by the three, was battered and bruised, its breath weak, and it had nearly lost all combat capability. Yang Hong and his companions found themselves utterly exhausted and devoid of combat capability. However, they possessed elixirs that significantly restored their vitality upon consumption. The blood sea lion, recognizing its inability to contend with them, fled in a panic to preserve its life. Lu Qian intended to pursue, but Yi Hong swiftly interposed himself before Lu Qian's chest, halting his advance, and remarked, It is imperative that we first acquire the Tianxiang fruit. The thought of his efforts being in vain ignited Yang Hong's fury, compelling him to contemplate violence. How was I to know? He retorted angrily. Yi Hong, stung by the reproach, shot back. When I first entered this cave, I indeed beheld the Tianxiang fruit. Who could have anticipated its absence upon our return? Taking a deep breath, Lu Qian suppressed his mounting rage and suggested, It must be that someone seized the opportunity to infiltrate the cave while we were engaged with the blood sea lion and absconded with the Tianxiang fruit. Whoever did this will pay dearly if I find out. I shall flay them alive. Yi Hong exclaimed, brimming with indignation. His purpose for this expedition had been solely to procure the Tianxiang fruit, and after toiling relentlessly for half the day, he was dismayed to discover that someone else had snatched it away, leaving him to labor for another's benefit. Such a situation would be intolerable for anyone, and it was impossible to simply overlook it. At that moment, Qin Feng had completed his meditation. He turned to Xiao Mengyao, who sat on the stone steps, seemingly lost in thought, and inquired, Have you devised a solution? I have indeed conceived one, she replied. We can consume the Tianxiang fruit to enhance our strength and confront that giant elephant puppet. Qin Feng paused, contemplating her suggestion, and mused, This is indeed a viable plan. Let us proceed with it. Very well, we shall each consume one, Xiao Mengyao affirmed. Qin Feng promptly retrieved the heavenly fragrance fruit and sought out a patch of fertile soil. He then unsealed its icy confinement and transplanted the fruit into its new home. Neither he nor Xiao Mengyao rushed to consume it. They decided to wait until the heavenly fragrance fruit was fully ripe, for only then could its effects be maximized. Thus, under the eager gaze of the two, the spiritual aura emitted by the fruit grew increasingly potent. After nearly a night had passed, it finally reached maturity. Qin Feng and Xiao Mengyao each consumed a heavenly fragrance fruit, and immediately a surge of formidable energy surged within them, akin to a frenzied beast rampaging through their meridians, exuding a palpable volatility. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly channeled their respective techniques to harness this power as their own. As time progressed, the area of Qin Feng's internal energy sea continued to expand, with the infernal profound energy roiling violently, surging like a tempestuous ocean amidst a stormy darkness, where a ferocious sea creature wreaked havoc. Meanwhile, his aura intensified steadily. Crack. This state persisted for 2 hours, and suddenly, the sound of an egg cracking echoed. Qin Feng's aura erupted violently, akin to a volcanic eruption, manifesting a subtle, yet formidable pressure. The transformation in his energy was nothing short of revolutionary. At that moment, he had finally ascended to the 7th layer of the profound spirit realm. This breakthrough conferred immense enhancements upon Qin Feng in every aspect. Initially, the volume of energy within his body expanded several-fold, and the reservoir of mysterious energy surged to several times its previous quantity. With the blazing inferno of this energy nearing the threshold of the 6th transformation, exhaling a breath of impure air, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and at that instant, a flash of awe-inspiring brilliance erupted forth before vanishing in an instant. How delightful this feels! Standing upright, he stretched his limbs, the sound of his bones cracking akin to frying beans, an indescribable sensation of euphoria washing over him. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the tumultuous power coursing through him, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his features. Upon glancing at Xiao Mengyao, he noticed she was still in the midst of her breakthrough, prompting him to decide to engage with the colossal elephant puppet once more, an ideal opportunity to hone his skills in combat within this newfound realm. He flashed a grin at the giant puppet and said, "Well, my friend, I have returned." Chapter 64. Crisis with a longsword materializing in his grasp. He leaped into the air, re-entering the radiant circle, awakening the colossal elephant puppet from its slumber once again. The sword flashed like flowing light. With a sharp command, Qin Feng activated the spirit wind step, his body dashing towards the giant puppet like a tempest, thrusting his long sword fiercely towards its chest. The giant puppet's right fist surged with a purplish-red glow, embodying a terrifying force of impact within that radiance. Bang! Although the colossal elephant puppet possesses a formidable and towering physique, its speed in action is surprisingly swift. In a mere second, its fist collided with a longsword, producing a deafening sound that echoed through the air, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy that cracked the ground and sent dust swirling into the atmosphere. To Qin Feng's astonishment, the strength of the giant puppet had evidently increased. A grave expression shadowed Qin Feng's eyes, as it seemed that its power fluctuated in accordance with the caliber of its opponent. At that moment, the colossal elephant puppet charged forward, closing the distance to Qin Feng before launching a thunderous punch, its force so immense that even the air around it seemed to explode. Observing the fierce and formidable fist, Qin Feng's countenance grew solemn as he swiftly swung his sword in response. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng's longsword struck out like a bolt of lightning, infused with a relentless force aimed directly at the puppet's throat. The giant puppet, undeterred, focused its might into a punch. A loud crash reverberated as a fierce gust of wind erupted, causing the ground beneath them to become riddled with cracks. "You've fallen for my trick," Qin Feng smirked coldly, summoning his left hand to unleash an aura reminiscent of a withered tree blossoming anew, invoking the profound technique known as the withered palm. "What?" Qin Feng gasped in surprise. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the giant elephant puppet was revealing its true power. Previously, it had not even exerted itself fully. The sheer magnitude of its strength was truly terrifying. A weighty sense of foreboding settled in Qin Feng's heart. Suddenly, the colossal elephant puppet launched another attack, brandishing a great sword as it raced toward him. Such incredible speed, Qin Feng thought, his expression one of shock. The great sword descended with ferocity, aimed directly at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng swiftly employed the spirit wind steps in an attempt to evade the descending sword. However, the opponent's speed was simply too overwhelming. Although he narrowly escaped the fatal threat, a significant portion of flesh was severed from his arm, causing blood to spurt forth as Qin Feng involuntarily cried out in agony. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's grievous injury, Xiao Mingyao, who had just transcended her realm to reach the ninth heaven, was stricken with alarm. Her expression shifted dramatically as she noticed the luminous circle on the ground had vanished. A surge of intense unease engulfed her heart. She realized a terrifying possibility. The giant elephant puppet was no longer restrained, and it would annihilate everyone present. In truth, this was a design by Qiao Shuang. The giant elephant puppet would launch an all-out assault if it sensed that its adversaries possessed the strength to contend with it, continuing until it was either vanquished or had eliminated its foes. With the disappearance of the luminous circle, the giant elephant puppet was free from any constraints. Qin Feng halted, clutching his bloodied wound, and beheld the vanished circle on the ground, his heart filled with dread. Indeed, the giant elephant puppet surged beyond the confines of the original circle, its massive sword ruthlessly descending upon Qin Feng. Xiao Mingyao's face paled as she rushed forward to assist him. With a thunderous clash, she drew her short sword, intercepting the falling blade. Yet, the immense force infused within that sword jolted her arms painfully, causing the ground beneath her to shatter rapidly. Seeing this, Qin Feng made a swift decision, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. He leaped into the air, his long sword ablaze with a fierce inferno of power, thrusting it toward the chest of the giant elephant puppet. However, the colossal elephant puppet possessed an overwhelming responsiveness and strength, swiftly unleashing a surge of power that sent Xiao Mingyao sprawling. It then raised its massive sword, effortlessly intercepting Qin Feng's assault. "What?" Qin Feng's countenance darkened profoundly. With a fierce thrust, the giant puppet propelled Qin Feng away, only to immediately cleave downwards, its razor-sharp blade glinting ominously and emanating a terrifying pressure aimed directly at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng had no choice but to channel all his energy into his sword, which radiated a formidable brilliance as he raised it in defense. The clash resounded with a deafening clang, and Qin Feng was sent hurtling backward, his internal organs racked with excruciating pain, his blood surging chaotically, unmistakably indicating internal injuries. "Qin Feng," Xiao Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with determination as she surged forward to engage the elephant puppet in battle. Yet, the puppet's strength had already ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, bolstered by the extensive combat experience and martial arts imparted by Qiao Shuang, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Qin Feng's heart raced with urgency. This is bad. Suddenly, he noticed the giant puppet charging towards Xiao Mingyao, its massive sword raised and poised to take her life in an instant. Panic-stricken, Qin Feng swiftly activated his agility techniques to assist her. In the moment the sword descended, he arrived just in time, thrusting his own blade to intercept. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal echoed again, and Qin Feng could not suppress a cry of anguish, feeling as though his right arm had been shattered, the pain excruciating. Yet, despite this torment, he refused to relinquish his sword, fighting desperately to hold his ground. Qin Feng, witnessing Qin Feng's agony, Xiao Mingyao's heart ached, her eyes brimming with tears. "You scoundrel!" Qin Feng roared with uncontained fury. He grasped the sword hilt with both hands, and an immense power surged forth, sending the giant elephant puppet flying backward. Qin Feng stood his ground, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood as it dripped from his body. "Qin Feng!" Xiao Mingyao cried out, rushing forward with concern. The giant elephant puppet regained its footing and advanced deliberately. The space fell into an unnerving silence, the footsteps echoing like the approach of death itself. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. He gazed at the looming puppet, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with resolve and boundless fighting spirit. If death was to be his fate, he would choose to die in battle. Suddenly, the giant elephant puppet vanished, reappearing instantly before Qin Feng, its fist striking his right cheek with the force of a cannon. Uffed! Qin Feng spat out blood, half of his face swelling grotesquely. His body hurtled like an arrow, crashing into the wall with a deafening roar, creating a gaping hole as he was embedded within. The giant elephant puppet stared impassively at Qin Feng, its left palm slowly rising, a vortex of violent, russet energy gathering within. It was preparing to obliterate Qin Feng with a single blow. No. Xiao Mingyao charged forward desperately in an attempt to halt the colossal puppet. Yet at that moment she was gravely injured, nearly devoid of any fighting strength. The giant puppet remained motionless, merely unleashing a surge of energy that sent her flying. Gazing at the imposing giant puppet poised to strike him down, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, filled with a profound sense of resentment. After arduous efforts, he had finally acquired extraordinary martial arts, rapidly enhancing his power, and was on the brink of realizing his ambitions to dominate the seas, only to face death here. He had yet to bid farewell to his parents, family, friends, and loved ones, and now he was to perish in this place. Fury surged within him. With a swift motion, an energy projectile shot forth from the giant puppet's massive hand, hurtling directly towards Qin Feng. Xiao Mingyao, witnessing this, was rendered speechless in terror. "I, Qin Feng, am a person who defies fate. How could I possibly die at your hands?" Qin Feng roared, a peculiar force surging within him, enabling his body to move. As the projectile approached, he swiftly rolled along the ground to evade it. The energy blast struck the wall, obliterating it instantly. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a disturbance within his soul pearl. Just as he was about to investigate, an uncanny power surged into his eyes, revealing a green glow. In that instant, the giant puppet appeared transparent to him, its entire structure vividly etched in his mind. He had found it. His gaze fixed on a fist-sized orb of golden light radiating from 3 inches below the giant puppet's right chest. Qin Feng's heart soared with joy. That was the energy core. With all his might, he activated the wind spirit step. With the assistance of the soul pearl, both his strength and speed were augmented exponentially, rendering even the colossal elephant puppet unable to react in time. Die! Qin Feng thrust his sword with great effort, and the blazing sword pierced through the giant's body as if it were mere earth, shattering its energy core. A resounding crunch echoed as the core disintegrated. The giant elephant puppet stood frozen in place, its once crimson eyes now devoid of life, resembling a stone statue, utterly motionless, devoid of any breath. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Mingyao let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You scared me. I truly thought you might." Qin Feng chuckled heartily, replying, "Heaven has decreed that my life shall not end, so I am certainly not destined to die." Xiao Mingyao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You've been wounded so gravely, yet you still managed to smile. A smile adds years to life, after all." At that moment, the giant elephant puppet suddenly emitted a pearlescent glow from its eyes, instilling a sense of dread in both Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao. If the giant were to attack them again, they would likely meet the same fate as Qiao Shuang. Fortunately, the puppet showed no signs of aggression. Instead, the light coalesced into a figure, revealing the visage of Qiao Shuang. Fated One, congratulations on defeating my giant elephant puppet. You have proven yourself worthy of inheriting my legacy. Additionally, I present to you another 6th-grade giant elephant puppet. May you uphold my esteemed reputation. Qiao Shuang said with a smile, stroking his beard. After his words, the luminous curtain dissipated. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of Qiao Shuang, seated in a meditative posture, transformed into a wisp of ash, scattering across the ground. In the very spot where he had sat, a purple-black ring floated, emanating waves of ethereal energy. A spatial ring, exclaimed Qiao Mingyao in astonishment. The spatial ring serves a function akin to that of a storage belt, yet it is of a superior grade, boasting a greater capacity and substantial market value. Even the most rudimentary spatial ring would command no less than 200,000 taels of gold. Qin Feng remarked. You must open the spatial ring. It surely contains healing elixirs. After all, Qiao Shuang was a master at the spirit communication level, and he would undoubtedly possess high-grade healing potions. Given his dire injuries, only potent elixirs could expedite his recovery. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mingyao hurriedly retrieved the spatial ring, intending to extract its contents, only to discover that it was utterly inaccessible. The entrance of the ring was sealed by a unique mental force left by Qiao Shuang, permitting only those who surpassed him in strength or had truly vanquished the giant elephant puppet to unlock it. Regrettably, Qiao Mingyao did not meet either criterion. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Qin Feng and said, This spatial ring bears a mental seal left by Qiao Shuang. I cannot break through it with my power. Only someone like you, who has defeated the giant elephant puppet, could possibly unlock it. Qin Feng nodded and replied, Very well, I shall give it a try. Qin Feng released a thread of mental energy, and as expected, the seal encountered his power and automatically unraveled, revealing its contents within his mind. Such an abundance of treasures. Qin Feng gazed upon the array of exquisite items, his heart brimming with delight. Many of these treasures would be priceless in the outside world. Chapter 66. Mastering the Giant Puppet. Have you found the elixir? Qiao Mingyao inquired. Qin Feng nodded, and with a flick of his thought, a jade vial floated into view. Let us each take one, he proposed. Upon receiving the jade vial, Qiao Mingyao opened it, and was immediately taken aback by the fragrant aroma emanating from within. She could ascertain that this elixir was at least a 3rd-grade potion. Without delay, they each consumed one, swiftly channeling their energies to absorb the power contained within, and their injuries began to heal significantly. Qin Feng, regaining his mobility, marveled, truly worthy of a strong practitioner of the spiritual connection realm. This elixir must be of the 4th-grade caliber, indeed a testament to wealth. Qiao Mingyao nodded and urged, quickly. Let us see what treasures Qiao Shuang left behind in the spatial ring. With a smile, Qin Feng complied, and before Qiao Mingyao's astonished gaze, he emptied the contents of the spatial ring onto the ground, forming a towering heap. What are you doing? Qiao Mingyao exclaimed in disbelief. This is everything from the spatial ring. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Whatever remains will be mine, Qin Feng declared generously. Qiao Mingyao felt a surge of gratitude in her heart. In this world, there are countless individuals who are solely driven by self-interest, even resorting to treachery for their gain. Individuals like Qin Feng, who are selfless and considerate of others, are exceedingly rare. He allowed others to choose first, demonstrating his noble character. Qiao Mingyao understood clearly that these items originally belonged to Qiao Shuang, for it was evident that only he could unlock the spatial ring. Qin Feng, you could easily claim all of this for yourself. There is no need to share it with me. Why do you? Qiao Mingyao gazed intently at Qin Feng, her voice slightly hoarse. Qin Feng chuckled softly, replying, If you hadn't saved me earlier, I might have perished at the hands of the giant puppet. Moreover, dealing with the giant puppet was not solely my endeavor. You played a significant role as well. Therefore, it is only just that you receive a share of what Qiao Shuang left behind. He spoke from the heart, his spirit stirred by the memory of Qiao Mingyao's selfless act of saving him. They exchanged a glance for a few seconds, each comprehending the unspoken sentiments in the other's eyes, and soon they both broke into smiles. Qiao Mingyao playfully remarked, Well then, I shall not hold back. If I take too much, don't be upset. Qin Feng replied, Take as much as you wish. As he spoke, he began to survey the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. What are you looking for? Qiao Mingyao inquired, as she continued to select items. I am searching for the earthly puppets left by Qiao Shuang. Qin Feng mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. but I cannot seem to find any. Xiao Mingyao also surveyed her surroundings, only to find no trace of the earth-level puppet left by Qiao Shuang. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the giant elephant puppet, and she was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could the earth-level puppet he mentioned possibly be this creature? Surely not." Qin Feng stared at the giant elephant puppet in astonishment, exclaiming, "The energy core of this giant elephant puppet has already been destroyed by me. It is as good as scrap metal. What use is it to me? A mere decorative piece, utterly useless." Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. He had initially believed that acquiring an earth-level puppet would provide him with a formidable trump card, ensuring his safety. However, he never anticipated that he would end up with a motionless hunk of scrap. "Moreover, we have yet to discover a way out," Xiao Mingyao added. It was then that Qin Feng noticed the lack of change in their surroundings, and an uncomfortable realization dawned upon him. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, "Could it be that this old rascal is deceiving us, intent on trapping us here?" He quickly shook his head, reasoning, "That seems unlikely. Otherwise, why go through such trouble? He could simply have the giant elephant puppet kill us." Xiao Mingyao lowered her head in contemplation, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, she inadvertently spotted a parchment among the mountain of treasures, which appeared to bear inscriptions. Intrigued, she picked it up for a closer look. After reading just a few words, Xiao Mingyao exclaimed with delight, "Qin Feng, come quickly. This parchment contains the method to escape, as well as instructions on how to activate the giant elephant puppet." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback and urged, "Is that true? Let me see it." Qin Feng hastily took the sheepskin scroll and began to examine it. After a thorough reading, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "With the sheepskin scroll in hand, we can finally make our escape." It turned out that the scroll contained the location of the exit and the secret methods to control the colossal puppet. Achieving these feats was not an insurmountable challenge. "Mingyao, this giant puppet will be of great utility to me, so I hope you will grant it to me," Qin Feng stated earnestly. Xiao Mingyao smiled faintly and replied, "Since you have articulated your request so clearly, how could I possibly refuse?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's joy was palpable as he expressed his gratitude. He then bit his tongue, allowing a few precious drops of blood to fall. Following the instructions on the scroll, he positioned his hands in a peculiar manner, causing the blood to shimmer in even deeper crimson while emanating a faint energetic ripple. "Go." Qin Feng flicked his fingers, and the blood transformed into a streak of light, swiftly penetrating the center of the giant puppet's forehead. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed in his mind, akin to a sudden enlightenment, as he experienced an extraordinary sensation of absolute control over the giant puppet. He realized that he had established a blood bond with the puppet. From that day forth, he would be its master, and it would obey his every command without question. Elated, Qin Feng reflected on his understanding of the art of puppetry, gleaned from the miscellaneous texts in the martial arts pavilion. He was aware that puppets were categorized into three realms: heavenly, earthly, and human. Human-level puppets typically wielded power beneath the Purple Mansion realm, while earthly puppets spanned from the Purple Mansion to the heavenly martial realm. Certainly, within this realm, there exists a further subdivision. The puppets of heaven, earth, and humanity are categorized into 10 distinct ranks. For instance, the first rank of earth-level puppets ranges from the first to the third tier of the Purple Mansion realm, and so forth. The higher the rank, the greater the power. According to the parchment scroll, the giant elephant puppet possesses certain peculiarities, although it is classified as a fourth-rank earth-level puppet, indicating that its full strength lies within the spiritual connection realm. Its power is not confined solely to that realm. It can be influenced by the will of its master, extending its capabilities to encompass any martial artist below the spiritual connection realm. For instance, when Qin Feng confronted the giant elephant puppet, its strength was merely manifested at the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm. Had it truly been at the spiritual connection realm, Qin Feng and his companions would have effortlessly vanquished it in a single strike. Fortunately, Qiao Shuang had left behind several energy crystals. Otherwise, we would have found ourselves in considerable trouble. Chapter 67. Departure from the parchment scroll. Qin Feng discovered that, aside from employing energy cores to animate the giant elephant puppet, one could also substitute it with energy-infused items, placing them in specific locations within the puppet to initiate movement. The variety of energy items is extensive, including beast cores, elixirs, energy crystals, and even the martial artist's profound energy. Qiao Shuang had generously provided him with 5 or 6 energy crystals, which would suffice to unlock the stone door. Qiao Shuang's attentiveness is commendable. It seems he harbored concerns about multiple individuals arriving at this location. He likely feared that should the destined individual defeat the giant elephant puppet, they might fall victim to treachery at the hands of others seeking to seize the spatial ring. Consequently, he took precautions with the spatial ring, ensuring that if anyone with malicious intent were to cause harm to the destined individual in their quest for the ring, it would remain eternally sealed, thus preventing any escape. Thus, they found themselves trapped in this place. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and said, "It must be so. By the way, how have you fared in your selection?" Qin Feng inquired further. Xiao Mingyao chuckled softly. "I have completed my selection. The remaining items are yours. Here, take this spatial ring as well. After all, you are the true fated one." Qin Feng, not one to be overly sentimental, collected all the items on the ground into the spatial ring and adorned his finger with the ring. He then smiled lightly and said, "Shall we proceed to leave now?" Xiao Mingyao responded, "Yes, I do not wish to linger in this place for even a second longer." Qin Feng nodded and approached the colossal elephant puppet, placing his palm upon its back. Instantly, a greenish light radiated from his hand. As he withdrew his palm, a remarkable transformation occurred at the spot where his hand had rested. The flesh parted, revealing a square-shaped opening the size of a palm, with an indentation that seemed to hold something. Qin Feng retrieved an energy crystal and inserted it into the recess, subsequently invoking a secret method. Suddenly, the slumbering giant elephant puppet opened its eyes, unleashing a surge of fierce energy. What astonishing power! Both Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao felt a thrill of fear. They perceived that, at this moment, the giant elephant puppet was even more formidable than when they had previously encountered it. Qin Feng was overjoyed. With such combat prowess at his side, he felt utterly confident in delivering an unforgettable lesson to Meng Ran. "Giant elephant puppet, heed my command," Qin Feng called out sharply. The puppet's eyes gleamed, and it charged violently toward a wall ahead. Bang! Suddenly, the colossal elephant's fist struck the wall with a thunderous crash, tearing it asunder and revealing a luminous exit. "This is truly an escape route," Xiao Mingyao exclaimed joyfully. "Let us hurry outside." Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao hastened towards the opening, and in no time, they found themselves outside, positioned to the right of the stone cavern. Just as they emerged, the entire cave collapsed in a resounding crash. "We have finally made it out," Qin Feng smiled, a look of relief gracing his features. The exhilaration of surviving such a perilous ordeal was something few could comprehend. "I shall never forget this experience for the rest of my life," Xiao Mingyao remarked with a sense of wonder. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The previously collapsed cavern erupted with a deafening explosion, and a massive figure surged forth from within. It was the Blood Sea Lion. Upon witnessing its true form, both Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao were taken aback, soon followed by a sense of absurdity. The Blood Sea Lion must have been trapped inside the cave, and their departure had inadvertently caused its collapse, burying it within. What an unfortunate turn of events. Now, the Blood Sea Lion had spotted Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao, its eyes ablaze with seething fury and hatred. It harbored a deep resentment towards humanity, having been gravely injured by humans before and robbed of its precious heavenly fragrance fruit. Now, its habitat had been destroyed by their actions, igniting its wrath. In a fit of rage, it charged towards Qin Feng and Xiao Mingyao. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Mingyao felt compelled to respond, yet at that moment, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Leave it to me." With a resounding thud, two heavy corpses fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to rise. Blood stained the ground crimson. Qin Feng stepped forward and stored the corpse of the Blood Sea Lion into his storage belt, chuckling as he remarked, "This Blood Sea Lion will fetch a handsome price in the market. After all, you've already received a substantial fortune from Chao Shuang. Do you still care for this trifling sum?" Xiao Mingyao replied with a hint of amusement, "Even the smallest fly's leg is still meat. We cannot compare to the likes of you affluent gentlemen and ladies. We are but the impoverished." Qin Feng teased in return. Xiao Mingyao pouted, seemingly recalling something, and exclaimed, "Oh no, we have lingered in that place for 5 days, and during the first 3 days, the Academy issued tasks. We certainly will face penalties for not accepting the tasks in a timely manner." Qin Feng no longer appeared troubled. With the trump card of the giant elephant puppet in hand, he believed that any troubles encountered could be easily resolved. After all, the strength of this giant elephant puppet had reached the realm of spirit communication. Furthermore, Wang Zhong would hardly dispatch a spirit communication expert to deal with him. Given his own relatively weak cultivation, he could manage the situation himself. Moreover, a powerhouse at the spirit communication level was capable of establishing a second-rate force in the Tianluo realm, And should he be able to summon such a formidable ally, it would come at a tremendous cost. Thus, as long as no spirit communication master intervened, he would remain safe. Certainly, Qin Feng is not entirely secure, as the energy he possesses to operate the colossal puppet is limited. Should he wish to unleash the puppet's utmost power, he would deplete the remaining energy crystals in a single endeavor. If he were unable to command the colossal puppet, or if its strength proved insufficient, his life would be in grave jeopardy. Consequently, Qin Feng harbored a reluctance to rely on the puppet, resorting to its aid only when faced with insurmountable challenges. Chapter 68. Accepting the mission. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's expression darkened considerably. He was well aware that the term old dog referred to him. This wretched brat. Wang Zhong's fury surged within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure and replied, I see. Very well, considering you are a newcomer unaware of the rules, I shall let this pass. Go forth and draw your task. Thank you. Qin Feng responded with a respectful gesture before proceeding to claim his assignment. The two watched as Qin Feng departed, their displeasure evident. This insolent youth, so brazen as to disregard your presence, is truly despicable. Su Jingtian exclaimed indignantly. Wang Zhong chuckled softly. He won't be so pleased for long. At that moment, Xiao Mingyao entered, not to accept the task, but out of concern for Qin Feng, fearing he might be penalized for his tardiness. She had encountered a friend upon entering the academy who informed her that she had been assigned to the 5th batch, meaning it would be the following day before it was her turn to accept a mission. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Mingyao was taken aback, for she had previously been part of the 3rd batch. Nonetheless, this revelation was indeed fortuitous for her. At that moment, Qin Feng approached a colossal crystal orb. A wisp of mysterious energy surged into the orb, and instantly, an image emerged within it. The depiction was of a man's face, appearing to be around 30 years of age, strikingly handsome, yet with a hint of malevolence in his brow. Beside the visage were several annotations. Just then, Xiao Mingyao approached and, upon seeing the notes, exclaimed in surprise, I never imagined you would choose this task. It turned out that the assignment required Qin Feng to hunt down an individual named Shi Tianxiu, who possessed a cultivation level that had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Xianling realm. While she was astonished, Xiao Mingyao harbored no doubts regarding Qin Feng's ability to accomplish it, for he had the formidable assistance of the giant elephant puppet. Even if the opponent were at the Zifu realm, the giant elephant puppet would still stand a good chance of vanquishing him. With a cold smile, Qin Feng remarked, I fear this may be the result of someone's clandestine machinations. He was skeptical that this task had not been prearranged by Wang Zhong and the others. If he were still at the 6th layer of cultivation, confronting a master like Shi Tianxiu would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, Qin Feng had the option to refuse the task, but the consequences of such a refusal were severe. He would be unable to receive any elixirs for 6 months. His Xianjing card would be rendered inactive, and he would effectively forfeit access to any resources provided by the academy. The inability to complete the task would yield a similar outcome. This was a perilous predicament, forcing him toward a dead end. At this moment, Wang Zhong and Su Jingtian approached, feigning surprise as they remarked, Qin Feng, I never expected you to choose this task. They expressed their concern, saying, this task is indeed quite challenging for you newcomers. I suggest you reconsider. After all, foregoing the academy's resources for just 6 months is a small price to pay. Qin Feng felt a surge of disdain but maintained his composure, responding with a light chuckle. Thank you for your concern, Elder Wang. However, you may not be aware that I have a peculiar penchant for embracing the impossible. Isn't it often said that everything is possible? Who knows, perhaps one day, Elder Wang might find himself in dire straits at the hands of an insignificant figure. Haha. I shall accept this task. Qin Feng, what do you mean by that? Su Jingtian interjected, clearly agitated. Qin Feng merely laughed softly and replied, it's nothing of great significance. I was merely stating a possibility. Elder Su, you seem to be overthinking it. I need to prepare, so I must take my leave. With that, he strode away with purpose. What an insufferable brat! Su Jingtian exclaimed in frustration. Wang Zhong's expression darkened as he remarked, that boy won't last long. Someone will surely put him in his place. Once outside the grand hall, Xiao Mingyao hurried after him, her voice laced with concern. Qin Feng, your words were rather excessive, don't you think? You are currently vulnerable in the Earth Academy, lacking support. Offending Wang Zhong and his associates may make your life quite difficult. They might even sabotage you during your mission. The ancient town of Guiyuan was a small settlement located approximately 300 miles northwest of the Earth Academy, and the allotted time for the task was generous. spanning a full half-month. Qin Feng rode swiftly on horseback along the official road, stirring up a cloud of dust. After 2 days of relentless travel, he finally arrived at Guyuan Town. Nestled against the mountains, Guyuan Town bore a striking resemblance to Qin Feng's hometown. And as he stood on the hillside gazing at the cluster of houses and the flowing waters, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. Chapter 69. The Wind of Change. The Divine Wind Academy regarded Guyuan Town as a rural settlement, albeit one with somewhat outdated cultivation practices. Nevertheless, it fell under their jurisdiction, and thus they were inclined to offer assistance. In truth, the reverence that so many held for the Divine Wind Academy, treating it as a sanctified place, stemmed not only from its formidable strength but also from its numerous acts of benevolence. Qin Feng was taken aback by how a once vibrant town could be so ravaged by the nefarious actions of the scoundrel Xuantian. Surely, there must be residents here. Pondering this, he made his way directly to an inn, a hub for travelers from all directions. Even if it lacked patrons, the innkeeper and his attendants were likely privy to much information, making it the ideal place to inquire. Soon, he located an inn with tightly shut doors. As he pushed the door open, 3 or 5 individuals armed with knives and clubs charged at him. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Their cultivation levels were alarmingly low, merely at the body refinement stage, posing no real threat. At that moment, a crude blade swung toward him. Qin Feng sidestepped effortlessly, causing the blade to miss its mark. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out with his right hand, grasping the assailant's wrist, while the others pressed forward. With a cold snort, Qin Feng unleashed a surge of profound energy, instantly sending them all sprawling backward. Several individuals fell from the sky, landing in a disarrayed heap. In an instant, Qin Feng hurled one of them aside, and before long, these vigorous men were writhing on the ground in agony. Qin Feng spoke calmly. "I have no acquaintance with you. What reason do you have to kill me?" The men exchanged bewildered glances, and one burly individual named Chun Mu exclaimed, "Are you not a minion of that demon?" "Demon? Are you referring to Xuantian?" Qin Feng responded with a composed smile, shaking his head. "I believe you are mistaken. I am not affiliated with Xuantian. I hail from the Divine Wind Academy and have come at your behest to deal with Xuantian." "You are from the Divine Wind Academy." The crowd erupted in jubilance, promptly shouting towards the second floor, "Innkeeper, this young man is our savior sent by the Divine Wind Academy." The sound of hurried footsteps descended the stairs. Qin Feng turned to see a middle-aged man, clad in luxurious attire and approximately 40 years of age, hastily making his way down. He approached Qin Feng with uncontainable joy, exclaiming, "You truly are a member of the Divine Wind Academy." Qin Feng smiled modestly, affirming his identity. "Truly, the heavens have been merciful. We have finally awaited your arrival." Zhao, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. Qin Feng, feeling somewhat awkward at this unexpected welcome, chuckled. "I believe it would be best for you to explain what has transpired in Guyuan Town." Upon hearing his request, the group composed themselves and found a suitable place to sit. They then recounted the recent events that had unfolded in Guyuan Town, providing Qin Feng with a clearer understanding of the situation at hand. The events transpired a fortnight ago when Xuantian, accompanied by a band of followers, established their dominion over the region. They frequently descended upon the ancient town of Guyuan, engaging in acts of tyranny, extortion, and unspeakable violence. Moreover, Xuantian possessed a peculiar serpent known as the golden-threaded python, which demanded the blood of livestock daily. Should the residents of Guyuan fail to provide the requisite amount of blood, they would resort to murder, substituting human blood instead. Consequently, the entire town was engulfed in trepidation, with its inhabitants living in constant fear, retreating into their homes and fervently awaiting a savior from the Divine Wind Academy. Xuantian was exceptionally formidable, even Master Feng, our town's most powerful warrior at the 8th heaven of the Xianling realm, found himself outmatched and narrowly escaped with his life, still recuperating from his injuries. Chen Mu, gritting his teeth, implored, "My lord, your arrival must herald the end of this scourge known as Xuantian." The crowd beseeched in unison. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, assuring them, "Do not worry. With my presence, their days of prosperity are numbered." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. News of Qin Feng's arrival, disseminated by Chun Mu and others, filled everyone with exhilaration, prompting them to gather at the tavern under the cover of night. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our savior sent by the Divine Wind Academy, Qin Feng," Zhao exclaimed loudly. "The savior has finally arrived. Xuantian and his band of miscreants are doomed." Indeed, the individuals dispatched by the Divine Wind Academy are all prodigies. Those wretched souls have committed numerous atrocities. Master Qin will undoubtedly deliver us justice. Mother, Qin Gongzi is so young. Can he truly stand against those villains? After all, even Master Yifeng suffered a crushing defeat at their hands. The surroundings erupted with intense commotion, transforming the entire tavern into a bustling marketplace filled with voices of skepticism and excitement. Qin Feng raised his hands to silence the crowd, and the atmosphere grew still. Do not worry, everyone. Since the Academy has dispatched me, I will certainly assist in resolving the matter with Xuantian and his associates, restoring peace to our world. Such audacity. Just then, a mocking voice emerged from behind the crowd, startling everyone as they turned to see. It was Master Yifeng. The crowd gasped. Yifeng was the pride of Guyuan town, having achieved the status of one of the top experts within several dozen miles by the mere age of 30. Esteemed and respected in the town, the crowd parted, allowing Qin Feng's gaze to settle on a young man clad in a sleeveless leather jacket with gray-black trousers, a purple and white cord encircling his forehead, and tousled hair. His muscular frame was akin to iron, exuding a formidable presence. Thick eyebrows framed a resolute face, giving an impression of sternness. May I inquire who you are? Qin Feng asked. Yifeng approached, replying nonchalantly, I am Yifeng. So you are the esteemed Master Yifeng. I am truly honored. Qin Feng responded with a calm smile. I do not deserve such reverence. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively before sneering. I have heard you intend to confront Xuantian and his cohort. Do you truly believe your 7th-level cultivation in the Xinling realm is sufficient? I advise you to reconsider. Your efforts would be tantamount to courting death. Those individuals are far more formidable than you can possibly imagine. What? He is merely at the 7th level of the profound spirit realm? Is this not absurd? Even Master Yifeng, who is at the 8th level of the profound spirit realm, cannot contend with those brigands. How could someone of such a low caliber possibly be their match? One individual spoke with great indignation. Is he truly sent by the Divine Wind Academy? Surely, there can be no doubt, for we have all witnessed his identity token. Yet, how could the Divine Wind Academy dispatch a warrior of such a low realm? It is utterly pointless. Yifeng's words fell like a heavy bombshell, igniting a wave of uproar, leaving the crowd in a state of shock and completely devoid of faith in Qin Feng, who felt a profound sense of disappointment. Chen Mu, Zhao Hui, and others, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, wore expressions of embarrassment and urgency, hastily glancing at Qin Feng. Chapter 70. A sword defeats all unmoved. Qin Feng turned to Yifeng with a light-hearted smile and said, From your words, it seems you are convinced that my strength is inadequate to contend with Xuantian and his ilk? Indeed, Yifeng replied candidly. If I were to defeat you, would that not signify that my capabilities are sufficient to handle them? Qin Feng responded with a chuckle. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Was this fellow truly daring to challenge Master Yifeng? Yifeng, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered to scoff. So, you seek to challenge me. Very well. Although I have sustained some injuries, should you manage to defeat me, I shall acknowledge your strength. Since you're injured, I shall employ only a single strike. If that strike fails to vanquish you, then I shall concede, and I will depart from here. What say you? Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Qin Feng, utterly astonished by his audacity. Some admirers of Yifeng were immediately incensed, exclaiming, You are far too arrogant, young man. Indeed, Master Yifeng possesses an 8th-tier cultivation, surpassing your realm. How dare you entertain the notion of defeating him with a single strike? It is utterly ridiculous. Yifeng erupted into laughter, leaving the crowd astonished. Once his laughter subsided, his gaze turned frigid, resembling that of a predatory beast as he fixed his eyes on Qin Feng. You audacious brat, he declared. I have traversed the martial world for years and have yet to encounter someone as presumptuous as you. Very well. Since you are oblivious to the vastness of the skies and the depths of the earth, Yifeng shall not hold back. I am eager to witness how you intend to defeat me with a single move. Everyone, step aside. Yifeng commanded coldly, and the crowd hastily parted. Now, young man, make your move, Yifeng taunted. If I were to strike first, I fear you would not have the opportunity to respond, so I shall allow you to initiate. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock at Qin Feng's audacity. Arrogant. Yifeng's fury ignited as he brandished his great sword and charged at Qin Feng, his formidable aura causing the onlookers to pale. In response, Qin Feng maintained a composed demeanor. With a swift motion, the sword descended. Yet Qin Feng's figure vanished without a trace. Such speed. Yifeng marveled inwardly. He immediately swung his sword again, attacking relentlessly. Yet, despite his flurry of strikes, he found himself unable to land a blow on Qin Feng, leaving the spectators in utter disbelief. "You insolent brat! Do you only know how to scurry like a rat?" Yi Feng fumed. Qin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Since you wish for a direct confrontation, let it be as you desire." As soon as the words fell, he charged towards Yi Feng with fervor. Witnessing this, Yi Feng's heart soared with joy. He summoned his profound energy and brandished his sword in a fierce assault. In the gaze of onlookers, two swords of significantly differing sizes clashed from opposite directions. A resounding thud reverberated through the air, unleashing a tempestuous gale that shattered tables and chairs, sending debris flying, the cacophony resembling the wails of tormented spirits. Suddenly, amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, Yi Feng coughed up blood and was hurled backward, colliding forcefully with a pillar in the room. The massive sword in his grasp arced through the air before embedding itself firmly into the ground. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their hearts tumultuous. It was at this instant that they comprehended the true purpose of the Divine Wind Academy's dispatch of Qin Feng. With a single move, he had effortlessly defeated Yi Feng, who was of a higher realm. What level of strength had he attained? Qin Feng sheathed his great sword and, turning to the slowly rising Yi Feng, chuckled lightly. "Do you still believe I lack the power to contend with Xuantian?" Yi Feng, clutching his wounded chest, replied with a wry smile, "Young brother, your prowess is formidable." Yi Feng humbly concedes, "It was my folly to underestimate you and speak so rashly. I hope you will not hold it against me, and I implore you to help us rid Guyuan town of those rogues." Qin Feng responded, "I may have spoken too harshly earlier. I hope Master Yi Feng can forgive me." Yi Feng then addressed the crowd with a booming voice, "Brothers and sisters, Qin Feng is our savior. I firmly believe that with him by our side, we shall surely vanquish Xuantian and his band of miscreants." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile graced Qin Feng's face. This outcome was precisely what he had envisioned. His challenge to Yi Feng was intended to bolster his prestige, convincing everyone of his capability to rival the likes of Xuantian, thereby allowing the situation in Guyuan town to overcome its fear of him and his associates, fostering self-reliance. Subsequently, Qin Feng privately detained Yi Feng to inquire about the specifics regarding Xuantian and his cohorts, as he was the only one in town who had engaged with Xuantian. In the brightly lit room, Yi Feng proceeded to share his insights about Xuantian's group. Upon hearing Yi Feng's account, Qin Feng's expression grew considerably grave. According to Yi Feng, Xuantian had at least 2 martial artists at the 9th level of the Xianling realm under his command, which implied that Xuantian himself was likely a powerful figure at the Purple Mansion realm. This led Qin Feng to suspect that the information provided by the Academy might very well be false. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had it not been for his giant elephant puppet, he might have truly been in peril this time. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of contending with someone at the Purple Mansion realm, whose ability to eliminate him would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Without the assistance of the giant elephant puppet, he would have had no choice but to abandon this mission. Yi Feng's countenance darkened as he said, "Qin Feng, based on my deductions, it is highly probable that Xuantian has reached the Purple Mansion realm. Do you possess the confidence to confront them?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly, replying, "While I may not be his equal in combat, I do possess a certain magical artifact that guarantees my victory. Regardless of whether he is at the Purple Mansion realm or not, I shall remain invincible. Rest assured." "Oh." Yi Feng gazed at him with suspicion and inquired, "What treasure is this?" Qin Feng smiled and replied, "You shall soon find out." Reluctantly, Yi Feng ceased his questioning. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he took his leave. That night, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, channeling the Immortal Profound Art. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred with the Soul Pearl. Startled, Qin Feng quickly turned his focus inward, only to discover that the once predominantly green Soul Pearl now exhibited no trace of green whatsoever. Had its level regressed? A grave expression settled upon Qin Feng's face. How could the level of the Soul Pearl diminish? Could it be a consequence of his confrontation with the giant elephant puppet? He recalled the fierce battle in the underground hall, where in a moment of peril, the Soul Pearl had granted him immense power, enabling him to vanquish the giant elephant puppet. It seemed that such strength had come at the cost of the Soul Pearl's level. Chapter 71. Breakthrough in cultivation. At this moment, Qin Feng held a green fruit in his hand, the very one he had obtained from the site of Chao Shuang's demise. Although he now possessed the giant elephant puppet, which could easily eliminate the foes on Oxhorn Mountain, Qin Feng yearned to rely on his own strength as much as possible. Thus, he resolved to venture to Oxhorn Mountain the following day, ready to confront Shutian Xiao and his companions. He intended to engage in battle if he could. If the odds proved insurmountable, he would then summon the giant elephant puppet to assist him, to prepare for the impending conflict. He decided to utilize the heavenly fragrance fruit to enhance the fierce infernal profound energy within him, aiming to elevate it to the 6th transformation. In doing so, his profound energy would rival that of the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm. Qin Feng did not hastily consume the heavenly fragrant fruit. Instead, he adjusted his body to an optimal state for cultivation before partaking of the fruit. His hands blazed as if they were engulfed in flames, and before long, the heavenly fragrant fruit in his palms transformed into a vibrant red liquid, which remained contained within his grasp. With a determined gaze, Qin Feng tilted his head back and ingested the liquid that had emerged from the fruit. As it entered his body, he immediately sensed a pure and formidable energy surging within him. Elated, he swiftly began to cultivate the undying profound art, refining the energy from the heavenly fragrant fruit. At that moment, the inferno profound chi within him roared like a raging fire, generating an astonishing amount of heat that reddened his skin, causing sweat to cascade down. The temperature in the entire room escalated several-fold, resembling a furnace. An incredible aura emanated from Qin Feng, continuously intensifying. As time passed, the quantity of inferno profound chi within him increased, its color deepening. At a certain moment, the heat generated by all the inferno profound chi reached an extraordinarily staggering level, and the released energy fluctuations surpassed their original magnitude by several times. Finally, a breakthrough occurred. Qin Feng's heart swelled with joy. At this moment, the inferno profound chi within him had undoubtedly reached the 6th transformation. Furthermore, his own cultivation realm had ascended to the peak of the 7th level of the profound spirit realm. It could be said that this time, the consumption of the heavenly fragrant fruit had proven immensely beneficial. After practicing his breathing techniques for half an hour, Qin Feng finally ceased his cultivation. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort, he then retrieved a black scroll from his spatial ring, which was left by Qiao Shuang. The title read, Heavenly Inferno Technique. Could this be a martial art? If this martial art were indeed a technique, Qin Feng would promptly abandon it, for he already possessed an extraordinary skill known as the Immortal Profound Art. However, the regret of having a martial art that he could not cultivate lingered in his heart. He then unfurled the scroll, revealing a plethora of writings accompanied by illustrations. Upon reading, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. It turned out that this martial art was not a technique at all, but rather a body refinement practice. This body refinement method differed from the Great Sun body refinement technique that Qin Feng had been practicing, as it revolved around the heavenly inferno vital energy. This vital energy serves to protect the physical body, akin to a shield, rather than directly enhancing it. In simpler terms, when the heavenly inferno technique is employed, the practitioner's profound energy automatically transforms into vital energy, safeguarding the practitioner. Chapter 72. The Heavenly Inferno Technique is divided into 3 levels. First level, Heavenly Inferno Vital Energy surrounds me. Second level, Heavenly Inferno Vital Energy protects my body. Third level, Heavenly Inferno Vital Energy heals my body. What captivated Qin Feng the most was the final level, for upon mastering the Heavenly Inferno Technique to this stage, the vital energy formed at the surface of the body would possess miraculous healing properties for the practitioner's injuries. This undoubtedly offered significant advantages in battle. If one could fully comprehend the essence of this martial art, then challenging opponents beyond one's level would no longer pose a formidable challenge. Qin Feng found himself increasingly enamored with this discipline. He devoted himself to earnest study and contemplation, dedicating approximately half an hour to digest the teachings. It was then that he commenced his practice. The mysteries of heaven and earth, the path to the heavens, the energy surging through the galaxy, the strength unlocking hidden potential, all intertwined within him. As Qin Feng engaged in his training, he was confronted with excruciating pain in every acupoint upon his initial attempt. However, according to the scroll's teachings, such sensations were deemed normal. Nevertheless, the agony was indeed intense, nearly causing Qin Feng to lose consciousness. Fortuitously, his resolute character, coupled with an unwavering desire for strength and prowess, propelled him to endure, regardless of the ferocity of the pain. As he gradually acclimatized to this path of cultivation, he began to adapt to the suffering. He faced failure for the first time, followed by another failure. Time and again, Qin Feng encountered setbacks. Yet his determination remained unbroken as he persevered through the arduous and monotonous training. Perhaps fate smiled upon him. After enduring 15 failures, he finally succeeded in cultivating his vital energy. At that moment, Qin Feng gazed intently at his palm, where a membrane-like layer of purplish-red energy manifested. Is this the vital energy? He scrutinized it closely, and then took out a dagger. As the blade made contact with the vital energy, he discovered that it was akin to a fist striking cotton. Remarkably, it did not pierce through. Then, he attempted to infuse his blazing hellish energy into the dagger, thereby enhancing its sharpness to an extraordinary degree. With a swift motion, Qin Feng thrust the energy-infused blade against the formidable barrier of qi, carefully attuning himself to the sensation. It did not take long for him to realize that, as the dagger penetrated deeper into the qi, the barrier instinctively absorbed the power emanating from the blade. These two experiments filled Qin Feng with exhilaration. The ability of the qi to absorb external forces was a significant boon for him. In combat, this meant that the qi would absorb a substantial portion of his opponent's attacking strength, thus greatly diminishing the remaining threat posed to him. If his adversary possessed comparable strength, he could leverage this heavenly prison blaze qi to secure an invincible position, ensuring victory without fail. Regrettably, he lamented, he had yet to cultivate the heavenly prison blaze technique to its second tier, for at that level, it would manifest as armor, vastly enhancing his defensive capabilities compared to the first tier. However, he did not dwell too long on this disappointment. Understanding that mastering the heavenly prison blaze qi overnight was an arduous task, he should not be overly demanding of himself, lest he fall prey to the pitfalls of impatience and jeopardize his progress. Throughout the following day, Qin Feng immersed himself in the cultivation of the heavenly prison blaze technique, gradually achieving a comprehensive mastery of the first tier. In the heart of the Bullhorn Mountain stronghold, a man adorned in scholarly attire sat gracefully upon a tiger skin-adorned armchair. This gentleman was none other than the chief of the stronghold, Xuantian. On either side of him sat two formidable generals, Lantian Xiao and Taihu. From my investigations, I have discerned that the young man is dispatched by the Xuantian Academy to confront us. At this moment, a minor lackey approached to convey the intelligence he had gathered. What? Xuantian Academy? The expressions of Lantian Xiao and Taihu shifted dramatically. Lantian Xiao hastily turned to the young man in white, seated in the highest position. Brother, what shall we do? The Xuantian Academy has intervened in this matter. If we remain here, we shall be at odds with them. Lantian Xiao spoke, his heart engulfed in worry. The Xuantian Academy is the foremost power in the Tianluo realm, boasting profound heritage and formidable strength. Who would dare challenge their authority? Taihu solemnly added, I believe it would be prudent for us to depart from here. However, Shi Tianxiu merely smiled and said, there is no need for alarm. Indeed, we must leave this place, but not just yet. We will do so after eliminating that Qin Feng. What? Lantian Xiao and Taihu were both taken aback by this revelation. Qin Feng is affiliated with the Xuantian Academy. Killing him would be tantamount to provoking them, and we would truly be without a path to survival. Brother, have you lost your senses? If we slay that young man, once the Xuantian Academy seeks retribution, we shall not withstand their wrath, Lantian Xiao exclaimed. Fear not, that young man is merely undertaking a task assigned by a sect, and in this realm, which disciple of any faction has not perished while executing their missions. Moreover, my presence here is underpinned by the support of powerful allies, so do not fret excessively. To speak candidly, my friend, I find it utterly perplexing that you have chosen to establish yourself in this place, where resources for cultivation are so scarce and devoid of any substantial benefit. Lan Tianxiao expressed his bewilderment. Shi Tianxiu replied with a smile, before long, you shall comprehend the reason. Please instruct our brethren to prepare themselves, for that Qin Feng will undoubtedly come here to stir up trouble. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken doubts in the other's heart, yet they proceeded to act as instructed. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and soon darkness enveloped the land. A shadow stealthily departed from Gaiyuanzhen. Moments later, it arrived at the foot of New Jiashan, gazing upward to discern flickering flames atop the mountain, concluding, this must be the lair of Shi Tianxiu and his band of thieves. Without lingering, Qin Feng hastened up the mountain, treading carefully to avoid alarming any potential adversaries. Within minutes, he reached the summit, where he encountered two sentinels. In a swift motion, akin to a gust of wind, Qin Feng approached them and silently snapped their necks, leaving no sound in his wake. Shortly thereafter, he infiltrated the stronghold, only to be met with an overwhelming silence. The vast encampment was eerily deserted. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. Maintaining his composure, he remarked nonchalantly, "As a guest, I have arrived. Does the host not wish to make an appearance to receive me?" The sound of his clapping resonated ominously in the strange stillness. As Qin Feng turned towards the sound, he beheld Shi Tianxiu clapping his hands, accompanied by a group of individuals who emerged from various corners. Upon ceasing his applause, Shi Tianxiu chuckled softly, "I must admit, young man, I am somewhat impressed by your composure, even while fully aware of your perilous situation." Lan Tianxiao sneered, "It is indeed laughable that you, trapped in your own predicament, still dare to speak so arrogantly." Qin Feng retorted, "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Iron Tiger grinned broadly. "It appears that the students of the Divine Wind Academy are utterly arrogant and dismissive of reality." Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Shi Tianxiu and inquired, "Since you are aware that I am affiliated with the Divine Wind Academy, how bold of you to plot my demise. Are you not concerned about the repercussions from the Academy? I will not kill you. Shall I simply wait for you to kill me instead?" He continued with a sardonic laugh. "You are merely a student executing a task, and each year, countless individuals from various factions perish while fulfilling their missions. The demise of one from the Divine Wind Academy will hardly stir a commotion. You are quite the strategist. If that is the case, let us commence." Qin Feng spoke with an air of indifference. Shi Tianxiu replied, "Since you are also a student of the Divine Wind Academy, I shall ensure your demise is somewhat dignified. Iron Tiger, this task is yours." "Very well," Iron Tiger responded, stepping forward with a wide grin. "Let us engage in a delightful contest." With those words, he clenched his fist and hurled a powerful punch towards Qin Feng. Chapter 74. The Might of a Sword. Boom. The transparent radiance shimmering from Iron Tiger's fist surged with a ferocious strength, cutting through the air and hurtling directly towards Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng nimbly evaded the onslaught, his figure shifting effortlessly. With a resounding thud, Iron Tiger's strike shattered a massive rock in the distance. The astonishing speed displayed by Qin Feng left the onlookers in awe. With a subtle smile, Qin Feng remarked, "Your speed still leaves much to be desired." "Enough with the chatter," Iron Tiger bellowed, charging forward once more. Qin Feng stood his ground, eliciting astonishment from the crowd at his audacity. Realizing Qin Feng remained unfazed, Iron Tiger's heart raced, and a sinister grin spread across his face as he thought, "You insolent brat, I shall crush you into scrap." He unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which drew closer, stirring Qin Feng's inky black hair in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the fist was less than 5 inches away from Qin Feng. 3 inches. As the fist approached, Qin Feng showed no inclination to block or defend. Iron Tiger's eyes gleamed with delight, his grin widening ominously, chilling the hearts of those watching. In an instant, when the fist was merely an inch from him, Qin Feng decisively struck. A dark arc of light flashed before the eyes of the spectators, disappearing in a heartbeat. Iron Tiger halted, staring in disbelief at his missed punch. His heart seized with shock. Suddenly, a haunting cry echoed, sending shivers down the spine. "What incredible speed!" Stone Tianxiu's expression turned grave. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, he perceived far more than the others. He had witnessed that sword strike clearly just moments ago. In his perspective, that strike had reached a velocity akin to lightning, astonishingly swift, complemented by a formidable surge of internal energy, culminating in an explosive force that could scarcely be withstood by anyone within the realm of Xianling. The intelligence they had received was utterly inaccurate with such prowess. Even a perfected 9th layer would struggle to cope. It was truly difficult to fathom that a seemingly feeble warrior at the 7th layer of Xianling could unleash such a terrifying assault. Shi Tianxiu was mentally shaken, yet his gaze quickly filled with intense murderous intent, resolving that this individual must not be spared. Possessing such immense power at the 7th layer of Xianling demonstrated extraordinary potential. If allowed to mature, it could spell doom for Shi Tianxiu and his companions. "Lan Tianxiu, you shall assist," Shi Tianxiu commanded solemnly. "Understood." Lan Tianxiu, cunning and deceitful, recognized the significant threat Qin Feng posed to them. Thus, when he made his move, it was ruthless and unforgiving. His wrist guards emitted a golden radiance, releasing a heavy wave of energy. When Lan Tianxiu's wrist guards collided with the heavy sword, a resonant clang of metal echoed, and simultaneously, a force erupted, causing the ground beneath them to crack and sink. Lan Tianxiu's eyes narrowed, and with a surge of power from his right arm, he forcefully pushed Qin Feng back a step. At that moment, he leapt into the air, bringing his left elbow crashing down towards Qin Feng's head with the ferocity of a meteor falling to earth, an awe-inspiring momentum. Qin Feng's expression shifted as he hastily raised his left arm to brace against the sword, preparing for the impending impact. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion echoed, and Qin Feng was struck as if by a colossal boulder. Unable to withstand the force, he slid backwards. He retreated a considerable distance of 10 paces, leaving behind a deep groove in the ground several inches in depth. The sheer density of this fellow's profound energy astonished Lan Tianxiao. In their earlier clash, he had profoundly realized just how formidable Qin Feng's internal energy truly was. He had unleashed the power of the 9th level of the profound spirit realm, enhanced by the formidable golden arm guards, resulting in an extraordinary display of offensive strength. Even some fully realized warriors of the profound spirit realm would struggle to withstand it. Yet, Qin Feng, merely at the 7th level, had managed to fend it off. To Lan Tianxiao, Qin Feng's profound energy was not in the slightest inferior to that of those at the 9th level. In truth, the indestructible profound art that Qin Feng practiced was a unique martial discipline. It allowed him to compress and refine his profound energy, resulting in high-quality energy. Thus, while his energy might quantitatively lag behind those of higher realms, its quality surpassed theirs by several folds. This superiority in quality compensated for any disparity in quantity. Upon emerging from the Mangding mountain range, Qin Feng's infernal profound energy was nearing the 6th transformation. Subsequently, after consuming the last Tianxiang fruit the previous night, his infernal profound energy successfully advanced to the 6th transformation, elevating him to the pinnacle of the 7th level. His profound energy was by no means inferior to that of 9th level warriors. His arm guards appeared to be a potent instrument capable of amplifying his offensive power. Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the arm guards adorning Lan Tianxiao's arms, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. As the heavy sword made contact with the golden arm guards, Qin Feng distinctly sensed a significant absorption of power emanating from the latter. "Young man, I shall tear you apart." At that moment, the Iron Tiger, with eyes blazing with fury, resembled a raging beast. An aura of murderous intent enveloped him, and the profound energy within him surged forth, propelling him fiercely towards Qin Feng. As he approached within 5 paces, the energy surrounding his body coalesced into a gigantic gorilla, ferocious and untamed, with bent knees ready to leap. The force of his descent shattered the ground, creating a pit over half a meter deep. "Die for me." Iron Tiger's form spun mid-air, his aura swelling to its zenith. His fists, akin to hammers weighing hundreds of pounds, relentlessly descended upon Qin Feng. With narrowed pupils, Qin Feng evaded just as the assault was about to strike him. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the Iron Tiger crashed to the ground, leaving behind a massive pit 1.5 meters deep, its edges marred by cracks. At that moment, Lan Tianxiao attempted to charge forward, but Iron Tiger repelled him with a single punch. "Get away. I intend to flay him alive." The anger within Iron Tiger had transformed him into a beast devoid of reason. After warning Lan Tianxiao, he charged at Qin Feng with reckless abandon. This madman, Lan Tianxiao, feeling quite displeased at being forced back, silently cursed the mindless brute. Skycleft Tiger roar. Iron Tiger bellowed, as the profound energy surged through his meridians like a tidal wave, ultimately erupting from his mouth in a peculiar sonic wave. The sound waves, reminiscent of a tiger's roar, burst forth and spread like a tempest, causing those of feeble strength present to stagger, blood gushing from their orifices, some even succumbing to shattered heart pulses. Yet, this was not the true might of the tearing sky tiger roar. Most of its formidable power was directed towards Qin Feng. At this moment, the soundwave attack transformed into a translucent ferocious tiger, baring its fangs and claws, rushing forth with brutal ferocity. Soundwave martial arts. A grave look flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. This genre of martial arts is exceedingly peculiar, as it can penetrate the human body, assaulting the lungs, meridians, and the essence of the soul, proving to be extraordinarily potent. Heavenly net, inferno spirit surrounds me. Qin Feng's heart roared inwardly, and immediately a purplish-red stream of energy erupted from his being, distinctly different, exuding an aura of unyielding dominance. What kind of technique is this? A hint of astonishment flashed in Lan Tianxiao's eyes. Meanwhile, Shi Tianxiao's expression darkened, a strong sense of unease gripping his heart. "Boy, go and deal with it." Iron Tiger's face twisted into a sinister grin as he witnessed the sound waves poised to strike Qin Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated, and at the spot where Qin Feng stood, A cloud of dust billowed forth, shrouding him in a veil of haze, obscuring his figure. The world fell silent, with only the rumbling echoes and the howling winds piercing through the stillness. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the dust gradually began to dissipate. As the figure of Qin Feng gradually emerged from the swirling dust, the smile on Tai Hu's face instantly vanished, replaced by an indescribable sense of resentment and dissatisfaction. How could this be possible? He was completely unscathed. Lan Tianxiao appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his expression one of shock. Tai Hu was acutely aware of the formidable power behind his tearing sky tiger roar, having experienced it firsthand. Even he could not emerge unscathed from such an attack. Yet, Qin Feng remained utterly composed, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. He had completely defended against it. The purplish-red energy currents had absorbed the majority of the attack's force upon contact, and given that this young man had also practiced body-refining martial arts, the residual energy was insufficient to harm him. What kind of extraordinary skill had this fellow mastered to possess such bizarre and formidable abilities? Shi Tianxiu's expression darkened as Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. That insufferable brat! Tai Hu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his teeth almost grinding to dust as he spoke. With a surge of profound energy, he propelled himself towards Qin Feng with ferocious speed. This time, Qin Feng did not evade. Instead, the fiery energy within him erupted, enveloping his heavy sword in a blazing aura, making it appear as if it were being tempered in flames. Raging inferno of heaven's silence. Qin Feng roared internally, his aura swelling like a bursting dam, sweeping across all directions. At this moment, the power of this strike was tenfold greater than when he had faced Zhou Yuan. With a swift motion, Qin Feng swung his sword, unleashing a 3-meter-long crimson blade of light that sliced through the air with lethal velocity, bearing down upon Tai Hu with overwhelming force. The energy was as mighty as a mountain, capable of shaking the very heavens, with a thunderous force that seemed to shake the very heavens and the earth. The moment resonated with an extraordinary intensity. The Iron Tiger, his expression one of sheer terror, hastily summoned all the strength within him to conjure a circular protective barrier before himself, striving to withstand the impending onslaught. Alas, the strike delivered by Qin Feng was his mightiest blow, imbued with the power to obliterate the world itself, a terrifying force that, given the Iron Tiger's injured state, he could not hope to resist. Indeed, as the barrier he erected faltered upon contact with the radiant swordlight, it held for but a fleeting second before it was utterly shattered. In an instant, the fierce crimson blade pierced through his body, witnessed through the Iron Tiger's horrified gaze. With a sickening gasp, he was hurled backward by the tremendous force, crashing violently against the stone wall. I never imagined I would meet my end at your hands. The Iron Tiger, filled with a deep sense of unwillingness, cast a final glance at Qin Feng, unable to fathom that his demise would come at the hands of a mere youth, one who had barely reached the 7th level of the mystic spirit realm. Yet, such reluctance would fade into oblivion, buried forever with his lifeless form. As the breath of life left him, an intangible black mist emanated from his body, seeping into Qin Feng's being. The soul pearl thrummed with newfound energy, illuminating with a vibrant green glow that nearly enveloped a quarter of its volume. The unexpected demise of a martial artist at the 9th level had significantly enhanced the power of the soul pearl. Qin Feng's heart swelled with elation as his gaze shifted towards Lan Tianxiao and Shi Tianxiu. One of these two individuals possesses strength equivalent to that of Iron Tiger, while the other is a formidable expert of the Purple Mansion realm. Should they both meet their demise, the soul pearl would undoubtedly ascend to the green grade, thereby accelerating my cultivation speed. Under Qin Feng's intense gaze, both men felt as if they were prey ensnared by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, their hearts trembling with trepidation. Lan Tianxiao, in particular, was overtly exaggerated, his body quaking with fear reflected in his eyes. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Gentlemen, do you still believe you can vanquish me? You may be formidable," but Shi Tianxiu retorted scornfully, "The outcome today will remain unchanged. You shall perish here." Killing Iron Tiger has only inflated your ego, revealing that you are not as remarkable as you believe. I can dispose of him, just as I can eliminate you and your companions. Qin Feng replied coolly, his aura calm yet chilling, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of those present. Shi Tianxiu sneered, "Such arrogance. Today, you shall witness the true terror of a Purple Mansion realm expert." With a decisive stride, a fierce and overwhelming aura erupted from Shi Tianxiu, a force far surpassing that of Iron Tiger and Lan Tianxiao, transcending even the mystic spirit realm. manifesting as the Purple Mansion Realm. Is this the Purple Mansion Realm? Indeed, it is incomparable to the mystic spirit realm. As Qin Feng sensed the overwhelming might emanating from his opponent, he felt a profound shock. Under such a formidable presence, he sensed his own insignificance and helplessness. You, who have compelled me to take action personally, are indeed remarkable. To perish at the hands of a formidable being from the Purple Mansion Realm should be regarded as an honor. Go to hell and express your gratitude to me. Shi Tianxiu sneered repeatedly. In the next moment, he unleashed a palm strike, the force surging forth like a frenzied dragon, emitting a wailing sound akin to the cries of tormented spirits as it bore down upon Qin Feng. Chapter 76. Bloodthirsty. The palm strike moved with the swiftness of a tempest, arriving before Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Observing this, the smile on Shi Tianxiu's face grew even more pronounced. However, just as he believed Qin Feng would either perish or suffer grave injury, a figure suddenly materialized, positioning itself before Qin Feng. With a single punch, a far more violent force surged forth, instantly shattering the palm strike. The unexpected turn of events caused the smile on Shi Tianxiu's face to freeze in place. He could scarcely believe that Qin Feng had the assistance of a benefactor. Judging by the strength of the individual's strike, this person was undoubtedly his equal, if not superior. Shi Tianxiu's expression darkened considerably as he inquired, "Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs?" Yet, the imposing figure remained silent. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, Shi Tianxiu discovered a complete absence of any life force emanating from the figure. It was nothing but an inanimate object. But how could a lifeless entity move? A puppet. His pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "You actually possess a puppet. The puppet is exceedingly precious. Even the most inferior puppet is something that a third-rate family might struggle to acquire, even at the cost of their fortune." However, the puppet before him has actually reached the level of the Purple Mansion Realm, clearly indicating its high caliber. Such a treasure is indeed rare. Even within the realm of Tianluo, he found it utterly incomprehensible that such a valuable item would fall into the hands of a mere youth like Qin Feng. Qin Feng scoffed. "Do you think I would come here unprepared?" Shi Tianxiu inhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at Qin Feng, and stated, "It seems we have both underestimated you." Qin Feng merely smiled in silence. "However, do not presume that just because you possess a formidable puppet, you have us at your mercy." Shi Tianxiu sneered. "A puppet is still subject to manipulation. As long as I eliminate you, this puppet will become a leaderless entity, rendered immobile. I should actually thank you for delivering such a fine specimen to me." Qin Feng, with a hint of amusement, responded, "Oh really? Come forth, my treasure." Shi Tianxiu produced a gourd, and upon opening it, a shimmering figure darted out, landing to reveal a python approximately 3 meters long, resembling a fist in size, adorned with golden stripes akin to golden threads. Its eyes were sinister, flicking its forked tongue, inducing a chill in the heart. A third-tier Xian-level golden thread python. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Yi Feng had previously mentioned that Shi Tianxiu had raised a peculiar serpent. He had some understanding of this creature. Known to thrive in deserts, sustaining itself on blood, inherently malevolent and ferocious, harboring lethal venom capable of slaying beings of the Purple Mansion Realm. You possess a discerning eye. Indeed, this is the Golden Line Python, and its strength has ascended to the 8th level of martial prowess. The venom contained within its fangs could incapacitate even those at the Purple Mansion Realm. Perhaps sensing its master's praise, the Golden Line Python emitted a peculiar sound. "Lan Tianxiao, you shall confront him alongside the Golden Line Python while I restrain this puppet." Qin Feng activated the Heavenly Prison Fire technique, summoning a surge of fiery energy that enveloped his form in a spherical aura. With a resounding thud, a violent gust of energy swept through, as if the very ground had been sliced away by a razor. The two opponents clashed like two raging bulls, each striving to assert dominance over the other. As they remained locked in this stalemate, the Golden Line Python unexpectedly slinked behind Qin Feng, its menacing jaws poised to strike at his back. Qin Feng's heart raced in alarm. The serpent's sudden appearance caught him off guard. He attempted to defend himself, but Lan Tianxiao clearly had no intention of allowing him respite, intensifying his power to thwart Qin Feng's timely counterattack. With a hiss, the python's sharp fangs pierced Qin Feng's flesh, and its potent venom surged into his bloodstream. Instantly, he was engulfed in excruciating pain. His energy dwindled and his strength rapidly faded. If he did not swiftly eliminate Qin Feng, he risked succumbing to the might of the giant puppet. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianxiao prepared to strike, but in that moment, Qin Feng seized the golden line python, retaliating by sinking his teeth into it and greedily drinking its blood. The golden line python thrashed in a frenzy, yet Qin Feng clung to it fiercely, desperately drawing forth its life essence. Cease this at once. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuantian was utterly beside himself with rage. He had meticulously nurtured this golden-threaded python for a decade, investing countless precious materials. Although this serpent possessed a formidable venom, it also harbored immense energy within, akin to the pure potency found in elixirs. His initial intention in raising this snake was rooted in his acquisition of a nefarious martial art that could uniquely absorb and refine, thereby enhancing his own cultivation. Originally, he planned to eliminate Qin Feng and then depart, having meticulously prepared to refine the essence of the snake's blood to facilitate his breakthrough into the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Now, as he beheld the golden-threaded python on the verge of having its blood drained by Qin Feng, his decade of effort was about to be obliterated, igniting a tempest of fury and panic within him. However, it was precisely this fury that exposed a significant flaw, which the colossal elephant puppet seized upon, delivering a thunderous punch that struck him squarely in the chest. With a sound akin to a dragon's crash, Xuantian was severely wounded, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng and the golden-threaded python. Under Qin Feng's relentless blood-sucking, the python's size rapidly diminished. After approximately half a minute, it was reduced to a mere skin, completely lifeless. At that moment, Qin Feng, having absorbed a considerable quantity of serpent blood, found his abdomen distended to an uncomfortable roundness, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if an army were galloping within, leaving him in a state of discomfort. What on earth do you intend to do? Qin Feng could only manage a wry smile. Originally, the act of drawing blood was not his intention. Rather, it was the command of the Soul Pearl. Now, his body harbored considerable power, and even the formidable Undying Art would require at least 3 days to absorb such strength. In Chapter 77, The Hidden Truth, Qin Feng swiftly summoned the giant elephant puppet to guard him. In his current state, he was utterly incapable of combat. Should Lan Tianxiao choose to attack suddenly, it would spell his demise. Qin Feng turned his attention inward to the Soul Pearl, and at that moment, a surge of azure radiance erupted, creating a powerful gravitational force that began to absorb all the blood of the golden line python within his meridians. He observed as his abdomen visibly shrank at an astonishing rate, and after several breaths, it returned to its original form. At this moment, the Soul Pearl was enveloped in blood, appearing quite eerie. However, this state lasted only about a minute before vanishing completely, even expelling the poison of the golden line python. Once the crimson glow dissipated from the Soul Pearl, it revealed a verdant luminescence. Xuantian felt a surge of bewilderment. At this juncture, he remained unaware that the poison afflicting Qin Feng had already been neutralized by the wondrous Soul Pearl within him. Suddenly, Lan Tianxiao turned and fled. Witnessing Xuantian's defeat at the hands of the giant elephant puppet, he realized his own peril. Understanding that victory was beyond their grasp, he knew they had to escape swiftly, lest they fall victim to Qin Feng. It seemed that to ascend from green to yellow, one would need to slay warriors of the Purple Mansion realm or higher. Only then could the accumulation of primordial energy be hastened, facilitating an upgrade. Qin Feng's gaze fixed upon Xuantian, and with a light chuckle, he remarked, "It is your turn." A tremor coursed through Xuantian's heart as he inquired, "What are your intentions?" With a hint of amusement, Qin Feng responded, "Given the current circumstances, do you not find your question rather absurd?" A surge of purer soul essence than any prior flowed into Qin Feng, invigorating his spirit. The color of the life soul orb within him expanded to 1/20th of its surface area. This visit proved to be quite fruitful. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly and commanded the giant elephant puppet to dispose of the corpses on the ground, while he sought out a surviving lackey to extract information regarding the women, servants, and the amassed wealth they had captured. At that moment, a black eagle swooped in. Qin Feng turned with urgency and immediately noticed a bamboo tube affixed to the eagle's left leg. A messenger. His brow furrowed slightly as he extended his right palm, fingers curling, unleashing a powerful force that drew the black eagle closer. He removed the note from the bamboo tube, and, upon reading its contents, his expression darkened ominously. The note was a missive from the Blood Wolf gang to Xuantian, inquiring whether he had eliminated Qin Feng. Could it be that news of my killing Wu Qi has already leaked? During his time in the Mangdang Mountains, he had slain Wu Qi, the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, along with his entourage. If the Blood Wolf Gang sought to take vengeance for Wu Qi, it would be the only plausible motive for wanting him dead. Yet, Qin Feng could not fathom where he had left any vulnerabilities that would allow them to trace him. It seems I must exercise caution regarding the Blood Wolf Gang. The Blood Wolf Gang is a second-tier force within the realm of Tianluo, located not far from this place in Panlong City. Its leader is a genuine master of the spirit communication realm, dominating 3 cities, and is a veritable local emperor. Such strength is beyond the current capabilities of Qin Feng, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although he possesses the formidable trump card of the giant elephant puppet, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang is a powerful figure in the spirit communication realm, making it uncertain whether the puppet could contend with him. Furthermore, should the giant elephant puppet be detained by the experts of the Blood Wolf Gang, others would surely swarm in, rendering the puppet incapable of safeguarding itself. It appears I must intensify my training, Qin Feng thought, taking a deep breath. Despite his apprehension towards the Blood Wolf Gang, he was not afraid. Rather, he held confidence that in the near future, he would trample the Blood Wolf Gang beneath his feet. Subsequently, upon seeing that the matters concerning Youjiao Mountain were nearly resolved, he set the place ablaze. Torrential rain poured down, increasing in ferocity, with lightning crackling in the sky. Within the dilapidated temple, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, focusing his mind and cultivating. Before long, he suddenly heard footsteps and voices outside the door. "Brother, look ahead, there's a decrepit temple. Shall we take refuge inside?" "All right. However, there seems to be someone inside." "So what if there is?" "This temple isn't their family s." A sense of wariness surged within Qin Feng. The martial world is fraught with peril, and human hearts are inscrutable. One must remain vigilant at all times. Chapter 78, A Trap. Discover the dilapidated temple lacked a door, allowing those individuals to enter without restraint. Qin Feng scrutinized them from head to toe. Before them stood 3 individuals. The one on the left, towering at 2 meters tall, was clad in a gray-white robe, a long sword strapped to his back. His ink-black beard hung down to his chest, and his face resembled a heavy jujube, exuding an imposing and robust aura. On the right was a somewhat portly man, bald, dressed in a black vest that exposed his chest, adorned with a large earring dangling from his right ear. Behind them was a shorter fellow with a distinctive mustache, his hair spiked like a hedgehog, and a dark red, unsightly birthmark blemishing his right eye. Clad in a black round-collared robe, it was evident that these 3 were seasoned veterans of the martial world, their presence imbued with an air of weariness and menace. As Qin Feng scrutinized them, they too were assessing him. Upon realizing that Qin Feng was merely at the 7th level of the Xianling realm, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, for such strength posed no threat to them. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man in the gray-white robe spoke first. "Young brother, with the heavy rain falling today, we seek refuge here. I hope you will not take offense." Qin Feng replied with a light smile. "Like you, I too am here to escape the rain. This is a public space. Please, gentlemen, do not hesitate." "Thank you," the 3 of them said, finding a place to sit down. At that moment, the portly man in the vest whispered, "Second brother. Why is the elder brother being so courteous to that kid? He is merely at the 7th level of the Xianling realm." The shorter man chuckled, "Old 3. After following me and the elder brother in the martial world for so many years, you should have realized that the elder brother is not concerned about the kid's cultivation level, but rather his identity." "Identity?" The portly man in the vest cast a scrutinizing glance at Qin Feng, perplexed as he remarked, "This fellow, I see no remarkable qualities in him. Goodness, to what extent can one be so dim-witted?" The shorter man was immediately seized by an impulse to strike him down in frustration, exclaiming, "This lad, so youthful, hardly seems to have reached the age of 18, yet he possesses the prowess of a 7th-level practitioner in the profound spirit realm. Such an anomaly cannot be the work of an ordinary mortal. He must certainly be a disciple of some formidable faction or esteemed family." The elder brother, composed and wary, feared that their actions might incite the ire of this individual, potentially leading to trouble for them, which explained his courteous demeanor. It dawned on the shorter man then. However, at that moment, the soul pearl within Qin Feng stirred violently, instilling a profound sense of impending danger within him. His expression darkened as he realized an attack was imminent. He suspected that the assailants were not targeting him, but rather the 3 individuals before him. After all, such coincidences are rarely the case. He had been undisturbed in the dilapidated temple until their arrival, which heralded the attack. The four of them summoned their profound energy to shield against the rain of arrows. "Charge forth," bellowed the middle-aged man in a gray-white robe, leading the three toward the exit. Observing this, Qin Feng prepared to follow, as the onslaught of arrows was overwhelming. Yet, just as he stepped forward, he was taken aback to witness the three being forcefully hurled back by an overpowering force. The rain of arrows ceased, and soon after, Qin Feng beheld two men in their 40s and a woman in her 30s, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, bursting into the scene. Their sudden appearance instantly generated a formidable aura. Qin Feng, who had lived in a relatively tranquil environment throughout his life, was momentarily taken aback by such an imposing spectacle. Shen Tao, Xiaoba, and Zhu Sanyang. The middle-aged man in the grayish-white robe clearly recognized them, as he immediately called out their names upon seeing them. Though their relationship appeared strained. "White Hong, we meet again," Shen Tao remarked with a cold smirk, his grizzled beard and graying hair adding to his imposing presence. "How did you know we were here?" White Hong inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Naturally, it was your people who informed us," Shen Tao replied, exchanging knowing glances with his companions, their faces betraying a mix of triumph and mockery. "It was Tian Wenhai who told you." White Hong's eyes blazed with malice. "How could that be?" The stout man and the short figure were both taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "Truly deserving of your title as the eldest brother. You are indeed quite astute," Shen Tao remarked, clapping his hands with a light chuckle. "Brother Tian, might we request your presence?" At that moment, a gaunt figure clad in a cloak stepped forward amidst the scrutiny of the crowd. "It is indeed you." White Hong's eyes widened in fury. "Indeed, it is I," Tian Wenhai replied with a mocking tone. "Why have you done this? The leader has treated you well. Why would you betray him?" The short man admonished angrily. Tian Wenhai chuckled. "Betrayal? No, you are mistaken. I have always been a member of the Blood Wolf gang. This identity has remained known only to the leader." "What? You are actually one of the Blood Wolf gang?" White Hong and his companions were utterly astonished. Qin Feng was equally taken aback, as he had never imagined that these individuals were affiliated with the Blood Wolf gang. What force stood opposed to them? Qin Feng cast a glance at Bai Hong and the others, silently pondering the situation. "All right, Bai Hong, now that the truth is laid bare before you, I shall present you with two choices: surrender the blood dust pearl or choose death." The word death hung heavily in the air, causing Shen Tao's expression to turn frigid, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. The blood dust pearl? Qin Feng was taken aback, as it dawned on him that the root of this conflict stemmed from a fierce contention between the two factions over the coveted blood dust pearl. Alas, he had found himself unwittingly ensnared in the struggle of these rival forces. "Dream on if you think I'll hand over the item," Bai Hong declared resolutely. "Are you all in agreement?" Bai Hong directed his gaze towards the other two. "Indeed," the stout man and the short individual affirmed with a sense of righteousness. "Very well. Since you choose the path of demise, I shall personally escort you on your journey." Chapter 79. The transformation of the colossal puppet. A thunderous rumble erupted. Qin Feng summoned all his strength to flee, while the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed from the dilapidated temple behind him. "Damn that old fox!" Qin Feng cursed in exasperation. He realized he was still too young and lacked the necessary experience in the world of martial arts. Thus, he had fallen prey to such an easily orchestrated deception, revealing vulnerabilities that led to his peril. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune. When the leader of the Blood Wolf gang entrusted the task of eliminating Qin Feng to Shi Tianxiu, he had been present and had seen Qin Feng's likeness. His earlier hesitation had allowed him to deceive Qin Feng, resulting in the latter's downfall. That wretched woman! A glance over his shoulder revealed that Zhu Sanyang was now within mere 10 paces of him. "Do not escape, you cannot elude me. It would be wiser to surrender willingly, for I shall love you dearly." The beguiling voice of Zhu Sanyang reached Qin Feng, stirring a tempest within his heart. Fortunately, the soul pearl emitted a chilling aura that surged into his mind, awakening him to the realization, this audacious woman possesses formidable skills. I nearly fell for her tricks. Zhu Sanyang was startled to see Qin Feng resist her allure. Her enchantment had ensnared even those of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet this mere martial artist had managed to break free. Intriguing indeed. Her interest in him intensified as she hastened her pace, swiftly closing the distance between them. In an instant, she leapt gracefully, landing just before him and obstructing his path. "Little rascal, when I say you cannot escape, it is not merely a suggestion," Zhu Sanyang teased, her demeanor playful yet commanding. Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle, "Why pursue me so relentlessly, my lady?" "Because I am quite fond of your physique." Zhu Sanyang responded with a mischievous smile. A youthful lad like you, so robust and vigorous, is precisely my type. If I could indulge in your essence, it would undoubtedly aid in enhancing my own cultivation. Ah, so you seek to use my essence for your own advancement. I had thought you had fallen for me. Qin Feng quipped, amusement dancing in his eyes. It is not apparent, but you certainly possess a knack for enticing women. Fear not. As long as you attend to my needs with care, I assure you that I shall not take your life. Instead, I shall cherish and adore you. I mentioned extracting your essence, yet I never indicated that it would lead to your demise, Zhu Sanyang stated with a playful demeanor. To serve you seems far less appealing than permitting you to end my life. I have no inclination to share a bed with a woman 2 decades my senior. The mere thought of it makes me feel nauseous. Qin Feng feigned a retching motion. How dare you refer to me as an old woman? Zhu Sanyang's eyes blazed with fury. If not old woman, then shall I call you grandmother? Qin Feng retorted with a generous tone. You insolent wretch. How dare you say I am old? I shall end your life. Women are most sensitive about their age, despite being in her early 30s. Zhu Sanyang was youthful and beautiful, exuding the allure of maturity coupled with the vigor of youth, attracting numerous suitors. However, to be labeled as an aged, unattractive matron or grandmother was intolerable for someone as fiery as she. Enraged, she stormed toward Qin Feng, her fury palpable. You insolent brat. I shall seize you shortly and see if you dare speak so recklessly again. With that, Zhu Sanyang struck out with a powerful palm. Yet, Qin Feng stood resolute, unyielding. How dare you look down upon me? Zhu Sanyang's anger intensified, and her strength surged as she aimed to deliver a devastating blow. Just as her palm was about to collide with him, a figure suddenly appeared before Qin Feng, unleashing a fierce punch. The impact sent Zhu Sanyang flying, though she emerged unscathed. Upon landing, as he gazed at the figure before Qin Feng, astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he exclaimed in horror, a puppet. Qin Feng chuckled heartily, responding, You possess quite the discernment. Who would have thought you wielded a puppet? No wonder you have the audacity to act so arrogantly. However, even so, today you shall still meet your demise at my hands. As her words fell, Zhu Sanyang stood resolutely beside the colossal elephant puppet. The clash between experts of the Purple Mansion realm was far beyond that of the Xianling realm. With each exchange, the void trembled, and the air exploded. Observing the spectacle, Qin Feng felt his blood surge, further igniting his desire to ascend to the Purple Mansion realm. Bang! Zhu Sanyang struck the chest of the giant elephant puppet with her palm, her delicate hand concealing immense power, sending the puppet flying right in front of Qin Feng. This woman is formidable. Qin Feng noted the deep palm imprint on the puppet's chest, his pupils constricting as he inhaled sharply. Seeing Qin Feng's shock, Zhu Sanyang reveled in her triumph, a smug smile gracing her face as she taunted, Little brat, your puppet may be impressive, but it is merely at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. I am at the 3rd level. To defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. Qin Feng, however, nearly scoffed. Is that so? If the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm is insufficient, then how about this? He produced 2 energy crystal stones in one breath and inserted them into the body of the giant elephant puppet. Instantly, the puppet's eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson light, exuding an even more formidable aura than before, sending tremors of fear coursing through Qin Feng. Boom! The giant elephant puppet has regained its combat prowess, and the energy fluctuations emanating from it are exponentially more formidable than before. How is this possible? Zhu Sanyang's countenance revealed her astonishment. She had assumed the puppet's power was limited, never anticipating that Qin Feng could enhance its strength. At this moment, the energy waves enveloping the giant elephant puppet instilled a profound sense of dread within her. It seemed the only solution was to eliminate this young man. Once he was dead, the puppet would be rendered powerless. Resolute in her decision, she fixed her gaze upon Qin Feng and pursued him. What arrogance! Qin Feng discerned her intentions with a single glance, yet she remained oblivious to the immense capabilities of the giant elephant puppet, lacking the strength to confront it. Eliminate her. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, the giant elephant puppet appeared before Zhu Sanyang like a wraith. Alarmed, Zhu Sanyang's pupils dilated as an overwhelming sense of unease surged within her. She hastily crossed her arms in defense. However, the puppet's might was unparalleled. With a single, ferocious punch directed at the point where her arms crossed, an explosive force erupted, shattering her defenses and striking her squarely in the chest. Chapter 80. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth with a sickening crunch, the overwhelming energy descended like a meteor, unstoppable, piercing through her skin and invading her body, wreaking havoc upon her internal organs and meridians. She immediately coughed up blood, propelled backward. Liu Xuangun crashed to the ground, another spurt of blood escaping her lips. Her expression one of disbelief. She never anticipated that the power of the giant elephant puppet would surge to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm after Qin Feng produced 2 energy crystals. This is untenable. I cannot linger here any longer, for that young man, emboldened by the puppet, might very well take my life. After the giant elephant puppet showcased its formidable prowess, Liu Xuangun was consumed by fear. A puppet at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm was undeniably beyond her capacity to contend with, especially since she was already injured. Her combat effectiveness had significantly diminished, rendering her vulnerable even to a 9th level adversary, let alone a powerful giant elephant puppet. She swiftly consumed a pill that would greatly enhance her speed. As the elixir took effect, a formidable force surged within her, and she dashed towards the dilapidated temple, the only sanctuary she could find. Such incredible speed. Watching Liu Xuangun vanish in the blink of an eye, already 50 paces away, Qin Feng's heart raced with astonishment. Humph. If the Blood Wolf Gang seeks to take my life today, they shall not escape my ruthless retribution. A chilling glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He could not allow the existence of the giant elephant puppet to become known to outsiders. Otherwise, he would become a target, attracting the covetous eyes of many, particularly those of his enemies, who would dispatch formidable assassins to eliminate him. Such a fate would result in perpetual unrest. Without hesitation, he produced another energy crystal and inserted it into the giant elephant puppet. In an instant, its power surged once more, ascending to the 7th level. Today, I shall ensure that you all meet your demise. Qin Feng mounted the giant elephant puppet, swiftly pursuing Liu Xuangun, who was utterly astounded. In an instant, she fled desperately. However, merely 2 breaths later, a shadow swept past her form. Suddenly, the body of Liu Xuangun separated at the waist, the upper half soaring away while the lower half continued its frantic escape. After running 10 meters, it finally collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The shadow halted, the great sword in hand pointed diagonally towards the earth, as crimson blood dripped slowly from the blade like water. Qin Feng, perched upon the colossal elephant puppet, raised his hand, seizing the upper half of Liu Xuangun's body. Her face was etched with shock and terror, evidently shaken to the core by the assault of the elephant puppet. The thought of obtaining her prize was nothing more than a fevered dream. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Following Qin Feng's command, the elephant puppet surged forward with remarkable speed, resembling a whirlwind. Xin Tao, basking in his triumph, was caught off guard by the audacious theft and, in his negligence, found the prize forcibly taken from him. Who dares to pilfer from my Blood Wolf Gang? Xin Tao, initially stunned, erupted in fury and pursued the elephant puppet with fervor. Kill those 3. Tian Wenhai ordered, leading Shaojin and a band of minions in pursuit of the elephant puppet. Die, you bastards of the wind and snow, roared the leading middle-aged man, grinning maliciously as he raised his blade, intent on slaughtering them. At that moment, a masked figure emerged. The assailant's knife abruptly halted, and he barked at the masked individual. Who goes there? However, the newcomer wasted no time in explanation. Wielding a black heavy sword ablaze with fierce flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. In swift strokes, the masked figure descended upon the scene like a wolf among sheep. And with every swing of the sword, blood was bound to spill. The battle raged for approximately 10 minutes, and the once arrogant members of the Blood Wolf Gang now lay scattered on the ground, transformed into lifeless, cold corpses. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, and electric serpents danced mercilessly in the downpour. After vanquishing them, the masked figure departed. Stay a moment. Bai Hong called out hastily. The masked figure, with a hoarse voice, replied indifferently, Speak. I am unaware of your identity, so that we may express our gratitude for your life-saving intervention in the future. Bai Hong said earnestly. The masked figure shook his head and replied, I am merely assisting my master. If you wish to express your thanks, direct it towards my master, the elder Tian Xian. After speaking, he did not linger, leaping away and vanishing from sight. Elder Tian Xian, could it be that he is the one who snatched the items from Xin Tao? The stout man, Pan Zhun, remarked. It is highly probable, Bai Hong pondered. But why am I unaware of such a figure as Elder Tian Xian in the martial world? The shorter man, Yu Shan, chuckled. Brother, why dwell on this? Ultimately, it is indeed a stroke of fortune that the Blood Dust Pearl did not fall into the hands of the Blood Wolf Gang. Not to mention that we are still alive. Chapter 81. A resounding victory. Qin Feng could hardly fathom the sheer coincidence of the events unfolding. 2 months prior, he had slain Wu Qiliu Yan in the mountains, and now, 2 months later, he encountered the very forces behind them. Especially since he had killed that woman, Liu Yan. He now found himself saving those from the wind and snow sect behind her. Such is the unpredictability of life. However, Qin Feng's decision to rescue them was not without purpose. He was currently being pursued by the Blood Wolf gang and required a formidable force to counter them. Although he was uncertain of the true nature of the Wind and Snow sect, their possession of several powerful figures at the Purple Mansion level indicated their strength was not to be underestimated. This could, to some extent, help to restrain the Blood Wolf gang's might, thereby alleviating his own burden. As for his decision to conceal his true identity and present himself as merely a disciple of a master, it was naturally intended to distance himself from the events of the day. He refrained from taking the storage belts from those individuals in front of Bai Hong and his companions, fearing the revelation of his new identity. It is worth noting that he had just claimed before them to be a disciple of a master. A disciple who covets the storage belts of mere minions would likely be perceived as a destitute individual, and his master might not enjoy a significantly better reputation. Thus, indulging in the storage belts of those individuals would only raise suspicion. Qin Feng aimed to craft an image of a mysterious master and his disciple, dissociating himself from the deaths of Shun Tao and the others, which necessitated such careful conduct. Nevertheless, despite the seemingly modest nature of his gains, amounting to a fortune of 1,000,000 taels, he was acutely aware that this wealth would only sustain his current status in the Xianling realm for a limited time, and perhaps even fall short. Therefore, he needed to accumulate wealth as much as possible. Once he had organized his affairs, Qin Feng proceeded to the location of the giant elephant puppet. At that moment, the giant elephant puppet was already following his instructions to attack the members of the Blood Wolf gang. In the present day, the might of the giant elephant puppet has ascended to the 7th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, showcasing an extraordinary prowess. Despite the overwhelming numbers of adversaries, the giant elephant puppet effortlessly crushed them. Amidst the chaos, some fell victim to the oppressive force of its formidable greatsword. When Qin Feng arrived, he beheld a multitude of cold corpses strewn around the giant elephant puppet, including that of Tian Wenhai and the minions of the Blood Wolf gang. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba and Shun Tao were both grievously injured, struggling to endure under the relentless assault of the giant elephant puppet. With a resounding thud, the giant elephant puppet delivered a crushing blow to Shun Tao's chest, unleashing a tempestuous force that sent Xiao Ba reeling, blood spewing forth as he crashed to the ground, his heart ceasing instantly. However, the giant elephant puppet showed no signs of mercy, having dispatched Xiao Ba. It fixed its gaze upon Shun Tao and charged towards him with ferocity. Confronted by the frigid, merciless gaze of the puppet, an overwhelming dread seized Shun Tao, dispelling any remnants of the bravado he had previously displayed in the dilapidated temple. Gritting his teeth, he bit his tongue, releasing a trickle of vital blood. With resolute determination, he formed intricate hand seals and began to chant. In a short span, a layer of white energy enveloped him, his robes billowing as his white hair danced wildly in the wind. At that moment, the giant elephant puppet closed in, its great sword poised to strike. Yet, as the blade was about to make contact, Shun Tao inexplicably vanished, as if swallowed by the very air itself. What? Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Shun Tao possessed such a miraculous means of escape. Cursed be it, he has managed to flee. The expression on Qin Feng's face was one of deep contemplation. With Shun Tao's escape, the existence of the great elephant puppet could no longer be concealed. It appeared that the great elephant puppet could no longer be employed with such ease. Qin Feng took a deep breath, dispelling the heaviness in his heart, and commanded the great elephant puppet to gather the storage belts from the deceased. Allowing his horse to roam freely, Qin Feng ventured into the mountains. Walking along a familiar path, as he gazed upon the surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He recalled his first foray into this forest, when he possessed merely the cultivation of the first tier of the Xianling realm. Yet, 2 months later, he had ascended to the 7th tier. The contrast was staggering, leaving even him with a sense of surrealism. Finding a serene spot with pure spiritual energy, he settled down. By now, darkness had fallen, and with a sudden burst, Qin Feng emerged from the water, bare-chested and clad in short trousers, each hand gripping a hefty carp. Today, he would indulge in fish. Laughing heartily, he began to prepare the 2 carps, stuffing their bellies with spices before placing them over the flames to roast. As the fish cooked, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Qin Feng devoured the meal voraciously, quickly finishing every morsel. It was truly a moment of bliss. Reclining against a massive stone, he basked in the enjoyment, gazing up at the star-studded sky, his heart brimming with confidence for the future. Let us see what treasures lie within their storage belts. With a mischievous grin, Qin Feng retrieved the storage belts he had seized from the Blood Wolf gang from his spatial ring. He immediately examined Bai Hong's storage belt. Within the dilapidated temple, he had clearly discerned that the two factions were embroiled in a fierce conflict over the so-called Blood Dust Pearl, resulting in mutual slaughter. This Blood Dust Pearl was indeed in Bai Hong's possession, and it piqued his interest immensely. He was eager to uncover the nature of this object that could incite such bloodshed and loss of life. Upon opening the storage belt, he discovered a plethora of valuable items, including more than 10 silver notes, amounting to a fortune of 1 million silver coins. The remainder consisted of elixirs, weapons, martial arts scrolls, and various other treasures. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression shifted as he reached into the storage belt and retrieved a blood-red crystal orb, roughly the size of a fist. The orb emanated a crimson glow, and upon a mere glance, Qin Feng felt an unsettling surge within him. An urge for bloodshed and violence taking root in his mind. He quickly focused his energy to regain his composure, forcibly suppressing the negative emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. The Blood Dust Pearl emitted a low, ominous hum, pulsating with concentric waves resembling rippling water. This sanguine glow harbored an intensely malevolent aura. Even a fleeting glimpse could lead one to undergo a profound transformation, stirring feelings of agitation and a thirst for bloodshed. What could this Blood Dust Pearl be that it possesses such formidable power? Merely a glance was sufficient to evoke within me an overwhelming force of dark temptation. The Blood Dust Pearl suddenly began to tremble violently. At that moment, Qin Feng was lost in thought, unable to pay attention, and inadvertently allowed it to float away from his grasp. Startled, Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon it, refraining from taking action, eager to discern its intentions. Under his watchful eyes, the Blood Dust Pearl ultimately hovered above the nearby stream, where it seemed to attract a beam of moonlight that enveloped it. As the moonlight cascaded onto the Blood Dust Pearl, it appeared to penetrate through, casting a scarlet beam onto the water's surface. Qin Feng shifted his focus to the water, and to his astonishment, he discerned a line of text emerging from the surface, each character exuding a formidable aura that sent chills through his being. October 15th. Blood stains the heavens, the winds and clouds shift, the universe trembles, the blood demon cavern emerges into the world. After approximately half a minute, the blood-red text vanished, and the Blood Dust Pearl dimmed, devoid of any energy fluctuations, subsequently plunging into the water. October 15th. The blood demon cavern shall appear. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. From the ominous words, it was clear that the blood demon cavern would manifest on October 15th. Yet, he had never heard of such a place. The two factions had fought fiercely over the Blood Dust Pearl, indicating that the blood demon cavern harbored unimaginable treasures. As Qin Feng pondered this, a triumphant smile crept across his face, but alas, he had stumbled upon this opportunity. If they were to discover this, they would surely be driven to the brink of madness. The mere thought of the vexed expressions of the Blood Wolf gang filled Qin Feng with immense satisfaction. With a swift leap, he plunged into the water, retrieving the Blood Dust Pearl that had fallen in. With a splash, Qin Feng emerged from the water, his gaze fixed upon the Blood Dust Pearl. However, in the next instant, astonishment washed over him. For the Blood Dust Pearl he had extracted from the water had transformed into a mere stone. Qin Feng yearned to enhance his strength to combat the Blood Wolf gang, by whose city, and individuals like Wang Zhong and Ming ran within the academy. Now that he had discovered the Blood Demon Stone Cave, he was determined to pursue this opportunity. Fortunately, it was late June, with nearly 4 months remaining until October 15th. Time was still on his side. Casting aside distractions, Qin Feng immersed himself in cultivating the heavenly prison fire technique within the cave. The summer rains persisted, and by nightfall, the heavens opened once more. Yet, while Qin Feng was engrossed in his training, he suddenly sensed a surge of pure, dense energy emanating from the Soul Pearl. This force surged through the meridians, rushing towards Qin Feng's sea of qi like a tidal wave. Although he was unaware of the source of this formidable energy from the Soul Pearl, he was resolute in his determination to harness it, for he understood that by refining this energy, he could undoubtedly break through to the 8th heaven of the profound spirit realm, exponentially increasing his combat prowess. As time progressed, The infernal qi within Qin Feng grew increasingly robust, ultimately expanding the volume of his sea of qi to more than 10 times its original size. With a crack, akin to the sound of an egg shattering, a powerful aura erupted within him, surpassing its limits and ascending once more, filling the cave with an overwhelming presence. At this moment, Qin Feng had fully entered the 8th layer of the mysterious spirit realm, experiencing a tremendous enhancement in his strength. However, while he was consolidating his realm, an unexpected development arose within him. As Qin Feng turned his inner gaze inward, the soul pearl emitted a scarlet liquid of formidable toxicity. Upon careful examination, he discerned that this venom was identical to the poison he had suffered from after being bitten by the golden thread python. Could it be that this force originated from within the python itself? Before Qin Feng could ponder further, the toxic liquid began to assail his vital organs. Although his internal organs had been fortified through the cultivation of the Great Sun Body refinement technique, they were still ill-equipped to withstand the venom of the golden thread python. He hastily began to channel his energy in an attempt to expel the poison from his body. However, the soul pearl buzzed ominously, seemingly cautioning him against interference. Should I refrain from intervention? Qin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Despite his apprehension regarding the poison's potential harm to his innards, he chose to trust the soul pearl and refrained from obstructing its influence. Instead, he heightened his vigilance, ready to expel the toxin at the first sign of distress. Under his intense concentration, he observed as the venom coursed through his body, infiltrating every tissue. Anxiety gripped him further. Suddenly, he was beset by excruciating pain throughout his body, and in the blink of an eye, his internal organs turned a sickly brownish green, as if they were being mercilessly sliced. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to immediately channel his energy to expel the toxin. However, at that moment, the undying profound art inexplicably began to operate on its own. Yet, the venom was not eradicated by the circulation of this divine skill. Instead, under its control, it gave rise to a peculiar energy that exacerbated Qin Feng's suffering. Damn it! Qin Feng attempted to wield the undying profound art forcefully, only to discover it was utterly futile, which filled him with a profound sense of urgency. With no solutions at hand, he could only endure the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Chapter 83. From Adversity to Prosperity, the Agony. The torment was heart-wrenching. Qin Feng felt as though he were ensconced in a furnace, suffused with unbearable heat. Amidst the excruciating pain, his flesh began to rupture, and dark crimson blood flowed from the wounds, emitting a nauseating stench. What do you intend to achieve? Qin Feng cried within himself. Yet, the soul pearl remained indifferent, continuing to infuse his body with this novel energy composed of venom and profound energy, leaving no cell untouched. The poisonous flames intensified. Even with Qin Feng's indomitable spirit, he could no longer withstand the corrosive fire, howling towards the heavens with a ghastly expression. Blood vessels surfaced in his eyes, rendering him a sight of terror. His body continued to decay, pain incessantly stimulating his nerves. Ultimately, Qin Feng, unable to bear the relentless torment, became disoriented, his mind clouded and dizzy, yearning for unconsciousness. However, fearing that he might slip into an eternal slumber and unwilling to concede to defeat, he bit down on his own tongue, seeking to rouse himself from the encroaching darkness. I, Qin Feng, shall never succumb to defeat. His eyes burned a crimson hue, reminiscent of a frenzied beast, yet within his soul, he roared like a wolf unwilling to be manipulated by fate. Time stretched on relentlessly for a full 2 hours, with the heavens unleashing torrents of rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Throughout this duration, Qin Feng adapted to the agony, though he was utterly drained, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness multiple times. In critical moments, he persevered by virtue of his indomitable spirit and through the repeated act of biting his own tongue, astonishingly enduring against the odds. At this juncture, Qin Feng resembled a decaying corpse, his body marred by wounds, flesh, and skin in a grotesque state, with dark, congealed blood clinging to the putrid flesh, further sullied by layers of filth. An unbearable stench permeated the air. Boom. Yet, in the next instant, the soul pearl stirred once more, and a golden radiance began to spread within Qin Feng's being. Wherever this golden light traversed, the suffering emanating from his skin and internal organs dissipated entirely. Miraculously, the festering wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, emerging even more resilient than before. Could it be? It returns. Qin Feng felt tears welling in his eyes. However, The situation was not as he had anticipated. After fully unleashing that surge of energy, the soul pearl fell into a dormant state, seemingly at rest. The toxic blood coursed through his veins, demanding his attention. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck him. He realized that the soul pearl was imparting knowledge. The venomous blood of the golden line python was exceedingly potent and could refine his flesh. After comprehending this connection, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within his heart. He proceeded to employ the same method as before with the soul destiny pearl, utilizing the undying profound art to manipulate the fierce infernal qi in order to blend it with the venomous blood. However, he found himself unable to replicate the novel energy produced by the soul destiny pearl. Consequently, the toxic blood came into direct contact with his own blood. Yet, having undergone refinement through the soul destiny pearl, his body had significantly fortified itself. Thus, the venomous blood could no longer wreak havoc upon his internal organs. Instead, it continuously refined him, and the agony he experienced was no less intense than before. Nonetheless, Qin Feng's mindset had transformed drastically, for the fear of death had dissipated, allowing him to feel a sense of ease and tranquility. Moreover, the sharper the pain he endured, the more elated he felt, for he understood that greater discomfort was indicative of a more pronounced refining effect. He was indeed growing stronger, and this realization filled him with joy. Before long, Qin Feng observed that while the toxic blood was refining his physique, it produced a faint dark brown aura that accumulated within his abdomen. As time elapsed, the second day dawned. The sky was clear, the sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Within the cave, Qin Feng had completed his refinement. However, he was utterly exhausted from the torment he had endured and could not resist the urge to succumb to sleep, neglecting even the aura within him, though he was aware that it posed no threat. At that moment, a pair of youthful figures, a young man and woman, frolicked and chased each other into the cave. The young man, clad in white, summoned his profound energy and swiftly caught up to the charming girl ahead of him, playfully grasping her slender waist. "Do not abscond, young maiden," the youth leered lasciviously as he subdued her upon the verdant turf, forcibly pressing a kiss upon her lips. A delicate moan escaped the maiden's lips, a sound of exquisite pleasure. Just as the youth began to lift her skirt, the maiden swiftly pushed him away. "What is the meaning of this, Qianna?" the youth questioned, displeased. "Pray, desist, brother Liu," the maiden responded, her voice a melodious plea. "We are in the vicinity of others. Should we be observed by my classmates, it would be most unseemly." With a sinuous movement, she nestled into the youth's embrace, her laughter a bewitching and delicate sound. "Groundless worries," the youth scoffed. "Who would be present here? Cease your jesting, and let us continue." He resumed his advances, a mere beast, consumed by carnal desires. Wu Qian inwardly scorned. However, mindful of her dependence upon him, she offered no resistance. As the youth reveled in his pleasure, the maiden's gaze inadvertently fell upon a grotto. Feigning delight, she exclaimed, "Brother Liu, behold, there lies a cavern. Let us venture there." The maiden gently pushed him away, halting his advances, her eyes beseeching. The youth, greatly displeased, grumbled, "Women are such encumbrances. Where lies this cavern?" "There," Wu Qian gestured, adjusting her garments, indicating a grotto to the south. "Indeed, there is one. Very well. Let us hasten there." The youth hastily donned his trousers and, with an impatient grip upon the maiden's hand, hurried towards the grotto. "Brother Liu, you must assist me in slaying the ferocious tiger. Fear not, for I shall not renege upon my promise. Should you continue to serve me well, I may even bestow upon you 2 exquisite tiger soul pills of the 2nd grade. What say you to that?" "Tiger soul pills?" Wu Qian's eyes sparkled as she planted a kiss on the young man's cheek, her gaze shimmering with mischief. With a playful smile, she declared, "I will ensure you are utterly comfortable." Chapter 84. The Invincible Divine Fart. The young man embraced the girl and approached the cave. As soon as they entered, he eagerly pressed her against the cave wall, his hands exploring with relentless fervor. "Little girl, let's see how you escape this time," he leered, shedding his outer garment and baring his torso as he continued to indulge in their intimate moments. Despite the tempestuous advances directed at her, the girl, seasoned in such encounters, found herself momentarily dazed, her breaths becoming shallow. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to a shadowy figure, jolting her back to reality as she let out a startled scream. "What's wrong?" The young man, poised to deepen their engagement, was taken aback by her outcry. The girl hastily covered herself, her eyes wide with fear as she pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There is someone over there. Lu Ge, could he be dead?" Wu Qian pondered anxiously. No sooner had she spoken than the slumbering youth in the distance yawned widely, startling both of them and sending their hearts racing with alarm. Yet, they soon realized he remained in a deep slumber, the sound of his snores rumbling like thunder. Shall we kill him? Wu Qian gasped in shock. The young man approached with a cold smirk, contemplating. Who would have thought that fate would be so generous, presenting me with such a splendid opportunity? This little wretch dared to covet my woman. Today, I shall end his life. His countenance was grotesque, and his gaze was filled with malevolence. As he lunged forward with a long sword aimed at Qin Feng, the blade drew perilously close to Qin Feng's throat, mere inches away. In that fleeting moment, an abrupt sound, akin to a flatulent noise, reverberated through the air, followed by an eruption of formidable energy. The young man's eyes widened in shock. Yet the merciless force propelled him backward with great violence, eliciting a chilling cry as he was flung outside the cave. Wu Qian watched in horror as Qin Feng was engulfed by an unbearable stench that invaded her nostrils, compelling her to flee in revulsion. At that moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes and stretched languorously. What a refreshing nap, he remarked with a contented smile. Lu Gu, what has happened to you? A voice filled with urgency pierced through the air. Startled by the unexpected presence, Qin Feng felt a rush of relief for having awakened in time. Had he been caught off guard, it would have spelled disaster. He was taken aback to find Lu Qian in such a dire state, evidently gravely injured. Lu Qian was frothing at the mouth, his hair in disarray, his face smeared with darkness, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite his condition, he remained conscious, his eyes wide with fury, as if he wished to devour Qin Feng. Simultaneously, a torrent of profanity surged through his mind. This is all you're doing. If it weren't for your flatulence, I wouldn't be in this state. Indeed, it seemed that the wicked often reaped the consequences of their misdeeds, destined to face the wrath of fate. With a scoff, Qin Feng dismissed the notion that he had been struck by lightning during yesterday's storm. Hearing this, Lu Qian's anger boiled over, and he spat more foam from his mouth, his vision fading to black as he fainted. In the fleeting moment before his unconsciousness, Lu Qian lamented, "Damn it, I wasn't struck by lightning. It was your foul gas that did me in. Your flatulence is 10 times more potent than explosives." This was intolerable. How utterly tiresome. Qin Feng curled his lip in disdain, shifting his gaze to Wu Qian. Under his scrutiny, Wu Qian recalled how a single release from Qin Feng had rendered Lu Qian unconscious, and she immediately perceived him as an unparalleled force, invincible and terrifying. Trembling with fear, she hastily bowed and pleaded, "My lord, I have never wronged you. I beg you spare me." Qin Feng replied coolly, "This man is a scoundrel. Keep your distance from him." "Yes." Wu Qian scrambled away, abandoning Lu Qian without a second thought. How pitiful. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and departed from the scene. Before long, he felt a sticky sensation on his skin, which was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to seek out a small river. Stripping off his clothes, he leaped into the water. However, as he began to wash himself, the water gradually turned a murky black. Soon, he noticed large fish floating to the surface, all belly up, gasping for air in a pitiful state. What has happened here? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The fish gazed at him with pitiable eyes, as if to say, "Brother, we, the fish folk, have wronged you not. Why then do you bring calamity upon us?" Thud, thud. A colossal crimson mammoth foraged amidst the woods. As it approached the riverbank, a peculiar stench wafted through the air. Upon inhaling it, the creature felt as though it were hanging by a noose, its throat constricted in agonizing pain. Ultimately, its head spun, its strength waned, and it collapsed upon the ground, frothing at the mouth. At that moment, the beast seethed internally. Who in the world is so wicked as to release such a foul odor? I can bear it no longer. After bathing for over 20 minutes, the river's surface was teeming with fish. Alas, I am no fisherman. Otherwise, I would surely reap a bountiful harvest. Qin Feng chuckled softly, donned his attire, and prepared to depart. As he parted the underbrush, his eyes widened in astonishment. What has happened here? Why are they all lying down? Are they poisoned? Before him lay a vast expanse of various demon beasts, all sprawled upon the ground, frothing at the mouth. Who on earth could be so cruel? Qin Feng seethed with righteous indignation. Chapter 85, Reunion with an Old Friend. Within a 10-meter radius, the demon beasts lay prostrate, enraged. Qin Feng cursed vehemently and proceeded to examine the fallen creatures, discovering that they had indeed been poisoned. However, the toxicity was not particularly potent and would dissipate on its own. A smile crept upon his face. At least that scoundrel possessed a modicum of conscience. For the poison was not too lethal. Seeing you all in such distress, I shall show you mercy today. Qin Feng then departed from the scene and descended the mountain. However, after taking but a few steps, he suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from his right side. He hurried over, parting the grass. And upon seeing the figure before him, one of them was Xiao Mengyao, he was taken aback. They were injured. Observing their pale faces and somewhat disheveled attire, Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. He then moved closer. Who goes there? The two, alerted by the sound, narrowed their eyes sharply, becoming vigilant. It's me. Qin Feng smiled as he approached. Qin Feng. Xiao Mengyao exclaimed in surprise. Qin Feng nodded, saying, I didn't expect to encounter you here. What brings you here? Have you completed your task? Xiao Mengyao inquired. Yes, the heavy rain yesterday compelled me to seek shelter here for the night. So soon? Xiao Mengyao was astonished. But considering Qin Feng's formidable companion, the giant elephant puppet, it was indeed reasonable for him to finish his task swiftly. Hey, I must say, little girl, you are quite the beauty-focused friend. Here I am, a living person, and you don't even introduce me. A striking young lady in a pink outfit, her hair elegantly arranged. Teased from the side. Xiao Mingyao's cheeks flushed as she shot her a glare, retorting, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. The girl in pink, unfazed, turned to Qin Feng with an ambiguous smile, saying, I am Xia Yunji, a good friend of hers. I never imagined the lifesaver she often speaks of would be you. I hear she even stayed with you for a night, quite impressive. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Mingyao's face turned crimson. Qin Feng did not expect Xia Yunji to be so vivacious and enthusiastic, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. He chuckled dryly. By the way, how did you end up here? Are you on a mission? Indeed, but unfortunately, we have encountered a significant dilemma, Xiao Mingyao sighed. What kind of trouble? Yao Yao and I have jointly undertaken a task to slay a 5th-level Earth Gang bear. The night before, we were surveying the terrain and gathering information in preparation for our assault the following day. However, to our misfortune, when we were ready to strike, the bear had unexpectedly reached the 6th tier. As you know, such a beast is equivalent to a Purple Mansion realm expert. With both of us merely at the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm, how could we possibly contend with it? Thus, we find ourselves in this predicament. That is indeed unfortunate. Who could disagree? To complete our mission, I was just about to seek assistance, Xia Yunji said, feeling quite helpless. That's no longer necessary. Xiao Mingyao replied with a charming smile. Our savior has already arrived. Savior? Xia Yunji exclaimed, glancing around in confusion, yet seeing no one. Eventually, her gaze settled on Qin Feng. You don't mean him, do you? Indeed, Xiao Mingyao asserted with great confidence. With him here, we are certain to defeat the Earth Gang bear. Have you lost your mind? He is merely at the 8th level of the mystic spirit realm. That Earth Gang bear is a formidable opponent on par with a Purple Mansion expert. Even if we found someone at the peak of the 9th level, success is not guaranteed. What could he possibly contribute? Xia Yunji questioned incredulously, her expression one of disbelief. Qin Feng rubbed his nose, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. I can certainly do it. If you doubt me, you are welcome to come and see for yourself, Xiao Mingyao asserted confidently. Witnessing her unwavering confidence, Xia Yunji felt a twinge of apprehension, scrutinizing Qin Feng from head to toe, wishing she could see through him entirely. He hardly seems like a master to me. Xia Yunji expressed her skepticism. Nevertheless, her curiosity about the remarkable individual her friend was so concerned about compelled her to agree, as she nodded. Very well. Let us put it to the test. However, I must make it clear that if you are mistaken, you shall owe me half of this month's payment. That is acceptable, but should you lose, the same applies to you. Agreed. The two women reached a consensus. What is this nonsense? Shouldn't you at least ask for my consent? Qin Feng thought to himself with a wry smile. However, recognizing their predicament, he knew he could not remain a passive observer. The trio then set off. Just then, a cold, mocking voice interrupted. Thinking of leaving? Today, it seems you shall not escape. Who goes there? The three immediately became vigilant, turning towards the dense thicket. They soon spotted two figures approaching side by side. Yang Hong, Yi Hong. The trio was taken aback. Qin Feng's heart sneered. What an inconvenient encounter. Two esteemed seniors. May I inquire what brings you here? Xia Yunji inquired politely. Both men were formidable figures at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, not to be trifled with. We're here for them. This matter does not concern you, so kindly step aside, Yi Hong replied brusquely. What? Xia Yunji was taken aback. observing the two individuals before her, utterly perplexed as to why they would provoke such formidable opponents. "You two, step aside," Qin Feng said calmly. "Have you lost your mind? They are at the perfected realm. How could they possibly be your match?" Xia Yunji exclaimed anxiously, questioning the sanity of her companion. Yang Hong sneered, attempting to play the hero in front of a woman? "You should assess your own worth. Qin Feng, Xiao Mingyao, if you hand over the Tianxiang fruit, our grievances will be settled here and now. Otherwise, I assure you, today will end in misery for you both," Yi Hong stated coldly. "We consumed the Tianxiang fruit long ago. Perhaps you might find remnants in the latrine if you search diligently," Qin Feng replied with a hint of amusement. "You insolent brat, you seek death," Yang Hong bellowed, charging towards Qin Feng. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch. The ferocity of the strike bore down upon Qin Feng, yet his expression remained unperturbed. "Celestial prison fire barrier," Qin Feng silently chanted in his mind, and in an instant, a purplish-red aura enveloped his body, akin to a blazing inferno. Bang! Yang Hong's fist collided with the barrier, and at the point of contact, the aura indented under the force but did not yield. How could this be? Yang Hong gasped in astonishment. He felt as though his fist had struck a cotton cloud, devoid of any resistance. A disdainful smile curled upon Qin Feng's lips. As the undying mystic art surged within him, the fierce and tyrannical flames of the inferno mystic energy transformed into an unstoppable force, bursting forth to clash with his adversary. Chapter 86. Defeat. The force surged forth like a ferocious tiger, charging towards Yang Hong. Startled, he hastily channeled his inner energy, fortifying his chest muscles in a bid to withstand the onslaught. However, the intensity of that energy surpassed his expectations. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying. What? The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to fathom that Qin Feng, merely at the 8th layer of heaven, could so easily repel Yang Hong. As Yang Hong descended, he instinctively placed his right palm against the ground, channeling hidden power, and performed a somersault, landing deftly and retreating several paces. With such meager strength, he dares to trouble me? Qin Feng scoffed. Infuriated, Yang Hong clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. "You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. That was merely my oversight. You shall find no more fortune ahead." As his words fell, a torrent of energy erupted forth, unleashing a formidable aura. With a single stride, his figure moved like lightning, swiftly appearing before Qin Feng. His palm, sharp as a blade, radiated a chilling brilliance. With a fierce thrust, Yang Hong's palm bore down upon Qin Feng, who retaliated with a strike of his own. The withered wood palm technique. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a tremendous force. Yang Hong felt an overwhelming and tyrannical power crashing into him, causing a sharp pain in his chest as he staggered backward, retreating a full 7 or 8 meters. Xiao Mingyao marveled in astonishment. This wretched Liu Qian claimed Qin Feng was only at the 6th layer of heaven. How could he be at the 8th layer? And with such formidable combat prowess? Yi Hong felt a profound sense of trepidation. The combat prowess displayed by Qin Feng was exceedingly formidable, rivaling their own strength. It appeared that the intelligence provided by Liu Qian was utterly misleading. In truth, it was not that Liu Qian's information was inaccurate, but rather that circumstances had shifted dramatically. Qin Feng's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. Yang Hong steadied his stance, gazing at Qin Feng. The disdain that once lingered in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a weighty apprehension. After their recent skirmish, he comprehended that they had encountered a formidable adversary. Once more, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Following the refinement of his body through the venom of serpents, he discovered an immense surge in strength, which simultaneously conferred substantial enhancements across various facets of his being. His heart raced with exhilaration, eager to adapt to this transformed physique through combat with his opponent, and to subsequently apply it judiciously. "How dare you look down on me?" Yang Hong's eyes widened in fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. He thrust his palm forward, and instantly, a silver-white spear materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion of his arm, the spear quivered, resonating with a humming sound as it hurtled towards Qin Feng with alarming speed. Qin Feng unsheathed his broadsword, its obsidian blade ablaze with fiery, hellish energy, radiating astonishing waves of heat. Lightning flash, a streak of electric brilliance erupted, causing those present to momentarily squint. The sharp tip of the spear approached Qin Feng with an inconceivable velocity. Die. Yang Hong's face contorted in a maniacal grin. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, steadfast in his resolve. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the air, and the once triumphant and arrogant smile of Yang Hong gradually froze into an expression of disbelief. He gazed at Qin Feng with a face of sheer terror, stammering, You actually can. How is this possible? This guy has actually withstood Yang Hong's lightning flash strike. Yi Hong was deeply moved, a tumultuous wave rising within him. He had personally experienced the ferocity of Yang Hong's lightning flash strike. It was indeed as swift as lightning and exceedingly domineering. He had suffered under its might. Yet Qin Feng had managed to block it. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, but to Yang Hong, this smile appeared somewhat chilling. Unable to endure, Yang Hong let out a furious roar, swinging his spear to the left along the blade's edge. Qin Feng released his right hand, allowing the heavy sword to fall, and the spear brushed past his right hand closely. However, in the next heartbeat, Qin Feng seized the hilt of the fallen sword with his left hand and slashed it with lightning speed. Yang Hong screamed in agony, his feet retreating rapidly. His left hand pressed tightly against his abdomen, crimson blood seeping through his fingers, filling the air with a metallic scent. He stared in horror at his wound, momentarily speechless. Qin Feng held the heavy sword at an angle towards the ground, the scarlet blood pooling at its tip, then dripping down like raindrops. At that moment, the world fell into a profound silence, with the sound of dripping blood resonating in the hearts of those present. They watched in astonishment, their hearts tumultuous. Since the opponent had chosen to retreat in the face of adversity, there was no need for him to pursue a complete annihilation. After all, the Academy prohibited the killing of fellow students, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not take such a step. The departure of Yi Hong and Yang Hong awakened them. At this moment, as Xia Yunji gazed upon the sword-wielding youth, her eyes reflected a distinct transformation, infused with respect, admiration, and a hint of relief. I truly did not anticipate your prowess. Even Yi Hong and Yang Hong are no match for you. I must admit, I misjudged you. Xia Yunji exclaimed in astonishment, clicking her tongue. Now do you believe me when I say he is our savior? Xiao Mingyao said with a triumphant smile. I believe. Look at you gloating. I have come to recognize your charming young suitor's talents. It seems I was indeed blind, Xia Yunji scoffed. All right, but do not forget your promise. If you lose, you owe me half of the monthly payment, Xiao Mingyao said, a hint of schadenfreude lacing her tone. No need for reminders. I remember it vividly, Xia Yunji retorted, though internally, she winced at the thought of her half-month's payment. Qin Feng interjected swiftly, it's getting late. We should set out to confront the Earth Gang's bear. Indeed. Xia Yunji's eyes sparkled with excitement. With you by our side, we shall surely be able to handle that Earth Gang's bear. Engaging others to accomplish tasks often entails navigating social obligations or incurring substantial costs. A situation most would prefer to avoid unless absolutely necessary. However, with the assistance of Qin Feng, this extraordinary expert at no cost, they found themselves liberated from such burdens. They could not help but feel fortunate. Chapter 87. The Earth Gang's bear within the dense forest. Two figures arrived at this location. Damn it. I never expected Qin Feng's strength to be so formidable, Yi Hong lamented. Initially, they sought to trouble Qin Feng, yet unexpectedly found themselves in a predicament, fleeing in disgrace. Their humiliation was palpable. It seems this individual's cultivation has approached the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm, surpassing what we can contend with. Indeed. However, Senior Jean is known for his avarice. Enlisting his assistance may require a substantial sacrifice, Yi Hong remarked, furrowing his brow. Look at your miserly demeanor. Rest assured, the expenses incurred in dealing with this individual will be split 70-30 between us, Yang Hong scoffed derisively. Very well. Yi Hong chuckled awkwardly. I am confident that this time, that brat shall meet a dismal fate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, accompanied by Qiao Mingyao and Xia Yunji, set out to slay the 6th-tier Earth-level beast, the Earth Force Bear. Their journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrances. However, due to injuries sustained by Qiao Mingyao and Xia Yunji, they decided to recuperate before engaging in battle. At this moment, they resided in the cave where they had stayed the previous day, channeling their energy to heal, while Qin Feng ventured to inspect the Earth Force Bear. Following the route they had described, Qin Feng soon arrived at the vast cave. I wonder if I can contend with those at the Purple Mansion realm now, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He was now capable of slaying any martial artist at the Mystic Spirit realm. Yet his ability to confront those in the Purple Mansion realm remained uncertain, as he had yet to engage in combat with such practitioners. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to test his mettle against this beast. He entered the cave, and before long, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Following this, Qin Feng dashed out from within, pursued by a ferocious earth-violent bear. The earth-violent bear, resembling a bear in form, had its fur bristling, adorned with interwoven red and black stripes. Its crimson eyes glowed with fury, and it exhaled copious amounts of hot mist from its mouth and nostrils. With a mighty roar, the earth-violent bear unleashed a surge of crimson demonic energy. Once a demon beast reaches the 6th level of the profound stage, it possesses a form of demonic power akin to the martial artist's profound energy, marking a significant leap in strength. The pressure generated by the surging demonic energy enveloped Qin Feng. The massive paw of the bear descended upon him, casting a shadow against the sunlight that resembled a monstrous maw, slowly closing in to engulf him. Qin Feng swiftly leaped to evade the strike. When the bear's paw struck the ground, the earth cracked for 10 feet around, soil flying and dust swirling in the aftermath. Indeed, the Purple Mansion realm is far superior to the profound spirit realm. Unlike humans, demon beasts lack the same level of intelligence. Humans possess remarkable wisdom and a multitude of skills. Unless a demon beast has awakened its intellect and reached maturity, in a battle of equal realms, humans generally hold the upper hand. Clearly, the earth-violent bear before him had not awakened its intellect, yet even so, its power was beyond that of the profound spirit realm. One can only imagine how formidable the strength of a martial artist in the Purple Mansion realm truly is. As Qin Feng's feet struck the ground, he surged forth, revealing that the spot where he had landed was now sunken several inches, with cracks radiating outward in all directions. In Qin Feng's hand, a colossal sword materialized, infused with the essence of the blazing abyssal energy. In an instant, the sword was tempered as if forged in flames, radiating an astonishing degree of heat and energy fluctuations. With a swift motion, as he soared into the sky above the earth bear, Qin Feng unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling his strength into a singular point, and swung the sword downwards. The impact was monumental, akin to the torrents of the Milky Way cascading upon the beast. The earth bear emitted a mournful howl, for upon the strike of Qin Feng's blade, its once impenetrable skull cracked open, revealing a gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter. The fiery abyssal energy within the sword seared into its head, unleashing a surge of excruciating pain that only fueled its rage. Its eyes, now a deeper crimson, glowed ominously, and the steam emanating from its nostrils thickened with fury. With a sudden movement, its massive paw was raised, aimed menacingly at Qin Feng. He deftly evaded the blow, but as he withdrew the heavy sword, a fountain of warm blood erupted forth. The earth bear clutched its wounded head, its demonic power swirling as the fissure was enveloped in a crimson aura. Its bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Qin Feng, who stood resolute. The beast raised its forepaw into a fist, pounding against its chest in a rhythmic display of aggression, culminating in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it, before launching itself at Qin Feng. In response, Qin Feng chose to evade, deftly maneuvering to dodge the earth bear's relentless assaults. The ground lay in ruins, pockmarked with deep craters, as turbulent waves of energy surged through the air amidst the swirling dust. The earth bear, with its coarse hide and robust flesh, possesses immense strength yet lacks speed. Its most vulnerable point lies 3 inches below the throat. Boom! The fierce inferno essence surged through the meridians like a torrential river, ultimately manifesting as a purplish-red aura enveloping Qin Feng's body. The heavenly prison fire aura. Grasping the hilt of his sword firmly, he raised it high. Bang! His fist descended like a meteor crashing to the earth, striking the sword's blade with tremendous force, causing Qin Feng to feel an overwhelming impact. The ground beneath him cracked and rapidly sank, forming a pit over a meter deep, his feet firmly embedded within it. Qin Feng felt his internal energy roiling, his organs trembling with excruciating pain, evidently suffering from internal injuries. Roar! The earth bear let out another furious roar, retracting its fist and gathering an even more formidable attack, which it then brought down with great force. As he gazed upon the massive fist descending like a mountain, Qin Feng's expression darkened, yet his eyes shimmered with a terrifying glint. Chapter 88. An unexpected visitor. A dark shadow gradually enveloped Qin Feng, and just as he was about to be crushed into a pulp by the colossal fist, at the critical moment, the inferno essence surged into his feet, unleashing a remarkable burst of speed, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike. Thud! The fist struck the ground, instantly tripling the size of the pit where Qin Feng had been, clouds of dust swirling in the air. Once he regained his footing, he shot forward like a released arrow, charging towards his opponent. Roar! As the earthroot bear witnessed Qin approaching, it was immediately engulfed in a fit of fury, striking its chest vehemently before launching another powerful punch. Qin swiftly evaded and leaped into the air, landing precisely atop the bear's fist as it crashed to the ground. In an instant, he propelled himself along its arm, and within the blink of an eye, he ascended to its shoulder. With a calculated leap, he aimed for the most vulnerable spot, 3 inches below its throat, where the flesh was thinnest. The heavy sword in his grasp surged with a robust and profound energy, which he then hurled with great force. With a resounding thud, the moment his foot paused, the bear's vitality was irrevocably severed, and its body fell backward onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Upon witnessing the demise of the earthroot bear, Qin exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile illuminating his pale, sweat-laden face. He understood that the bear's formidable physique, even at its weakest point, was akin to impenetrable armor, rendering the task of piercing through it a monumental challenge that required his utmost effort. The lethal blow he had just delivered was a culmination of his vast reserves of energy and physical strength, which left him somewhat weakened and fatigued. As the earthroot bear perished, its primal soul energy surged forth, flooding into Qin's being, resulting in a slight increase of yellow within the green of his soul pearl. Qin gained a clearer comprehension of his own strength, realizing that he still could not contend with those of the Purple Mansion realm. He was acutely aware that the only reason he managed to slay the earthroot bear was due to his knowledge of its weaknesses, coupled with the bear's lack of combat skills, which left it to fight in the most primitive manner. Otherwise, he would have faced a devastating defeat today. However, unlike human warriors, they possess insight, martial arts expertise, combat experience, and various weapons and elixirs that can significantly influence the outcome of a battle. It is precisely due to these factors that they are far more challenging to contend with than the ferocious beasts. Qin Feng approached and extracted the beast core from the head of the Earth Gang bear with his heavy sword. What tremendous power! Gazing at the bloody, fist-sized, earthy yellow beast core that emanated astonishing energy, Qin Feng was taken aback. Suddenly, applause echoed in the air. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, immediately becoming vigilant. He turned to see a handsome young man in white attire, holding a folding fan. It was astonishing that a mere 8th-layer practitioner of the profound spirit realm could slay a 6th-tier Earth Gang bear. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Nangong Lai, the Deputy Hall Master of the Blood Wolf Gang's Flying Tiger Hall," came the reply, laced with a hint of arrogance. Members of the Blood Wolf Gang? Qin Feng's brow knitted in concern. Could they have come to hunt him down? He had already begun to communicate with the giant elephant puppet, ready to unleash it should the adversary make a move. Nangong Lai's cultivation was merely at the perfected first layer of the Purple Mansion realm, rendering him no more formidable than a mere chicken before the might of the giant elephant puppet, which could easily obliterate him. "What do you want?" Qin Feng asked. Nangong Lai closed his fan, speaking nonchalantly. "Quite simply, hand over the beast core of the Earth Gang bear that you possess." So, it was the beast core he sought. Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng. It seemed the other party was unaware that the Blood Wolf Gang was pursuing him. Perhaps Shun Tao believed him to be dead, or Nangong Lai had yet to receive the news. It is unlikely that this will be possible. This beast core holds immense significance for me, and I must express my sincerest apologies. Qin Feng resolutely declined. The beast core is of paramount importance to Qiao Mengtao and Xia Yunji, and he could never relinquish it. Furthermore, the Blood Wolf Gang is his sworn enemy. He would never hand over an item that could enhance their strength, only to facilitate their future machinations against him. Even if he were to concede, would they show mercy in the face of confrontation when his life hangs in the balance? The answer is decidedly no. Of course, he was aware of the repercussions of refusing to part with the beast core, but he was unafraid. With the aid of the colossal elephant puppet, should they dare to seize it by force, he would swiftly meet his end. Nangong Lai scoffed. Qin Feng responded with a calm smile, suggesting, "Why don't we place a wager?" "On what?" "Let us bet on who will perish here today." Upon hearing this, Nangong Lai could not restrain his laughter, mockingly retorting, "You believe I fear you in your prime? Now that you are gravely weakened, do you think I would be intimidated? A mayfly attempting to shake a tree. It is utterly laughable. Since you refuse the path to safety, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I will merely sever your limbs and silence your tongue, so you may comprehend the grave consequences of speaking out of turn. You certainly do love to chatter." I never imagined you would possess such a womanly tongue. Qin Feng sneered. What did you say? Nangong Lai's expression turned icy. Since you are so eager to accept your punishment, allow me to fulfill your wish. As soon as the words fell, a rich golden light surged from Nangong Lai's folding fan. In the next instant, with a swift motion through the air, a dozen golden beams, akin to flying daggers, shot forth with a sharp, piercing sound, hurtling towards Qin Feng. An overconfident fool, Nangong Lai scoffed with a mocking smile. However, in the very next moment, the smile on his face began to freeze gradually. Chapter 89. Their purpose clang, clang, clang. A barrage of golden beams, resembling flying daggers, assaulted Qin Feng. Yet, suddenly, a tall and robust figure appeared before him. The figure stood motionless, akin to a statue. But those golden beams struck him without inflicting even a scratch on his attire. The once smug Nangong Lai was now filled with astonishment, his expression grave as he regarded the towering middle-aged man. From him, Nangong Lai sensed an intensely perilous aura. Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs? Nangong Lai demanded coldly. The figure, however, seemed oblivious to his words, remaining still, cloaked in a mantle that obscured his eyes, rendering his face nearly invisible. Yet, the portion of his visage that was visible emanated an icy demeanor that instilled fear. He appeared as though he had risen from the depths of hell. Go forth. Giant elephant puppet, Qin Feng said with a serene smile. As his voice resonated, the giant elephant puppet abruptly raised its head. Upon seeing its face and the pair of bloodthirsty, fierce red eyes, Nangong Lai felt as though he were gazing upon a devil, a merciless demon devoid of hesitation in taking lives. The colossal elephant puppet suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Nangong Lai in the next instant. Gritting his teeth, Nangong Lai felt a 3-inch blade emerge from the tip of his folding fan, glistening with a silvery sheen and exuding an aura of coldness. In a heartbeat, the fan sliced towards the giant puppet with blinding speed. However, the latter reacted with the swiftness of lightning, seizing his wrist in the blink of an eye. With a fierce twist, a resounding crack echoed as his bones shattered, eliciting a wretched scream. The folding fan slipped from his grasp, only to be caught by the puppet's other rough and hefty hand. In a flash of light, it mercilessly severed his right hand. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Nangong Lai let out a heart-wrenching cry, his face contorted in agony, beads of sweat pouring down as he staggered backward. The puppet's palms suddenly ignited with black flames, and in an instant, the severed arm along with the fan was reduced to ashes. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. It seems you have lost. As Nangong Lai clutched his wound, attempting to flee, Qin Feng was prepared. He commanded the giant puppet to strike, and with a firm grip, a great sword manifested, swiftly cleaving through the air to sever his legs. Did I not say that losing means your life? What, do you intend to renege? Qin Feng sneered. Now towering over him, trembling in fear, Nangong Lai stammered, I am a member of the Blood Wolf gang. If you kill me, my brothers will never forgive you. He threatened, hoping to invoke the name of the Blood Wolf gang to save his own life. The brothers of the Blood Wolf gang would undoubtedly not spare me. Yet it is utterly ridiculous that you dare to threaten me even in your impending demise. Qin Feng retracted the colossal puppet and spoke with a calm demeanor. If you wish to preserve your life, you must candidly reveal your purpose for being here. Do not dare to tell me that your sole mission is to slay the Earth Gang bear. Such a rationale is exceedingly flimsy. So much so that it incites an immediate desire to end your existence. You harbor a grudge against the Blood Wolf gang, Nangong Lai exclaimed, his heart sinking in despair. He had never imagined such misfortune would befall him, encountering someone who despises the Blood Wolf gang. Quickly divulge your true intentions for being here. Do not compel me to repeat myself, for if you do, I shall methodically carve your flesh, compelling you to consume it piece by piece. I will speak. I will speak. The devilish glint in Qin Feng's eyes was terrifying, instilling a profound fear in Nangong Lai, who hastily acquiesced, stammering. It is thus. Our Flying Tiger Hall received intelligence instructing us to locate a certain individual and eliminate them. I was merely surveying the vicinity when I unexpectedly encountered you. Who else accompanies you? Who is the target of your assassination? Qin Feng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. He attentively scanned the surroundings, anxious that other members of the Blood Wolf gang might be lurking nearby, but fortunately, all seemed tranquil. Nangong Lai dared not delay and promptly continued, in addition to myself, there is our leader, Qian Yong, along with several other gang members. The person we are to kill is named Yin Xueqiang. She is a student at the Divine Wind Academy. Why must you kill her? I do not know. in Ngonia's eyes. A desperate yearning for survival glimmered as he implored, "My lord, I have uttered all that I must. I beseech you, show mercy and let me go," as if I were but a passing breeze. However, as soon as he uttered his final word, a sharp blade swiftly sliced through his neck. The strike was both nimble and swift, rendering the wound a mere slender line. Only after several moments did blood begin to trickle forth. Ngonia's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in sheer terror. After dispatching Nangongli, Qin Feng incinerated the corpse into ashes with his infernal qi. Pondering with a hand on his chin, he murmured, "What is the Blood Wolf Gang up to? Why would they target a student from the Divine Wind Academy? Do they not fear retribution from the academy?" It appeared there was something amiss. That Yin Xueqiong was merely a student, yet the Blood Wolf Gang sought her demise, evidently. She was no ordinary individual. But what does it matter to me? Qin Feng shrugged, relinquishing any thoughts of rescue. The Blood Wolf Gang had claimed many lives. He could not possibly rush to save each one, provided they did not provoke him. Xia Yunji was taken aback, although she recognized Qin Feng's prowess. She never imagined he could slay a 6th-level Earth-rank bear. Qin Feng smiled and explained, "Indeed, fortune smiled upon me that day. The beast was gravely wounded. Likely from a prior battle, and with my knowledge of the Earth-rank bear's weaknesses, I was able to defeat it. However, I exhausted my own energy in the process, leaving my limbs weak. So that's how it was," the two realized in unison. "You truly are fortunate," Xia Yunji remarked, at a loss for words. Xiao Mingyao, half convinced yet not probing further, smiled and remarked, "Though you say so, your ability to single-handedly defeat it is a testament to your prowess. I never imagined such remarkable progress could be achieved in such a short span of time." She felt a surge of emotion. Chapter 90, Yin Xueqiong Qin Feng, along with Xiao Mingyao and Xia Yunji, hurriedly exited the cave, only to witness a young girl engaged in a fierce confrontation with two men. 3 individuals at the Purple Mansion stage? The trio was taken aback. The girl, standing at approximately 1.7 meters, appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Clad in purple, with hair as dark as ink and a tall, slender figure, her complexion was cool and her eyes shone brightly. Wielding a purple sword, she was locked in combat with the 2 men. Suddenly, the girl vanished from sight, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared before a burly man with a red face. The purple sword in her hand radiated brilliance as she thrust it forward, aimed directly at his heart. What astonishing speed! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. With a startled expression, the man hastily attempted to evade, but the speed of the sword was too formidable. He could not completely avoid it. Consequently, he suffered a 3-inch-long gash on his chest, his flesh recoiling as blood gushed forth. Simultaneously, another assailant brandished a broadsword, aiming a powerful slash that released a fierce energy, cleaving through the air toward the girl. Her gaze turned icy, she propelled herself off the ground with a kick. Thud. The energy struck the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion, leaving a 2 to 3 meter long scar on the earth, half a palm deep. At that moment, the girl's arms spread wide, and the purple energy surrounding her coalesced into the shape of a white phoenix, sweeping through the air with a tempestuous force, shaking the very void. What an astonishing aura! Qin Feng was astounded. The phoenix soars to the heavens. The young girl wielded her sword with a sudden ferocity, and a clear, melodious cry of the white phoenix echoed through the air as it surged forth. Alarm flashed across the face of the man with the knife, prompting him to swiftly slash twice, unleashing a crimson energy that surged forward. In an instant, this energy collided with the white phoenix. The white phoenix, exhibiting overwhelming strength, effortlessly tore through the knife energy, crashing into the man's chest with an unstoppable momentum. With a splatter, the man spat blood and was sent flying, crashing against a tree so large that it required 2 people to encircle it, breaking the tree upon impact. Yin Xueqiong, I never expected you to be a martial artist at the 6th level of the half-step Purple Mansion, exclaimed the red-faced man, clutching his wound, his expression grave. At that moment, the sword energy rampaged within him, tormenting his meridians with excruciating pain. What? She is Yin Xueqiong. Qin Feng gasped in astonishment. It appeared that these 2 men were indeed members of the Blood Wolf Gang. However, given the current situation, their ambush had clearly failed, placing them in peril of being slain instead. So she is among the top 10 on the Earth ranking. Xia Yunji exclaimed. Xiao Mingyao added in awe, indeed. Yin Xueqiong is remarkable, facing 2 opponents and still holding the upper hand. The Earth ranking? Qin Feng pondered thoughtfully. If you wish to avoid death, You should quickly reveal who sent you to kill me. Yin Xueqiong declared coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. Humph, Yin Xueqiong, while your strength is formidable, you still lack the capacity to slay us, retorted the burly red-faced man. Indeed, although we may have miscalculated and fallen into your hands, it will not be easy for you to eliminate us, sneered the other man as he propped himself up with his sword. Yin Xueqiong coldly remarked, I must observe how you managed to escape from my grasp. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and swiftly retreated, observing their actions. Yin Xueqiong let out a chilling laugh, then formed intricate hand seals, summoning a duplicate of herself that mirrored her perfectly. What? The three were astounded, unable to fathom that such an extraordinary technique existed in the world. With a swift motion, the two figures surged towards a man, and soon thereafter, a terrifying wave of sword energy erupted from both the east and west, followed by the heart-wrenching cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Trees toppled, and the wildlife was thrown into disarray. This cacophony persisted for several minutes before fading into silence. Qin Feng and his companions understood that Yin Xueqiong had taken lives and departed. This Yin Xueqiong is remarkably formidable. Even two experts of the Purple Mansion realm have fallen to her, Xia Yunji gasped in astonishment. Let us split up and investigate. What purpose does that serve? Xiao Mingyao queried, astonished. If Yin Xueqiong did not take the storage belts after the killings, they must still be on their bodies, representing a significant fortune, Qin Feng replied, determination evident in his voice as he hastened towards the east. This guy. Xiao Mingyao smacked her forehead, a look of exasperation crossing her face. He has a point. We should hurry and take a look. Xia Yunji, equally exhilarated, tugged at Xiao Mingyao, urging her to dash westward in pursuit. In a short while, Qin Feng discovered the corpse of the burly man with a crimson face, as he beheld the myriad of gaping wounds, each varying in depth yet uniform in their grotesque appearance. His pupils constricted in shock. Such a swordsmanship is truly terrifying. At this moment, Qin Feng finally comprehended the concept that there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. Before this woman, his sword techniques appeared utterly feeble and inadequate. As his gaze shifted to her waist, he discovered that her storage belt had already been taken, which left him feeling a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter, for he had initially approached the situation with a mindset of mere observation. Subsequently, he found Xiao Mingyao and Xia Yunji, both of whom, like him, had returned empty-handed. With their task completed, they decided not to linger any longer and departed from the Mangdang mountain range together. Along the way, Qin Feng learned from them that Yin Xueqiong hailed from the esteemed Murong family, known for its formidable power and reputation. Possessing exceptional talent, at the tender age of 18, her prowess had already reached the 5th level of cultivation, securing her the 8th position on the Earth ranking. The significance of this ranking is indeed remarkable. It is astonishing that Yin Xueqiong, at the threshold of the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion, ranks merely 8th. One can only imagine the extraordinary strength of the warriors positioned above her. Who holds the first rank? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. The first is Senior Luo Tianyang. Xiao Mingyao replied, her face brimming with admiration. He is the idol of all our fellow students. Xia Yunji added playfully, blinking her eyes with a charming smile. Luo Tianyang. Qin Feng etched this name firmly in his mind, understanding that if he aspired to dominate the world one day, he would inevitably surpass this individual. Suddenly inspired, he asked, and what of Meng Ran? His strength is comparable to that of Yin Xueqiong, placing him 7th. Xiao Mingyao responded. 7th? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The prowess exhibited by Yin Xueqiong instilled in him an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a sentiment exacerbated by the existence of Meng Ran, who was even more formidable. In that moment, Qin Feng felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. With merely 2 months until the martial arts tournament, he knew that once it commenced, Meng Ran and the warriors backing him would inevitably turn their attention towards him. Should his strength fail to reach a level capable of contending with them, his life would be in jeopardy. Chapter 91. Zhao Fei. Upon grasping the extent of Meng Ran's formidable strength from the two women, Qin Feng felt as though a colossal stone was lodged in his heart, constricting his breath. Yet, he understood that progress must be made gradually. Haste makes waste, and excessive impulsiveness could lead to counterproductive outcomes. Therefore, he resolved to proceed with caution and diligently enhance his abilities. Suddenly, a youth of around 18 or 19 years galloped down the street on a magnificent steed, careening through the thoroughfare with reckless abandon, causing chaos and disarray among the bystanders, who were thrown into a state of panic. As Qin Feng and his companions ambled along, they were startled by the commotion behind them, only to find the horse charging perilously close. The expressions on the faces of the trio changed in an instant. However, Qin Feng, quick to react, swiftly embraced the shoulders of the two women and lunged forward. The horse bolted past them, and the trio nearly tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, his profound energy was robust and fluid. Just as they were a hair's breadth from the ground, his energy burst forth, propelling him against the earth and then rebounding, allowing all three to regain their footing and stabilize. Such urgency! One would think he was in a desperate race for rebirth, exclaimed Xia Yunji, her gaze fixed indignantly on the youth who had ridden away. The situation is as follows. Zhao Fei harbors feelings for Yunji, yet his elder brother, Zhao Qing, obstructs their union. Xiao Mingniao explained. Qin Feng suddenly understood. Xia Yunji, filled with indignation, remarked, "That spineless fellow. So afraid of his brother, truly a coward." Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Considering how arrogant his brother is, I can somewhat empathize with him. However, Yunji, did you perhaps offend his brother, which has led to such animosity? Who? Asked Zhao Fei. Qin Feng scrutinized him seriously, and a wave of reflection washed over him. The elder brother exuded arrogance, yet the younger brother was remarkably refined. The disparity was striking for siblings born of the same parents. Zhao Fei greeted the two and swiftly pursued Xia Yunji, grasping her hand with a countenance of pleading and goodwill. Initially, Xia Yunji displayed a hint of irritation, evidently still troubled by Zhao Fei's fear of his brother's influence. However, with Qin Feng and Xiao Mingniao interceding on his behalf, she chose to temper her anger. Subsequently, they learned from Zhao Fei about a significant piece of news. A master engraver named Gu Tianke had arrived at Lingao Pavilion. Engraving is a unique profession. Much like refining weapons, concocting elixirs, and forming formations, it is highly esteemed in the Xuantian Continent. Those who pursue this vocation are referred to as engravers and are categorized into 12 ranks. The essence of the engraving profession lies in enhancing weapons with runes, thereby amplifying their power beyond the original capabilities, while also imbuing them with special effects. For instance, a longsword devoid of any attributes, when endowed with an ice rune, not only increases its might but also bestows it with ice properties. The higher the level of the rune, the more potent the enhancement it bestows upon the weapon. However, one cannot elevate the weapon's level, as the materials utilized have their limits. Should the power of the rune exceed this threshold, the weapon imbued with such runes would inevitably be rendered useless. Some categorize runes as part of the forging industry, for all blacksmiths possess an understanding of runes, yet they still lack the finesse of true rune masters. Others contend that these are entirely independent professions, neither belonging to one another, nor is there a claim to authenticity. Thus, opinions have long been divided. Throughout the realm of Tianluo, the highest-ranking rune master is of the 6th level, while the esteemed Gu Tianke has attained the 4th level. He is renowned across the entire domain. The horse rider we just saw must be Zhao Qing. He is surely seeking out Master Gu, Yunshi declared with certainty. Indeed, it is said that Master Gu has placed a piece of black iron stone in the hall of Lingbao Pavilion, and whoever can lift this stone with their mental strength shall be granted an audience with him. However, to my knowledge, the success rate is akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Upon hearing this, my elder brother ventured forth to attempt to become his disciple. Zhao Fei recounted truthfully. Yunji scoffed, saying, with his capabilities, if he were to succeed in becoming a disciple, it would be akin to an ant defeating an elephant, or the sun rising in the west. Yunji, please refrain from such comments. After all, he is my brother, Zhao Fei replied, feeling quite embarrassed. If you wish to defend your brother, then do not involve me, Yunji retorted angrily as she departed. Look at this. Sigh. Zhao Fei lamented helplessly. Qin Feng patted his shoulder lightly, chuckling, fear not, my brother, she is merely upset for the moment. Come, let us see what trials this ancient master has in store. Xiao Mingniao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, all is well. Observing their demeanor, Zhao Fei could only manage a bittersweet smile and nodded in agreement. Soon, the four of them made their way to the Lingbao Pavilion. Upon arrival, they were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such a throng of people at the pavilion. The interior was bustling, a veritable sea of humanity, with attendance at least double that of a typical day. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough, extending 30 meters, accommodating 1,000 individuals with ease. Presently, they gathered in a tight circle, seemingly captivated by something at their center. It was remarkable that a fourth-level inscription master could incite such a commotion. Witnessing this magnificent scene, Qin Feng clicked his tongue in awe, reflecting on the tremendous influence wielded by this inscription master. Chapter 92. Returning one's own methods against them. The arrival of the ancient master had unexpectedly stirred such a commotion, Xiao Mingyao remarked in astonishment. Xia Yunji added, "The ancient master is one of the rare fourth-level inscription masters in our Tianluo realm, holding a prestigious position. Countless factions yearn to curry favor with him." "Indeed. Let us hasten to see what they are up to," one of them suggested. The four squeezed their way to the heart of the crowd, where they beheld an individual exerting their mental prowess to levitate a stone-like object, roughly the size of a fist. However, their abilities were limited. The stone merely swayed without lifting off the ground, and the tall, slender figure was already drenched in sweat, their complexion pale from exertion. At last, with a sigh of exhaustion, he collapsed. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished that such a small stone could best so many. Zhao Fei, taken aback, clicked his tongue in astonishment. This black iron stone was no ordinary rock. Its density was immense, surpassing even steel. Despite its size, merely the size of a fist, it weighed a staggering 100 pounds, and mastering the mental energy required to lift it was far more challenging than cultivating Xuanqi. Generally, a warrior's mental strength tends to be quite feeble, unless one is endowed by heaven with a naturally abundant mental capacity from birth or has practiced secret techniques that enhance mental prowess. Thus, this seemingly inconsequential black iron stone could only be lifted by those who had attained at least the 5th level of the Zifu realm. Qin Feng elaborated. But then he couldn't help but smile wryly, adding that the challenge was restricted to those under the age of 23. To reach the 5th level of the Zifu realm by that age was a feat reserved for the extraordinary, rendering the chances of success for others exceedingly slim. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. "How do you know this, kid?" inquired a bald man nearby. Qin Feng smiled slightly, responding, "I have perused certain texts that contain references to this black iron stone. If anyone wishes to ascertain the truth of my words, it is quite simple. Just consult a 5th-level warrior." "What this young man says is indeed correct," affirmed a frail middle-aged man with a long beard, around 40 years of age. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted, causing a wave of astonishment among the crowd, with some exclaiming the presence of a 5th-layer expert of the Purple Mansion realm. Indeed, the individual proclaimed with pride, "I am a formidable 5th-layer expert of the Purple Mansion realm. I can assure you that this young man speaks the truth. It is simply impossible to lift this small object without possessing the strength of a 5th-layer expert. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from wasting your time here." After declaring this, he demonstrated his prowess by using his mental energy to levitate the black iron stone before the eyes of the spectators, though the effort left him visibly strained and breathless. Realizing the futility of their attempts to lift the stone, many in the crowd sighed in resignation and departed. Those who remained were primarily individuals seeking to ascend to greater heights, aspiring for fame and recognition. However, Qin Feng understood that they would never be able to elevate the black iron stone. He discerned that Master Gu had devised this challenge to deter those who sought to climb the social ladder, perhaps believing that only true prodigies were worthy of his audience. Regrettably, none present seemed to meet Master Gu's exceedingly high standards. Xia Yunji gave it a try, only to find herself nearly collapsing from exhaustion, offering a wry smile of helplessness. At that moment, a young man descended from the 2nd floor, and upon his arrival, someone exclaimed, "Is that the eldest son of the Zhao family?" Observing his disheveled appearance, it was evident that he had likely not succeeded. Nonetheless, the crowd murmured in approval, acknowledging that his experience was still far superior to their own, as he had at least gained an audience with Master Gu. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter and speculation. The conversation of the crowd drew Qin Feng's attention, prompting him to gaze at a figure clad in a blue garment. This individual bore a resemblance to Zhao Fei, albeit with a slightly sullen expression that hinted at his discontent and melancholy. He was none other than Zhao Fei's elder brother, Zhao Qing, a formidable expert at the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Noticing Qin Feng's focus on Zhao Qing, Xiao Mingyao interjected with a reminder. "Brother, how did it go? Were you successful?" Zhao Fei approached with a question. Zhao Qing retorted sharply, "Do I look like someone who has succeeded?" Zhao Fei responded with an awkward smile. Xia Yunji scoffed, muttering under her breath, "Heaven has truly opened its eyes." Zhao Qing, with keen ears, caught her words and replied coldly, "You insolent girl. What nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Yunji huffed, crossing her arms and adopting an air of indifference. Zhao Qing continued icily. Zhao Fei, how many times must I remind you? Do not associate with these lowly individuals. We are scions of a prestigious family, and mingling with them will only tarnish our reputation and invite ridicule. At his words, the expressions of those present darkened, revealing their dissatisfaction and disdain. Zhao Qing's remarks belittled them, treating them as mere trifles. Zhao Fei's face turned pale with embarrassment. It was evident that he harbored a deep-seated fear and perhaps a measure of respect for his elder brother. When Zhao Qing spoke, he dared not retort. Summer Yunzi was already irate, and upon witnessing Zhao Qing's demeanor, her fury intensified. With a cold smirk, she retorted, Zhao Qing, what do you mean by this? Do you truly consider us mere playthings? Zhao Qing laughed heartily, mockingly responding, but those are your own words. I have said nothing at all. You, Summer Yunzi exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Qing, her chest heaving with rage, her teeth clenched in indignation. Chapter 93. The flying blade stuns the arena. As the azure light enveloped the surroundings, it surged towards Summer Yunzi, who was instantly struck with terror. At that moment, Qin Feng stepped protectively in front of her, his fierce primal energy coalescing into a formidable force as he too unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the two palms collided, producing a deafening sonic explosion. Subsequently, Qin Feng was forced to retreat, his feet carving a dark scar across the ground, while behind him, Summer Yunzi was jolted, her vitality surging chaotically, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Xiao Mingyao acted swiftly, catching her slender waist and preventing her fall. Is this the might of the third level of the Purple Mansion realm? Truly formidable, Qin Feng thought, astonished. He had comprehended the strength of that last strike and had defended with all his might. However, he had grossly underestimated the power of that blow, which had not even been delivered with full force, yet its ferocity was indeed terrifying. At that moment, he felt a deep ache in his arm, his internal organs throbbing painfully, his vitality tumultuous, indicating he had sustained significant internal injuries. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Qing's eyes. Although that strike had only contained half of his strength, it was sufficient to obliterate any warrior beneath the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, Qin Feng had merely sustained some internal harm and was otherwise unscathed. This revelation left him utterly astonished. I never expected you to possess such capabilities. After enduring my strike, you still managed to stand. Qin Feng remarked with a cold smile. To be honest, your blow was rather unimpressive. Zhao Qing, with a flash of anger in his eyes, retorted, at this point, you dare to speak such brash words? It seems you are truly tired of living. With a sinister grin, he prepared to strike. But at that moment, Zhao Fei stepped in front of him, urging, stop. Brother, this is merely a misunderstanding. There is no need to escalate things. Get out of my way. Zhao Qing forcefully thrust his arm, striking Zhao Fei in the chest, causing him to stagger back several paces and create some distance. You little bastard, today I shall tear you apart. Zhao Qing sneered, launching a palm strike toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Xiao Mingyao, and Xia Yunji's faces turned pale. Qin Feng's gaze was icy, yet there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, a chill pervaded his heart. He had initially believed Zhao Qing to possess a semblance of restraint, but he was taken aback by his sheer arrogance and willingness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Had it not been for his extraordinary strength beyond the ordinary Xinling realm, he would have met his demise by now. Though reluctant to employ the giant elephant puppet, the aggressiveness of his opponent left him no choice. If he did not unleash it, they would surely perish here. No one wished to face death, not even Qin Feng. The force of Zhao Qing's strike was potent and vigorous, the resulting gust of wind ruffling Qin Feng's hair as Zhao Qing drew nearer. It was at this moment that Qin Feng resolved to summon the giant elephant puppet. At that moment, a sudden beam of icy blue light shot forth, appearing to move in a paradoxical manner of slowness and swiftness. The onlookers could only perceive a fleeting glimpse of this ethereal glow. Zhao Qing, who had initially intended to strike down Qin Feng, was taken aback, his expression transforming in an instant as a profound sense of imminent danger surged within him. His assault, once aimed directly at Qin Feng, was abruptly redirected in a defensive maneuver. A crisp sound resonated as Zhao Qing's palm was swiftly pierced by the icy blue radiance, the force driving inexorably toward his throat. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he managed to evade the attack by sidestepping. The icy light collided with a sturdy, reddish-brown pillar, and as the brilliance dissipated, a silvery throwing knife, measuring over 2 inches, was revealed. A wretched cry echoed forth, followed by the sight of Zhao Qing being violently propelled backward as if struck by a heavy blow. The unexpected turn of events left the crowd in a state of astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief at the formidable power of the seemingly innocuous knife embedded in the pillar. It was evident that the master of such a weapon must be exceptionally fearsome. Recognizing the knife, Qin Feng immediately discerned the identity of its wielder. "Brother." Zhao Fei anxiously approached, inquiring after Zhao Qing's well-being. However, the latter, consumed by rage, disregarded the concern and forcefully pushed him aside, exclaiming, "Get away." Clutching his injured hand, he inquired in a low voice, "Who are you, and why do you seek to harm me?" A chilling laughter reverberated in response. "To eliminate a mere wretch like you. Does one require stealth?" Just then, under the gaze of the crowd, a graceful and enchanting beauty adorned in a cerulean garment emerged from beyond the grand entrance. Upon her arrival, an overwhelming shock gripped everyone present, their eyes ablaze with fervor at her breathtaking visage. "It is you." Upon seeing her, Zhao Qing's expression abruptly shifted. He was acutely aware of her formidable prowess, rendering him as insignificant as a mere sparrow before a majestic eagle, utterly devoid of the strength to contend. Her presence signified his inability to confront Qin Feng and his companions, which filled him with a profound sense of resentment. How infuriating, like a cooked duck that has inexplicably taken flight. It baffled him greatly that this wretch could associate with such a woman. Zhao Qing seethed with indignation. It was Senior Sister Guan. He never expected to encounter another adept from the Earth ranking in this place. This was fortuitous, for Senior Sister Guan was ranked 5th on the Earth list. With her presence, Zhao Qing would surely be deterred from acting recklessly. Xiao Mingyao exhaled in relief. Although she was unaware of Guan Xiaoyan's motives for intervening, she understood that Zhao Qing could no longer pose a threat to them. This was fortuitous, as she still owed a debt of gratitude from their last encounter, and now another obligation had been unexpectedly added. Truly, the whims of fate are inscrutable. A bittersweet smile graced Qin Feng's lips. She had rescued him from Meng Ran's clutches before, and now she was coming to his aid once more. The weight of this indebtedness loomed heavily over him, and repaying her kindness in the future would prove to be a formidable challenge, especially since she had only acted out of concern for Lin Yan. In her presence, he felt diminutive and powerless, with not a single rebellious thought daring to surface. With a forced smile, Zhao Qing said, "I never imagined I would encounter Senior Guan here. I'm merely curious as to why you would impede my affairs." Guan Xiaoyan responded with a touch of aloofness, "Because you intend to slay someone I hold in utter contempt right before my very eyes." Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback. "It is improper to slay someone you detest?" he mused, utterly perplexed. At that moment, owing to Guan Xiaoyan's declaration, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Feng with peculiar expressions. They were well aware that he was the individual to whom Guan Xiaoyan was alluding. Chapter 94. A wager subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Qin Feng felt as though he were walking on pins and needles, experiencing a wave of discomfiture. While others may have been oblivious to the implications of Guan Xiaoyan's words, he was acutely aware that her displeasure stemmed from his previous jesting remarks. "Senior Guan," Zhao Qing inquired, "since you harbor such animosity towards this fellow, why not permit me to discipline him on your behalf?" Guan Xiaoyan retorted with indifference, "That won't be necessary. I forbid you from killing this person in my presence." "Are you implying that I am at liberty to slay him beyond your purview?" Zhao Qing questioned. His brow furrowed slightly. Guan Xiaoyan nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, even if you were to mince him into dog food, I would not utter a single word of protest." This woman, Qin Feng seethed inwardly, his teeth grinding in vexation. The others, too, were taken aback by her pronouncement. Zhao Qing, filled with elation, cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng and his companions, declaring with cold fury, "Consider yourselves fortunate to have Senior Guan's intervention this time. However, you may not be so fortunate next time." Xia Yunji coldly remarked, "Zhao Qing, should you dare to lay a hand on me, my elder brother will undoubtedly seek retribution against you." Upon uttering these words, Qin Feng distinctly observed a flicker of apprehension in Zhao Qing's eyes, for he comprehended that Xia Yunji's sworn brother possessed strength that surpassed, if not equaled, Zhao Qing's own. Zhao Qing scoffed, "If you believe that Yang Yin can intervene on your behalf, let him come. I, Zhao Qing, shall be waiting for him." "Very well. I shall convey your message word for word," Xia Yunji retorted with a chilling smile. She could not swallow the humiliation of today's events. Vengeance was imperative. Zhao Qing's expression darkened. This time, I owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Guan for her timely rescue. Qin Feng stepped forward, clasping his fists in thanks to Guan Xiaoyan. No need for such formalities. I merely acted at someone else's behest. However, I must caution you. Do not let a slight enhancement in your abilities lead you to arrogance and disdain for others. Otherwise, you may find yourself oblivious to your own demise. Guan Xiaoyan replied coldly. Qin Feng offered no rebuttal, merely smiling faintly as he said, "Thank you for the warning. I shall take it to heart. The 2 times you saved me will remain etched in my memory, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay your kindness 100-fold. Guan Xiaoyan responded indifferently, "Speak of repayment when you possess the necessary strength." With that, she ascended the 2nd floor, and the guard even courteously allowed her passage. Zhao Qing sneered, "We are like brothers. How could I possibly be swayed by a mere woman? It's truly laughable." Xia Yunji remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Fei, who dared not meet her eyes and remained mute. Xia Yunji, with a hint of self-mockery, declared, "Zhao Fei, I have truly misjudged you. From this day forth, we are no longer acquainted." "Zhao Fei is not particularly concerned about you," Zhao Qing scoffed. "Let it be, ignore him," Qiao Mingyao advised. "Indeed, let us proceed. Perhaps I can lift this black iron stone," Qin Feng remarked with a smile. "You?" Zhao Qing erupted into laughter. "You naive child. So oblivious to your limitations. You believe, at the mere 8th level of the Xianling realm, you can lift this black iron stone? How utterly absurd, how laughable." Unperturbed, Qin Feng responded with a calm smile. "Is it your belief, Zhao Gongzi, that I am incapable of lifting this black iron stone? Of course. Who do you think you are? Some prodigy or genius? You'd best retreat quickly to avoid embarrassing yourself and bringing shame to our academy." Zhao Qing taunted. "Then let us engage in a wager, shall we?" Qin Feng proposed. Astonished, Zhao Qing retorted, "You think you can challenge me to a bet? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Nonetheless, I am curious to hear what you propose and what the stakes will be. If the stakes are too trivial, I shall not participate." Qin Feng replied with a serene smile, "You will find this quite intriguing. Let us wager on whether I can lift this black iron stone." "Very well, but should you lose, what then?" Zhao Qing's gaze sharpened as he confronted Qin Feng, then added mockingly, "As I previously mentioned, if the stakes are not significant enough, I will not engage." With a gentle smile, Qin Feng declared, "If I lose, you may do as you wish, be it execution or torment. It is entirely up to you. However, should you lose, I require nothing but for you to kneel and utter 3 times, 'Grandfather, I was wrong.' What say you?" Chapter 95. Pressure. As soon as Qin Feng's words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Every gaze converged upon him, their minds a whirlpool of confusion, unable to fathom how he possessed such audacity to wager against Zhao Qing. Did he truly harbor such confidence? Could a feeble cultivator of the 8th heaven of the mysterious spirit realm truly support the black iron stone? Most shook their heads. The probability of success seemed almost non-existent. "Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? How can you gamble on this?" Qiao Mingyao exclaimed in a panic. "Indeed, do not get carried away. We should simply ignore him," Xia Yunji hastily added. The audacity of this young man was beyond belief. "Very well, I shall accept your wager. Should you lose, do not dare to retract your words. I request everyone present to bear witness. It was this young man who stated that if he loses, I shall have the final say on his fate." Zhao Qing's expression was laced with mockery, sharing the disbelief of the majority regarding Qin Feng's capabilities. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming his challenge. Qin Feng smiled. "You should keep that phrase for yourself. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed swiftly," Zhao Qing replied with impatience. With a smile, Qin Feng approached the black iron stone, taking a deep breath. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, its strength rivaling that of Zhao Qing. What a formidable concentration of spiritual energy. It surpasses even Zhao Qing's. I have truly underestimated him. This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Some gasped in awe, while others relished the unfolding drama. How is this even possible? Zhao Qing's complexion was exceedingly grim. He could scarcely believe that a mere warrior of the Xian spirit realm, Qin Feng, possessed a mental acuity surpassing his own. It seemed he was truly on the verge of a significant misstep. Was he really to fulfill the wager? Yet, doing so would utterly tarnish his reputation. At that moment, an unexpected panic gripped Zhao Qing's heart. Meanwhile, Qin Feng employed his mental prowess to envelop the black iron stone, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he gradually lifted it. "I utterly repudiate this wager," he declared, provoking a wave of derision from the crowd. It was evident to all that he was deliberately evading responsibility. "So you deny it now?" Zhao Qing scoffed, hastening his departure. He was acutely aware that his actions would invite ridicule and scorn from others. Yet it was preferable to grovel in submission. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed and indifferent. If Zhao Qing chose to depart, unless he summoned the colossal puppet, there was nothing Qin Feng could do to impede him. In truth, such an outcome had long been anticipated. He was well aware that Zhao Qing would resort to every possible excuse to evade the bet. Nevertheless, his intention was merely to embarrass Zhao Qing in front of the assembled crowd, thereby quelling his arrogant demeanor. After all, he had been eager to lift the black iron stone, driven by a profound curiosity to behold the enigmatic ancient master. Since he was to undertake this course of action, why not simultaneously humiliate Zhao Qing? However, the situation took an unforeseen turn as a flying knife, enveloped in a cerulean glow, shot forth from the second floor with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhao Qing, taken aback, hastily summoned his energy for defense, only to have his protective barrier pierced, resulting in a painful wound to his calf that forced him to kneel on the ground. "To lose yet refuse to acknowledge it is rather disgraceful for your Zhao family," Guan Xiaoyan remarked from the second floor, her tone indifferent. "This has nothing to do with you," Zhao Qing retorted coldly, struggling to contain the fierce anger bubbling within him. Guan Xiaoyan smiled lightly and replied, "Did you not, just moments ago, request us to bear witness in front of everyone? Therefore, I must uphold my promise. Now that you have lost and refused to admit it, I feel compelled to speak the truth." Zhao Qing's expression darkened, an ominous shadow crossing his face. With Guan Xiaoyan intervening, it became apparent that escape was no longer an option. Was he truly to kneel and utter the words of submission? No, he resolutely refused. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes as he clenched his fists, sharp nails piercing the flesh of his palms. He had resolved that he would not yield, even if it cost him his life. The atmosphere grew tense, the air in the grand hall seemingly frozen. Zhao Qing was about to voice his defiance, proclaiming his unwillingness to submit, when his brother Zhao Fei stepped forward to plead earnestly with Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, considering our newfound acquaintance today, I implore you to spare my elder brother this once." "Very well," Qin Feng replied. "In light of your connection to Yunji, I shall grant him this reprieve. However, since he has committed an offense, there must be a price to pay. Your brother will need to present 300,000 taels of silver. I trust this sum is not beyond the means of a scion of the Zhao family. Zhao Fei is a commendable individual, since he has spoken on behalf of another. It is only fitting to grant him some respect. Furthermore, Qin Feng can discern that Zhao Qing is also a formidable character. It is inconceivable for him to kneel and address anyone as grandfather. Should the pressure continue, there is a risk that the other party, in desperation, might retaliate recklessly. Moreover, if Guan Xiaoyan were to indeed kill Zhao Qing, it would inevitably foster animosity between Zhao Fei and myself, as well as Summer Yunji. Summer Yunji is a dear friend, and it is evident to Qin Feng that there is genuine affection between her and Zhao Fei. If my actions were to incite enmity between them, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Thus, after some contemplation, I resolved to grant Zhao Qing a reprieve. However, my disdain for him remains profound, and I do not wish to release him without consequence. Therefore, I decided to extract some form of compensation from him. This avaricious fellow. Summer Yunji curled her lips in annoyance, yet felt a sense of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Zhao Qing's actions would lead to Zhao Fei harboring resentment towards her. "Rest assured, I shall cover the 300,000 taels of silver." Zhao Fei exclaimed joyfully as he swiftly retrieved the banknotes from his storage belt and handed them to Qin Feng. "You may leave now." Qin Feng accepted the banknotes with a light-hearted smile. "Thank you." Zhao Fei expressed his gratitude, supporting Zhao Qing as they departed. "Humph. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a predicament?" Summer Yunji remarked, elated. Before playfully patting Qin Feng on the shoulder, her curiosity piqued. "I never imagined you possessed such prowess, capable of entrusting this black iron stone. How did you manage it? Indeed, how did you achieve that?" Xiao Mingyao echoed, equally intrigued, as she too doubted Qin Feng's capabilities. Qin Feng chuckled softly and replied, "What else could be done? It is merely a matter of relying on mental strength to elevate it." Indeed, it is as such. The two women exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound astonishment evident in the other's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng had recently vanquished numerous beasts and figures from the martial world. thereby acquiring a substantial amount of soul essence, which had significantly enhanced his mental prowess, enabling him to elevate the black iron stone. In fact, upon encountering this black iron stone, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to support it. Chapter 96. Ancient Heavenly Tower. Qin Feng received a banknote worth 300,000 taels of silver, initially intending to present it to Guan Xiaoyan as a token of gratitude for her assistance. After all, without her intervention, he would not have acquired such wealth. However, Guan Xiaoyan dismissed it nonchalantly, refusing to accept it, and subsequently departed. Qin Feng could only smile helplessly at this. At that moment, a maidservant invited him to the ancient heavenly tower. Qin Feng recognized that the individual seated in the rattan chair was the illustrious Master Gu of the ancient heavenly tower. He felt an involuntary sense of restraint wash over him. Approaching, he bowed respectfully and said, "I, Qin Feng, pay my respects to Master Gu." As soon as he spoke, an intense sensation enveloped him. It seemed as if someone were scrutinizing him. He realized it was Master Gu probing into his essence, and he wondered if the master could discern the extraordinary stone he possessed, which made him increasingly vigilant and anxious. What? The eighth layer of the profound spirit realm. A startling sound erupted from the lips of Gu Tianke, who immediately rose from his rattan chair and turned to gaze at Qin Feng with an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Qin Feng also took a good look at the other man's visage. He observed the distinct features, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a mane of black and white hair, complemented by an unremarkable countenance, a beard cascading past his chin, and a pair of eyes radiating authority that instilled a sense of pressure. In this instant, Gu Tianke was filled with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Qin Feng, merely at the 8th level of the Xinling realm, could lift a black iron stone of such weight. Having lived for decades and encountered numerous extraordinary individuals and events, he had never encountered anyone as peculiar as Qin Feng. This is impossible. It cannot be true. Gu Tianke stared at Qin Feng, incredulously proclaiming, "You are merely at the 8th level of the Xinling realm, with feeble spiritual power. How could you possibly lift a black iron stone heavier than 100 pounds? Speak the truth, boy. Have you resorted to trickery?" Qin Feng offered a bitter smile, fully aware that the other would be skeptical, and felt no inclination to provide lengthy explanations. It was best to demonstrate the truth on the spot. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. If you do not believe, senior, simply produce another black iron stone, and we shall verify it here and now. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's unwavering confidence, Gu Tianke found himself somewhat persuaded. Nevertheless, he resolved to conduct a personal examination. If true, he might indeed have encountered a rare talent, potentially even unlocking the scroll left behind by his predecessors. Very well, attempt it once more. However, let me make one thing clear. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, I will ensure you deeply regret coming to see me." Gu Tianke spoke coldly. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "I believe there are few in Tianfeng City who would dare to indulge in such frivolities before you." With a scoff, he added, "No need for flattery. Let us proceed swiftly." As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a crystal orb the size of a fist. Qin Feng, astonished, inquired, "What is this?" "This is a Tianguang stone, which can ascertain the extent of your spiritual strength," Gu Tianke replied, extending his hand. "Quickly, boy. Infuse your spiritual energy into the stone." Without hesitation, Qin Feng unleashed his spiritual force. A torrent of formidable energy surged forth from his dantian, and upon its emergence, Gu Tianke was visibly taken aback. With his vast experience, he could discern that Qin Feng's spiritual power was already comparable to that of a cultivator at the 5th to 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. It was astonishing that a mere 8th level Xinling realm martial artist possessed such profound spiritual strength in all his years. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. "I have certainly gained new insight today," Gu Tianke remarked, stroking his beard in contemplation. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder," Qin Feng replied with a respectful bow and a smile. Gu Tianke pondered momentarily, wondering if the young man would be able to comprehend the Taishang Xuanqin diagram. He then retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to Qin Feng. Curiously, Qin Feng asked, "Master Gu, what is this? Why are you giving this to me? Do not concern yourself with its nature. Simply open it and see for yourself," Gu Tianke admonished sternly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng unfurled the scroll. The instant his gaze fell upon the image, his entire being seemed to dissolve into the painting. He perceived himself transported to an enigmatic realm, suspended in midair. There, an immense tower, akin to a colossal, sky-piercing peak, stood erect between heaven and earth. The tower, of an ancient, dark cyan hue, emanated a faint, ethereal glow of the same color. An aura of divine might, so potent as to inspire awe, permeated the surroundings, filling Qin Feng with profound astonishment. I beheld a tower of immense height and grandeur, Qin Feng articulated, a structure seemingly imbued with boundless divine power and majesty. Indeed, I sensed an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, I fancied hearing a voice, resonant and sonorous, akin to the peal of a great bell, reverberating through my very soul. Yet its language remained incomprehensible to me. You have indeed discerned it, Gu Tianke affirmed with a gratified smile, stroking his beard. He had observed Qin Feng's entranced gaze, as if lost in a peculiar meditative state, and surmised that the young man had perceived something of significance. Senior, what precisely is this artifact? Qin Feng inquired. Glancing down once more at the image, he was struck by the realization that it was now utterly devoid of any markings, a blank canvas. Strange, he mused. I distinctly recall seeing a tower, yet in the blink of an eye, it has transformed into an empty void. He found himself utterly perplexed. This is because you share a profound affinity with it, Gu Tianke elucidated. Upon beholding the mystical tower, the image reverts to its blank state. A venerable predecessor once foretold that when I encountered one capable of perceiving the wonders concealed within this wordless depiction, that individual would undoubtedly possess limitless potential, and that forging a bond with them would yield immeasurable benefits. The young man, still in his youth and lacking the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, possesses an exceptionally advanced spiritual power, distinctly setting him apart from the ordinary. His insights into the mysteries of this painting defy logic, and it appears that the person the elder wishes for me to find is indeed him. Gu Tianke lowered his head in contemplation. Chapter 97. Taking a disciple, Gu Tianke did not anticipate that the individual he encountered, Qin Feng, would turn out to be the benefactor he had sought for many years. Although the latter presently appeared quite feeble, Gu Tianke held unwavering faith in the words of that esteemed elder. Were it not for the elder's intervention, he would have perished long ago within that relic, and would not have attained his current status. Is there truly such a matter? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. His curiosity piqued. Elder, what profound secrets lie within this painting? With a gentle stroke of his beard, Gu Tianke chuckled. I am uncertain of its mysteries, perhaps. In due time, you shall uncover its intricacies. Regrettably, I have vowed never to take a disciple, for otherwise, I would certainly accept you as my student. Why is that? Qin Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Gu Tianke's eyes, yet he chose to remain silent. However, while I may not take you as a disciple, I can certainly accept you as a student and impart to you some knowledge of inscription techniques. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was filled with joy and promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, Teacher, this is wonderful, truly marvelous. Gu Tianke laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Qin Feng, you are indeed a student of the Divine Wind Academy? Indeed, came the reply. Gu Tianke paced for a moment before addressing Qin Feng. I shall provide you with a letter of recommendation to seek out Elder Tian Feng from your academy. Though he is not a master refiner, he possesses profound expertise in the art of inscriptions. Learning from him will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to at present, which precludes me from instructing you directly. However, I shall come to your aid once my affairs are concluded. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could only nod in agreement. In the ensuing time, Gu Tianke elucidated some fundamental principles of inscription techniques to Qin Feng. During this period, Gu Tianke intentionally tested Qin Feng's understanding, yet the latter managed to provide satisfactory answers, greatly astonishing Gu Tianke, who recognized him as a rare talent. It is truly a joyous occasion to see such a young brother become a disciple under Master Gu, remarked Hui Yunlong, the esteemed head of Lingbao Pavilion, as he cheerfully presented a jade vial from his spatial ring. Qin Feng glanced at Gu Tianke, who nodded in approval, prompting him to accept the vial with a light smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Ling Fenger flashed a radiant smile and said, Gentlemen, the banquet is ready. I invite you both to partake in the festivities. Gu Tianke chuckled lightly and remarked, Very well, Qin Feng, let us go dine. The group made their way to an elegant pavilion, where Qin Feng was taken aback to encounter Guan Xiaoyan, astonished to discover the depth of her connection with Gu Tianke. It turned out that Guan Xiaoyan's father, Guan Tianxiang, shared a profound friendship with Gu Tianke, while Lingao Pavilion also engaged in business dealings with the Guan family. Qin Feng was left in a state of disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of Guan Xiaoyan, who had not anticipated that Gu Tianke would take Qin Feng as a student. Xiao Yanzi, as both you and Qin Feng are students of Xinfeng Academy, I hope you will take good care of him, Gu Tianke remarked with a smile at the dining table. Upon hearing this, Guan Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. First, Lin Yun requested her to protect Qin Feng, and now the esteemed Gu Tianke also sought her assistance for him. How fortunate this lad is to have everyone so devoted to his well-being. Guan Xiaoyan replied cheerfully. Rest assured, I will look after him well. Glancing inadvertently at Qin Feng, he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. With an awkward smile, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Guan. Gu Tianke nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with delight. Soon, their meal concluded, and Qin Feng continued his discussion with Gu Tianke about profound matters. By the poolside pavilion, Guan Xiaoyan and Huolinger stood by the railing, admiring the exquisite beauty of the water. Sister Xiaoyan, it seems you harbor some disdain for Qin Feng, Huolinger commented. Of course, just thinking about how he once played tricks on me at the academy infuriates me. I tell you, had it not been for his relationship with Yuner, I would have slapped him into oblivion, Guan Xiaoyan retorted angrily. It was unexpected that the clever and beautiful Xiaoyan, who possessed formidable strength, had fallen prey to an obscure young man. If this were to spread, it would surely leave countless people astounded. Huolinger stifled a laugh behind her hand. You little rascal, dare you mock me? Guan Xiaoyan teased, playfully reaching out to pinch Huolinger's pert backside, eliciting a gasp from the latter, who quickly retaliated with a slap, but Guan Xiaoyan skillfully evaded her attempt. Indeed, the little girl possesses remarkable qualities. It is often said that those with ample figures are destined to bear many children. Surely, in the future, you will bless your husband with a dozen or so sons. A sly smile danced upon Guan Xiaoyan's lips. Throughout history, a mother's worth is often measured by her offspring. My ability to bear sons is indeed a talent, one that you may not possess. Huolingo let out a dismissive snort and retorted in a teasing tone, unlike some individuals who harbor disdain yet extend a hand in rescue. And after winning a wager are quick to ensure that Zhao Qing fulfills his promise. To be frank, are you not somewhat fond of him? All right. Huolinger chuckled lightly. Yuner has often claimed that Qin Feng is utterly devoted to you. You previously attempted to entice him with wealth. Yet perhaps he is not enamored with riches but rather with beauty, or perhaps he favors the latter over the former. What do you imply? I cannot believe that there exists a cat in this world that does not stray. Perhaps we could. Huolinger whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Words meant only for them. Upon hearing her words, Guan Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a splendid idea. Yes, let us proceed with this plan, she exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 98. Testing the waters in a room adorned with ancient charm. Gu Tianke retrieved a black scroll from his spatial ring and addressed Qin Feng. This is a foundational technique of inscription. You must study it diligently, as it is the assignment left to you by your teacher. When next I visit, I shall assess your progress. Should you falter, do not expect leniency from your mentor. Qin Feng accepted the scroll with a gentle smile, replying, Rest assured, master, I shall not disappoint. By the way, what are your thoughts on Xiao Yin and Xiao Ling? Are you referring to Guan Xiaoyan and Huolingo? Indeed, they possess remarkable strength and beauty that could captivate any heart, complemented by influential backgrounds. How delightful, master. But may I inquire why you asked this? Qin Feng expressed his confusion. These two young ladies are truly exceptional. I plan to play matchmaker for you. Gu Tianke chuckled mischievously. What? Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this esteemed master would wish to pair him with Guan Xiaoyan and Huolinger. With a wry smile, Qin Feng replied, Master, do not jest with me. With my humble stature, how could either of them possibly take an interest in me? Guan Xiaoyan has no affection for me. It seems nearly impossible even to forge a friendship. Gu Tianke laughed, saying, Whether they find you appealing depends on your own abilities. I can merely facilitate an introduction. However, I must tell you, these two young ladies come from formidable backgrounds. Should you succeed in winning their hearts, it would greatly benefit your future. The disciple acknowledged the master's wisdom, but he asserted that this matter should wait until his own strength had sufficiently increased. Only then would the opportunity be more promising. So it would be best for the elder to refrain from pursuing this matter for the time being. She rested her head on her right arm, exhaling softly as she cast a flirtatious glance, a captivating smile gracing her lips, exuding an enchanting charm. Such a bewitching beauty was undeniably alluring for a youth of his age. Fortunately, Qin Feng possessed ample composure. particularly as he could not forget the mischievous girl who always had his best interests at heart. He must not let her down. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the impure thoughts swirling in his mind and asked calmly, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "My name is Qiuju, and I have been sent by the esteemed steward to serve you, young master," she replied coyly. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and said, "You may leave. I do not require your services." Qiuju was taken aback, yet she remained composed. She quickly rose from the bed and approached Qin Feng, delicately gesturing with her fingers. Her voice imbued with a pitiful tone, "My lord, have I done something wrong?" As she spoke, she had already nestled herself in Qin Feng's embrace. He gently pushed her away, shaking his head. "No, you have not erred. It is simply that I truly do not need your care. Please go. My lord, please reconsider. I assure you, I can make your stay quite comfortable." As her garment slipped away, her enchanting figure was laid bare before Qin Feng's eyes for the very first time. Captivated by her alluring form, he felt a stir within him. The blood coursed through his veins with increasing fervor, and his heart raced. At that moment, the woman's hand grasped his belt, attempting to liberate him from his restraint. With a disdainful snort, Qin Feng forcefully pushed her to the ground. His voice resonating with authority, "Get out. My lord, I." She attempted to allure him with her charms, but alas, Qin Feng's resolve was as unyielding as iron. Before she could utter another word, she witnessed the formidable power of his palm shattering the floor beneath them, sending a wave of terror coursing through her. "Should you refuse to depart, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I will go, I will go." Overwhelmed with fear of Qin Feng, Qiuju hastily donned her clothes and fled the room in a flurry. Is such a thing truly possible? Guan Xiaoyan and Hualinga were taken aback. "This is 300 taels of silver, a token of appreciation for you. You may leave now." Hualinga tossed the money to Qiuju, speaking in a nonchalant manner. "Thank you, ladies." After receiving 500 taels of silver, Qiuju left in high spirits. "Linger, is it possible that the woman you found is lacking in skill?" Guan Xiaoyan inquired. "Her skills are undoubtedly exceptional. As you know, some guests at our Lingbao pavilion tend to be quite lecherous. However, we cannot afford to offend them. So we have specifically trained a group of courtesans to cater to these patrons. They have all undergone rigorous training, and Qiuju stands out among them. If even she cannot captivate him, it is likely that others will fare no better," Hualinger asserted confidently. "Could it be that he is truly devoted? I once believed that all men share the same nature and that there are no cats that do not stray. Yet today, I must concede that some men may indeed be exceptions. Yuner has an excellent eye. She has found a man who genuinely loves her," Hualinger reflected with deep emotion. Guan Xiaoyan felt a stirring in her heart, her eyes sparkling. In the room, Qin Feng sat on the bed, examining the scroll presented to him by Gu Tianke. After perusing it, he was profoundly moved and filled with admiration. "I never expected my fortunes to be so favorable. First, I encountered Elder Lai, who imparted to me his exquisite swordsmanship, and now I have met a master." Qin Feng mused with great sentiment. Both Elder Lai and Gu Tianke were his benefactors, guiding him in the realms of martial arts and inscriptions, thus allowing him to sidestep numerous pitfalls and rapidly enhance his overall strength. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that these were merely external aids that would not accompany him indefinitely. Therefore, he resolved to strive diligently to elevate his own prowess. For it was only through such efforts that he could establish himself on this continent, command the world, and achieve lasting renown. Chapter 99. The harshness of society. Zhao Qing had just completed his treatment with the physician and was now in the company of his younger brother, Zhao Fei. "Xia Yunji. Qin Feng, you wretched pair, how could you subject me to such a profound humiliation? I shall not let you escape unscathed." Zhao Qing seethed through clenched teeth. "Eldest brother, one must accept the consequences of a wager. You have lost and are obliged to fulfill your promise. Presently, Qin Feng only demands 30,000 taels of silver from you. In comparison to kneeling and calling him grandfather, this is a far more merciful outcome. You should refrain from seeking further conflict with him," Zhao Fei interjected, biting his lip as he mustered the resolve to plead on behalf of Qin Feng and the others. In truth, Zhao Fei held a deep-seated gratitude towards Qin Feng, understanding that the matter of the bet had been so easily resolved due to the consideration for his own dignity. Had it not been for that, his brother would have indeed been forced to kneel in submission, resulting in utter disgrace for the Zhao family. "Mercy!" Zhao Qing slammed his palm on the table, his fury boiling over. "By your reasoning, all blame rests solely upon me. You insolent brat, I am your brother. How dare you turn against me?" "Eldest brother, I am merely speaking the truth," Zhao Fei replied. Speaking the truth? You infuriate me. How could I possibly have such a brother? Regardless, Qin Feng must perish. I have received word that he is currently at Lingbao Pavilion. From this moment forth, you shall wait at all exits of the pavilion. If that scoundrel appears, you are to inform me immediately. This time, I will ensure his demise. Eldest brother, you are being utterly unreasonable. I refuse to do this. Turning his head away, Zhao Fei staunchly refused to acquiesce. If you disregard my counsel, then you shall no longer address me as your brother, and I suspect father will share my displeasure. Zhao Qing asserted with unwavering resolve. You. Zhao Fei's face flushed crimson with indignation, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. At that moment, an attendant announced an arrival. Zhao Fei, startled, hastily retrieved and perused the missive. Upon finishing, he was utterly astounded. The letter conveyed that Qin Feng was a distinguished guest of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, and any interference from Zhao Qing would not be tolerated. Failure to comply would result in the Zhao family's utter annihilation at the hands of the pavilion. How could Qin Feng have become a distinguished guest of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion? Could it be that he has become an apprentice of Grandmaster Gu? Zhao Fei exclaimed in dismay. It must be so. Otherwise, why would the Spirit Treasure Pavilion care for him so attentively, even going so far as to dispatch a letter personally? Zhao Qing struck the armrest and rose to his feet, his eyes burning with envy and resentment. I, Zhao Qing, exerted every effort and even presented the azure sea pearl to that old codger Gu Tianke, yet he didn't even deign to glance at it before ejecting me. How could that insignificant Qin Feng, a mere ant beneath our feet, be worthy of becoming that old man's disciple? Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. Zhao Qing clenched his fists, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him, causing even Zhao Fei to tremble with trepidation. Very well, if I am forbidden from killing that boy, then I shall do precisely that. The more you value him, the more determined I am to see him dead. Brother, you must not act recklessly. You are well aware of Lingbao Pavilion's strength. If they truly wish to annihilate our Zhao family, it would require no effort at all. You cannot let a moment's impulse jeopardize the entire Zhao clan, Zhao Fei urged anxiously. Zhao Qing scoffed. I am not so foolish, rest assured. While I cannot eliminate him outside, within the academy, the tables will turn. The Shinkong Academy stands as the premier force within the Tianluo realm. No matter how formidable Lingbao Pavilion or Gu Tianke may be, they would not dare confront it. While they may shield him outside, opportunities abound within the academy. Even if I cannot kill him, I can certainly torment him to the brink of despair. Zhao Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Feng went to seek out Gu Tianke, only to discover that he was not present. From others, he learned that Gu Tianke had long since departed. With a sigh, Qin Feng took his leave of Huoling. As he walked along, taking in the myriad of shops, his spirits lifted considerably. Before long, he arrived at East Street. As he strolled, he suddenly noticed a beautifully adorned yet ostentatious woman approaching a tea house, flanked by two burly men. At that moment, a 6 or 7-year-old girl, appearing to be from a destitute family, rushed forward, kneeling before the woman and grasping her pant leg, pleading, Miss, please, have mercy and spare some change or food. Get away, you filthy beggar. Your dirty hands have sullied my precious garments. Hurry and leave. The elegant woman replied with evident impatience. However, the little girl tenaciously clung on. Her mother was already bedridden, and if she failed to beg for money, her mother would surely succumb to her illness. She was still young, and her mother was her sole support and hope. If her mother were to pass away, she would be utterly lost. You have a death wish. The beautiful woman kicked the little girl to the ground. Fortunately, the woman possessed no cultivation, otherwise, that kick would have been fatal. Nevertheless, the little girl clutched her stomach, wailing on the ground, attracting a crowd of onlookers who pointed and whispered, yet no one stepped forward to help, seemingly concerned about public opinion. The beautiful woman and her 2 bodyguards quickly entered the tea house, and the crowd dispersed. Is this the fickleness of the world? Qin Feng frowned, a sense of desolation washing over him. He strode forward and helped the little girl up, swiftly using his hellfire mystic energy to heal her injuries. Within moments, she was much better. The little girl stopped crying, and her first words were, Sir, can you give me some money? Her hopeful and pleading eyes pierced Qin Feng's heart like a sharp blade, filling him with compassion. He smiled and said, Of course, Big Brother will give you some. But first, tell me, where's your family? Really? Thank you, sir. The little girl was overjoyed, but soon her eyes dimmed as she said, My father has long passed away, and it is just my mother and me. However, Now my mother is ill, and when I sought help from the doctors, they said they would not treat her without payment. There is no other way for me but to beg, yet the money I collect is insufficient for the doctor's visit. At this point, she anxiously looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Brother, could you please give me a little more money?" Qin Feng was deeply moved by her plight. How could he refuse the plea of such a pitiable child? He gently patted her small shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry. Your big brother will certainly provide you with enough money for your mother's treatment." "Thank you, sir," the little girl exclaimed, her joy evident. Chapter 100. The tea house incident. Qin Feng quickly assisted her to her feet and chuckled, "Please do not call me sir. Just call me Big Brother." "Yes, Big Brother," the little girl replied sincerely. "You are truly a good person, and Inger will forever remember your great kindness." "Your name is Inger. That is a lovely name." Qin Feng smiled. "Now hurry and save your mother. Once her illness is treated, come to this tea house to find me. I will be waiting for you here." With that, the little girl departed, and Qin Feng entered the tea house, ascending to the second floor, where the atmosphere was lively. On stage, a charming lady played the pipa and sang songs, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Qin Feng spotted a beautiful woman seated at a table, casually crossing her legs, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea, clearly enjoying a life of comfort. At that juncture, a waiter approached and courteously guided Qin Feng to a table, saying, "Sir, please have a seat." Qin Feng responded, "I wish to sit at that particular table." The waiter followed his gaze, and, upon noticing the comely woman, was taken aback. He hastily advised, "Esteemed guest, that is inadvisable. You may be unaware, but that woman is notoriously troublesome and best avoided." Qin Feng chuckled. "Ah, so this woman possesses a modicum of cultivation. Is her formidable reputation due to an influential background?" "Indeed," the waiter affirmed. "The woman's name is Lan Jiaonyang, and she is the most celebrated courtesan of Tianfeng City's Yihong House, renowned for her licentiousness and bewitching allure. Subsequently, she was taken under the wing of a certain Master Jin, a cultivator of the Violet Mansion realm, who provided her with an estate and assigned 2 martial artists of the 8th level of the Profound Spirit realm to protect her. Since then, emboldened by her benefactor, she has become arrogant, domineering, and disdainful of others. None dare provoke her. I implore you, do not venture too near her, lest you invite misfortune." "I see," Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. "However, it is precisely that table I intend to occupy today." As he spoke, he seated himself at the table adjacent to Lan Jiaonyang, under the astonished gaze of the waiter. Qin Feng's arrival immediately drew the attention of Lan Jiaonyang and her 2 bodyguards, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead. Observing this, the waiter could only sigh in resignation, silently hoping that no untoward incident would occur. Presently, he brought tea, pastries, melon seeds, and peanuts. Qin Feng picked up a pastry and began to eat it leisurely, his eyes appraising Lan Jiaonyang's alluring figure. It must be conceded that this heavily made-up woman possesses a certain allure, with an enchanting charm that could easily captivate a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm. Sensing that she was being observed, Lan Jiaonyang swiftly turned her gaze and happened to lock eyes with Qin Feng, who, upon noticing her glance, flashed her a smile before taking a sip of his tea. His gaze and expression were laden with a sense of playful teasing. Instantly, Lan Jiaonyang's brows furrowed in distaste, and she waved her hand dismissively. The tall man at her side leaned in and inquired, "Sister Lan, what is it? That fellow is spying on me." "Get rid of him," she commanded. "Understood." The 2 men approached Qin Feng, who remained unfazed, having anticipated this very scenario. The tall man slammed his palm on the table and huffed, "You insolent brat! Do you not realize your eyes are wandering where they ought not?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "Wandering where they ought not? Are you referring to that beautiful lady?" "My sincere apologies. I am quite fond of lovely women, and when I lay eyes on one, my gaze tends to wander uncontrollably." Another man sneered, "If your gaze cannot be controlled, perhaps it should be plucked out." The tall man coldly retorted, "Brat, you would do well to take heed and skedaddle far from here. Should the gentlemen see you, do not blame them for being ungracious." "What nonsense! This tea house does not belong to you. The proprietor has not asked me to leave, so by what right do you presume to command my departure?" "Impudent wretch! Do not overstep your bounds. If you refuse our hospitality, prepare to face the consequences. If I were to accept the disgrace offered by a beast, would I not be forsaking my human dignity? As for libations, I have always favored the punitive kind and possess a remarkable capacity for it, never having succumbed to inebriation." Qin Feng quipped with a light chuckle. "How dare you brand us as beasts? You have a death wish. The two bellowed in unison, poised to strike. At that moment, the waiter scurried over, offering a conciliatory smile. Esteemed patrons, we are all here for leisure and relaxation. There is no need for such a fracas that would disrupt the harmony. Turning his gaze towards Qin Feng, he added with a hint of reproach. I cautioned you against sitting here, yet you disregarded my advice. Now, you have embroiled yourself in trouble. I shall forego the tea fare for today, pray. Depart hence with haste. Fear not, Qin Feng demurred with a faint smile, producing a silver ingot of 20 taels and presenting it to the waiter. Esteemed guest. This is far too generous, the waiter exclaimed. Nay, it is but a trifle, for your establishment may soon require extensive repairs, Qin Feng replied. The waiter was taken aback. But in the ensuing moment, the meaning of Qin Feng's words became clear. With sudden alacrity, Qin Feng unleashed a fist upon the face of the taller man's companion. The formidable force of the blow instantly lacerated his skin, leaving him disoriented and blurring his vision. The man was sent hurtling through the air, demolishing numerous tables and chairs. His cries of agony piercing the air. Witnessing this, the taller man launched an attack, his fist aimed at Qin Feng. However, with lightning-like swiftness, Qin Feng seized his fist, and the hellfire mystical energy, akin to a ferocious beast, surged through the man's fist and into his body. The domineering fire force incinerated his internal organs, eliciting a mournful wail. This unexpected turn of events instantly captivated the attention of all present. The once boisterous tea house fell into an abrupt silence, save for the piercing screams that persisted, as they beheld the dismal state of the two bodyguards accompanying the enchanting lady in blue. They were left utterly astounded. With such capabilities, do you dare seek to pluck out my eyes? How utterly ludicrous, Qin Feng scoffed, and with a forceful twist. The sound of cracking bones was followed by a piercing scream. He then delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, propelling him violently through the air to crash against the railing, ultimately plummeting from the second floor to land upon a table on the ground level. The table shattered upon impact, leaving the man unconscious. Chapter 101. The transfer of tasks, is that so? If it pleases you, let him come to seek me out. However, at this moment, shall we not reckon the debts that lie between us? Debts? What debts? I have no connection with you. Yet, if there is no connection, why then did you instruct your subordinates to trouble me, even threatening to gouge out my eyes? This left the enchanting lady in blue at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Feng had closed the distance between them. Slap, slap. Suddenly, he delivered 2 swift slaps to her face, causing her cheeks to swell instantly. You struck me? The lady gasped in disbelief, her hands covering her face. What of it? Do you doubt my resolve to end your life? Qin Feng sneered. At his words, the lady was filled with terror, hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy. My lord, all of this is my fault. I beseech you to show leniency and spare my life. To think you understand the concept of begging. I assumed you only knew how to bully others, Qin Feng remarked with a cold smile. The enchanting lady, still in a state of shock, dared not utter a word. From this day forward, you would do well to exercise restraint, or you shall bear the consequences, Qin Feng stated with a serene detachment. He was not a man of sanguinary disposition, and furthermore, no profound animosity existed between them to warrant a fatal outcome. Initially, Qin Feng contemplated bestowing upon them a more substantial sum, but upon reflection, he surmised that such a considerable fortune, if brought to the attention of unscrupulous individuals, might incite malevolent intentions, potentially endangering them. Consequently, he abandoned the notion. Moreover, 100 taels constituted a significant wealth for an ordinary family such as Ingers, sufficient to sustain them for a lifetime. Could it be that a formidable expert had been covertly assisting Qin Feng from the shadows? Shi Tianxiu had been specifically designated for the clandestine assassination of Qin Feng, and Shi Tianxiu's demise was adequate substantiation that their conjectures were not unfounded. Consequently, their trepidation towards Qin Feng intensified, being able to slay Shi Tianxiu, and furthermore, daring to display the corpses of the 3 previous assassins upon the academy's gates, indicated that the mysterious individual possessed considerable power. Qin Feng, how did you accomplish this? How could you, with your capabilities, kill a Purple Mansion realm martial artist? Su Jingtian inquired. He sought to subtly probe for information. Indeed? So you were both aware that the Shi Tianxiu was a Purple Mansion realm martial artist. How is it, then, that the crystal ball indicated that he was merely a 9th-level profound spiritual realm cultivator? Qin Feng remarked with a sardonic smile. Their countenances betrayed their discomposure. Observing this, Qin Feng became even more assured that they had engaged in manipulation. Upon reflecting on this, a murderous intent filled his heart. However, he was acutely aware that this was not the appropriate time to act, as his strength was insufficient to challenge the Academy's regulations. A breach of these rules would entail dire consequences, and he had no desire to be expelled from this sacred place of cultivation due to a fleeting impulse. Wang Zheng chuckled lightly, acknowledging it is indeed our responsibility for not thoroughly investigating the situation. Nevertheless, your ability to complete the task has certainly surprised us. With a smile, Qin Feng replied, naturally, one must not disrupt the established rules of the Academy. Very well, I shall accept twofold the value in Xinjing. Wang Zheng, feeling generous, agreed, refraining from making any rash decisions in this matter. He understood that as he was not the ultimate authority in the task hall, any escalation could lead to repercussions if the true head were to become aware. Elder Su, please escort him to exchange for Xinjing, Wang Zheng instructed. Thank you. Qin Feng expressed with a respectful gesture. He then accompanied Su Jingtian to the counter. As he departed, Wang Zheng's expression darkened, pondering, I did not anticipate that this young man has formidable allies backing him. It seems prudent to refrain from causing him further trouble for the time being. We shall see how things unfold once the martial arts competition commences. Upon receiving the Xinjing, Qin Feng promptly recharged his card with 3,000 Xinjing, leaving him elated. This newfound wealth would suffice for a considerable period of cultivation within the Spirit Refinement Tower. Chapter 102. Guan Xiaoyu. Qin Feng bowed in apology. Guan Xiaoyu remarked, I once stated that a mere apology cannot resolve issues. With a disdainful huff, he continued, clad in a striking red garment. He exuded an air of peculiarity. So your name is Guan Xiaoyu? Qin Feng pondered, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he shares a connection with Guan Xiaoyan? Upon re-evaluating, he noted the subtle resemblance between them. Indeed, you little rascal. Last time, while I was injured, you took advantage of the situation and harmed me. Today, I shall settle the score. Guan Xiaoyu declared with indignation. Are they all your hired help? Qin Feng inquired suddenly. They are not my aides, merely spectators. I intend for them to witness firsthand how I will bring you down, he retorted. Yes, teach him a lesson. Make sure he receives a proper reprimand. The crowd echoed, filled with righteous fury. However, Guan Xiaoyu raised a hand and coldly stated, no need for that. I am more than capable of handling him alone. With a piercing gaze fixed on Qin Feng, he sneered, you shall pay for your previous words. Qin Feng countered, do not speak so absolutely, lest you inadvertently harm yourself. Since you are so confident, let us wager. If I lose, you may do as you please with me, and I shall offer no resistance. Conversely, should you lose, it is quite simple. You must acknowledge me as your superior. What say you? Guan Xiaoyu, ever self-assured, believed that Qin Feng's suppressed aura indicated he remained at the 6th or, at most, the 7th level of mastery. However, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the 9th level, he was resolute that Qin Feng was no match for him. Thus, he agreed, very well, I accept your wager. Qin Feng smiled faintly, then let the contest commence. With a swift motion, Qin Feng grasped the void, and a beam of light sliced through the air, ultimately transforming into a formidable black sword. Beneath the radiant sunlight, a chilling aura permeated the surroundings. Guan Xiaoyu also drew forth his golden mace. As he stepped forward, an astonishing energy erupted forth like a river breaching its banks. It became evident that he had ascended to the 9th heaven, explaining his formidable demeanor. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. So, today you are certain to lose. Guan Xiaoyu remarked with a cold smirk. That remains to be seen, Qin Feng retorted defiantly. Such bravado. Guan Xiaoyu scoffed then. Akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, he lunged at Qin Feng, raising the golden mace high. A tempestuous wave of power surged forth, and then, like a steel rod, it came crashing down with sudden ferocity. Qin Feng swiftly thrust his sword upward, instantly feeling an immense force bearing down upon him, compelling his arm to bend slightly as the ground beneath him fractured. Guan Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his adversary could withstand his assault. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a lightning-fast kick aimed at Qin Feng's midsection. Qin Feng summoned flames with his left palm, launching a counterattack. The collision of fist and foot resonated like an explosion, sending ripples through the air. Both combatants were forced to retreat a short distance. You certainly possess some skill. Guan Xiaoyu acknowledged, his expression now grave. The recent exchange had revealed to him that this opponent was far from the fragile figure he had envisioned. With a sardonic laugh, he declared, yet today, you are still destined to lose. What has caused this fellow to become so formidable? Why does my attack seem to have no effect? Guan Xiaoyu's astonishment deepened with every strike exchanged. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense that the current strength of Qin Feng was incomparably superior to what he had witnessed in the past. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolutely vowed not to accept defeat. As a man of principle, losing would compel him to genuinely agree to become Qin Feng's subordinate. As the eldest scion of the Guan family, the thought of being someone else's underling was utterly laughable. How could he bear to face others after such a humiliation? A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he infused the mighty golden hammer with his profound energy, unleashing a staggering wave of power, force that dominates mountains and rivers. With a swift motion, the golden hammer descended, releasing a torrent of ferocious strength that coalesced into a dragon-like shockwave, hurtling towards Qin Feng. The ground trembled beneath the golden shockwave, shattering as if cleaved by a colossal blade. Celestial Inferno and Hellfire Aura. Qin Feng scoffed coldly as his fierce infernal energy surged forth. Part of it transformed into the Celestial Inferno and Hellfire Aura, while another portion fortified his physical form. And yet another was channeled into his heavy sword. He positioned the sword before his chest, his left hand resting upon the hilt, as an ethereal sword energy erupted, forming a translucent sword barrier that intertwined with the aura of protection. Humph, you think you can thwart my attack with such feeble defenses? How utterly absurd. Guan Xiaoyu sneered. But in the next breath, he found himself rendered speechless in shock. The golden shockwave failed to breach Qin Feng's defenses. Even the Celestial Inferno and Hellfire Aura remained unscathed. Ultimately, the shockwave dissipated as its energy was exhausted. How could this be possible? Guan Xiaoyu's attack was thwarted. Qin Feng was astonishingly powerful. It seemed that Guan Xiaoyu would undoubtedly face defeat this time. The onlookers, witnessing Qin Feng effortlessly deflect Guan Xiaoyu's assault, were profoundly astonished. At that moment, Guan Xiaoyu was engulfed by a tumultuous storm of emotions, utterly taken aback by the ease with which his formidable attack had been thwarted. Chapter 103. Acceptance of the crowd. Seeing his techniques so effortlessly countered, Guan Xiaoyu's expression soured, and he felt a heightened apprehension towards Qin Feng. The heavenly prison inferno aura emanating from Qin Feng blazed fiercely, releasing an astonishing wave of fiery energy. If this is all you have, I suggest you concede, he scoffed. It's far too premature to draw conclusions, replied Qin Feng with a cryptic smile. Until now, I have merely focused on defense, seeking to rectify the mistake of injuring you earlier. However, from this moment forth, I shall not hold back. Be prepared. What? He hasn't even unleashed his full power. Guan Xiaoyu and his companions were utterly astounded. The mere thought that such formidable strength was only a fraction of Qin Feng's capability sent waves of tension coursing through Guan Xiaoyu's mind. If Qin Feng's words held any truth, victory would be an arduous endeavor. Who shall prevail will be revealed in due course. Enough of this idle chatter, let us engage, Guan Xiaoyu declared, gripping his golden hammer with determination. As you wish, Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, stepping forward. A tremendous aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. The eighth layer of the mysterious spirit realm. How is this even possible? Guan Xiaoyu was taken aback. The last time he encountered Qin Feng, he was merely at the sixth level of the Xianling realm, yet within just a few days, he had ascended to the eighth level. Had he consumed some extraordinary fruit or elixir, or perhaps stumbled upon a great fortune? Damn it, I miscalculated. At that moment, it dawned on him that Qin Feng had been feigning weakness all along. Caution was warranted. Just then, Qin Feng chuckled softly, issuing a reminder before he stepped forward with a speed akin to a gentle breeze. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his opponent, wielding his heavy sword with a sudden, forceful slash. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, akin to a small mountain descending upon him. Guan Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically as he hastily raised his golden hammer to block the strike. However, Qin Feng's blow was more formidable than he had anticipated. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword met the hammer, causing the ground beneath Guan Xiaoyu to crack and sink. His muscles tensed, revealing the strain he was under. Now, Qin Feng had undergone a profound transformation, possessing the power to vanquish even those at the ninth level. He could contend with the formidable figures of the Zifu realm. Although Guan Xiaoyu had recently advanced to the ninth level and learned numerous advanced martial arts, he was still constrained by his own limitations, unable to unleash his full potential. Thus, they were locked in a stalemate. Qin Feng executed a flying kick, and Guan Xiaoyu's face paled in terror as he raised his elbow in defense. Yet, that kick was overwhelmingly powerful, sending him reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng thrust his sword forward with lightning speed, aiming for Guan Xiaoyu's throat with a force akin to a thunderous strike. Guan Xiaoyu's heart raced as he swiftly swung his golden hammer to block the impending attack. The clash of weapons sent Guan Xiaoyu flying, and at that moment, Qin Feng arrived in pursuit. He raised his left palm, which emanated an aura of desolation, reminiscent of withering life. Almost immediately, under Guan Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, Qin Feng struck his chest with a powerful blow. Following this, he knelt on one knee, expressing his reluctance. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes. He had already discerned that given the circumstances, a confrontation was inevitable, prompting him to propose a wager to uncover the enmity between them. After all, when an ordinary person loses a bet, they often feel a pang of guilt upon encountering the victor, making them reluctant to seek trouble. Initially, Qin Feng had assumed that Guan Xiaoyu, with his arrogant demeanor as a wealthy young master, would be a frivolous scion likely to renege on his word. However, to his astonishment, Guan Xiaoyu displayed genuine sincerity, committing to his words despite his inner resentment. In that instant, Qin Feng's fondness for him grew significantly. He quickly helped him to his feet and chuckled gently. "I was merely jesting. You need not take it to heart. Who are you in relation to Guan Xiaoyan?" Guan Xiaoyu paused momentarily before replying. "I am her younger brother. Do you know my sister?" Qin Feng nodded. "Indeed, I am acquainted with her. We may consider ourselves friends after this encounter. Let us put our misunderstandings behind us." "No," Guan Xiaoyu asserted firmly. "A man of honor must keep his word. What I, Guan Xiaoyu, have declared shall be fulfilled. From this moment on, you shall be my superior, until the day I defeat you." Qin Feng gazed at him, and in the depths of his eyes, he discerned a resolute determination and unwavering dedication. He pondered the notion that this young man, intent on recognizing him as an elder brother, perhaps sought to rise from his past missteps, striving to surpass an opponent he could not conquer. Qin Feng chose not to refuse any longer, for he understood that his rejection would be futile. "Very well," Qin Feng declared, "I shall acquiesce to your request. However, refrain from addressing me as boss, as it sounds akin to the banter of ruffians. Instead, call me brother. Once you have bested me, the nature of our relationship will be yours to determine." "Brother," Guan Xiaoyu called out, immediately summoning his subordinates, commanding them coldly, "Why do you not address him as brother?" "Brother." The three exchanged glances, ultimately echoing the words. Qin Feng nodded in approval and stated, "Excellent. Since you have acknowledged me as your elder brother, you must adhere to my rules. No bullying the weak, no petty theft, and absolutely no betrayal of trust or selling out your comrades. Should anyone contravene these tenets, my sword shall surely sever their throat." A sense of joy welled within Qin Feng. By accepting Guan Xiaoyu as a brother today, he solidified a closer bond with the Guan family. His master, Gu Tianke, had once remarked that the Guan family was a prestigious lineage, robust in strength. Cultivating a favorable relationship with them would be immensely advantageous. This was not an act of opportunism or a lack of ambition on Qin Feng's part. Rather, it was a strategic maneuver to harness their influence. Now he has offended both the Blood Wolf Gang and the White Tiger City, two formidable powers. With his current strength, he is simply no match for them. In his moment of vulnerability, he requires a robust backing to ensure his growth. The Guan family truly stands as the best option. Chapter 104. Offense as defense, you little rascal. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you already wish to slay the old man? One of the newcomers remarked with a disdainful sneer. Lying on the ground, Qin Feng recognized the figure before him. Was it not Old Lai? "Old Lai, why are you lurking behind me? Do you not know that scaring someone can be fatal?" Old Lai, with his arms crossed and an air of arrogance, tilted his head and replied, "I am simply pleased." "What is it?" Qin Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. "I shall tell you later. For now, allow this old man to further assess your abilities. Just how proficient is your swordsmanship?" With a swift motion, Old Lai sliced his hand through the air, causing a branch from the towering willow in the yard to snap off and vanish, only to reappear in his grasp a moment later, smooth and straight. Devoid of leaves or twigs, transformed into a mere wooden rod. "Since Old Lai wishes to test me, I shall not hold back." A heavy sword manifested in his hand. Devoid of any mystical energy, yet an aura of sharpness emanated from both the man and the blade, ethereal and mist-like. "Remarkable. You have indeed cultivated sword energy," Old Lai observed, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Although the paths of gun and sword differ, they share certain commonalities. I previously grasped the essence of the gun, thus cultivating the sword's energy became considerably easier, Qin Feng stated truthfully. Indeed, you are right, young one. Exercise caution. The old master Lai initiated his assault with remarkable speed, so swift that even Qin Feng, who was already quick, felt a jolt in his eyelids. The wooden staff in his hand thrust forward like a sword, striking with astonishing rapidity, akin to an arrow released from its bow, aimed directly at the throat. Qin Feng's response was equally commendable. He held his sword upright, using its blade as a shield to counter the incoming attack. The clash of metal resonated, and it was evident that Qin Feng was thrust backward by the force of the wooden staff's strike. Your reaction is indeed swift. However, be on your guard. The old master Lai remarked with a light chuckle, before lunging forward once more to attack. His onslaught was akin to a tempest, raining blows upon Qin Feng, who exerted every ounce of his strength merely to withstand it, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng was sent sprawling to the ground, as if struck by a heavy blow, his chest aching intensely. Master Lai, your swordsmanship is exceptional. I am truly humbled, Qin Feng said with a bitter smile. Initially, he had taken pride in his progress with the sword, confident that he could endure several exchanges against the old master. However, in the presence of Lai, he realized he was merely flaunting his skills before a master, akin to a novice brandishing a weapon before a seasoned warrior. Throughout the recent engagement, Qin Feng discerned that the old master had held back. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to a single strike. The old master stroked his beard and said, "Young one, your swordsmanship has reached a commendable level. When I was your age, I was nowhere near as proficient as you are. Is that so? Indeed, I should feel elated." Qin Feng chuckled softly and rose from the ground. The old man Lai remarked, "Do you understand the reason I bested you just now?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow and pondered. "Your attack was sharp and formidable, completely suppressing me and leaving me no room to counter. Are you suggesting that overwhelming strength can crush an opponent, forcing them into submission, thereby revealing their vulnerabilities for us to exploit?" The old man Lai smiled with satisfaction and replied, "You are partially correct, yet also mistaken. What you refer to as strength encompasses the comprehensive abilities of a martial artist, whereas my point pertains specifically to swordsmanship. I am implying the principle of offense as defense. This notion signifies that one solely focuses on attack, leaving no space or opportunity for the opponent to counter. If the adversary is preoccupied with defense, then what necessity is there for one to defend?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a profound shock, as if he had gained a newfound understanding of swordplay. Indeed, as long as the techniques are incisive and the assaults swift and fierce, overwhelming the opponent with sheer power, their efforts to cope will render one's own defense unnecessary. Qin Feng realized this truth. The old man's exceptional insight was evident. He could discern from Qin Feng's expressions and words that the young man had grasped the essence of his teachings. Old Lai remarked, "Although you have grasped the principle of offense as a means of defense, it is crucial for you to comprehend that achieving this is far from simple. In a confrontation, if your offensive strategy is dismantled by your opponent, you will find yourself in a perilous situation." Qin Feng nodded, understanding the essence of Old Lai's words. In essence, if an adversary can decisively counter your attack, the concept of offense as defense becomes nullified, leaving you vulnerable to danger. Therefore, it is imperative that you diligently hone your skills, enhancing both the ferocity and swiftness of your strikes, compelling your opponent to adopt a purely defensive stance, rendering them incapable of countering your moves. "I understand," Qin Feng nodded, realizing the profound insights he had gained that day. To embody offense as defense, the crux lies in cultivating both speed and strength. In the realm of martial arts, only speed remains unbroken. You impudent brat, do not delude yourself into thinking your swordsmanship is swift. In the eyes of a master, your speed resembles that of a snail, lamentably slow. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng inhaled sharply, astonished. He believed his speed to be comparable to lightning, yet Old Lai's comparison to a sluggish snail was shocking. Just how fast could true swordsmanship masters be? The mere thought filled him with trepidation and disbelief. Chapter 105. The dark evil breaks. The army. Qin Feng learned from Old Lai that the sword technique he had demonstrated, embodying the principle of offense as defense, was termed the Wutian sword tiger technique. The term Wutian signifies being unperturbed by external influences, allowing the sword to flow in harmony with one's intentions. While sword tiger embodies a relentless forward charge, akin to a tiger, knowing only to pounce and kill, oblivious to the notion of defense. The celestial sword technique consists of a total of 10 sword forms, each characterized by its offensive nature devoid of defense. The first move, Sword Locking the Dragon, employs formidable sword energy to ensnare the adversary, thereby disrupting their movements and footwork. The second move, Sword Howling at the Heavens, manifests the will of the sword as a resounding sound that soars into the sky, shaking the firmament and penetrating the opponent's mind, shattering their divine essence. The third move, Concealment Breeds Clarity, features a seamless and flowing sword technique akin to the unimpeded flow of water. Yet, as the combat unfolds, it silently scatters sword energy around the enemy, which subsequently detonates, delivering a devastating blow. The fourth move, Thunderous Roar of the Nine Heavens, envelopes the world in darkness, with lightning suspended in the air, harnessing the power of thunder to obliterate the foe. The fifth move, Endless Wind and Fire, intertwines wind and fire, with the overwhelming sword energy transforming into a fierce gale of flames. As long as the sword intent persists, the tempest remains unextinguished beneath this elemental fury. No one can escape. The sixth move, Furious Wind Howling, shapes the sword intent into a ferocious and dominative storm that annihilates the enemy. The seventh move, Gaze of 1,000 Warriors, unleashes sword energy in all directions, converging with the power of the cosmos to create an ethereal blade towering 100 meters high. With a single sweeping strike, the void is obliterated. The eighth move, Sword Fire Connecting the Heavens, fuses wrath with sword energy, the greater the fury, the more potent the sword energy becomes, and as long as the anger endures, the sword energy remains relentless. The ninth move, Sword Illusion of Demonic Shadows, conjures a mirage through the will of the sword, plunging the adversary into a hellish nightmare that disorients their mind, providing the perfect opportunity for a fatal strike. The 10th maneuver, devoid of emotion and self, plunges one into a hellish realm, severing the bonds of desire and selfhood. The brilliance of the sword's edge illuminates the surroundings, as the practitioner conjures a space of swords within a 10-mile radius. Within this domain, individuals, be they kin, friends, foes, or vile brigands, shall be struck by the sword's aura, shattering into countless pieces, leaving no path for survival. This set of 10 sword techniques is both formidable and overwhelming, possessing unparalleled might. However, it imposes stringent demands on the wielder, with sword intent being of paramount significance. Sword intent is the comprehension of the sword's way, the deeper your understanding, the stronger your sword intent, thereby amplifying the potency of your techniques. Should your will harmonize with the way of the sword, achieving a unity of man and sword, you may then be regarded as a true master of the sword, gazing down upon the world and traversing its expanse with ease. The venerable master spoke gently. Furthermore, the strength of sword intent must correspond with the intensity of the sword's aura. Yet, a potent sword aura does not necessarily imply robust sword intent. The aura may be enhanced by mysterious energies, naturally augmenting its power. This is a concept you must grasp. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. You impudent lad, from this moment forth, you shall train under my guidance. Once you have mastered the foundational realm of the sword, I shall impart to you the secrets of the Wutian Sword Tiger technique. Foundational realm? Qin Feng queried, taken aback. Precisely, it encompasses the 3 states of lifting the heavy as if it were light, lifting the light as if it were heavy, and the unity of lightness and heaviness. The venerable master chuckled while stroking his beard. Upon finishing his words, he raised his palm towards the heavens, and a fiery crimson light descended like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Boom! The crimson radiance struck the earth, creating a pit 3 feet deep, surrounded by a web of fissures. At this moment, Qin Feng discerned the true nature of the object enveloped within that brilliance. Before him lay a gigantic sword of a deep crimson hue, measuring an impressive 1.79 meters in length, with a width nearly equivalent to 10 fingers. Exuding an aura of immense weightiness akin to a mountain. Elder Lai, this is, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. This is the weapon I have prepared for you. It is named Dark Malevolence Breaking Army. From this day forth, it shall be your armament. Whether you are dining, resting, or even attending to nature's call, you must bear it at all times, Elder Lai asserted with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully and approached the colossal sword. Gazing up at the imposing weapon, which towered over him, he inhaled deeply and grasped the hilt, exerting considerable effort to draw it. To his shock, he soon realized that even with his nearly 1,000 gene of strength, he was unable to lift it. Truly extraordinary, channeling the infernal prison's profound energy. His strength surged to over 2,000 Jin, allowing him to slowly extract the blade. As Dark Malevolence Breaking Army emerged from the earth, Qin Feng's face flushed crimson, sweat pouring down his brow, revealing the considerable strain he was under. At last, the massive sword was fully drawn and hovered in the air. However, the sheer weight of the blade caused Qin Feng to lose his balance. With a stumble, he fell to the ground, the impact resonating through the earth with a resounding thud. Gasping for breath, he remarked, "Elder Lai, this Dark Malevolence Breaking Army is excessively heavy. It is a struggle for me to wield it, let alone engage in combat. Such a weighty sword would hardly allow for effective fighting. I fear that before I could even strike at an enemy, I would have already been vanquished." "Impudent boy, that is your concern now. If you wish to learn my ultimate techniques, you must obediently comply," Elder Lai replied. Old Lai chuckled with a hint of malicious glee. "For the sake of the ultimate skill, I endured." Qin Feng gritted his teeth. For the sake of the Wutian Sword Tiger technique, he was determined to persevere. Rising to his feet, he summoned all his strength to hoist the sword onto his back. In an instant, Qin Feng felt as though he was shouldering an immense mountain, its weight almost bending his spine, causing him to sweat profusely and gasp for breath. Indeed, this dark evil breaking army was a weapon of the earth grade. And if one could master it proficiently, it would significantly enhance their combat prowess, Old Lai remarked. Earth grade weaponry. Qin Feng's heart raced with astonishment. Though he sensed that this sword was extraordinary, he had not anticipated it to belong to the earth grade tier. In Qin Feng's understanding, weapons were categorized into 8 classes, ranked from strongest to weakest as follows: divine, sacred, royal, king, heavenly, earthly, profound, and mundane. Each class is further divided into 10 grades. Mundane weapons are utilized by warriors below the Xianling realm, while earth-grade weapons are typically wielded by warriors at the 8th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm and above. Even the most inferior earth-grade weapons hold immense value in the market, being exceedingly rare. He never expected Old Lai to be so generous as to gift him an earth-grade weapon. At this moment, upon realizing that the dark evil breaking army was indeed an earth-grade weapon, all of Qin Feng's grievances evaporated, replaced instead by overwhelming joy. "Very well. I have matters to attend to. I shall return tomorrow," Old Lai stated as he departed, a glint of schadenfreude lingering in his eyes. Witnessing this, a sense of foreboding surged within Qin Feng as he felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Surely, this old man would not be plotting against him, would he? Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind. With the ominous, heavy sword strapped to his back, he ascended the mountain, determined to acclimate to its weight, for only then could he wield this blade with proficiency. Above the clouds, the venerable Lai reclined on a cushion of white, sipping wine from a gourd, lost in his reverie, while his peripheral gaze fell upon the figure of Qin Feng below, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Chapter 106. The place of cultivation amidst the undulating mountains. A young man, bare-shouldered, trudged along the mountain path, bearing a massive crimson sword that seemed to weigh a ton. Each step he took reverberated like the sound of a hammer striking an anvil, leaving behind a footprint of considerable size in the earth. At last, Qin Feng could advance no further. He sought refuge beneath a large tree to rest and cool off. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly realized that this sword possessed the remarkable ability to draw in the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into a unique energy that honed his flesh and meridians like a searing fire, all without inflicting any pain, even alleviating much of his fatigue. Truly, it was an extraordinary earth-grade weapon, Qin Feng marveled. When he next awoke, more than an hour had passed. He promptly consumed a medicinal pill and activated his immortal body technique to restore his physique. In the depths of night, within a grand estate, a strikingly handsome young man sat in a pavilion, though his expression was dark and his eyes burned with anger, clearly in a fit of rage. Beside him stood 2 young men, and had Qin Feng been present, he would have been astonished, for these 2 were none other than Yang Hong and Yi Hong, the very individuals he had previously vanquished. On that fateful day, after being driven away by Qin Feng, they were consumed by resentment and a singular desire for vengeance. Upon discovering that Senior Jin was present, they approached him with generous gifts, articulating their requests. Senior Jin, overjoyed, readily consented. However, at that moment, he received alarming news. His beloved, the enchanting Lan Jiaonyang, had been wronged, which ignited his fury. Ironically, the perpetrator was none other than Qin Feng. Upon learning this, Yang Hong and Yi Hong were elated. Qin Feng had offended Jin Feiha's woman, a direct affront to his honor. Qin Feng would undoubtedly seek retribution, aligning perfectly with their intentions for this meeting. This audacious Qin Feng dares to strike my woman. He is truly courting death, Qin Feng exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the stone table in anger. Indeed, this Qin Feng is utterly despicable, daring to act with impunity. If we possessed the strength, we would teach him a lesson he would never forget, they echoed. Precisely, Senior Qin, we have come to implore you to take decisive action against him. Yang Hong and Yi Hong fanned the flames of their conspiracy. Qin Feng suddenly rose, snorting in fury. This Qin Feng has the audacity to disregard my authority. I shall ensure he pays for his insolence. Yang Hong and Yi Hong exchanged glances, their faces betraying a triumphant smirk. As dawn broke on the second day, Qin Feng awakened and hurriedly completed his morning routine. He then set out on the mountain, bearing the weight of the dark, evil-breaking army. Having engaged in mental cultivation the previous day, he had begun to comprehend and adapt to the burden of the dark, evil-breaking army, finding today's experience markedly easier than the last. With a sudden impulse, he reached to touch the dark, evil-breaking army, only to be startled and retreat several steps. Who says I cannot endure hardship? I was merely jesting. Old man, let me assure you, no matter what tricks you employ, I, Qin Feng, shall rise to the challenge. He displayed a fearless demeanor. Though still youthful, he possessed a fiery temper. I relish the prospect of training this spirited lad. Come with me, the elder replied. At that moment, he and Elder Lai were soaring through the skies, the vast, dark, evil-breaking army transforming beneath them like a celestial vessel. What is that ruckus? It's utterly unbearable, Elder Lai grumbled. This is my first experience flying in the sky. It's only natural that I feel a bit anxious, Qin Feng admitted. Still shaken, suppressing his trepidation, he gazed curiously at the world below. The bustling crowds, towering buildings, and flowing rivers were vividly striking, a marvel to behold. Indeed, Elder Lai's prowess was extraordinary. He was capable of flying with his sword. For a martial artist to soar through the air, one must reach the celestial martial realm. And to fly on a sword signifies an even greater level of mastery. Thus, Qin Feng was certain that Elder Lai's cultivation must be at least at the celestial martial realm or beyond. The celestial martial realm ranks among the elite within the entire northern sky domain. Although it was anticipated that Master Lai was a formidable swordsmanship expert with astonishing prowess, Qin Feng was still overwhelmed with astonishment upon discerning his true strength. After approximately half an hour of soaring through the skies, they arrived at an expansive desert stretching as far as the eye could see. The sun blazed fiercely, and sandstorms swept through the air. Within the desert, the temperature soared to unbearable heights. Qin Feng felt an oppressive heat, and the dark, malevolent artifact he carried burned with an intensity that could incinerate flesh were it not for his rigorous training in the Great Sun Body Refinement technique, which fortified his physique. In bewilderment, Qin Feng inquired, Master Lai, what brings us to this place? Where exactly are we? Master Lai, stroking his beard with a smile, replied, This is the Heavenly Flame Desert. What? The Heavenly Flame Desert? Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, as he exclaimed, Is this not the realm inhabited by the serpent people and the beast men? Chapter 107. The Giant Scorpion Worm. When Master Lai mentioned the Heavenly Flame Desert, Qin Feng was struck with profound astonishment, even tinged with a hint of fear. It was not without reason. Nearly everyone within the Tianluo realm harbors a deep-seated dread of this place. The reason lies in the formidable strength of the beast men and serpent people who dominate the desert. It is said that there exist individuals within these tribes who surpass the heavenly martial realm in power. Both tribes hold a fierce disdain for humanity, rendering any human who ventures into the desert susceptible to relentless pursuit by these two races. Thus, the Heavenly Flame Desert is deemed a perilous land, fraught with danger. However, every situation harbors both advantages and disadvantages. Although this place is perilous, it is also home to numerous rare treasures, some of which are utterly absent elsewhere. Thus, driven by the allure of potential gain, some individuals venture into the desert, undeterred by the risks. Furthermore, the orcs and serpent folk are not as rigid as one might assume. They are aware of the valuable items humans possess. Consequently, on designated days, they choose to engage in open trade. For the most part, however, the two factions maintain a significant level of hostility. Indeed, Elder Lai nodded, from today onward, this shall be your training ground. This is the domain of the orcs and serpent folk. With my current strength, burdened by such a heavy sword, would it not be a path to certain death? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Elder Lai extended his hand, and a powerful suction emanated from his palm, swiftly drawing away Qin Feng's storage belt. Elder Lai. Qin Feng gasped in shock. That old man. Qin Feng, filled with indignation, quickly examined his storage belt and discovered, as Elder Lai had stated, that it contained only the items he mentioned. This was dire indeed. Qin Feng managed a bitter smile. He unfolded a map only to find it incomplete, marked with 2 points, one indicating his current location and the other seemingly pointing to his destination. In the vast desert, with sand swirling ominously. Every footstep the youth took was swiftly obscured by the encroaching sands. The dark, malevolent breaking army was excessively heavy, and the soft ground made each step a struggle. Qin Feng found himself nearly sinking into the yellow sands with each movement. The physical exertion required here far exceeded that on the well-trodden paths. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. After an entire day, he had only traversed a meager 20 miles. Yet the destination marked on the map remained a considerable distance away. As nightfall descended, he sought a steep incline to settle down, lifting his water pouch to drink deeply. After quenching his thirst, he splashed some water over himself, producing a hissing sound as steam billowed from his body, reminiscent of a red-hot iron submerged in water. Remarkably, this act brought Qin Feng an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The dark, evil breaking army was driven into the ground, its substantial weight causing half of the blade to sink into the sand. He took a small portion of the dry rations provided by the Elder Lai, suddenly realizing that they were far from ordinary. After consuming them, he felt his depleted energy restore itself by half in an instant. At that moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. It turned out that Elder Lai was not as harsh as he had imagined, showing genuine concern for his well-being. Old man, in light of your still pure conscience, I vow not to disappoint you as I wield this dark, evil breaking army. A faint smile graced his lips as he settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate his energy. During his practice, Qin Feng discovered that his body, having been tempered by the dark, evil breaking army in the blazing sun, exhibited newfound resilience. His ability to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth had accelerated, and even his profound energy had strengthened imperceptibly. This enhancement was, in fact, a boon from the dark, evil breaking army. Throughout the day, Qin Feng had fortified his physical form with profound energy to bear the weight of the dark, evil breaking army. When the quantity of the Lai prison profound energy fell below a certain threshold, the undying profound art would automatically activate, drawing upon the spiritual essence of the universe to convert it into profound energy. In the midst of this desert, the aura of fire attributes is most abundant, and Qin Feng's infernal profound energy is likewise of the fire attribute. The harmonious interplay between the two leads to a more rapid recovery of his profound energy compared to when he was in other locations. However, given Qin Feng's current condition, the consumption of profound energy while traversing the terrain exceeds the rate of replenishment from the surrounding spiritual aura. This inevitably leads to moments when he cannot keep up with his consumption, prompting him to pause, sit cross-legged, and devote himself to absorbing the spiritual energy fully to replenish his profound energy. During this ebb and flow of absorption, the infernal profound energy undergoes refinement, enhancing its quality, and even expanding the capacity of his energy sea. The nights in the desert are frigid, causing the fire attribute's spiritual energy to become scarce, rendering the efficacy of his cultivation barely a fraction of that during the day. As time passes and night deepens, Qin Feng, engrossed in his training, is suddenly alerted by a rustling sound. He swiftly opens his eyes to discover creatures the size of fists emerging from the yellow sands, resembling pangolins. Their bodies a dark brown hue, while their tails are akin to that of a scorpion, adorned with yellow stingers, exuding a chilling demeanor. These are giant scorpion worms. Qin Feng furrows his brow. The giant scorpion worms are documented in miscellaneous texts, known to inhabit the desert, with their tail stingers possessing potent venom capable of killing even those of the Purple Mansion realm. Terrifyingly, among the dozens of these creatures now approaching him, some possess such ferocious toxicity. As these giant scorpion worms charge toward him, Qin Feng brandishes his dark evil breaker, infusing the sword's body with profound energy. He then executes a sweeping slash, unleashing a formidable sword force that sweeps through the air like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, aimed directly at the oncoming giant scorpion worms. The force of the sword surged forth, and the massive scorpion-like creatures clustered together, resembling a flattened spearhead, emitting a peculiar sound in unison. Then, a dark brown glow emanated from their bodies, and these energy beams coalesced to form a protective barrier. With a resounding thud, the sword collided with the shield, merely causing ripples without inflicting any significant harm. At that moment, having withstood the sword's assault, the giant scorpions maintained their formation, advancing with a deliberate and rhythmic pace, resembling sharp spearheads aimed directly at Qin Feng. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and a sense of gravity settled within him. Chapter 108. The Moonstone Sand District. Dozens of massive scorpion creatures moved in unison like a disciplined army, their steps synchronized as they advanced menacingly towards Qin Feng. Although burdened by apprehension, he had not succumbed to despair. He raised the dark malevolence breaking army with all his might, bringing it crashing down upon the barrier formed by the scorpions. In an instant, the shield dented deeply, however, it remained unbroken. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the barrier, sending the colossal sword flying. The sheer momentum was overwhelming, and Qin Feng, unable to maintain his grip, watched as it soared away, ultimately embedding itself in the sandy ground. In the absence of the dark malevolence breaking army, Qin Feng felt as light as a feather, akin to a farmer liberated from burdens. Filled with an invigorating sense of freedom, he was brimming with energy, eager to unleash it. Beasts, today I shall deal with you thoroughly. With a radiant smile, Qin Feng stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of formidable hellfire energy that surged forth from his being. At that moment, he felt as though he were enveloped in flames, akin to a sovereign who commands the very essence of fire. To his astonishment, shortly after his breakthrough to the 8th level of the profound spirit realm, his energy had amplified so significantly, it seemed the arduous days of relentless toil had not been in vain. The extraordinary aura emanating from this energy left him profoundly astounded. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy as he declared, "You rabble, allow me to show you what I am capable of today." As his words echoed, he angled his right palm toward the ground, and the hellfire energy surged forth, visibly coalescing into a blade of fiery essence, radiating an astonishing heat. Simultaneously, the colossal scorpion-like creatures leapt forth, resembling sharp spears aimed directly at Qin Feng. In response, he let out a cold chuckle and swung the fiery blade downwards. When the two forces collided, a powerful wave of sword energy erupted, effortlessly shattering the protective barrier. As the barrier crumbled, the colossal scorpions were reduced to mere rubble, scattering like fragments of stone, with many perishing or sustaining injuries. Their previous arrogance vanished, and they scurried away in haste, no longer the formidable adversaries they once appeared to be. With the scorpions vanquished, the first light of dawn began to break in the east, the sun gradually ascending the horizon. Witnessing this, a smile graced Qin Feng's face, filled with anticipation for the new day. He shouldered the dark evil breakthrough once more and resumed his path of cultivation. Having experienced the benefits bestowed by the dark evil breakthrough, he found himself no longer averse to bearing its weight. Beneath the blazing sun, an astonishing heat enveloped the land, where shimmering waves of heat danced visibly in the air. Qin Feng traversed the desert, each step leaving a distinct imprint in the sand. Suddenly, his stride halted. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings. In an instant, he grasped the hilt of his sword, unleashing a powerful slash that cleaved through the air, producing a piercing sound that echoed in the vastness. The blade plunged into the yellow sand, and soon after, a viscous, greenish liquid oozed forth from the spot where the sword had struck. With a swift flick, Qin Feng extracted the blade from the sand, lifting a cloud of yellow grains, revealing a creature severed in two, resembling a lizard-like beast. This was the earth lizard beast, a mere first-tier mystical creature, easily dispatched by Qin Feng. To attempt an ambush on me is truly folly, he scoffed, before settling down to cultivate, absorbing the fire attribute spiritual energy that permeated the air. It was midday, the time when the fire energy in the desert reached its zenith, making this an optimal moment for cultivation, yielding maximum benefits with minimal effort. As time passed, Qin Feng absorbed more and more of the fire energy, invigorating his infernal profound qi, gradually elevating his level and drawing ever closer to the 7th transformation. After approximately an hour, as noon waned and his cultivation pace slowed, Qin Feng ceased his practice and resumed his journey forward. In the present moment, after 3 days of arduous training in this vast desert, today marks the 4th day. Throughout these 4 days, Qin Feng has encountered numerous ferocious beasts, yet he has managed to avert calamity each time. Through these confrontations, his proficiency in wielding the dark evil breaking army has significantly improved. Although he has yet to attain complete mastery, he now finds his movements considerably more fluid, no longer burdened as he once was. At this juncture, Qin Feng halts his steps, gazing upon the endless expanse of sand. He unfolds his map for scrutiny. This area should correspond to the Moonstone Sand District. According to the map, the presence of the Serpent People is frequent here, necessitating utmost caution. The combat prowess of the Serpent People is formidable. Under equivalent conditions, one can easily contend against two opponents. While he feels somewhat confident in facing Serpent People of the Xianling realm, he harbors a deep-seated fear of encountering those of the Zifu realm. Against such warriors, his only recourse may be to flee, and even that may not guarantee his escape. Thus, prudence is paramount. As Qin Feng ventures forth, he acknowledges the vastness of the Moonstone Sand District, spanning approximately 100 miles. To traverse this expanse on foot would require at least a day, during which the likelihood of encountering members of the Serpent People remains high. In a flurry, he attempts to stow the dark, evil-breaking army into his storage belt, only to discover it cannot be accommodated. Cursing under his breath, Qin Feng's frustration mounts. It becomes glaringly evident that the storage belt gifted to him by the old man Lai had been tampered with, rendering it incapable of holding the dark, evil-breaking army. The intent behind this was clear: to prevent him from becoming complacent and attempting to conceal the dark, evil-breaking army within the belt. At present, the dark and malevolent weapon known as the Dark Evil Blade cannot be stored in the spatial belt, leaving him with no choice but to carry it on his back. Consequently, his pace has significantly diminished. What should have been a day's journey may stretch into 3 or 4 days, or perhaps even longer. The longer he lingers, the greater the peril becomes. Of course, he could abandon the Dark Evil Blade, but relinquishing a low-tier weapon for an uncertain future seems a grave folly to Qin Feng. His heart brims with grievances and dissatisfaction towards the elder, yet he understands that such complaints are futile. The pressing matter is to hasten his departure from this perilous place. Qin Feng sheathed the Dark Evil Blade into its scabbard and promptly pressed on, silently praying that misfortune would not lead him to encounter any foreign adversaries. As time elapsed, Qin Feng hurried through the Moonstone Sand area. Upon reaching a particular location, he suddenly beheld a figure sprawled on the ground, lifeless or unconscious, appearing to have lain there for quite some time, half of his body buried beneath the yellow sand. Could it be that there truly are Serpent People here? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and became alert. He approached, crouched down, and extended a finger to the man's nostrils, discovering that he still had a faint breath. He was not dead. Chapter 109. Reaping the consequences. The man, half buried in the yellow sand, was still alive. Qin Feng quickly aided him to sit upright and examined his body, only to find that he was severely injured internally. Without hesitation, Qin Feng produced his water pouch and offered him a drink, simultaneously channeling a stream of energy into his body to aid in his recovery. Mere seconds later, the man began to awaken. "How are you feeling?" "I am well, thanks to your timely rescue," the man expressed with immense gratitude. "What is your name? And how did you come to be here?" "My name is Xuantian, a member of the hunting group. Today, I was assigned to this place alongside my companions to search for treasures. However, I did not anticipate encountering the Serpent People. I barely escaped under the cover of my comrades. Young brother, would you be so kind as to escort me to our leader? Only by locating them can we find a path to survival, and we shall reward you handsomely." After Xuantian finished his meal, he regained much of his strength. The two proceeded southward, traversing the endless yellow sands, battling against the wind and sand. They walked for approximately half an hour before arriving at the location of the hunting group that Xuantian had mentioned. Before them stood towering sand dunes, the scorching sun, and oddly shaped rocks scattered about, yet not a single soul was in sight. A sudden wave of profound unease washed over Qin Feng, as he sensed that this might be a trap. Why is there not a single person here? Xuantian scanned the surroundings and abruptly dodged, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Qin Feng. With a sinister grin, he said, "Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for you, I would have perished in this desert. However, although you saved my life, my peril has not yet dissipated." Realizing the true nature of his companion, Qin Feng understood he had been deceived, yet he did not lose his composure. "What is it that you truly desire?" Qin Feng asked coldly. "You will soon find out," the other replied, clapping his hands. Immediately, Qin Feng sensed the presence of several energies permeating the air. Someone was approaching. Qin Feng instantly heightened his vigilance. As anticipated, under Qin Feng's gaze, a dozen serpent-like beings emerged, their bodies adorned with tails reminiscent of snakes, clothed in garments fashioned from animal hides. Their crimson and emerald eyes appeared exceptionally menacing. The Serpent People. A shiver coursed through Qin Feng's mind. Xuantian, with a tail that swayed in a display of subservience. Ingratiatingly implored, Guardian Lei Lai, I have brought the individuals as agreed. Might you grant me the antidote? Humanity, indeed, embodies the utmost hypocrisy and cunning. The burly leader of the serpent folk sneered contemptuously. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xian Sheng's face. Our serpent people do not possess the same treachery as your kind. Here, take the antidote. Lei Lai tossed a white vial back to him, and Xian Sheng's spirits soared as he eagerly uncorked the jade bottle and consumed its contents. Thank you, Guardian, Xian Sheng expressed, cupping his hands in gratitude. Yet, the serpents erupted into raucous laughter. A wave of unease washed over Xian Sheng, having secured his salvation. Why did they find amusement? Their laughter bore a taunting and derisive quality. Could it be that the antidote was flawed? Panic gripped Xian Sheng's heart. In the blink of an eye, he felt as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his flesh, an unbearable agony engulfing him. The pain is excruciating. Xian Sheng held in torment, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. You are deceitful, he roared, enduring immense suffering. We have always treated humans this way. How foolish of you to take us at our word, Lei Lai scoffed. You. Xian Sheng seethed with fury. At that moment, upon witnessing the rupture of his 7 orifices, blood gushed forth, and shortly thereafter, a crimson serpent emerged, exuding an aura of grotesqueness and horror. Ultimately, his body rapidly disintegrated into a skeletal form, within which lay several serpents coiling. His demise was gruesome and heart-wrenching. Yet, not a soul present felt any sympathy for him. If you wish to take my life, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Qin Feng scoffed before turning on his heel and fleeing. Lei Lai momentarily froze. Initially believing that Qin Feng was prepared to fight valiantly against them, he was taken aback by the sudden retreat. Stepping onto the territory of our serpent people. And you think you can escape? How absurd. Brothers, pursue him. The weight of the dark evil breaker severely hampered Qin Feng's speed, causing the distance between him and the serpent people to diminish rapidly. Where do you think you're running, you little brat? Lei Lai bellowed from behind. At that moment, the gap between the two parties narrowed to less than 10 paces. Guardian, stop wasting time. Throw a spear and impale him, someone urged. Chapter 110, Confrontation with Lei Lai. Grasping the dark evil breaker, Qin Feng infused it with the fiery essence of the infernal abyss, and the blade was enveloped in a searing flame. He wielded the colossal sword, deflecting the incoming spears with a series of resonant clangs. The radiant sun sword technique. With a single step, Qin Feng's aura surged dramatically. He grasped the hilt firmly and then delivered a powerful downward slash. Boom. The sword's force surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, creating ripples in the air as it advanced towards the serpentine foes. A flicker of unusual light passed through Lei Lai's eyes as the profound energy within him surged forth. His right hand clenched into a fist, radiating a brilliant golden glow. The force of his punch fierce and all-encompassing, instantly tearing apart the sword strike. Qin Feng, having momentarily halted his steps to execute an attack, found himself besieged by the serpent men who surrounded him tightly. Although the dark malevolence of the broken army hindered Qin Feng's combat effectiveness, he was acutely aware that Old Lai had deliberately placed him in the Tianyan desert, intending to ignite his potential through the perilous grip of death, thereby hastening his mastery of the dark malevolence. Thus, despite the dire circumstances, Qin Feng did not relinquish his resolve to contend with the enemy using the dark malevolence. This young man is indeed extraordinary, Lei Lai observed keenly, noting that Qin Feng's strength diverged from that of other human warriors. Had it been any other martial artist at the 8th level of the profound spirit realm, they would have succumbed under the relentless assault of these adversaries. Yet, Qin Feng not only held his ground, but displayed an overwhelming advantage. However, it is time to conclude this. With a malicious grin, Lei Lai suddenly launched an attack, his serpent tail whipping through the air like a tempest, striking toward Qin Feng's back. Sensing an icy malevolence approaching from behind, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily turned, simultaneously unleashing the dark malevolence in a fierce slash. The moment their fists and blades collided, a resounding thud echoed as a wave of formidable energy swept outward. Quite the swift reaction, Lei Lai mocked with a cold smile. This is not merely a result of your prowess. Qin Feng retorted with a smirk, synchronizing his waist and horse stance, his physical energy surging forth, forcefully repelling his adversary. Come, let us see if you can withstand another blow. With a sudden halt, Lei Lai surged forward once more, his fist clenched tightly. Within the surging golden radiance, a serpentine figure seemed to writhe, emanating a formidable aura. Upon sensing the ferocity of the impending strike, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he swung his colossal sword with great force. However, this time, he could not withstand the adversary's assault. The dark blade, Anxi Pajun, was violently dislodged from his grasp, tracing a graceful arc through the air before embedding itself into the ground. Qin Feng staggered back, retreating several steps. Human brat. Now that I have sent your weapon flying, why persist in your futile struggle? You might as well end your own life. In consideration of your potential, I shall grant you a complete corpse, Lei Lai mocked. Qin Feng chuckled softly, retorting, no wonder you are shunned by the world. Your intellect is sorely lacking. What did you say? Lei Lai's countenance turned icy. Who says that being weaponless guarantees defeat? Qin Feng scoffed, stepping forward. Instantly, the fierce energy of Li Su NQ erupted from within him, blazing like a wildfire, unleashing a fierce momentum. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng was jolted backward. Tian Luo Yuhua Gangqi, he murmured with intensity, observing that the purplish-red energy had transformed, becoming denser and assuming a form akin to armor. This was, in fact, the second tier of the Tian Luo Yuhua Ju, where the Tian Luo Yuhua Gangqi shields his body. Through rigorous training over the past few days, both his physical form and mystical energy had advanced, allowing him to attain this level. Your martial prowess is commendable, yet regrettably, you remain no match for me. Lei Lai sneered, promptly launching another assault. The two combatants faced each other, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike imbued with lethal intent. A moment's carelessness could lead to devastating repercussions. It was astonishing how such an unusual martial art could absorb the damage of my attacks. Lei Lai was taken aback. He had initially believed that his formidable strength would easily overpower his opponent. However, after clashing with Qin Feng, he realized that the latter's prowess exceeded his expectations significantly. The peculiarity of Qin Feng's techniques was particularly striking, as they managed to mitigate a fifth of Lei Lai's inflicted damage. This was already exceedingly abnormal. For that fraction of damage was sufficient to severely injure or even slay a practitioner at the 9th level of the Xianling realm. The remaining damage was absorbed by the power of the Liu Xuangun in conjunction with his own physical resilience, though it could not negate all harm. As the battle intensified, the onlooking serpent people were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated Qin Feng's combat strength to be so formidable, suddenly matching Lei Lai in such a fierce contest. With the protective effect of the Tian Luo Yuhua Gangqi, Qin Feng could temporarily maintain an undefeated stance, yet he was acutely aware that this respite would not last. Should the confrontation extend over a prolonged period, his stamina, physical form, and Xuanqi would suffer tremendous depletion. Although his adversary was also expending energy, Lei Lai's resilience far surpassed his own, making a war of attrition unfeasible, especially with the presence of potential allies nearby. It seemed that survival today hinged upon breaking through to the 9th level. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with determination. The days of rigorous training had brought his Xuanqi to a state of saturation, presenting a genuine opportunity for a breakthrough. Grant me this advancement. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng unleashed a formidable aura, causing Lei Lai, who was engaged in combat with him, to change countenance and be forcefully repelled. In Chapter 111, titled The 9th Layer of the Mysterious Spirit Realm, Qin Feng's burgeoning strength instilled a palpable sense of trepidation within Lei Lai. Witnessing Qin Feng's earnest endeavor to break through to the 9th layer of the mysterious spirit realm intensified his apprehension. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to thwart Qin Feng's efforts immediately. With a swift flick of his serpentine tail, he surged towards Qin Feng with remarkable speed. As Qin Feng absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, he observed the advancing Lei Lai. Aware of his opponent's intentions, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Fully cognizant that the undying profound art diverged fundamentally from the martial techniques of various schools, bordering on the extraordinary. For others, interference during a breakthrough could lead to catastrophic failure, severely injuring their vital energy and undermining their martial foundation, making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. However, the undying profound art permitted combat and other activities even amidst the throes of a breakthrough. With a sudden stamp of his foot, Qin Feng's powerful descent into the earth created a depression in the yellow sand, and the fierce inferno profound energy surged forth from within him, radiating a magnificent aura throughout the surroundings. Withered wood palm technique, Qin Feng declared, executing a powerful strike that resembled a tiger descending a mountain. Exuding an extraordinary force that surged towards his adversary with astonishing speed, causing the air to ripple like water. Overestimating oneself, Lei Lai scoffed and immediately retaliated with a punch, unleashing a similarly potent force that tore through the air with ferocity. Bang! The two formidable energies collided violently, producing a resounding explosion. Subsequently, Qin Feng was sent hurtling backward, leaving a deep 2 to 3 inch groove on the ground, as if it had been sliced by a razor. "You little brat, perish." Lei Lai's gaze was icy and menacing as his serpent-like tail lashed out once more, darting towards Qin Feng like an arrow released from its bow. "If you seek to kill me, you shall not succeed." Qin Feng scoffed, then raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, "Let me break through." Boom! His thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm, striking with profound resonance. It was akin to a lone wolf of ice and snow, defiantly refusing to succumb to fate, declaring his unwavering resolve. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Feng's aura surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, unleashing an astonishing momentum. "This is bad." Lei Lai felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the impending danger. Qin Feng chuckled coldly and unleashed another palm strike, a fierce force directed at his opponent, its might exponentially surpassing that of before. Lei Lai's pupils constricted, yet he retaliated with a punch, golden light swirling as an intense heat emanated from it. Boom! Once again, their fists and feet clashed, but this time, Qin Feng did not yield an inch. Instead, it was Lei Lai who was forced to retreat slightly. How could this kid's strength have increased so dramatically? Lei Lai was utterly astonished. Upon breaking through to the 9th layer of the Xianling realm, Qin Feng's power far exceeded his expectations. Is this the true strength of the 9th layer of the Xianling realm? It has indeed amplified significantly. Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Feng felt the surge of overwhelming energy coursing through him, filling his heart with exuberant delight. His palm was directed towards the dark and malevolent weapon, and in an instant, a formidable force surged forth from his palm. The colossal sword, embedded in the yellow sands, immediately shot towards him. Grasping the dark and sinister weapon, Qin Feng was instantly filled with a fervent fighting spirit. He flashed a grin at Lei Lai and declared, "What transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. The true contest begins now." Lei Lai scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do not presume that just because you have transcended to a new realm, I am unable to contend with you. Today, you shall learn the folly of challenging a master of the Purple Mansion realm. Spare me the needless chatter. I am on the verge of unleashing my impulse to bring you down to the ground." Qin Feng retorted coldly. At these words, Lei Lai's anger surged uncontrollably. "You shall pay dearly for your insolence." Without further ado, he whipped his serpent-like tail and lunged at Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was ablaze with battle fervor, eager to face off against a formidable opponent like Lei Lai. As Lei Lai charged, Qin Feng met him head-on with enthusiasm. Boom! The dark and sinister weapon sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound as it struck fiercely at Lei Lai. The latter quickly crossed his arms, summoning a torrent of golden flames. The impact of the colossal sword against his crossed arms was tremendous, sending Lei Lai staggering backward. "This brat," Lei Lai grimaced, his arms throbbing with pain and numbness, his fury reaching a boiling point. "You have ignited my wrath." He grasped the air with his hand, and a black long knife materialized in his grasp. Lion King's break. With a thunderous roar from Lei Lai, the black longsword was enveloped in a golden aura at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. The fierce and formidable energy waves radiated outward like ripples upon water. He then executed a vertical slash, and instantly, the deep roar of a lion reverberated through the air, followed by an overwhelming and ferocious blade energy that shattered the atmosphere. Akin to a wild lion pouncing on its prey, exhibiting remarkable ferocity as it advanced towards Qin Feng. Sunfire sword technique, skyward blade. Qin Feng bellowed, as the fiery essence surged forth. The dark red sword was similarly cloaked in a vivid crimson hue, resembling a raging inferno that scorched the very heavens and earth. The temperature of the surroundings escalated to an extraordinary level. The dark, evil-breaking army surged overhead, pointing towards the azure sky, its immense presence generating a tempest. Before slicing through the air, the energies of the sword and blade collided mid-course, resulting in a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the realm. A formidable shockwave emanated from the point of their energy convergence, sweeping outward in all directions, causing the ground to fracture, dust to rise, and winds to howl through the cosmos. The energy waves affected the nearby serpent beings, rendering them either dead or gravely injured. The clash of Lei Lai and Qin Feng's techniques had escalated to a confrontation between realms, the aftermath of their battle proving to be beyond the tolerance of those in the spirit realm. Following their exchange, both Qin Feng and Lei Lai were forced to retreat. Yet at the instant their feet halted, a renewed surge of power coursed through them, propelling their bodies forward once more. The two individuals encountered each other once more, their blades slicing through the air from opposing directions. In the next instant, their weapons clashed with a resounding clang, the reverberation of metal echoing through the atmosphere. While Qin Feng stood resolute and unyielding, Lei Lai was sent flying backward. Although the dark evil breaking army was cumbersome, the force it could unleash was formidable. And in this contest of strength, Qin Feng evidently held the upper hand. Lei Lai steadied himself, feeling a jarring pain in his grip, his expression darkening as he thought to himself, "This young man possesses remarkable strength." Chapter 112. Life or death. The sandy winds swirled around them, but the atmosphere felt oppressively tense. Lei Lai's face was grave. After Qin Feng's breakthrough, his power had increased significantly, instilling a sense of dread within Lei Lai. "We harbor no enmity, nor do I wish to be your adversary. I propose that we cease hostilities here," Qin Feng suggested with a smile. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Qin Feng shook his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "That term does not quite capture my sentiment. It is not fear, rather. It is a realization that should we continue this battle, you will still be unable to vanquish me. Why squander our time? Humph, if I cannot defeat you, how shall I maintain my standing within my clan? Young man, today it is either your demise or mine." Lei Lai charged forward once again. It appeared that death was the only outcome they sought. Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid and merciless. Initially, he had hoped for a truce, desiring to end the matter there. After all, even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local serpent. This was indeed the territory of the serpent people. Should the situation escalate, he feared he would face relentless pursuit in this desert. However, if the opponent remained obstinate in their desire to kill him, then he had no choice but to resist to the very end. The dark and sinister weapon, the broken army, was thrust into the ground, and in that moment, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating lightness envelop him, as though a torrent of boundless energy surged through him like the relentless waves of a mighty river. His mystical energy erupted outward, ultimately materializing in the void as a blazing blade of flame, with waves of fire cascading forth, unleashing an astonishing aura of lethal intent. With a single stride, Qin Feng moved with the swiftness of a gale, closing the distance towards his adversary. The sound of their weapons clashing resonated like thunder, as sparks flew upon impact, and the ground beneath them cracked, sending clouds of yellow dust into the air. "Your power seems to have augmented," Lei Lai exclaimed, astonished. Qin Feng replied with a cold smirk, "This is the essence of my true strength, a power that I have only attained following my breakthrough." As his words echoed, a formidable force erupted from within Qin Feng, propelling Lei Lai backward. Having transcended to the 9th layer of the mystical spirit realm, Qin Feng's capabilities far surpassed his previous state, as he had anticipated during his encounter with the Earth Force Bear. Reaching this level enabled him to contend with practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, Lei Lai stood no chance of defeating him. Rather, he risked being slain in return. This was the very reason Qin Feng chose to stand his ground and confront him instead of fleeing. Lei Lai staggered back a few steps, creating distance as pain throbbed through his wounds, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Qin Feng's infernal prison mystical energy had reached its 6th transformation, significantly enhancing its burning effect to the extent that even practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm found it unbearable. This man's mystical energy is truly peculiar, Lei Lai thought, alarmed. Once the infernal prison mystical energy entered his body, it clung to him like a parasite, rendering him incapable of dispelling its searing power in the short term, forcing him to merely suppress it temporarily. The flame blade in Qin Feng's hand pointed diagonally at the ground. Suddenly, he let out a cold sneer, and his figure surged forth like a whirlwind, charging directly at his opponent. Boom! The flame blade struck with the speed of lightning, astonishingly fast, even in the eyes of Lei Lai, a master of the Purple Mansion realm. It was as swift as a tempest sweeping through the mountains and forests. Lei Lai hastily channeled all the profound energy within him into his longsword, then swung it down with tremendous force. Thud! An explosive sound resonated, followed by a shock wave of energy sweeping in all directions, and soon after, Lei Lai was seen spitting blood, propelled backwards. Qin Feng remained rooted in place, yet the flame blade in his hand grew increasingly ethereal until it ultimately vanished completely. His complexion turned pale, beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and he gasped for air. That previous strike had been his most formidable attack, consuming 90% of his profound energy and leaving him severely weakened. He quickly consumed the food provided by the elder Lai, which allowed him to regain some vitality. Meanwhile, Lei Lai was assisted by his kin to rise to his feet. Qin Feng squinted his eyes. The elder Lai's words rang true. In the presence of true masters, his so-called rapid swordsmanship was, in fact, as slow as a snail's pace. The move he had just executed had served him well against numerous foes stronger than himself, almost none of whom could discern the trajectory of his sword. Even formidable opponents like Lan Tianxiao and Yang Hong, who had reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven in the profound spirit realm, could only resort to passive defense. However, in his battle against Lei Lai today, his opponent had seen through his technique and countered with an aggressive defense, daring to confront him directly. At this moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind the words of the venerable elder Lai. Indeed, his sword speed was insufficient, rendering him vulnerable before a formidable adversary. "Kill this man for me," thundered Lei Lai, his eyes bloodshot with fury. It was inconceivable for a master of the Purple Mansion realm to be defeated by a mere boy at the ninth level of the profound spirit realm. Such a reality was unbearable, fueling his desire to exact a brutal revenge upon Qin Feng. Upon receiving their command, his subordinates rushed forward, brimming with murderous intent. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, remaining unperturbed and retaining his composure. To him, these assailants were nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Although he was currently weakened, they too had sustained injuries during the earlier confrontation with Lei Lai, and thus he was confident in his ability to annihilate them completely. "I had no intention of killing you. You have forced my hand," he proclaimed, his gaze icy and chilling, reminiscent of a ruthless predator. The once vanished flame blade reemerged, albeit diminished in power, yet still formidable. With a roar directed towards the heavens, he transformed into a harbinger of death, plunging into the throng. Wielding the flame blade like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly slashing at their throats. After several minutes of fierce combat, Qin Feng, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, surrounded by a grotesque scene of bodies strewn about, some decapitated, others limbless, and even a few torn asunder. Blood pooled upon the desert sands, painting a truly harrowing tableau. You have slain all my brothers," Lei Lai exclaimed incredulously, staring at the lifeless forms scattered before him. "Humph, all of this is your doing. You have led them down a path of no return. Initially, I had no intention of becoming your adversary, yet you have compelled them to their demise. Thus, the entirety of the blame lies with you. You have slain so many of my brothers, and now you dare to cast the blame upon me, you wretched creature. Today, I shall certainly take your life to avenge my fallen brethren." In a fit of rage, Lei Lai charged fiercely at Qin Feng, his blade glistening ominously under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained composed, observing the unfolding events with calm detachment. As Lei Lai drew closer, he raised his weapon high and struck downwards with ferocity. "Die!" he bellowed. His visage twisted in fury. The blade descended ominously, the force of it whipping through the air and ruffling Qin Feng's hair, as if heralding imminent doom. Just as it seemed Qin Feng was to meet his end, a searing flame blade pierced through Lei Lai's abdomen. "You!" Lei Lai gasped in shock, staring incredulously at Qin Feng. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng would still possess both strength and energy to fight after enduring so much. Believing Qin Feng to be weakened, he had deemed this the perfect moment to strike. However, fate had other plans, leading him to be outmaneuvered and ultimately slain by Qin Feng. In truth, he had underestimated the extraordinary sustenance Qin Feng had consumed, which was far from ordinary, possessing remarkable restorative properties. Moreover, the powerful, immortal techniques he wielded endowed him with substantial recuperative abilities. Though only a few minutes had passed, it was sufficient to restore a tenth of his energy and stamina, more than adequate to confront the severely injured Lei Lai. "I had initially intended to spare you, yet you have overstepped your bounds, becoming increasingly aggressive. The fate you now face is of your own making. I can only hope that in your next life, you do not remain so self-righteous." As the words left my lips, the fiery blade that pierced your body erupted with intense flames, and within mere moments, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. After vanquishing these foes, Qin Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had drained him of all his strength, leaving him utterly exhausted. He hastily retrieved some food and water from his storage belt, consuming them ravenously. After a brief respite, his strength was gradually restored, and he collected the bracelets from the wrist of the serpent people. He had once read that the serpent race possessed unique storage vessels unlike those in the outside world. They utilized storage bracelets, Of course, storage belts and bracelets were of equal rank, but within their clan, those of higher status wielded spatial rings. It was possible that these serpent individuals held valuable treasures, and Qin Feng was unwilling to forfeit such unexpected wealth. Once he had taken care of these matters, Qin Feng employed his infernal energy to cleanse the bodies of the serpent people before continuing on his journey. Not long after his departure, a formidable figure descended from the sky, landing upon the ground with an imposing presence. This individual possessed the ability to traverse the air. He was robustly built, clad in a black cloak, with piercing eyes that radiated authority. The lingering auras of Lei Lai and others suggested they had met their demise here. How infuriating! Who could possibly possess such audacity to slay members of my serpent race? The gaze of Feng Yi was icy and resolute. In the serpent clan, from the very moment of birth, the serpents undergo a sacred rite within their tribe. During this period, a secret technique is employed to extract a fragment of the infant's soul, which is then fashioned into a soul gem. Upon the death of a clan member, the soul gem shatters. Feng Yi, one of the 8 esteemed leaders, possesses a portion of the clan's soul gems, and it is precisely the soul gems of Lei Lai and others that fall under his stewardship. While he was initially engaged in a pleasant tea conversation with friends, he suddenly discovered that the soul gems belonging to Lei Lai and the others had fractured. Upon learning this news, he hastened to investigate. At that moment, a surge of wrath surged within him. He yearned to uncover the murderer. With a disdainful snort, Feng Yi vanished from his location. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stumbled upon an oasis in the desert, his heart brimming with joy. Gazing at the pond, he could hardly contain his excitement and leapt right in. Drinking deeply from the waters, a profound sense of comfort enveloping his spirit. After catching several fish, he set them to roast and indulged in a hearty feast. Following his meal, Qin Feng settled into a meditative posture, diligently practicing his cultivation. As night fell, a campfire was ignited. Its fiery glow appearing somewhat inconsequential against the vast darkness, yet it provided a beacon of warmth and light. However, before long, the sky became tumultuous with rolling clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. In no time, a torrential downpour commenced, drenching the campfire into submission. Could this be the moonstone, rumored to manifest only in the desert? Qin Feng felt a stirring within him. Regarding the moonstone, Qin Feng possessed a certain understanding through various literary sources. This stone is remarkably peculiar, endowed with mystical powers. Indeed, possessing it not only renders one impervious to toxins but also enhances the speed of cultivation, making it a true treasure of the earthly realm. He could hardly fathom that Lei Lai possessed such a precious artifact, nor could he have anticipated that it would ultimately come into his own possession. How fortuitous it is, he mused, that one could stumble upon gold even while merely savoring a meal. With a chuckle, Qin Feng hastily tucked the moonstone into his bosom and commenced his cultivation. Soon discovering that its effects were precisely as documented, it indeed accelerated the pace of his training. Suppressing his elation, he steadied his mind and continued his profound practice. The deluge persisted far longer than Qin Feng had anticipated, lasting a full 2 days before finally abating. During this time, he remained steadfast in the desert oasis, engrossed in his training. On the 3rd day, after the rains ceased, he prepared sustenance and water before setting forth once more. However, shortly after embarking on his journey, he noticed several members of the serpent folk engaged in a search. The serpents alerted their kin, and in an instant, a wave of them surged forward with murderous intent. Discovered, Qin Feng's heart raced with alarm. The strength of these serpent beings was modest. The most formidable among them had yet to attain the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, he had no intention of fleeing, but chose to remain where he was. Before long, he found himself encircled by the serpent folk. With a calm smile, Qin Feng inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed ones, what is the meaning of your actions? Human boy, it is indeed commendable that you remain so composed in the presence of us, the serpent folk. However, alas, this will not spare your life," the leader sneered. Chapter 114. Layers of encirclement. Qin Feng found himself surrounded by the serpent folk, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the face of their defiant demeanor, he feigned astonishment and anxiety, stating, "I believe we have no grievances between us. Why do you seek to kill me? Foolish boy, are you truly so naive? The serpent folk have always been adversaries of your kind. You dared to enter the desert, and you should have anticipated your demise," the leader mocked. "Yet, I do not perceive this as a valid justification for your actions," Qin Feng retorted. "Just now, it seemed you were searching for something." The man could not contain his laughter, deriding, "Boy, I must commend your audacity. Even when death is imminent, you still meddle in matters that do not concern you? Very well, considering your impending fate, I shall enlighten you. You are correct, we do not target you alone, but rather all humans present in this Moonstone Mountain region. A few days prior, a squad of our serpent folk was annihilated by a human. Thus we received orders to slay any human who dares to appear here. You should blame your misfortune for crossing paths with us at such a time. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly and replied, Indeed, I am unfortunate, but it is not I who stands on the brink of death. It is you who shall meet your end here. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. However, at that moment, Qin Feng had already taken action. Swish! Qin Feng plunged into the throng, wielding the dark and sinister weapon, Breaker of Armies, as he struck down with ferocious might, unleashing a tremendous force that surged towards the leader. In a flash, his body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. The captain lay dead. The serpent-like beings, stricken with panic, hurriedly fled in disarray. None of you shall escape today. Death awaits you all. A murderous glint sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes as he gripped the Breaker of Armies, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing serpents. With each swift stroke of his sword, a head would sever and fly through the air. In a matter of minutes, numerous serpent warriors fell beneath Qin Feng's blade. The broad and razor-sharp edge glistened with flowing blood, emanating an aura of death that instilled terror in all who beheld it. It seems my current situation is rather dire. Qin Feng thought grimly. Following the demise of the Thunderfire Squad and others, the Serpent Tribe had issued a decree to eradicate all humans within the Moonstone Sand District. This made his passage through the treacherous terrain to the destination indicated by Elder Li all the more challenging. With only 8 days remaining, he could only hope for safety during this time. Elder Li had once mentioned that he would return in 15 days, but that time felt agonizingly distant, and there was a significant chance of being captured by the Serpent Tribe in the interim. For now, Qin Feng could only wish for a stroke of good fortune. After removing the storage bracelets from the fallen, Qin Feng obliterated the evidence and swiftly vacated the scene. It was not long before another group of serpents appeared. Subsequently, Qin Feng traversed the vast expanse of the desert with utmost caution, refraining from kindling a fire during the night. Fortunately, his provisions consisted of pre-prepared dried food, which could be consumed readily. After satisfying his hunger, he would either rest or continue his journey, perpetually on edge and enveloped in anxiety. There was no alternative. With the Serpent Tribe dispatching a multitude of assassins to hunt him down, he had to exercise extreme vigilance. Failure to do so could result in his untimely demise. For the sake of survival, enduring hardships was an undeniable necessity. However, circumstances are rarely absolute. Despite Qin Feng's relentless caution, he unfortunately encountered several members of the Serpent Tribe, including some of considerable strength. Faced with such formidable adversaries, he opted not to engage in a confrontation but rather to flee. After all, the entire Moonstone Sand region was the territory of the Serpent Tribe, and there was no guarantee that defeating this group would not attract others, should he exhaust his energy. Nearby foes could easily capture or eliminate him without resistance. This marked the 9th wave of enemies he had faced. Why was the Serpent Tribe so determined to extinguish his life? Was it merely for avenging the few of their kin he had slain? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. He could not fathom why the Serpent Tribe relentlessly sent forth a plethora of assassins in pursuit of him, solely to avenge a small squad led by Lei Lai. Qin Feng was unconvinced. In this desert, the human warriors are neither numerous nor scarce. Conflicts with the serpent people are a frequent occurrence. After all, everything in this world possesses its own temperament, and when personalities clash, conflict is inevitable. In a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, such conflicts often culminate in violence. And death is an unavoidable fate. Each day witnesses the demise of individuals. However, it is not necessary to mobilize an entire battalion for a mere skirmish, is it? Thus, Qin Feng speculated that the Lei Lai squad must possess something extraordinarily rare and valuable, prompting such a significant show of force. Could it be the Moonstone? Qin Feng believed that the only item of considerable worth in the possession of Lei Lai and his companions was indeed the Moonstone. Yet, for the formidable Serpent Tribe, such a treasure should not warrant an all-out pursuit. Chapter 115, The Wild Valley. A nearby individual remarked. The man, Jia Kai, nodded solemnly and stated, "Let Pan Bao lead 30 brave warriors to seek it out. Additionally, send someone to monitor the entrances and exits of the Moonstone Sand region. We cannot allow it to escape, lest we lose our face. This time, I shall accompany Pan Bao. I am eager to witness just how formidable this individual truly is. Understood. As Qin Feng tirelessly pressed onward, his stamina nearly restored, he continued on his journey. To evade detection by the serpent people, he opted for a circuitous route, as the distance still stretched ahead. After a brief while, he produced a map and scrutinized it closely, only to realize that he had unwittingly entered the blazing flame region. Upon arriving at this place, Qin Feng immediately sensed the oppressive heat. An egg left on the ground would likely cook within mere minutes. The sun hung in the sky like a colossal fireball, radiating an astonishing amount of warmth. Nevertheless, after enduring a life of evasion, Qin Feng had grown indifferent to such discomforts. He harnessed the indestructible arcane energy, absorbing the fiery essence of the world around him. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. Once he escaped the Moonstone Sand Zone, he would encounter significantly fewer dangers, as the territories beyond were inhabited by humans, who posed a deterrent to the encroachments of other races. With the dark evil breaker strapped to his back, Qin Feng pressed onward, each step leaving behind a series of elongated footprints on the ground. After prolonged exposure to the blazing sun, his skin had darkened considerably. However, his eyes had grown sharper and more profound, his muscles more developed and defined, exuding an air of vigor, and he had even gained a bit of height. As for his pursuers, Qin Feng chose to ignore them. There was no alternative, as their speed was simply too formidable. Even if he relinquished the dark evil breaker, he believed he could not hope to catch up. As he navigated through the valley, he occasionally glimpsed a flock of vultures screeching or taking flight, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. In addition to these, there were also venomous creatures. Although the temperature here was not as stifling as elsewhere, an eerie chill permeated the atmosphere. Suddenly, while traversing the terrain, a massive black vulture swooped down from the mountaintop, barreling towards Qin Feng, closely followed by a swarm of its kin, all intent on the attack. In truth, this black vulture is known as the bloodthirsty vulture, which possesses an insatiable appetite for the blood of other beings. Moreover, they possess a unique ability to gauge the value of the blood of other creatures within a certain radius. Qin Feng, with his formidable physique, has blood that has been refined through forging, rendering it a delectable feast for these vultures. At this moment, coinciding with lunchtime, they are ravenous and eager to devour Qin Feng's blood. As the vultures swoop down, Qin Feng remains unperturbed, his expression unchanged. Flames erupt from the dark red giant's sword in his grasp, and with a fierce roar, he unleashes a powerful strike, the sword energy surging forth like a torrent. The void trembles, and ripples manifest in the air. Thud! The sword energy collides with the vultures, instantaneously slaying or wounding many. Yet they continue to charge toward Qin Feng with relentless determination. Oblivious to their peril, they seek to consume him. Today, he shall use them for a barbecue. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng swings his giant sword forcefully, cleaving the foremost vulture in twain with a single strike. Following this, a series of sword lights flicker into existence, too numerous to count, as the vultures fall one after another before Qin Feng. The remaining vultures, gripped by fear, dare not approach him any longer, hastily flapping their wings to retreat. Other creatures, too, regard him with trepidation, hastily vacating the area. Qin Feng collects the fallen vultures, placing their carcasses into his storage belt, for he has little food remaining. These vultures will serve as sustenance, despite their tough flesh. As night descends, Qin Feng sought a pristine spot to cleanse the corpses of the vultures with water. Afterward, he utilized the feathers of these vultures to kindle a fire for roasting. Before long, the delectable meat was prepared. Just as Qin Feng was about to indulge in his feast, a young maiden, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, appeared before him unexpectedly. Clad in peculiar attire predominantly made of animal hides, she exuded an air of mystery. "Who are you?" Qin Feng exclaimed inwardly, alarmed and immediately rising to his feet, filled with trepidation. The very fact that this individual could manifest here without a sound indicated that her prowess far surpassed his own, rendering her a formidable presence. "I am starving. I shall tell you after I have eaten my fill," the girl replied, her face lighting up with a smile that revealed a pair of pristine tiger teeth, making her appear exceedingly charming and innocent. Paying no heed to Qin Feng's apprehensive demeanor, she seized the cooked meat and began to devour it voraciously. Chapter 116. The mysterious figure in black robes. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic young woman set Qin Feng on edge, his heart racing as he watched her intently. Yet, she continued to consume her meal with abandon, causing a pang of desire within him. The girl, between bites, reassured him, Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Besides, if I truly wished to do you ill, with your abilities, you would stand no chance of resistance." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng acknowledged the truth in her words. Her capability to manifest before him unnoticed was no ordinary feat. If she intended to take his life, it would surely be a matter of ease. Having come to this realization, he relaxed, seated himself on the ground, and resumed his grilling. Once the meat was ready, he tore off a leg, only to have the remainder swiftly snatched away by the girl. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. The two of them had an impressive appetite, devouring 10 plump vultures in one sitting. They were quite satiated. The woman, with a look of sheer contentment, caressed her round belly and leaned back against a rock, exuding an air of complete relaxation. "You must be from the orc tribe," Qin Feng suddenly inquired. The woman's eyes lit up, and she smiled. "How did you know?" "It was evident from your attire. Moreover, the orc tribe is known for its bold and straightforward nature, which starkly contrasts with that of most human women. You embody these traits perfectly, and given that we are in the heart of the Tianyan Desert, I deduce that you are likely an orc." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Clever," the woman said, laughing. "I never expected the first person I would meet outside my tribe would be a human. We truly are fated to cross paths. My name is Qingqing. What about you?" "I am Qin Feng. You are also the first orc I have encountered," he joyfully responded. "Could you share why you are here?" "I do not enjoy staying among my kin. I yearn to explore the world of humans. I have heard it is vibrant and beautiful, filled with many delightful experiences," Qingqing said, her face alight with longing. "It seems you snuck out," Qin Feng observed. Qingqing was taken aback. "You can tell that?" Qin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Just a guess. It appears my assumption was correct. Indeed, I did sneak out," she confessed, grasping his arm and looking at him expectantly. "Would you take me to your human world for a visit?" Qin Feng was taken aback and, with a wry smile, remarked, "My current predicament is rather dire. Those serpentine beings are relentlessly pursuing me. If you accompany me, it will only bring about endless troubles." "How did you incur the wrath?" "It's a long story," Qin Feng confessed, recounting his misfortunes. Upon hearing this, Qingqing's eyes sparkled mischievously as she proposed. "Why not strike a bargain?" "A bargain? What kind of bargain?" "You guide me to your human realm, and I shall aid you in dealing with those serpents." "But is that truly wise?" "The human world is fraught with complexities, and as an outsider, you might encounter peril if you venture into human territory recklessly." Qin Feng cautioned with concern. Through their conversation, he perceived that the young girl was genuinely innocent, prompting him to offer a heartfelt warning. "At worst, I shall simply accompany you. You do not strike me as a malicious individual, and I trust you will not betray me." With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Feng acquiesced. His agreement was not only for his own sake but also for her well-being. Qingqing's resolve was unwavering. She was determined to enter the human world. Given her naive and straightforward nature, she would undoubtedly face hardships in the martial world, potentially even life-threatening dangers. Moreover, as an outsider, she was likely to attract persecution from various factions. Before them stood a grand stone sculpture at the entrance of the tribe, depicting a magnificent dragon, vividly lifelike, emanating an aura of majesty that instilled a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. In truth, this was the totem of the Beastman tribe. The Beastmen bore a distinct appearance from humans, yet their unique ability to command demonic beasts in battle set them apart, alongside the whispered rumors of their capacity to transform. For instance, some members of the orc tribe possessed the ability to transform their arms into those of a primate, thereby augmenting their lethality. Within the ominous black tower of the orc clan, several elders sat in a circle, their legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the void, and someone materialized before them. "This is bad, elder," the newcomer exclaimed breathlessly. "The young master has fled." "What did you say?" The elders simultaneously opened their eyes, their expressions a mixture of shock and anxiety. "Where has she gone? Have you found her?" The visitor offered a wry smile. "It's hopeless." The elder's voice thundered with fury. "You worthless fool. I could easily strike you dead with a single blow." "Elder, please calm down," interjected the second elder. "How can I remain calm? The young master is a prodigy of our orc tribe, unparalleled in centuries. Even the chieftain cannot compare to her. If she matures, our tribe will undoubtedly gain immense strength, and we shall escape this wretched place to seek a better land for our kin to thrive." Fuming, the elder retorted, "Long Jian, you are supposed to be a figure of significance. If you cannot even keep track of a young girl, perhaps you would be better off bashing your head against a wall until you perish." The second elder urged, Long Jian, think carefully. When did the young master leave? And where might she have gone? Long Jian bowed his head in contemplation. She must have departed the night before last. She has always yearned for the human world. It is highly probable that she has ventured there. The second elder's countenance grew grave. This is precisely my concern. The young master is inexperienced, innocent, and kind-hearted, unaware of the treacheries of the world. I fear she may encounter dire peril. Chapter 117, Arrival at the Destination. Who? The crowd was taken aback. This Tower of Heaven was shrouded in an immensely powerful formation, impenetrable even to those of the celestial martial realm. The fact that this individual could enter signified extraordinary prowess. Soon after, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared before them, shrouded completely save for a pair of eyes that exuded an aura of mystery, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. Who are you? Have you captured our young master? Inquired the Grand Elder in a grave tone. The cloaked figure shook his head and replied, Who I am is inconsequential. Your young master is not in my possession. I have come merely to convey a message. If you wish to rescue your clan leader, do not seek your young master. She is destined for a fortuitous encounter, one that will greatly benefit your entire orc clan. The assembly was taken aback. How can you be so certain? The Grand Elder pressed. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, permeating the air. In an instant, the elders realized that their profound energy and even their blood were sluggish in flow. This individual is formidable, they thought, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Such power was truly terrifying. With a disdainful huff, the cloaked figure vanished, and the oppressive aura dissipated almost entirely. What is your perspective, Grand Elder? Asked the third elder. Given the terrifying level of his cultivation, he could extinguish our entire orc clan with a mere gesture. A being of his caliber surely speaks truthfully, the Grand Elder replied, and the others nodded in silent agreement. In truth, if he truly intended harm upon the young master, we would be powerless to intervene, the second elder remarked with a bitter smile, acknowledging the overwhelming strength of the mysterious figure. The Grand Elder nodded and remarked, Now we have no choice but to place our trust in him, and let us hope that his words ring true. The Patriarch's spirit has been ensnared deep within the grave, rendering him in a state of perpetual unconsciousness. Despite our numerous attempts, we have achieved no success. We can only wish that the young master may bring us tidings of hope. The crowd sighed in despondency. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Qingqing engaged in lively conversation, each gaining an appreciation for the beauty of the other's world. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Feng and Qingqing set forth on their journey of cultivation. Familiar with the untamed valley, Qingqing found a shortcut and swiftly navigated through it. However, to their astonishment, upon their emergence, they were immediately besieged by the serpent people. It turned out they had anticipated Qin Feng's possible detour through the untamed valley to circumvent the Moonstone Sand Zone. Hence they had stationed individuals there to lie in wait. Indeed, our leader was correct. You are indeed here. Oh, but what is this? There is also a young girl from the Beastmen tribe? Upon sighting Qingqing, the 9-foot-tall serpent man's previously jovial expression morphed into one of astonishment. I wonder how a mere practitioner of the Xianling realm could have slain so many of our formidable warriors. Surely, there must have been assistants involved, Hu Tian scoffed. Who would have thought that the self-important beastmen would conspire with humans? Feigning innocence, Qin Feng replied, I believe you are mistaken. We have only just arrived here. How could one accuse me of having slain your kin? Mistaken? The entirety of the Moonstone Sand Zone's human inhabitants have been ruthlessly slaughtered, yet they bore no storage bracelets. You are the last remaining human. Tell me, are you not the perpetrator? Perhaps there are aspects yet undiscovered by you. You may indeed be correct. But whether you are the perpetrator or not, our directive remains to eradicate all humanity. Thus, consider yourself unfortunate. Such prowess? Qin Feng stood in astonishment, utterly captivated by the young girl's formidable strength. He silently expressed relief that she had not turned her abilities against him. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. At that moment, Qingqing placed her foot upon the face of Hu Tian, scoffing. Before me, you dare to speak so brazenly? Truly, you are weary of life. A lesson is in order to make you aware of my formidable nature. This pace is far too languid. Allow me to lead you. Before Qin Feng could fully comprehend the situation, Qingqing grasped his shoulder and propelled them forward. Behind them trailed a cloud of dust, reminiscent of a rolling dragon. Later, during a brief respite, Qingqing devised an ingenious plan. She positioned the dark evil breaker upon the ground, instructing Qin Feng to sit atop it. Fashioning a makeshift tether from her clothing, she secured one end to the hilt of the sword while clutching the other, steering it as one would a horse-drawn carriage. And they surged ahead. Finding amusement in the endeavor, Qin allowed Qin Feng to take the reins for a time. Remarkably, by day's end, they had traversed 300 miles, an astonishing pace, exceeding their usual speed by 2 or 3 times. Along their route, they encountered several assaults from the Serpent clan. Yet Qin effortlessly vanquished them, even those among them who had reached the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Following this encounter, Qin Feng could no longer underestimate Qin's capabilities. On the 15th day, they finally arrived at the location indicated on the map. Before them lay a verdant forest, an astonishing sight amidst the arid expanse of desert. Anticipating the presence of human warriors within the woods, Qin Feng decided to take precautions to avoid unnecessary trouble. He instructed Qin to shed her outer garments and don his attire, while he himself wore long trousers and remained bare-chested. Upon entering the forest, Qin Feng and Qin soon encountered human warriors, some of whom were malevolent. A few warriors of the Purple Mansion realm, upon noticing Qin Feng's lower cultivation, sought to humiliate Qin. However, they were utterly unprepared for the formidable strength she possessed, resulting in a swift and severe beating. Qin Feng, too, demonstrated his prowess, dispatching them with a single stroke of his sword. "Ah, my young friend, we meet again," a familiar voice echoed in his ears after the last of them fell. Old Lai. Qin Feng's heart leapt with joy as he turned to see a disheveled old man. Old Lai's gaze shifted to Qin, and he remarked, "Oh, a girl from the Beastman tribe?" Chapter 118. The City of Heavenly Stones. Upon seeing Old Lai, Qin's eyes brimmed with wariness and a hint of anxiety. From this unkempt old man, she sensed a formidable threat. Qin Feng quickly positioned Qin behind him, forcing a smile as he said, "Old Lai, you must have misunderstood. Qin is clearly human. How could she possibly belong to the Beastman tribe?" Old Lai chuckled derisively. "Misunderstand? You insolent boy dare to lie before me? Do you not realize how presumptuous that is? You think you can deceive these eyes?" With an awkward smile, Qin Feng could no longer conceal Qin's identity before him and candidly admitted, "I indeed underestimated my own abilities. However, Elder Lai, I implore you to show mercy to Qin. She is a good person. If you deem her worthy, then that is enough for me. I shall not make things difficult for her. Naturally, should she prove unworthy, the loss will be yours, and it will have no bearing on me," Elder Lai replied. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Lai." Qin also sighed in relief, her gaze shifting to Qin Feng, her heart swelling with emotion and trust in him. Elder Lai stroked his beard and chuckled. "I observed your swift and agile movements earlier. It appears that the dark evil-breaking army has had a minimal impact on you. Your performance exceeds my expectations." Qin Feng smiled. "This is all thanks to your guidance, which has allowed me to unleash my potential amidst adversity and enhance my control over the dark evil-breaking army. However, I wonder, Elder Lai, have I reached the realm of effortless mastery?" With a swift flick of his sleeve, Elder Lai produced a green leaf the size of a palm between his fingers. "How many holes can you pierce through this leaf in an instant?" "I'm uncertain. I have yet to try," Qin Feng replied hesitantly. "Let me give it a shot." "Very well," Elder Lai said, and with a flick of his wrist, the green leaf floated away. Qin Feng, with remarkable speed, drew his sword. The blade moved so swiftly that it appeared as a mere flash of light to the naked eye. Standing still, Qin Feng watched as the green leaf gradually descended from the air. As the sound of a soft rustle echoed, 5 small holes suddenly appeared on the green leaf. Just as it reached the waist height of Qin Feng, in an instant, upon touching the ground, it split apart with a resounding snap, sending fragments flying in all directions. 5 holes. The Elder Lai was taken aback. He had initially believed that Qin Feng could only create 3 holes, yet here he was, producing 2 additional ones. 3 holes would signify the attainment of effortless mastery. The emergence of 5 indicated that Qin Feng had further grasped the essence of this profound principle. Qin Feng inquired, "Senior, what do you think? Have I reached the level of effortless mastery?" To temper Qin Feng's burgeoning pride, Elder Lai replied nonchalantly, "It can be said that you have barely achieved it. At your age, I was able to create 8 holes. You still need to diligently refine your swordsmanship." 8. Qin Feng mused inwardly, impressed by the elder's prowess. Hearing this compliment, Elder Lai felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, when he had cultivated the principle of effortless mastery at a similar age, he could indeed produce 8 holes. But that was due to his advanced cultivation level and the potency of his profound energy. Without those advantages, he would have been limited to 3 strikes. To lie in front of a junior would be a source of ridicule. At that moment, filled with anticipation, Qin Feng asked, "Senior, could you perhaps teach me a technique from the Wutian sword tiger art?" Elder Lai scoffed, saying, "You reckless lad, at your current level, you cannot even execute the first move, the sword-locking dragon. It would be wise for you to focus on amplifying your own sword energy." Now he finds himself besieged by formidable foes, both within the academy and beyond, who seek his life, yet he feels powerless to resist. Living under the weight of immense oppression day after day, he yearns to break free from it all, to shatter the chains imposed by fate, to crush all hardships. Though faced with countless obstacles, his aspirations soar high. With fervent passion, he aims for the heavens. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When the winds of change arise, they transform into dragons. As long as your marshal will remain steadfast with your innate talent, I firmly believe you shall ascend to the skies and metamorphose into a dragon. Rest assured, should you endure, I will ensure your dominion over the entire Tinlu realm. The old man's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. The tribulations of life are innumerable, yet the primary condition for overcoming such adversities is the strength of human will. Once will falters, difficulties become everlasting, often leading to demise in an instant. In Qin Feng's gaze, he perceived only a fervent desire for power, an indomitable spirit defying fate. Such is the legacy of his fierce mentor. "Thank you," Qin Feng expressed with gratitude. Feeling somewhat astonished, he realized he had underestimated the old man's ambitions of conquering the Tianlu realm. "Henceforth, our training shall commence within this Tianstone city," the old man declared. Tianstone city? Qin Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the lush greenery, catching a glimpse of the city that resembled a majestic lion at rest. Although situated outside the capital, he could already sense the vibrant energy pulsating through it, warming his heart after spending so long in the desolate desert, igniting within him a sense of belonging. Excitement bubbled within the youthful Qin Qing as she eagerly tugged at Qin Feng, leading him through the bustling city. There, she encountered a myriad of peculiar sights, chattering incessantly in his ear, bombarding him with questions. Qin Feng, with a resigned sigh, accompanied her as they meandered through the lively streets. At this moment, the trio found themselves in a tavern, indulging in food and drink, when suddenly, a group of armed men burst in, exuding an aura of menace. Instantly, half of the patrons fled, while those who remained were either formidable fighters or individuals of considerable standing, all keenly observing the unfolding drama with interest. Each of these towering men, robust and formidable, possessed a minimum cultivation of the 7th heaven of the profound spirit realm, with the strongest reaching the 2nd heaven of the purple mansion realm. They were known as the notorious Ma Lauda and his gang. At that moment, a sharp-featured man, appearing to be around 30, pointed at Qin Feng and his companions while conversing with a tall, muscular figure beside him. Ma Lauda, marked by a vicious scar across his face, emanated a fearsome presence. He fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Feng and his friends, inquiring, "Monkey-san, are you certain it is them?" "I am absolutely certain. I witnessed them slay Lao Wu and Lao Lu with my own eyes," Monkey-san affirmed with conviction. "Excellent." Ma Lauda grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming with malice as they settled on Qin Qing's graceful figure. "Bring forth the order. Spare the woman, but eliminate the other 2. Upon hearing Ma Lauda's command, the ruthless thug surged forward, charging at Qin Feng with ferocity. With a chilling gaze, Qin Qing was poised to strike. Yet Qin Feng restrained her arm, offering a calm smile as he said, "Allow me to handle this trash. I am eager to test whether my current strength can withstand a practitioner of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm." At his words, Qin Qing nodded. Just then, the assailants charged forward. Qin Feng unsheathed the dark, evil-breaking army from his back, wielding the sword with one hand, executing a sweeping arc. As they approached, the force of his blade and the ensuing sword energy inflicted wounds upon them, causing them to howl in pain and be thrown back, crashing into various pieces of furniture, shattering tables and chairs in their wake. What a formidable individual! Despite being merely at the 9th layer of the profound spirit realm, he has managed to defeat so many with a single strike. Who is this person? The onlookers were astonished, their anticipation for the unfolding events heightened. What an impressive move! I underestimated you. No wonder you were able to eliminate the 5th and 6th. The 5th and 6th referred to the 2 who sought to humiliate Qin Qing, whom Qin Feng had slain in the woods prior to entering the city. Their strength was comparable to Qin Feng's. And although Ma Laoda had harbored doubts upon hearing that they were defeated by someone of the same rank, witnessing it firsthand left him incredulous about the reality of the situation. Qin Feng remarked, "Are you referring to those two fools, consumed by arrogance and fond of boasting?" Ma Laoda's eyes narrowed with cold intensity as he retorted, "You insolent brat. Do not think that defeating so many has rendered you invincible. I will tell you the truth. What you can accomplish, so can I. In my eyes, you are nothing extraordinary. Today, you shall learn the extent of my prowess." Thus, he sought to utilize Master Ma to ascertain the true extent of his own prowess. The venomous claws were perilously close. Qin Feng's dark evil breaker was infused with a potent and fervent energy, emanating a formidable wave of power, which he then unleashed in a sweeping arc. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng staggered back a few steps. Observing this, Master Ma concluded that his opponent was no match for him, thus growing increasingly arrogant and self-satisfied. "You little brat, with such meager skills, you dare to play the hero before me? You ought to take a good look at your own shortcomings. How laughable it is, attempting to challenge me with such hubris after gaining a minor advantage. You are indeed unimpressive." Qin Feng offered a calm smile. However, to Master Ma, his visage appeared exceedingly irksome. Struggling to contain his mounting fury, he laughed derisively. "You will pay dearly for your words, boy. Is that so? You may find the outcome rather disappointing," Qin Feng replied with a serene smile. Infuriating, Master Ma, unable to restrain his rage, bellowed as he lunged toward Qin Feng once more. Once again, he executed the flying eagle claw. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, harnessing the dark evil breaker. He unleashed the fierce sun sword technique. The colossal sword was enveloped in blazing crimson energy, akin to a roaring inferno, causing the very temperature of the surroundings to rise abruptly. With a resounding clash, both combatants elevated their assaults. Yet Master Ma was unprepared for the terrifying power Qin Feng had concealed. Despite enhancing his offensive strength, it was evidently insufficient to match Qin Feng's might, and he was immediately sent reeling backward. What? The crowd was once again astonished, unable to fathom that such a perverse practitioner of the Xianling realm could actually repel a warrior of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. With a resounding thud, Master Ma stomped his foot onto the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, using the resistance of the ground to stabilize his form. At that moment, his expression was dark, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. To be thwarted by a junior of the Xianling realm in front of so many onlookers was a profound humiliation for him. The dark, evil-breaking army pointed obliquely to the ground, a faint smile gracing his youthful face as he remarked, "This place is too small. Let us step outside for a proper engagement." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt out of the tavern, traversing the rooftops with agility. "You useless gluttons! Why are you not hastening to capture that foul girl and that old man?" Master Ma barked sharply, then leaped after him. Those present, witnessing this, turned their attention to Elder Lai and Qingqing, yet their expressions remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly treating the impending threat as mere air, oblivious to the danger. Many diners observed this spectacle, shaking their heads and sighing, feeling a profound sympathy for the elderly man and the young girl. However, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing scene unfolded. The remaining subordinates of Master Ma, who had charged forward, suddenly ignited spontaneously, engulfed in fierce golden flames. With a harrowing scream, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. This sight was utterly terrifying. Master Ma scoffed, "Indeed, this is a graveyard, but it certainly shall not be mine. As for yours, that remains uncertain. I consider myself to be a person of considerable patience, yet with you, I truly find myself unable to endure any longer." As soon as the words fell, Master Ma's eyes sparkled with a chilling light, and a long spear materialized in his right hand. With a flick of his arm, the spear quivered, releasing a sharp, resonant hum that echoed through the air. In an instant, the spear lunged forward, slicing through the atmosphere and creating ripples of force that surged menacingly towards him. At that moment, a colossal sword abruptly appeared before Qin Feng, its blade resembling a shield, effectively blocking the incoming assault. The clash resounded with a metallic clang, sending sparks flying in all directions. Master Ma let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with malice as his strength surged dramatically. Qin Feng, along with the massive sword, was compelled to retreat continuously. The blade carved a deep furrow 3 inches into the ground, clouds of dust billowing up from beneath his feet. Suddenly, Master Ma transformed his thrust into a sweeping motion, the spear's tip scraping against the sword's surface, generating more sparks and a piercing noise. He then leaped into the air, gripping the spear tightly, and brought it down with ferocious intensity. With a resounding thud, the iron rod crashed against the massive sword, unleashing a thunderous clang that reverberated through the air, immediately followed by a surge of astonishing power that caused the atmosphere to explode and the void to tremble. Qin Feng felt a jarring pain in his arms as he stumbled backward several steps. Yet, in that fleeting moment of regaining his balance, the colossal sword ignited with raging flames, descending upon him like a blazing firebrand. A fierce wind erupted, sweeping across the battlefield, and Master Ma sensed an overwhelming force akin to a tempest, a force that could obliterate everything in its path, rushing towards him. This was dire. Master Ma inwardly lamented the dire situation. However, having navigated the treacherous waters of this ruthless world for over a decade, he maintained his composure. Suddenly, a formidable surge of earthy yellow energy erupted forth, and as the long spear glimmered with fierce radiance, a titanic and fearsome wave of power was unleashed. Faintly, a deep, resonant, beastly roar emanated from the spear itself, split the mountains and shattered the earth. With a thunderous bellow, the long spear thrust forward against the wind. The clash of sword and spear produced a violent shockwave, which rapidly expanded with astonishing speed. The air detonated as trees, struck like lightning, burst apart, creating a vacuum within a mile radius around the two combatants. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Master Ma appeared to falter, being forced back, while Qin Feng, albeit slightly swayed, remained steadier in comparison, indicating that he had gained the upper hand in their recent confrontation. It seemed that the seventh transformation of the fierce inferno energy was sufficient for him to contend with a practitioner of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Feng could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of the immortal unyielding technique. For an ordinary person, to stand against the first level of the Purple Mansion realm without the aid of magical artifacts was exceedingly arduous, and to defeat such an opponent was an even greater challenge, let alone one of the second level. Yet, in that moment, Qin Feng shattered this conventional wisdom, demonstrating an extraordinary feat through the sheer ferocity and dominance of the fierce inferno energy. In stark contrast to Qin Feng's exhilaration, Master Ma was engulfed in astonishment and fury. Where did this boy emerge from? I have dwelled here for over a decade and have never heard of such a youthful prodigy. Cursed be it. Am I, a master of the Purple Mansion realm, truly unable to eliminate this mere whelp? No, I must slay him. Otherwise, how can I, Ma Laoda, maintain my standing in Xuantian City? Ma Laoda's emotions surged chaotically, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Qin Feng spoke with a faint smile. Thank you, Ma Laoda, for serving as my sparring partner today. It has afforded me insight into my own abilities. Given this consideration, I wish to spare you further hardship. You should leave at once. Silence. How dare you? You insolent wretch, to use me as your whetstone. Today, I shall undoubtedly end your life. With clenched fists that echoed with a sharp sound, Ma Laoda seethed with rage. Whetstone? Qin Feng chuckled softly. That term is indeed apt, though it is far preferable to being viewed as a stepping stone. Fuming with indignation, Ma Laoda could no longer endure it. He lunged forward, brandishing his firearm, yet Qin Feng was swifter still. The dark and sinister weapon in his grasp blazed like a searing iron, its entire body a vibrant crimson, and then he unleashed a furious downward slash. Ma Laoda, caught off guard by the swiftness of Qin Feng's movements, reacted too late, and as his firearm was deflected, the blade pierced directly forward. The colossal sword loomed larger in Ma Laoda's vision, amplifying the terror in his heart. However, honed by countless encounters with death, his instincts kicked in, allowing him to instinctively evade at the critical moment. Still, a gruesome gash was carved across his chest. With a sickening sound, the fiery energy surged into his body, spreading like ink in water, instantly igniting his internal organs and meridians with searing pain. What a peculiar and formidable energy! Master Ma was engulfed in panic and trepidation, hastily channeling his energy in an attempt to dispel or refine the peculiar crimson energy. However, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. The strange energy proved beyond his capacity to eliminate or transform, which only intensified his dread. Left with no alternative, he resorted to suppression. At that moment, Qin Feng had already advanced upon him, causing a change in Master Ma's expression as he swiftly brandished his weapon in defense. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he discerned a vulnerability, and with decisive action, he struck with his colossal sword. The blade sliced through the air, piercing Master Ma's chest, eliciting a piercing cry of agony as he stumbled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng lunged forward, leaping into the air with both hands gripping the sword, delivering a ferocious downward slash. No! As he beheld the lethal blow, Master Ma screamed in terror. But his cry was swiftly silenced. In that moment, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, with blood cascading down the blade, producing a rhythmic patter. Qin Feng gazed upon the bisected corpse before him and scoffed, "Self-righteous fool." Just then, Qingqing and Elder Lai appeared behind him. Sensing their presence, Qin Feng turned, and upon recognizing their faces, greeted them with a gentle smile. "Qingqing, Elder Lai, your cultivation has progressed significantly." Elder Lai stroked his beard in acknowledgement. Qin Feng offered a non-committal smile. "Where to next? I've acquired a manor on the northern street of Tianshi City that will serve as our refuge. And it is also where you shall undergo your training. Young rascal, Tianyin is merely a starting point. Countless trials await you. The path of the strong is never smooth. True strength emerges from the crucible of countless trials and tribulations. From the moment I embarked on my martial journey, I understood this truth. Therefore, no matter the adversity that lies ahead, I shall persevere unwaveringly," Qin Feng declared with resolute conviction. Observing this, Elder Lai stroked his beard, a look of profound satisfaction illuminating his eyes. "In that case, let us proceed." Chapter 121. Lifting the light, as if heavy however. Qin Feng soon noticed a flicker of nostalgia in Elder Lai's gaze as he surveyed the estate, leaving him astonished. It appeared that this place was far from an ordinary manor, and in that moment, Qin Feng began to comprehend why Elder Lai had chosen it. "Young man, ensure this place is spotless," Elder Lai instructed calmly, before making his way to the steps leading to the hall, where he settled himself comfortably. With no choice but to comply, Qin Feng embarked on the task. Given his current prowess, cleaning the courtyard was neither time-consuming nor laborious. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the entire estate sparkled with cleanliness. Next, Elder Lai urged him to grasp the concept of lifting the light as if it were heavy. To aid him in this endeavor, he presented Qin Feng with a seemingly ordinary wooden sword, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. According to Elder Lai, this wooden sword was infinitely lighter than the sinister weapon, the dark evil breaking army, and would greatly assist in the cultivation of the principle of lifting the light as if heavy. "It's too light," Qin Feng remarked, sensing discomfort as he grasped the wooden sword. The sensation was akin to holding a single strand of his own hair. He swung the sword a couple of times, the blade slicing through the air, creating ripples that spread outward like the waves of a river. However, at that moment, the wooden sword had already manifested several cracks. "Is it broken?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The sword's durability was alarmingly poor, having shattered after merely a couple of forceful strikes. The Elder Lai remarked nonchalantly, "If the sword is damaged, simply forge another to match the original perfectly." With that, he returned to his slumber. Qin Feng, now more cautious, swung the sword again. Yet it shattered twice in succession. At this point, he realized that mastering the wooden sword required him to first control his own strength. Thus, he swung the sword repeatedly, learning to gauge the force behind each strike. Although the wooden swords were destroyed one after another, Qin Feng's determination only intensified, and he persevered with vigor. As time passed, dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon. Through countless efforts and strikes, Qin Feng finally gained control over the wooden sword. And there were no further instances of cracking or damage. "Phew, I have finally succeeded," he sighed with a slight sense of relief, yet a heaviness lingered in his heart. Mastering the wooden sword was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay in its application. The wooden sword was fragile, incapable of withstanding even a fraction of Qin Feng's physical strength, let alone the formidable power of the infernal energy. After dinner, Elder Lai produced a fiery red sphere, which, upon being placed on the ground, transformed into a middle-aged man clad in crimson armor, his visage icy and menacing. "A puppet?" Qin Feng gasped in astonishment. "With a bit of insight, you shall find that from today onward, he will be your opponent. Rest assured, with your abilities, you can defeat him," Elder Lai chuckled, his expression teasing. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of unease. Once more, he cast a glance at the puppet, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Calamity was imminent. Indeed, on the following day, Qin Feng engaged in combat with the puppet, wielding a wooden sword. Initially, he refrained from utilizing his profound energy, but his combat prowess proved insufficient. Subsequently, he summoned his energy, yet the moment it infused the sword, the weapon shattered. Deprived of his wooden sword, The puppet seemed to acquire an immense surge of power, its combat capabilities escalating dramatically. Qin Feng was utterly outmatched, suffering a severe beating that left him bruised and howling in agony, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a lifeless corpse. Damn it, this old fool is truly playing me. Qin Feng seethed with frustration, fully aware that this was the work of the old man, Li. However, he was left with no choice but to endure. He was powerless to retaliate and yearned to master the untamed sword tiger technique. Later, Li prepared a medicinal bath for him, claiming it would aid in his recovery and enhance his physique, albeit it was excruciating. The next day, the battle commenced anew. Yet the outcome mirrored that of the previous day. As soon as the profound energy entered the sword, the wooden weapon was irrevocably ruined. The puppet's strength continued to surge, teetering on the brink of a rampage, and Qin Feng was left to bear the brunt of it. A vicious hook struck his face, sending shockwaves through him, leaving the right side of his visage swollen and red. With a thud, a knee collided with his abdomen, forcing him to expel bile violently. "No, please," he pleaded. "Could you ease up a bit?" The pitiful cries persisted for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding, while Qin Feng lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Li mandated that the puppet engage him in battle each day. Otherwise, Qin Feng would truly wish for his own demise. Of course, Qin Feng also had the option to make requests. Qingqing helped him to lean against a large boulder and retrieve the elixir as instructed by the old master. After consuming the potion, Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Upon glancing at the puppet, Qin Feng, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "This wooden sword is far too light to withstand my strength. Without a sword, how can one practice swordsmanship? You may choose to surrender," the old master, hanging upside down with his legs entwined around a branch and arms crossed over his chest, replied with his eyes closed, his tone languid. Qin Feng huffed in anger, asserting, "There is nothing in this world that can defeat me, Qin Feng. One day, I shall conquer this puppet." The old master, however, remained silent, seemingly asleep. Qin Feng fell into contemplation, pondering how to resolve the dilemma at hand. The wooden sword was made of inferior material, too fragile to endure his profound energy. He needed to devise a solution. While the puppet's inherent strength was not formidable,